Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Defied Demon Council. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. That same afternoon, before dusk, she asked him to accompany her to the park where their date would end. He saw no problem with it, so he agreed. In the middle of the park stood a beautiful fountain. He sat on the edge of the fountain while Yuma-chan stood a few meters in front of him, looking at him with a smile. He wondered if he could fulfill a favor for her. He hoped she would ask for a kiss, the first in their relationship, but when he agreed, he never expected to be pierced by a glowing lance. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach as his breath quickened, and for a moment he saw Yuma shining before he fell into the fountain. The water was not deep enough to drown him, but he could clearly see the crystal-clear water starting to turn a scarlet red. He sensed his end approaching, but he noticed long dark red hair in the fountain, even darker than his own blood, a crimson hue. It was Rias Gremory, a third-year student at the academy. His main question was what she was doing there, looking at him with a cute, confident smile. If he didn't want to die, she told him, he should become her servant and family, he should become her pawn. After hearing those words, he woke up in his room, completely naked but unharmed. How was that possible? He refused to believe it had only been a dream, so he took his phone and searched for Yuma's contact. But she was not there, she did not appear in his contacts. The photos they had taken together were also gone. It was improbable that he had dreamed all those days. It was unthinkable, and he needed answers. But from whom could he get them? That question answered itself. Kiba Yudo, the handsome and well-mannered boy at school, the perfect guy, the prince of the academy for the girls, and a nuisance to a small minority of students. By minority, he meant Matsuda, Motohama, and himself. Kiba was in the second year, just like him, but not in the same class. Seeing him was curious, and he was surprised to hear from Kiba himself that Rias Gremory had called for him. Upon arriving at her club, they explained everything that had happened, his resurrection as a demon, and that Yuma was actually named Ryanair and was a fallen angel. They also explained the resurrection process. Every high-class demon possessed a set of chess pieces, which could be used to reincarnate beings of any species into low-class demons. Depending on how strong, agile, resilient, or fast the subject to be revived was, the king would assign them a position in the entourage. He learned that there was a non-aggression treaty with the celestial angels and the fallen angels. They could not engage in battles between the factions, as it could reignite the wars of old. They did not elaborate much on that, saying they would take it step by step. They then introduced him to the members of Rias's nobility, his companions in the entourage. The handsome boy held the position of knight, his piece being the horse. Kaneko Tuju, a petite girl with white hair, was quite cute despite her seemingly permanent stoic expression. She was in the first year and held the position of rook. Lastly, Akino Himejima, a very attractive woman with black hair, was a third-year student like their king and held the position of queen, essentially being second in command. Rias was the king, their leader and mistress, and they were her servants. They explained that demons made contracts with humans through pamphlets, which generated monetary income. If they achieved a certain score for effectiveness in contracts or did something that convinced at least 3 clan leaders, they could request a trial to rank up or ask to become a free piece. He still did not fully understand this. Time passed, and he began training with Rias to try to unlock an artifact. He was born with a sacred gear. This was a magical object created by God and given to humans for their defense against other factions. 2 weeks after becoming a demon, he met a girl named Asia Argento, who was sent by the church. He found it curious, as she mentioned going to a church on the outskirts of the city, a building that had not been inhabited for 10 years. He decided to accompany her as close as he could, knowing that holy places weakened demons. It was the least he could do after bumping into her and scattering her belongings, distracted by the athletic figure of a girl in the distance. On the way to the church, they became friends. He shared parts of his life, and she shared some of hers. While walking, they heard a child crying. He had apparently hurt his knee after falling off his bike while playing. Asia immediately rushed to help him, and he discovered she possessed a healing sacred gear. Once she finished tending to the boy, his mother arrived to take him home, expressing her gratitude for Asia's help. As time went on, they grew closer. He invited her to eat hamburgers and play at an arcade, all in secret from Rias, who worried for his safety. Getting involved with someone from the church was dangerous. Things could be misinterpreted and harm not only him but Asia as well. One night, Multiple signals indicated that renegade demons were attacking humans in various locations. He heard that another high-class demon was in the area and would help, but most were concentrated in one place, except for a demon acting alone. Renegade demons were those who chose to abandon their homes for power or greed. Some killed their masters before fleeing, while others simply vanished. Those who killed their masters suffered physical deformities, transforming into monsters. That was what they faced this time. He offered to go after that demon alone, but they refused him. They allowed him to go, but only with the pawn of the other high-class demon. It was quite curious that it was a familiar face, Saji Genshuru, the secretary of the student council, giving him an idea of who his king might be. The confrontation was tough. That demon knocked Saji out as soon as the fight began. He was left alone in the battle. Fortunately, he was not entirely alone, otherwise he would have ended up like that guy. All he could do was trust that he would win the fight. He did win, but he was left severely injured. Just as he was about to collapse onto the ground to rest, he had a bad feeling. A lightning bolt struck the mountain near the old church where Asia was located. A storm began to brew, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. Without hesitation, I sprinted with all the strength my weary body could muster toward that place, knowing that something was terribly wrong. Reaching the church, I immediately searched for Asia but encountered a priest named Friedzelsen. A fierce battle ensued, and I narrowly emerged victorious. Though he was human, he had been trained to hunt beings like us. He was an exorcist. His demeanor suggested he no longer belonged to the church. He had wounded me with light bullets in both legs and near my abdomen, close to one of my lungs. The pain intensified as I was exposed to the holy ground, but Asia was in danger. I could hear her cries of anguish coming from the church's basement. Descending the stairs, I found several monks engaged in some sort of ritual. Asia was in the center, crucified like one who had sacrificed themselves for us. She was about to be pierced by a lance of light crafted by Ryanair. Without a second thought, I shouted to distract her while lunging at one of the priests, taking him down. I was determined to save Asia at any cost. My distraction worked, and she commanded the priests in battle. I wasn't sure if it was divine retribution for them, but I managed to defeat each one. Only Ryanair remained. In an instant, she drove her lance of light into Asia's side. As she withdrew it, I saw the rings of Asia's sacred gear emerge. Rias had told me that when a sacred gear is extracted, the former bearer would die. A chilling sensation coursed through me. I had long since stopped caring about my own safety. I charged at her, intent on ending her life or at least reclaiming the sacred gear. I succeeded in snatching the sacred gear from her grasp. I braced myself for a counterattack, but it never came. For some reason, Ryanair chose to flee. With the last of my strength, I lowered Asia from the cross. I tried to be as gentle as possible, but my exhaustion made it difficult, and I couldn't avoid causing her pain as I removed the nails from her hands and feet. As I laid her on the ground, I lost my balance and fell backward down the 3 steps. I had never felt such agony in my life. I could feel my blood flowing both inside and outside my body. I was certain I had a couple of broken ribs and several internal injuries. With all my remaining strength, I crawled to Asia, wanting to return her sacred gear to her. When I reached her, she took the rings while breathing heavily. I could sense my end approaching, but I didn't care. I had managed to save Asia, and that was all that mattered. Suddenly, I felt something strange rising within me. Warmth enveloped my body, and the pain from my wounds began to fade. I looked at Asia, who smiled at me, though her gaze seemed distant. I could feel her hand on my chest. She was no longer there, having left me her sacred gear. She departed in silence. I knelt beside her body and embraced her, realizing that I had ultimately failed to save her. With a cry that expressed my anguish, I awakened my sacred gear. I buried Asia far from the church, near a small river and beneath a cherry blossom tree, a secret place I vowed to protect, as it was Asia's favorite spot to rest. I practically dragged myself back to the city, where I collapsed at the entrance. I fell into a deep depression. Previously, I had considered my greatest failure to be not having seen Kate's figure. But this failure of not being able to save my only friend overshadowed everything else. I isolated myself for a time, wanting to be alone, and my guardian helped me create an excuse to prevent my parents from forcing me to go out. She would handle my absences. As time passed, I had to return to school, though I wasn't ready. Rias helped me regain my former self, even though the wound of losing Asia still lingered in my heart. Gradually, I found myself falling for her. I was beginning to love my guardian. My sacred gear is called Boosted Gear, a dragon-type sacred gear. It holds the soul of Sekiryutai, the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the 2 dragons considered celestial. It has the ability to double the user's power every 10 seconds. Rias explained that I could reach the power of a god, even surpass it. She assisted me in training my physical endurance to increase the number of boosts I could receive before losing consciousness. Everything was going well until I met her fiancé, Reiser Phoenix. He appeared to be egocentric, proud, and arrogant, but he was quite the opposite, kind and gentle. I asked him about his entourage, and he graciously introduced me to them. 15 maidens appeared from a magic circle in front of their king. He was captivated by the beauty of Reiser's entourage, but his eyes were solely on Rias. On impulse, he glanced at his companions and noticed their expressions. Kiba was particularly focused on a girl from Reiser's group, and it was clear they shared a special connection. They exchanged shy glances, suggesting they had met before and were completely enamored with each other. Akino and Kaneko looked at Reiser with admiration, though Kaneko maintained her usual stoic demeanor while Akino's eyes sparkled with interest, despite her attempt to appear neutral. Both were slightly flushed, revealing their feelings for him. Rias, however, was different. She regarded Reiser with a mix of disdain and affection, leaving him confused. He couldn't recall how their argument had started, but he knew he had to go to the underworld to train in the Gremory territory for a game called the Raiding Game. The Raiding Game was created by the 4 great demon kings who ruled the underworld. It served as a way to settle disputes between clans, form or break commitments, or simply enjoy combat. It became so popular that they even kept a tally of who was the reigning champion. The game involved 2 high-class demons battling alongside their servants, with victory achieved only if the opposing king surrendered, all their servants were defeated, or they were caught cheating. Rias had challenged Reiser to a raiding game to escape an unwanted marriage, wanting to prove that quality triumphed over quantity. The Phoenix had given them 10 days to train, promising he would grow stronger as well. The training was intense, and he had to divide his time among his teammates. The first 2 days were spent with Akino, focusing on his magic. As a wielder of a dragon-type sacred gear, his magic was highly compatible with fire, and he made significant progress. However, he was also intrigued by ice magic, which held many secrets for him. Akino warned him against using it in battle until he perfected it, as it could harm him or his allies, and he decided to heed her advice. Next, he trained with Kaneko, who was stricter and more direct than Akino. She wasted no time in attacking, but under her guidance, he improved his hand-to-hand combat and battle endurance. She taught him to conserve energy and not strike with full force unless he was certain of his aim. Finally, he trained with Kiba on swordsmanship. Kiba was not as cold as Kaneko, but he also didn't exhibit the same warmth as Akino, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. To his surprise, Kiba recognized his potential with the sword, noting that despite it being his first time, he handled it decently. He then asked Kiba to acquire a sword for him, never expecting Kiba to bring back a massive weapon, over 1.3 meters long and 15 centimeters wide with a sharp edge. The last 4 days were dedicated to studying the Phoenix clan's abilities with Rias and training alone. He even researched Asia's sacred gear, discovering it was called Twilight Healing, capable of healing various ailments and injuries, though it couldn't regenerate lost limbs. However, he found no information on how to activate it. His teammates were unaware of his sacred gear, and he preferred to keep it that way until he could master it. Finally, the day of the raiding game arrived. He found himself in a large room at Rias's house, dressed in his academy uniform. They had been instructed to wear comfortable clothing, and he felt at ease in his attire. Holding his sword, he gazed out the window, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Rias called them, and they proceeded to the battlefield, which turned out to be an exact replica of Kuo Academy. To make a long story short, they lost the raiding game. They had managed to defeat almost all of Reiser's pieces, and in the final moments, he faced off against Reiser. When he tried to unleash his full power, it inexplicably failed him, and that moment of confusion was enough to knock him out. The blow was so severe that he remained unconscious for over a week, or so he was told. On the night he awoke, he found himself alone in his room. A note instructed him that if he wanted to save Rias from her forced engagement, he should use a pamphlet containing a magic circle that would take him directly to the wedding. He knew he had to go. He couldn't stand by while his beloved was married against her will. However, he needed a backup plan. He decided to make a deal with the most powerful being he knew, the dragon within his sacred gear, Dragoch. In one of his dreams, Drake explained that he could sacrifice a part of his body to gain all of his power for a limited time. He offered his left arm and eye in exchange for 10 minutes of strength. He entered the ceremony hall after defeating a few guards who tried to stop him. The noise he made drew everyone's attention, and he felt nervous under their gazes, but he still shouted his challenge. He declared that he had come to challenge Reiser to a one-on-one battle for the hand of his beloved Rias Gremry. His sudden appearance left many confused. Behind Rias and Reiser stood a crimson-haired man and a silver-haired woman dressed as a maid, stepping forward to be more visible. "This is a little show I prepared," the man said, surveying the crowd. "Sirzek's Lucifer," he realized, recognizing one of the great kings. Rias referred to him as her brother, and he finally understood their resemblance. "Sirzek's Sama, what do you mean by a show?" Reiser asked, echoing his own confusion. "It was interesting to see you fight against my sister in the raiding game. But unlike you, Rias had half of your pieces and well. Do you have any complaints about the fight?" Reiser asked, maintaining his characteristic demeanor. "Not at all. If I did, the raiding game would lose its purpose." Without mentioning that the circumstances involved this time. "If I had any complaints, my former family would be dishonored." As I responded, leaving several in the room astonished, he looked at me and smiled. He wanted something interesting for my sister's engagement. He pointed at me, the boy over there, expressing his desire to see the dragon power I possessed firsthand, so he asked Grafia to arrange this. Dragon versus Phoenix. Which fire would burn brighter? Surely, I wasn't the only one thinking that this confrontation would be magnificent. A battle between two wielders of legendary powers would make this interesting, wouldn't it? I looked at him seriously, knowing this was a trap and that the Demon King wanted to free his sister. The dragon boy was asked if he would show the nobles present his powers once more. I didn't need to think, I already had my answer since I arrived. I declared myself as Securitai, the Securitai, and stated that a dragon never feared demonstrating his power. Drake had lent me his strength, and the least I could do was command respect for it. The Demon King then asked what I wanted as a reward if I won, but he was interrupted by Grafia, who whispered something inaudible to my ears. I could see how the expression on the Demon King's face changed completely, though it lasted only a second. He took his time to respond, questioning how he could grant a reward to a low-level demon. The Demon King had lost his confident tone, replaced by a serious one as he acknowledged my title, which was above his position as a pawn of Rias Gremry. I deserved a reward. It was the least for a celestial dragon. Reiser agreed, suggesting that I should decide what I wanted after the battle, even if victory was not mine, as the title of Securitai was even higher than his. I knew I had to win to overcome him, although I didn't want to use Drake's power. I wanted to see how strong I had become. I accepted the proposal and found myself standing on a kind of platform resembling a giant chessboard. After inspecting the area for a moment, Reiser appeared at a distance, wearing a very peculiar battle suit that I couldn't quite describe. I took my battle stance while summoning my sword and began counting for the power boosts of my sacred gear. I had to be careful. Phoenix fire burned hotter than normal, but I wasn't sure if it burned hotter than mine. Time passed, and I had wounds and burns on my body from Reiser's wind and fire magic used against me. I wasn't without injuries either. He was hurt too, though to a lesser extent. I had cut off several of his limbs multiple times, but he regenerated each time. I had learned that phoenixes were immortal due to their incredible regeneration capabilities, along with their mastery of fire and wind, much like the legendary phoenix. Defeating him with common methods was impossible. However, I realized that his magic was stronger than in the raiding game. His motivation fueled his magic, making it more potent. If I could lower his motivation, I could weaken him a bit. Looking at Rias for strength, all I found were her tears. My heart knew she wasn't crying for me but for him, for seeing him hurt. I wanted to see my lady happy. I had finally discovered that everything had been a deception. Now I realized I was the only one opposing the marriage. None of my companions supported me, but I understood they had their reasons. Aquino and Kaneko loved Reiser, and Kiba loved Carlamine, one of Reiser's knights. I dropped my battle stance. Rias had always loved Reiser. Her affectionate nature towards me was simply her way with all her servants. I looked at her sadly and declared that the desire of the king was a priority, and I surrendered, looking down to hide my sorrow. In an instant, we were teleported, but I found myself in a dark room. It was very dark, yet I could see my lady, Lucifer, and the maid who was always with him. Issei, my name, was spoken as Rias apologized for not telling me earlier. She had voluntarily committed to Reiser and never intended to hurt me or create misunderstandings. I acknowledged her words, admitting I was the only fool who misinterpreted her pure intentions. I wished her happiness in her new life here in the underworld, bowing like a knight. She expressed her regret for making me cry, and I bowed my head to hide my tears. But she approached and lifted my face. I insisted that the duty of a pawn was to fulfill the desires of their king. She told me I would also live in the underworld and didn't have to stay in the human world, but I couldn't accept her offer. I had my family there, my mom and dad. Moreover, I loved her, and being with her would make it much harder to forget that feeling. I asked her to understand. Lucifer approached, looking at me with understanding rather than anger. He asked what I desired now. I stood up and looked seriously at King Lucifer, expressing my wish to be a free piece, to be taken to the human world. I wanted to distance myself from the supernatural for a while and didn't want my companions to visit. I wanted to be alone. I voiced my desire without looking at my king. It was painful enough to know I didn't belong to her. A free piece could do whatever they wanted without harming anyone or getting into trouble with other factions. They were free to choose how to live their lives and owed allegiance only to their own convictions. They could live wherever they wanted and choose whether or not to participate in the raiding game with their clan. This offered me a new opportunity to try to preserve the little humanity I had left, to better care for my parents who had always supported me, and to finally tell them the truth to end their constant fights that had started after I became a demon. Issei was surprised to hear my wish. Lucifer declared that it would be so. I would be a free pawn from now on. He hoped I would find ease in the human world, and Graphia would take me home. I simply bowed briefly as Graphia created a magic circle to return me to my home. The light from the circle caused him to close his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened them again and found himself in his room, the same place where he had awakened and made the decision that had opened his eyes. He noticed the maid looking at him, bowing slightly as she spoke, expressing her apologies for insisting he interrupt the ceremony without knowing Rias's true feelings for Reiser. He reassured her that it was not her fault, nor was it his. As he approached the window to gaze at the beautiful full moon high in the sky, signaling that it was already midnight, she asked him why he had given up. With a sincere tone of curiosity, she wondered why he hadn't used his request to make Rias marry him, believing it would have made him happy. He smiled at the sky, reflecting on his thoughts. He explained that he was merely a pawn and had no right to interfere with his master's wishes. A pawn must ensure the happiness of their king and companions. Forcing Rias to marry him would only lead to her unhappiness, and he could not bear to see the one he loved suffer, nor could he allow his friends to suffer because of a selfish desire. She reminded him that he loved her too, and that kings must also ensure the happiness of their servants. Rias had made a mistake by leading him on, and she suggested he could have sought revenge. Her words surprised him. It was true he loved her, and yes, that was the duty of a king. However, he wanted Rias to be happy, and he knew that for that to happen, he had to step back. He turned to meet her gaze, holding back his tears as he spoke of his sacrifice for her happiness. He had changed a lot since the last time they met, and while he heard her first words clearly, he didn't understand the rest. Had he known her before? She mentioned she would visit him occasionally to oversee the contracts he made and deliver their rewards, wishing him luck in this new stage of his life. He nodded, setting aside her earlier comment, and watched as she left through a magical circle. Sitting on his bed, he reflected on everything he had done up to that point. He needed to think and relax, and there was only one place he could do that at this hour. He made his way to the forest to visit his friend. He didn't want to think about anything on the way, he had no energy for it. But he knew he would recover, just as he had done before. He was strong, he just needed to regain his courage. Upon arriving, he began to tidy the area, clearing away fallen branches and leaves. He took his time, feeling no rush. He promised to visit Asia more often and apologized for not having come sooner. He vowed to keep that promise, no matter what, never to break his word. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice taunting him about mourning the death of the nun. It was Ryanair, the fallen angel responsible for his transformation into a demon and for Asia's death. He turned quickly to face her and noticed she was not alone. A middle-aged man with short black hair and dark blue eyes stood beside her, dressed in a gray coat, white shirt, black pants and shoes, wearing gloves and a black hat. He recognized him as Donasik, who had tried to kill him before, but Rias had saved him. Next to Donasik was a woman with long blue hair down to her waist, dressed in black jeans, white sneakers, and a red blouse, covered by a couple of armor plates. He remembered her from a past encounter. Her name was Calawarner. He hadn't sensed any ill intentions from her then, which made her presence now intriguing. Lastly, there was Middlet, who appeared as a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a gothic black dress with white frills, a large black bow, and thigh-high white socks. He felt anger rise within him at the sight of them, especially Ryanair. He couldn't believe Calawarner was there too. Her presence disappointed him. Ryanair mocked him, suggesting that it must hurt to have lost Asia, and taunted him about Rias's upcoming marriage, implying that Rias had led him on. He firmly stated that he did not justify his king's behavior, nor did he believe her words. He had no reason to trust someone who had caused him so much pain. He could sense their scrutiny, but he focused on his own strength, aided by Drake. Ryanair was the most powerful among them, followed by Calawarner, Middlet, and Donasek. Ryanair made it clear that she had come to reclaim the sacred gear that Asia had once possessed. It was evident that someone had informed her of their situation, and she was there to eliminate him. He declared that he would not hand it over simply because she asked. It was clear she had brought her allies to make the task easier. Ryanair's response was chilling. She stated that this time, he would not leave alive. He took a battle stance and summoned his sword, remembering Asia's sacrifice that allowed him to live. He vowed not to let her sacrifice be in vain. He proclaimed that he would not die there and that he would make them pay for what they had done to Asia. The pain of losing her was immense, but what hurt the most was his own weakness in not being able to protect her. It was the first time he had failed to keep a promise, and he swore it would be the last. The underworld was intrigued by what had happened with the Securitai, especially since he had not returned to the ceremony hall and had seemingly gone back to the human world. Surzex was upset with Rias, just as Grafia was, as they had planned for Issei to rescue Rias from the unwanted marriage. Upon discovering that everything had been a ruse to show Rias how focused Issei could be in battle against beautiful girls, he felt annoyed and realized he needed to find another way to reward the Securitai for the trouble he had caused. Grafia looked at Surzex with clear curiosity, asking if the boy had always had heterochromia. Surzex replied that when he had given the brochure to Issei, both of his eyes had been honey-colored. Grafia seemed to be trying to recall something about the young man with brown hair. Rias apologized to her brother once again, expressing her regret over the situation. Surzex reminded her that Issei had made a significant sacrifice, giving up his left arm and eye to the Welsh dragon, likely for power. Rias was taken aback, realizing that her pawn had made such sacrifices to save her, which broke her heart. Surzex advised Rias to take better care of her servants and to express her feelings towards them clearly. He reminded her that she still had 3 pieces left and urged her not to repeat the same mistakes she had made with the young Securitai, who had a noble heart. If he had been someone else, he might have hated her. Suddenly, Grafia summoned a magical circle on the ceiling, looking at it with concern. This caught the attention of everyone present, who began to look at the circle as well. Within it, they saw the Securitai facing 4 fallen angels, seemingly engaged in a conversation, though they could not hear it. Grafia had decided that only the images occurring at that moment would be visible, with no sound. Grafia explained to Surzex that her familiar had been watching Issei since she left him in his room, which allowed her to detect that he was about to fight. Rias trembled with fear as she saw her pawn in great danger. Reiser offered to help the Securitai, wanting to assist one of his fiancée's pieces. Surzex, however, wanted to see how capable the boy was and continued to observe the image intently. In the human world, in a forest on the outskirts of Kuo, Issei was about to face Ryanair, the fallen angel who had killed him and his friend, Asia Argento. Ryanair was not alone. She was accompanied by Calawarner, Middlet, and Donasek. The young man did not want the area where his friend rested to be destroyed, so he decided to lead the battle away from that spot, taking advantage of their overconfidence. He concentrated his energy to enhance his speed, allowing him to escape and head towards the mountains, distancing himself from the city. Unbeknownst to Issei and the fallen angels, his parents had decided to follow him, concerned about his late nights and mysterious absences. They had never imagined their son was a demon, but now they had a convincing explanation for his behavior. They assumed he was responding to someone and that failure to comply would result in punishment, which explained his late-night requests. Suddenly, Issei was no longer in front of them, and even the fallen angels were confused. As they moved through the forest, destroying everything in their path, they realized that Issei had moved with incredible speed. Determined and worried for their son, they cautiously followed the trail of destruction. Issei arrived at a clearing between a mountain and the forest, far from the city and his friend's resting place. Here he could fight without worry. In the distance, he noticed small lights, initially thinking they were fireflies startled by his arrival. However, as the lights intensified, he realized they were arrows and spears of light heading straight for him. He barely managed to dodge them all. Drake warned him to be careful, noting that he was outnumbered and outmatched. He advised Issei to use his abilities wisely to survive, assuring him he would help as much as possible while working on a way for him to defeat the enemies without resorting to his most powerful form. Issei questioned why he couldn't use that form now, preparing for battle. Drake explained that it would be a waste, as activating it for just a minute would be enough to defeat them, but he would lose valuable time afterward. Understanding the need for strategy, Issei decided not to use it and thanked Drake for the explanation. Danasik was the first to approach him, attempting a direct attack. Issei patiently waited until Danasik was close enough to dodge and counter with a knee to the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to kneel. A swift kick sent Danasik back toward his companions. Issei reflected on how he would have been caught off guard before, but now he could see how much he had improved. As his enemies began to create their light spears, Issei summoned his sword to fight on equal terms, enveloping it with dragon power. Calawarner and Middlet attacked him, with Calawarner coming in close and Middlet striking from a distance. Ryanair stayed back, looking for an opening to attack, while Danasik struggled to recover. In the heat of battle, Issei took the opportunity to question Calawarner about her actions, recalling their first encounter when he thought she was different from the others. Calawarner insisted he did not understand what was at stake, but her moment of hesitation was brief, as she resumed her attacks with even greater ferocity. It was evident that Calawarner had experience in close combat, forcing Issei to rely on his sword to defend against her sharp weapons. The complexity of dodging and countering the simultaneous attacks from both fallen angels made it difficult for Issei to focus on his surroundings. Danasik seized the opportunity, furious, and attacked Issei by grabbing him around the torso and slamming him against the mountainside. Taking advantage of this, the fallen attempted to pierce the young Sekyutai with a lance of light. However, Issei moved faster, positioning himself behind Danasik, who was bewildered by his enemy's speed. With a firm grip on his sword, Issei spun around and delivered a deep cut to the fallen's back, severing his wings. Danasik let out a pained cry, but he had no chance to counterattack. Issei was quicker and moved his sword into the fallen's chest, leaving Danasik staring in disbelief. Light began to emanate from where the fallen had stood, and in an instant he vanished, leaving only particles of light behind. Angels, demons, and fallen share one thing in common: the way they perish. As supernatural beings, they leave no trace of their existence upon death. Body parts may be targeted, but they will only disappear when the being from which they came is destroyed. While focused on the demise of one of his foes, Issei failed to dodge a double kick from Calawarner and Ryanair that struck him in the stomach. To make matters worse, Middlet unleashed a sphere of light magic that exploded in his face. The combined attacks caused internal injuries and minor burns, sending Issei crashing several meters back into a cluster of trees, toppling them. The attacks were precise and effective. As he struggled to rise, Issei coughed up blood. This was not his first encounter with pain or the taste of his own blood, but the agony in his abdomen and face was excruciating. Despite this, he refused to succumb to despair. He did not want to die in that place. As he lifted his gaze, he was startled to see his last 3 enemies approaching, intent on finishing him off. He had lost his sword in the earlier attacks and knew he needed to retrieve it if he wanted to continue fighting. In a moment of desperation, he conjured a fireball and hurled it to distract his pursuers. Fortunately, it worked, giving Issei just enough time to recover his sword. Once he had it back, he wasted no time waiting for another attack and charged at the weakest of the group, Middlet. She didn't even have time to react before she felt a searing pain in her chest as her organs turned to ash. She could not even scream in agony, for her lungs were already rendered useless. At least it was quick. The flames consumed the small fallen entirely, leaving nothing behind in mere seconds. Issei had engulfed his sword in flames and pierced the chest of the blonde fallen. The act of killing pained him deeply. He had never enjoyed taking lives, regardless of whether they were enemies. He tried to make it as swift as possible. However, he was not accustomed to using magic, and the exertion had drained him considerably, worsening his condition given his injuries. Ryanair and Calawarner rushed toward him with lances of light in hand, determined not to let him recover. He had shown himself to be a formidable opponent. Caught off guard, Issei managed to dodge Calawarner's attack and countered, sending her flying. He barely managed to evade Ryanair's strikes, but she taunted him, saying that while he could dodge their attacks, his allies could not. Suddenly, a voice broke through his concentration, warning him that his parents were hidden nearby in the bushes. This revelation distracted him, causing him to glance back. In that moment of surprise, Ryanair seized the opportunity and moved her lance of light through him. Her plan had succeeded, now she only needed to finish him off. Issei felt the lance burning through his insides, but to his fortune, Ryanair made it disappear. As he fell to his knees, clutching the affected area, Kalawarner attempted to knee him in the face. He defended himself with his sacred gear, but the force of the blow sent him reeling, exposing his wound. Both fallen seized the chance to deliver a double kick to his stomach, sending the injured Sekyutai crashing once more against the mountainside. Ryanair smirked wickedly as she declared that she would deal with him later, focusing instead on his parents, thanking them for the opportunity to kill their son. In the underworld, Phoenix territory, demons watched in astonishment as a low-class demon faced off against 4 fallen angels. They were shocked at how he had taken down 2 of them. However, they grew serious as they saw the fallen gain the upper hand. They knew this demon had caused problems recently during an important marriage, but they did not want to see the fallen angels win. Rhea struggled against her instinct to intervene and save her pawn, but she could not disobey a demon king, who happened to be her brother. Tears of helplessness streamed down her face as she watched her beloved pawn suffer. Issei's companions were in better shape than their master, but they could not help but feel sadness and frustration at what their less experienced ally was enduring. None of them could suppress their gasps of shock as they witnessed Issei being pierced by a lance of light. Rias let out a heart-wrenching scream as she saw her young pawn impaled by Ryanair's lance. Immediately, her husband, Reiser, tried to calm her. In the Kuo forest, among the bushes, Issei's parents were close to the battle, clearly observing the confrontation their son was engaged in. They were amazed by his fighting style. He had never shown interest in self-defense training, and now witnessing him fight so skillfully left them in awe. Takeda, Issei's father, was deeply worried for him. He had never imagined his son would face someone so powerful that he could not intervene. He had always made it clear that he would be there for Issei, no matter the trouble he got into. But seeing the situation unfold, he realized it was best to stay hidden. Revealing himself could do more harm than good. Kyuko, Issei's mother, wanted to rush into the battle, embrace her son, and shield him from the blows and attacks he was receiving. But she knew that if she tried to do that, Issei would protect her even at the cost of his own life, and she didn't want him to suffer any more because of her. She understood perfectly that if she intervened, she would only be a burden to her son. Seeing that they had been used by that woman to distract their son so she could attack him without issue filled them with guilt, which only grew with Ryanair's words. Takeda had to cover Kyuko's mouth and hold her tightly as they watched their son about to be attacked again by those 2 women. He couldn't bear to look. He could only hear the sounds of the blows. Though he didn't want to think it, he could only imagine the worst and cried alongside his wife, pleading for forgiveness from their son. In the Kuo forest, with Issei, the young Sekyutai was using what little strength he had left to try to rise. His abdomen burned and throbbed painfully, with blood flowing from the wounds. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't find a way to win this fight. And at the rate he was going, he would end up dying from blood loss. He heard Drake speak to him with a tone of pride and concern, apologizing for the delay but finally presenting something that would help him immensely. Issei, clearly exhausted, expressed his gratitude and asked what Drake had prepared. Drake explained that it was an imperfect form of something he shouldn't use yet, which would cover him with light armor for protection and allowed him to make up to 100 boosts. Once he exhausted the boosts, the armor would disappear. This sparked a small glimmer of hope in Issei, a hope of returning home to his family. He asked Drake if his parents were still where they had been, to which Drake assured him they hadn't moved, likely believing he was dead and feeling guilty. Drake warned him not to let his guard down, suggesting that the chaos he would create in fighting would alert them to his survival, prompting them to come help him. He needed to end this quickly to prevent any injuries to them. Issei, filled with anger, requested his sword, and Drake gladly obliged, reminding him that hatred could cloud his judgment. As the sword appeared through a magical circle, Issei grasped it with his right hand. He resolved to control himself and thanked Drake for the warning, asking how to activate the new form. Drake instructed him to repeat the activation words in his mind, which he only needed to say aloud to activate. Ryanair, from a considerable distance, taunted him, asking if he would finally surrender. Issei, affirming his grip on the sword, declared that a dragon never surrenders. Upon activating the new mode, Issei felt armor plates forming across his arms, legs, and torso. They weren't enough to fully cover him, nor were they thick enough to withstand powerful attacks. His face was concealed by a mask that covered only his mouth and nose, leaving his eyes and the rest of his head exposed. He sensed his energy and magic stabilizing, but it was fleeting due to blood loss, muscle fatigue, and his injuries. The terror on the faces of both women was evident, which Issei noticed as he made 10 boosts to create and launch a sphere of Dragonio power. The sphere struck the ground, causing a significant explosion that lightly injured Ryanair. Calawarner, being closer to the blast, was pushed back by the shockwave, hitting her head against a tree and momentarily disorienting her. Issei was astonished by the power he wielded at that moment, but he knew he didn't have much time left. Blood continued to flow from his wounds. Seizing the moment while they were separated, he decided to attack Calawarner, who was caught off guard. When she finally reacted, Issei was already upon her, and her surprise left her paralyzed. He delivered a powerful blow to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her and rendering her unconscious. Immediately, Issei turned his attention to his last opponent, but as he did, he was met with a boot heading straight for his face. Ryanair had launched a kick that struck him directly. Thanks to the mask, he didn't suffer severe damage, but it cracked completely. The force of the kick made him look down for a moment, and he noticed Calawarner beginning to stir. However, his priority was Ryanair, so he refocused entirely on her. In the midst of this, Issei had to make boosts to compensate for the energy he was losing. He had only 50 boosts left before the armor would disappear. Determined to deliver the final blow, he prepared his strongest attack, using 30 of his remaining boosts to concentrate all that energy into his left hand, forming a small sphere of Dragonio power. He declared that this attack symbolized everything he had fought for up to that moment, a special move meant to defeat her. The sphere remained still in front of him. Drake announced the name of the attack just as Issei struck the sphere with his left fist. The energy exploded in the form of a lightning bolt, racing toward Ryanair with incredible speed. She barely had time to create several magical defense circles to protect herself from the dangerous attack, and for a moment, it seemed her defense was holding. But as Issei saw her beginning to withstand his attack, he decided to use 10 more boosts to increase its power, breaking through Ryanair's defenses. The attack ceased moments later, and the dust began to settle. Issei held back a gasp of astonishment, unable to believe what lay before him. Ryanair was severely injured, with parts of her clothing torn away. Yet she remained standing, barely able to keep her balance, but she was still alive. Issei was relieved to still have the mask, otherwise, Ryanair would have sensed the fear beginning to rise within him, giving her hope of victory. She gasped for breath, speaking through pain as she reluctantly created a magic circle to escape. She vowed they would meet again, cursing him as she vanished. Issei felt a great sense of relief at her departure, but he remained on guard, knowing someone else was still present. Turning around, he spotted the blue-haired fallen a few meters away, struggling to rise. He quickly approached her, but unlike with the others, he only wanted to ask her something before deciding what to do next. With each step he took, she tried to distance herself, her desperation growing alongside her fear. She likely believed he would kill her. She had every reason to think so, which fueled her desire to flee. Lacking the magical energy to escape like Ryanair, she hoped to lose herself in the forest. However, she stumbled, and her hope of escape vanished as quickly as she hit the ground. She pleaded for her life, tears streaming down her face. Issei had reached her and was watching her, sword ready for defense. He wanted to know why she hadn't attacked him when she had the chance. Moments ago, she had been facing away, easily able to strike him down with a lance of light, yet she hadn't, and he wanted to understand why. Calawarner sobbed as she explained her reasons for being there. She had never wanted to come to the human world. She had only wished to live in peace with her husband and children. But then Ryanair had arrived, claiming it was a direct order from one of her leaders, and she couldn't refuse. Ryanair had threatened to kill her children if she disobeyed. Drake confirmed to Issei that she was telling the truth, but something about her story piqued his interest. She had mentioned one of her leaders. She had said one of her leaders, hadn't she? Was it the main leader who gave her that order? Issei wanted to know why he was the target of that individual and what the leader's name was. No, it wasn't Azazel-sama, she was sure of that. He appreciated the peace they were experiencing. She didn't know who had given that order, only that Ryanair and the other two he had defeated were aware of it. Calawarner had managed to calm down, but she was still frightened and nervous. Issei had gained something valuable, the name of the highest leader of the fallen angels, Azazel. Please let me live. I swear I will serve you and help you in any way I can. But please let me live. Let me see my children again. Calawarner had proven she was telling the truth, and Issei couldn't bear the thought of leaving children without a mother. She had been forced to participate. He had no reason to kill her, and he no longer wanted to. He had already spilled enough blood for one night. You could use her as a spy to find out who is hunting us, suggested the dragon, speaking with a tone of pride for what his companion had achieved. That would expose her to a lot of danger, Drake. Besides, the one hunting me will have to show himself sooner or later. I'll just ask her for information about this Azazel and have her spy on him. Nothing more, Issei replied, refusing the celestial dragon's suggestion. Well, you would be spying on their highest leader. At least it's something. I won't kill you, you can go. But in return, you must give me all the information you have about Azazel and spy on him. It's a better option than sending you to find the one who wants to kill me, he said, watching as the woman's face filled with joy. They are watching us. From now on, I will come here every 2 weeks for information. My name is Issei. It's a pleasure, Calawarner, he said, extending his hand to greet the fallen. After their greeting, Calawarner departed. Issei began to feel dizzy as his vision blurred. He fell to his knees as his armor dissolved into particles of light. Once again he vomited a significant amount of blood. The loss of blood made him feel very weak, and he had reached the limit of his endurance. He collapsed to the ground, and before losing consciousness, he saw his parents rushing toward him. After that, everything went dark. Upon reaching him, Takeda and Kyuko felt immense relief to see their son still alive, even after being gravely injured because of them. They quickly tried to stop the bleeding from his abdomen, but no matter how much pressure they applied, it wouldn't cease, and they began to panic. They were astonished when a green aura suddenly began to emanate from Issei, surrounding his body. This aura started to heal his wounds, leaving his parents confused. Neither of them understood how this was possible, but they were grateful it was happening at that moment. The aura healed most of Issei's body, but it couldn't fully close the penetrating wound. It healed his back and organs but left the abdomen unhealed. Takeda carefully carried his son on his back, while Kyuko struggled to lift the sword Issei had dropped when he lost consciousness. From a distance, she had thought it wasn't so heavy. Now, she was amazed that her son could wield it with one hand. They still didn't fully comprehend everything that had happened that night, but they were certain of one thing. They would have a lot to discuss with their son when he woke up. Underworld, territory of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the demons had just witnessed the outcome of the battle and how the brown-haired boy had let a fallen go. The noble demons began to protest, claiming he would ally with the fallen, but those rumors ceased when Reiser pointed out that he had ended the lives of 2 of them and unleashed a powerful technique to kill another. He also reminded them that he was still young, and the mental burden might be affecting him. Neither Surzex nor Graphia could believe that the Securitai was being hunted by one of the leaders of the fallen angels. They wanted to know who it was and why, and they knew exactly whom to consult. Graphia, take care of explaining everything necessary to the Sekiryutai's parents and answer any questions they have. All the demons looked at the Demon King, intrigued by his words. They must understand that mythologies are just that, a myth. Make sure they promise not to tell anyone. Only use memory alteration in truly extreme cases. With those words, the demons understood their absolute king's order directed at his maid. The maid, with her characteristic stoic gaze, acknowledged the command. Surzex instructed her to let them rest for now and to return 3 days after the Securitai awakened. As he walked away, he overheard the noble demons devising a plan to bring that boy back to the demon faction under another clan. He could only sigh before completely withdrawing without greeting anyone. He had already done enough for that night. Upon waking, the surroundings felt unfamiliar. The last memory was of letting go of Calawarner and collapsing in the forest. The darkness enveloped the space, making it difficult to see, even with demonic vision. As he attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He recalled the moment when Ryanair had pierced him with a lance of light. The pain was unbearable with sudden movements, but it eased when he remained still. Gathering all his strength, he finally managed to sit up, realizing he was in his own room. The clock read 5 a.m. It was only when he glanced at his desk that he noticed he was not alone. His mother lay sleeping on a towel, a kitchen knife clutched in her hand, with a nearly empty first aid kit beside her. Behind him, slumped against the door, was his father, also asleep, holding an old French sword that had belonged to his maternal grandfather. He observed the dark circles under their eyes. His father was unshaven, and his mother bore traces of tears. They looked worn and thin. How long had he been unconscious? 1 week? A week? Had he really been out for that long? For all that time, your parents didn't sleep at all. Your mother stayed by your side, while your father kept watch over the door and window, never letting go of that sword. They didn't eat for 3 days, refusing to leave the house in case something happened to you. They are truly good parents, if you ask me. He felt a pang of guilt. He had thought they wouldn't go to such lengths for him. You said it yourself. If you had told them you were a demon earlier, we could have avoided all this. But if you had done that, they wouldn't have followed you, and you would be dead now. He didn't respond, knowing the truth in those words. Looking at his left arm, he noticed a dragon claw, a reminder of the sacrifice he made to save Rias. He would have to live with that mark forever. Carefully, he got dressed, trying not to make noise and being cautious of the wound on his torso. With great effort, he laid his parents down on his bed, ensuring they were comfortable and disarming them first. Drake cast a spell to make his arm appear human again, allowing him to blend in better on the streets. He left the house and headed toward a store that was open 24 hours, knowing it was quite a distance away. The journey was quiet until Drake spoke up. You know, that nun's sacred gear activated for a while and healed you. It closed your abdominal wound as much as possible and took care of the other injuries on your body. It also healed your internal bleeding and fractured ribs. The sacred gear of Asia? How did it activate? Even Drake couldn't do that. I don't know, it activated unexpectedly, even for me. If it hadn't, you would likely be dead, or you would have woken up 2 weeks later, and your parents. He didn't need to hear more. Asia, even in her absence, was still watching over his family and him. If only he had been stronger. She would still be here. Stop blaming yourself. Do you think she would have wanted to see you like this? Being useless? But it was his fault, Drake. Answer my question. No, she wouldn't have wanted to see him like this. Then stop wallowing in self-pity and grow stronger to protect your family. Live for them, don't waste the opportunity she gave you. That's what she would have wanted. He thought Drake would be more prideful and insensitive, like in the myths and human tales. Like in those tales? We are not like that, my friend. We also feel the pain of losing a loved one. Even though we are beings of pure power, we don't use our strength solely for evil. We choose how to use it, we don't act on instinct. Besides, I was going to be a father. Or I am a father. I don't know. You're a father? But with whom? You forget I've been around since before Christ, right? Right. He had forgotten. You're the third human I've spoken to like this. As if we were friends. But you're the first to know I was going to be a father. Did you stay single before that, or was your baby about to be born? Oh, my friend. None of what you think. As you should know, our offspring are born from eggs. Being beings of pure power, the young need a bit of our power to generate their own special abilities to break free from the shell that no one else can open. Until the young receive that power, they will remain asleep. I see. So what happened that you couldn't meet your child? I died. In a confrontation against the white. Don't get it wrong, he didn't defeat me. Our fight was interrupted by factions. They killed us, and that Demed god took advantage of it to turn us into sacred gear. Drake's tone turned somber, as if he had touched on a sensitive subject. In my early years as sacred gear, I tried to convince my hosts to take me to my wife and child. But none of them listened. Now so much time has passed that I no longer remember who the mother was. Or where I lived. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me. It's okay to talk about these things from time to time. It seems we've arrived, haven't we? Returning to reality, he noticed he was just a few meters from the store entrance, having arrived there almost unconsciously. We'll continue our conversation later, partner. Of course, He entered the store and selected various vegetables, fruits, noodles, rice, and other items for cooking. He also needed to take care of his wound to ensure it healed properly. Issei gathered hygiene supplies, pain relievers, bandages, gauze, and alcohol to disinfect the wound that Asia's sacred gear had failed to heal. The light armor of the balance breaker enveloped Issei's body in mere seconds. Ready for battle, Issei was determined to confront one of the demons but hesitated to stray too far from his parents. What defined Issei was not just his physical strength but his incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had sliced a demon in half, catching it off guard and distracted. This action enraged the remaining demons, who focused more intently on the fight. Issei's boldness had confirmed his rebellion against the demon council. The last 3 demons attacked simultaneously, forcing Issei to concentrate intensely to avoid a blow to his abdomen that could have taken him out of the fight. While he was focused on dodging their physical attacks, he failed to notice one of the soldiers casting a spell. The demon used his comrades as distractions to complete the incantation. As the spellcaster shouted for his allies to move aside, they jumped out of the way, allowing the spell to target Issei's parents. Paralyzed by fear from the sudden threat, they stood frozen. Issei realized that the spell would harm his parents, and Drake had only made it effective against physical attacks, not magical ones. In a desperate attempt to protect them, he positioned himself in front, crossing his arms to shield himself from the impact. However, the attack never struck him directly. Instead, he found a magical chain binding his left arm, entwined with his sacred gear and also wrapping around his right arm. It was a spell of enslavement. The demon taunted him, declaring that he was now theirs. Issei felt the chains pull in opposite directions, forcing his arms apart and leaving his torso exposed, causing him to drop his sword. The remaining demon demanded to know Issei's answer, delivering a powerful blow to his face that shattered his mask. The demon continued to assault him, kicking his abdomen and slapping him, further breaking the mask and tormenting him with bursts of lightning magic. With a sinister smile, the torturer leaned closer, asking if Issei had changed his mind. In response, Issei spat blood to the side and managed to utter a defiant curse. Just as he braced for another blow, Issei noticed a magical circle slowly forming behind the demon. It was gray and bore the symbol of the Gremory house, instantly revealing the identity of his allies. Issei provocatively asked if those were the demon's friends, causing the soldiers to turn and witness the terror on their faces as their confidence vanished. Seizing the moment, Issei unleashed 50 boosts at once, concentrating them in his left hand. With that power, he eliminated the demon holding his arm, expending all his energy. Now free, he grasped his sword firmly and yanked the chain from his right arm, pulling the demon toward him. He called out to Drake, instructing him to take his parents to safety immediately. The dragon obeyed, understanding Issei's intent. Kyuko and Takeda watched as a magical circle rapidly formed at their feet. Although they were unfamiliar with the supernatural, they realized reinforcements were arriving, and they might be overwhelming for their son. Issei heard his parents' desperate cries just before they were transported away. In that moment, he concentrated 30 boosts in his right hand. The demon felt a burning sensation around its neck as Issei's grip tightened. He refused to let go until the demon vanished in a burst of light, having burned its airways. Despite his victory, Issei was not unscathed. The demon had struck and kicked him until its strength was spent, leaving him battered. Now, only half of his mask remained, and much of his armor was gone, revealing open wounds across his body, giving him a fearsome appearance. The last demon, terrified, began to flee toward the forming magical circle. Issei, seemingly indifferent, was more focused on the figures emerging from the gray circle but never lost sight of his enemy. From the magical circle emerged a voluptuous woman with red hair and blue-green eyes, dressed lavishly. Her long braid reached halfway down her back, with a few strands framing her face. Beside her stood 2 others, a blond man with slightly long hair and blue eyes, dressed in a black suit without a tie and with his shirt unbuttoned halfway, and a woman with long black hair and violet eyes, also dressed extravagantly. Behind them was a young girl with short white hair, wearing a red kimono adorned with gold accents, and next to her stood a young man who appeared to be around 17, with short blonde hair, dressed in a black shirt, white dress pants, and matching shoes, with a European-style sword at his waist. They were Rias, Reiser, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba, but they were not the only ones arriving. Beside him stood a woman with silver hair styled in several braids. She had sky-blue eyes, a graceful figure, and was dressed like a maid. Next to her was a long-haired redhead with greenish-blue eyes, wearing an unusual yet fitting outfit for the time. They were Graphia Lucifuge and Surzex Lucifer, the Queen of Annihilation and one of the 4 great demon kings who ruled the underworld. Upon seeing a demon rush toward them in a panic, they exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend why a member of the personal guard of the Demon Council was in such a state. The demon shouted for help, claiming that the Sekyutai had gone mad. Issei, with a dark tone that surprised the newcomers, had wrapped a chain around the demon's neck, catching everyone off guard. The demon struggled futilely, as the chains were crafted from a powerful and complex spell that even he could not break free from. Ignoring the onlookers, Issei pulled the chain tighter, drawing the demon closer while simultaneously channeling energy into his left arm, where he wielded his sword. When the demon was within reach, Issei pierced him through the chest with his sword, the blade emerging from his back, stained with blood. Without warning, Issei unleashed a technique at point-blank range, not only eliminating the demon but also sending the attack hurtling toward the newcomers. However, Graphia swiftly redirected the attack into the sky, shattering the pocket dimension in which they had been trapped. As the dust settled, Issei was seen kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily but still clad in the damaged armor they recognized as the balance breaker. He indicated that he was still capable of fighting. Rias, concerned for her pawn, attempted to rush to his side but was halted by her brother, Surzex. With a silent command, he sent Graphia to check on Issei's condition, sensing a dark aura emanating from him. Graphia approached cautiously, her worry evident. But as she saw Issei slowly rising and leaving his sword on the ground, she felt a wave of relief, though concern lingered as she noted the wounds and blood staining his body. She observed in amazement as the chains binding his arms began to dissolve, realizing they were made of forbidden magic. Rias, now calmer, addressed Issei with her characteristic warmth, expressing her relief at seeing him. Graphia began to heal him, but Issei gestured for her to stop. He acknowledged the time that had passed and inquired about Rias's purpose for coming. She revealed that she had come to bring him back to the underworld, a statement that surprised Issei, who looked at her with sadness. He politely declined, stating that he could not accept her request. Despite the pain coursing through his body, especially in his abdomen, he maintained his composure. Rias insisted that the team would not be complete without him, stepping closer to her pawn, who had already dissolved his armor, revealing new wounds and bruises. The marks on his arms were prominent, and the boot prints on his abdomen hinted at more injuries beneath his clothing. Issei urged her not to insist, explaining that as a free pawn, he deserved respect for his decision. He reassured her that he would manage on his own, stating that if his earnings from contracts were insufficient, he would find work there. He wanted her to worry about nothing. Rias, tears welling in her eyes, expressed her desire not to leave him behind, especially with the fallen angels hunting him. She declared him family and that she did not want to lose him. Issei reassured her that he would be fine, explaining that he would only be a danger to her if he stayed. He noted that even the Demon Council was seeking him, and he was the only one who could defy them without facing punishment. As Issei reflected on his hands, stained with the blood of the demons he had defeated, memories of his life just 3 months prior flooded back. Graphia gently took his hands and cleaned them with a handkerchief. Surprised by her maternal gesture, Issei felt a warmth but knew it was not the time to dwell on it. He reiterated his decision not to return, expressing gratitude for Graphia's kindness. He then approached Rias, acknowledging her feelings for Reiser and her previous concealment of them. He clarified that he did not harbor hatred toward her, understanding her reasons for keeping it a secret. He reassured her that he held no ill will toward his companions, urging her not to worry about that. Meanwhile, in another place, specifically at Issei's home, his parents were beginning to recover from the shock of their son's actions. They were deeply concerned about the possibility of soldiers harming him or subjecting him to worse fates than what they had witnessed. They could not intervene, as the barrier their son had placed around them prevented them from getting closer, reducing them to mere spectators. Once the shock of his sudden appearance in their home wore off, they ran toward the park where they had previously gathered, hoping to help in any way possible, even if it meant sacrificing themselves for him. Kyuko had made this determination so that her son could live many more years. Takeda shared the same resolve as his wife. He would give everything to save their son, regardless of the cost. Desperation gnawed at them with each step, and they gradually lost hope as the park seemed far from their home. They were already exhausted and had not yet reached the halfway point. Kyuko eventually stopped running, tears streaming down her face as she fell to her knees and began to cry. Takeda, who was lagging behind, caught up to her and tried to console his wife. Despite his efforts to appear strong, he could not hide his own pain. The thought of losing their son forever was unbearable. In the human world, with Issei looked at Rias with a sad smile. She had just stopped crying, revealing her strong and confident demeanor, the one Issei had always loved to see because it made him feel strong. He reassured her that she need not worry about him, expressing his confidence in his ability to be all right. Rias gently held his face in her hands and kissed his forehead affectionately before embracing him. He would miss her company and, honestly, her personality as well. Issei chuckled softly at his king's words, noting that he couldn't be the same if she were married, especially with others involved. Ria smiled, reflecting on her past actions, realizing that her pawn would have given his all even if she had not hidden her commitment to Reiser. Reiser surprised Issei by apologizing for the last attack, admitting he hadn't intended to hit him so hard. He explained that he had lost control of his power, which resulted in Issei being unconscious for a week. Issei brushed it off, stating it was in the past. Kiba expressed that they would miss Issei, while Akino hoped they would meet again. Kaneko, with her usual stoic expression, added that even though he was a pervert, she would miss him too, revealing a hint of a smile. Issei simply replied that he would miss them as well, acknowledging that farewells were not his strong suit. He promised Grafia that he would wait for her at home. This surprised him, as he did not understand why the Queen of Lucifer would stay with him. As everyone departed, leaving just the two of them, Grafia sat on a bench and gestured for Issei to join her. She also dispelled the pocket dimension she had maintained since the demon army of the Demon Council had fallen. Seeing everything return to normal, Issei sat down beside her. Doubts about whether he had met Grafia in a past life crossed his mind, but those thoughts faded when he noticed her taking his hand and placing something in it. As he looked at the object, his eyes widened, and memories flooded back. It was an old necklace made of thick black thread and several colored beads. This was the first and only necklace he had made from those materials, and now he understood why Grafia felt so familiar. He realized she was the one from his past, and he was glad to see that he had grown well. Flashback, 10 years ago. The scene focused on a 5-year-old Issei walking down the street with Kyuko, holding his mother's hand. He felt a bit down as they were returning from saying goodbye to a neighbor's family who had a son his age and was his best friend. Issei was not extroverted, making friends was challenging for him, and he did not enjoy playing alone. The legends he had heard from classmates terrified him, especially the one about the girl who moved only with her arms because she had no legs. On their way home, they detoured to the mall to buy a few things Kyuko needed, as she was about to start working at a prestigious international company, just like her husband, Takeda. The only difference was that Takeda had started 2 years earlier, while he worked at the rival company where Kyuko would be employed. In the underworld, Gremory territory. In the mansion of the clan leaders, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tujo, Kiba Yuto, and Rias Gremory were about to discuss an important topic. They needed to figure out how to ensure Issei could live in the underworld, where they could help him more freely than in the human world. Akino asked if anyone had any ideas, noticing that Rias seemed lost in thought. Rias was contemplating something significant regarding her. She expressed her desire to respect his decision and stated that she would not assist in this case. Akino, trying to convince Kiba, pointed out that Issei was out there alone, unprotected, and being hunted not only by the fallen angels but also by the demons of the Demon Council. Kaneko joined Kiba in supporting the idea of leaving Issei alone, acknowledging his strength, bravery, and intelligence, believing he could take care of himself. Akino turned to Rias, seeking her opinion. Rias was still deep in thought, aware that her servant loved her but was in love with Reiser, and she did not want to hurt her servant's feelings directly. For that reason, she chose to remain silent, believing it was the right thing to do. Then came the rating game, a chance to assess the strength of her servants. However, she knew Issei was easily distracted, especially when facing beautiful and attractive girls. This led her to devise the plan of an unwanted engagement, hidden from nearly everyone. The only ones aware of this were her parents and the Reiser family, including Reiser himself and his entourage, Kiba, Akino, and Kaneko. The deception spread so far that it even reached the ears of her own brother. Upon learning of the situation, he argued with their parents, who chose to keep silent to protect their daughter's plan. She feared that Surzex would find a way to save her from the marriage. Rias was aware of the growth in her pawn's abilities. Seeing Issei so motivated to defeat his opponent made her fear that he might discover a way to overcome Reiser. Acting out of fear, she placed magical seals on Issei, conditioning and limiting the amount of magic and physical strength he could use. She understood that they would likely lose the rating game due to the numerical disadvantage, but she wanted to gauge the true strength of her servants. They managed to defeat several of Reiser's pieces through teamwork, intelligence, and, of course, their individual skills. However, Issei surprised her the most. His balance of magic, strength, and agility was impressive. What stood out most was his speed and power when attacking. In that moment, she realized she had made the right choice in limiting her pawn with those seals. Everything seemed to be going perfectly until her pawn appeared at the engagement party with the intention of saving her from the unwanted marriage. At that moment, She knew it was her brother's doing and decided to explain the situation to Graphia before things escalated further. The way her brother glanced at her with a disappointed expression hurt her deeply. She only found relief when she heard her pawn surrender. Initially, she thought he had given up because he lacked the strength to continue, but learning that he had done it intentionally for her happiness broke her heart and gnawed at her conscience. The decision he made at the end of the battle as a reward for her brother left her in shock. In that instant, a whirlwind of emotions began to torment her mind, only ceasing when she saw her pawn preparing to fight against some fallen angels. Now she understood that Issei had sacrificed his happiness so she could be with the person she loved. She smiled sadly, realizing this too late, and looked at her servants, who continued to watch her with concern and curiosity. They decided to respect Issei's choice. After all he had sacrificed for them, they would leave him in peace as he desired. Rias felt she owed him an apology for all the pain she had caused him in matters of the heart, and she vowed to find a way to make amends. But for now, they needed to let him rest from the supernatural world. Aquino questioned if Rias was sure about leaving him alone for a long time, but she was willing to obey her queen. Rias hoped that Issei would regain the spark in his eyes that he always had when he looked at her. She knew he would forgive them. He was not one to hold grudges. Now she understood that he would have done anything to ensure her happiness, even distancing himself from their lives for their sake and to respect the girls in Reiser's entourage. He had given them the chance to be happy with the ones they loved. Meanwhile, in the human world at the Hayadu family home, Kyuko tried to start a conversation with Issei, who had been silent during their journey home. She asked him what he wanted for dinner, and he replied that a hamburger would be fine. Kyuko smiled at his small smile, but she could tell it was forced. Takeda suggested taking a shortcut to get home faster, and they entered a deserted alley. Issei accepted silently and led the way, eager to explore this new path. However, thoughts about why the members of the Demon Council would be hunting him distracted him, making him lose focus. He wandered far from his parents, and as night fell, visibility decreased. Suddenly he heard a metallic sound behind him, but before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and collapsed, unconscious. A man dressed in leather pants and a black jacket with a skull on the front had struck Issei on the head with a baseball bat. He looked at Issei's parents with a sinister smile and remarked on the beauty of Kyuko, suggesting she would provide more entertainment than others. Takeda understood that the man had ill intentions, and Kyuko was terrified, her fear evident in her voice as she tried to explain they were just taking a shortcut home. Takeda shared her concern but was also worried about Issei, who still lay unconscious. He tried to appear brave in that situation, but the sight of the bandits wielding knives and a few firearms made him tremble. Ryujin noticed the fear and intent to flee in Takeda's eyes. With a confident smile, he signaled, and 5 more men emerged from the shadows of the alley, blocking their escape routes. Takeda managed to summon enough courage to declare that anyone who wanted to touch Kyuko would have to get past him first. Immediately, one of the bandits lunged at him, aiming to tackle him. Although Takeda had no fighting experience, he managed to dodge and kick the attacker in the back, sending him crashing into the alley wall. However, Takeda had underestimated the situation, failing to anticipate an attack from behind. He received a powerful kick to the back that propelled him forward, where another bandit was waiting to deliver a blow to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him, followed by a punch to the face that sent him sprawling to the ground. The pain immobilized him, and now the path was clear for the bandits to reach Kyuko. He struggled to rise, using the last of his strength, but the thug he had knocked into the wall struck him again, this time with a metal bar, sending him back down with even more agony. In a fit of rage, the thug kicked Takeda hard in the stomach, expressing his contempt. Together with a companion, they hoisted Takeda up, only to witness Kyuko being roughly held by 2 other thugs. Desperation washed over Takeda as he remembered that his son was a demon who could help them, but he lay unconscious on the ground. In his thoughts, Takeda pleaded for his son to come to their aid. Meanwhile, Kyuko, in tears, begged them not to hurt her, hoping to reach their hearts. Ryujin, the leader of the thugs, felt no sympathy as he approached her with a sinister smile. With a swift, forceful motion, he tore Kyuko's blouse, leaving her upper body exposed. He mocked her, saying that her son must have been very lucky to have won such a prize. The thug touched Kyuko's chest, reveling in the moment, but his enjoyment faded when he saw her face filled with fear and horror. He dismissed her tears, promising that soon she would forget her past life and become his servant. As he taunted Takeda, he moved his hand toward Kyuko, preparing to take advantage of her vulnerability. Just moments before, Issei had awakened on the ground, his head pounding and blood trickling from a wound. The bandits had overlooked him, believing him to be dead, allowing him to rise without resistance. Disoriented and struggling to recall how he ended up there, he heard noises and struggles behind him. Turning quickly, he was met with the sight of his father being beaten and his mother being held roughly, her torso exposed. Without needing to understand the full situation, he called upon Drake to summon his sword and create a pocket dimension. The dragon complied, having observed everything and feeling a deep hatred for the thugs. Issei took his sword and concealed himself in the shadows, mentally preparing for what was to come. He asked Drake for advice, his voice dark with determination. The dragon sensed Issei's thirst for vengeance and warned him not to kill, as he would have no one to help him hide his actions. Instead, he advised him to make them suffer. With that, Issei unleashed his strength, knowing he needed to keep his sword sheathed to avoid rash decisions. Drake released the spell on Issei's left arm, transforming it into a dragon's claw. The leader of the thugs screamed in pain as Issei's claw tore into his hand. The thug's cries were silenced when Issei, seizing him by the jacket, delivered a powerful punch to his face, breaking his nose and knocking him unconscious. The other thugs holding his mother rushed to assist their leader. In that moment, Issei used magic to conjure a white jacket, which he draped over his mother to protect her. Once he reassured his mother, Issei charged at the two men holding his father. Surprised by his speed, they were unable to react to his imminent attacks. Issei delivered a powerful hook to one of them, striking him in the stomach and forcing him to kneel. A swift kick to the face sent the man crashing against a wall, leaving him unconscious. He then seized the other by the neck, beginning to choke him before delivering a punch that knocked out several of his teeth, rendering him completely incapacitated. 8 more individuals remained, all intent on attacking him. Issei's rage was overwhelming, and his power surged, but Drake worked tirelessly to keep Issei's strength and aura in check. He wanted to eliminate these men as much as Issei did, but he knew the consequences would be severe if he did. Issei watched in slow motion as the nearest thug lunged at him, aiming to strike with a metal bar. The brown-haired boy intercepted the weapon and yanked it from the thug's grip. With a tool capable of inflicting significant damage without being lethal, Issei gained an advantage. He swung the bar, hitting the thug in the face and knocking him to the ground. Without mercy, he struck the same thug in the back with the weapon, just as the thug had done to Takeda. To finish him off, Issei delivered a kick to the face that left the man unconscious. The other thug nearby, witnessing the scene, drew a hidden pistol and aimed it at Issei, determined to shoot. Reacting swiftly, Issei summoned his sacred gear, covering the barrel of the gun with his left hand. The sound of the gunshot was muffled by the boosted gear, which effortlessly intercepted and stopped the bullet. Seizing the opportunity, Issei crushed the weapon with ease. The thug who had attempted to kill Issei with a firearm was now terrified. He couldn't comprehend where the red glove that stopped bullets had come from, nor could he formulate a coherent response, as Issei sent him into unconsciousness with a single punch. The remaining 6 men wore expressions of shock and terror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A boy was effortlessly overpowering their strongest members. 4 of them decided to attack Issei simultaneously in a desperate attempt to land a hit, thinking that if they outnumbered him, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Meanwhile, the other 2 were assisting their leader, who was miraculously waking up. He felt intense pain in his nose, and just touching it intensified both his agony and his hatred for the boy who had knocked him out. Initially, Issei managed to hold his own against just 2 attackers, but when 4 of them launched their assault, things became complicated. He had to be vigilant against more blind spots in his defense. In a moment of carelessness, Ryujin, who had been observing Issei's fight since waking up, landed a blow with a metal bat to Issei's abdomen. The impact on his already injured abdomen sent Issei to his knees, making him an easy target for the remaining bandits. They landed several punches to his face, causing wounds, and the pain in his abdomen intensified as Ryujin struck him with a furious punch, fueled by the anger over what Issei had done. In the underworld, Lucifer's castle. In his private office, Serzex was reviewing various documents and ancient books from his personal library. The Crimson Mao was searching for any method, spell, or object that could help save his daughter's life without sacrificing his wife. For this reason, he had gone several days without sleep, but his search had proven fruitless. There was nothing in the demonic archives to assist his wife and daughter, but he was determined not to give up. He began to consider the possibility of finding an object or spell at his parents' house or even in other factions or mythologies. He was willing to do whatever it took for the well-being of his family. He might have continued pondering for longer if not for an unexpected visitor. It seems like this isn't a good time, is it, Surzex? A man around 1.80 meters tall, with black hair except for a blonde fringe, violet eyes, and wearing a black suit with a purple shirt, unbuttoned and collar in a V shape, entered the room. Azazel. Surzex's face was one of shock. He never expected to see the governor of the fallen angels at that moment and place. Yes, that's my name, don't waste it, the governor replied with his characteristic arrogant yet mocking tone. What brings you here? Surzex asked calmly, as if it were not the first time he had encountered the leader of the fallen angels. Once his surprise faded, he returned to reviewing the documents for the third time. I came to see an old friend for drinks and to share some experiences. But I see you're not in the mood for that. Tell me what happened. Azazel wasn't always the best friend in the world, but he did care for his friends in his own way. Well, you see. Surzex had no reason to withhold information from Azazel and began to recount what had happened with Graphia. Azazel listened attentively to his friend's story. That abnormal illness is quite rare, and we haven't researched it much because we lack the means to do so. Have you checked all the demonic archives? Azazel noticed the expression of anger forming on the redhead's face. I'm only missing the ones that those BSers from the Demon Council are hiding from me, Surzex replied, clearly annoyed. I see. As I mentioned, we were aware of that anomaly, but we don't have the resources to investigate it further. Using your wife for research would be in vain. We have very little information on that illness. Surzex lowered his gaze, his expression bitter and sad. He had hoped that the fallen angels would have some assistance for his wife. But you know, Azazel recalled that there was an object capable of healing any wound, illness, or abnormality in angels during the war, as long as it wasn't about regenerating a lost limb. It could heal everything else. Surzex, filled with urgency, rushed toward Azazel, shaking him and desperately asking where the object was. Calm down, Azazel urged, adjusting his clothes after being startled. Well, that individual had it and never parted from it. But for some reason, he turned it into sacred gear and sent it with the humans. I currently don't know who possesses it, you should ask Michael. Hopeful, Surzex created a magical circle, and a figure of about 30 centimeters appeared. With long blonde hair, blue eyes, and somewhat unusual clothing that indicated a significant status, the kind-looking figure was Michael, a seraph from heaven and the strongest among them. Surzex? Azazel? Please tell me you didn't call me to invite me to another BRTL, Michael said, a hint of nervousness in his voice as he prepared to end the communication. No, it's something more important. Do you know where the person who possesses Twilight Healing is? Surzex asked, trying to calm Michael before getting to the point. She was affiliated with the church, named Asia Argento. Michael's revelation shocked Surzex, as that name was linked to Issei. She was expelled by the Pope for innocently healing a demon. She died 2 months ago due to some fallen angels, he said, casting a serious glance at Azazel. I have nothing to do with that, Michael. I apologize, my faction has been acting behind my back, Azazel responded, feeling the weight of Michael's silent accusation. Her sacred gear didn't return to Heaven's system to go to another bearer. It entered someone else, and when it clashed with the sacred gear he already possessed, I lost the signal from both. That human is Issei? Michael was surprised by Graphia's sudden appearance, who continued to fulfill her duties as a maid. Are you serious? Surzex asked his wife, intrigued. That green aura healed him during his confrontation with the fallen angels. He recently used it again after fighting off some thugs. Graphia explained her hypothesis seriously. She had no doubts but wanted confirmation from those who understood how sacred gear worked. I see you've become quite involved with him. The function of sacred gear is based on releasing a green aura. Its intensity is determined by the bearer's magic and can heal any type of illness and injury as long as it's not caused by a curse. Speaking of which, why do you want to know where Twilight Healing is? Michael asked, curious about their intentions. Well, Surzex began to explain his wife's situation but was interrupted by her. I'm PRDNT, but we discovered that my baby has an abnormality that could be fatal if not treated immediately, and not only could she die, but I could too, and I don't want to die, I want to care for and raise my daughter. Graphia explained her condition quickly and simply. I understand, but there's a problem. As I said, both sacred gears clashed within Security's body, and Heaven's system can barely detect the boosted gear. This leads me to believe that he doesn't know how to use that power and seems not to have even awakened it. If he had control over it, he would have already recovered from the wound in his abdomen, Michael said, closing his eyes to use his power of omnipresence. How do you know that, Michael? Azazel inquired. Because, like you, I was also watching the fight last night and the one he had recently. I'm truly amazed by his strength and mental stability. Just a moment ago, some bandits ambushed him and his family, trying to harm his mother and attacking his father, Michael reflected. What happened? Serzex asked, just like Azazel, unaware of what had transpired around Securitai in just a few hours. Issei found himself in the supposedly defunct occult research club room, facing unfamiliar individuals who instilled fear in him, speaking with an unsettling confidence. What, aren't you going to say anything? The red-haired man said, looking seriously at Issei, who felt as if he was losing his breath. Enough, Red. Stop releasing your power, you're just scaring him more, said the woman with violet eyes, looking at Issei with a calm smile. You're taking the fun out of life, Ophis, Red replied to the black-haired woman. Who are you? Issei managed to ask, his voice trembling. After finally formulating a coherent thought, he felt the pressure in the air dissipate, but he still felt uneasy. Jajage, well, I am Great Red, the red-haired man introduced himself formally, as Issei finally began to normalize his breathing. I am Ophis, the black-haired woman mirrored Red's introduction. Despite their seemingly kind demeanor, Issei couldn't shake the feeling of fear in their presence. He tried to remain steady, even as his legs begged him to flee. I know this will be very sudden for you. Please try not to panic or overreact. The dragon's voice did little to ease Issei's state. What's happening, Draig? Poor they. Why do you sound so nervous? Issei thought, his mind in chaos and unable to formulate anything else. Hearing Draig's nervousness only made him tense further. That woman is Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, also known as the ultimate dragon. And that man is Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, also known as the dragon of dragons. Both are my superiors and leaders of the extinct dragon faction. The dragon gods? Issei spoke aloud, taken aback. He couldn't believe it, he didn't want to believe it. The two dragon gods, those above all factions, stood before him. I hope you forgive my bearer's reaction, Red-sama. Ophis-sama. Draig apologized to his superiors. It's fine, Draig, it's nice to speak with you again, Ophis replied calmly. Yes, it's no problem. It was something they had anticipated, Red downplaying the behavior of the brown-haired boy. Draig received only mysterious smiles in response from both deities. Ophis asked if he was ready to talk while sitting on the sofa that was part of the occult research club. The brown-haired boy politely and tensely apologized for his behavior. Ophis reassured him, saying it was Red's fault for maintaining his aura even when he arrived. Red merely huffed in response to Ophis's comment. The reason for their visit was to share a long and important story, Red explained, dismissing his companion's remark. Ophis then invited Issei to sit on the same sofa where she was. The brown-haired boy took a seat, still nervous, and waited for what Red had to say. A long time ago, when angels ruled the earth and demons and fallen angels did not yet exist, the biblical god harbored a justified hatred for a certain foolish reason. Because of this, he was determined to create a sword to kill dragons, the most powerful one known to date, but he could not do it alone. Red began, showing a grimace of hatred and resentment toward the creator of the angels. To achieve this, he summoned the most powerful angel in his ranks to help him create the sword. This angel was Lucifer. Together, they forged the sword, and since Lucifer possessed nearly the same power as God, they both infused half of their energy into it, thus creating the most powerful sacred sword of all. Ophis continued Red's tale. Issei, intrigued, asked if an angel had the same power as God. Ophis explained that Lucifer was the favorite son of that being. He did not want to lose that position and trained every day to become as strong as he believed his father was, wanting to make him proud. However, over time, Lucifer grew weary of God's misguided decisions and challenged him to a battle for leadership of heaven. This led to the first civil war among the angels. Lucifer had the support of several legions of angels and was evenly matched with God. He had the advantage of striking with precision and using surprise to his benefit, while God attacked randomly and predictably. But just as Lucifer was about to win, he felt a weakness from a certain individual. God seized this opportunity and inflicted a grave wound upon him. Lucifer's 12 white wings were burned and stripped of all their feathers. Red recounted this with a tone of hatred, and a look of sadness crossed his face as he spoke those last words. When Lucifer saw this, All the love he felt for his father turned into a justified hatred. It was then that the demonic essence was born. As Lucifer's essence changed, so did the great dragon-slaying sword. Red lowered his head, unable to complete that lamentable fact. It became tainted. Lucifer's essence was no longer the same. He no longer loved his father. Now he hated him deeply, and the feeling was mutual. This marked the beginning of the supernatural principle that the demonic and the holy do not coexist. The swords split into two, creating the most powerful dragon-slaying swords, the sacred dragon-slaying sword, Ascalon. Ophis accompanied her explanation by showing Issei a figure, created with her own power, of how the mentioned sword looked. And the demonic dragon-slaying sword, Graham. As Red finished his words, he opened a rift in space from which a double-edged sword emerged. It measured 120 centimeters in total, including the blade and the hilt. The blade was black except for the edge, which was a strong scarlet color, and the hilt was silver with a ruby gem at the tip. Issei was awestruck, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body just from seeing that sword. Lucifer realized this immediately, and being faster than God, he took Graham and leaped from heaven. He believed he would have to face that war alone, but he was followed by 6 more angels who would later become the 7 princes of the underworld. Many legions of angels who disagreed with God also followed. Of those angels, 72 were selected to form the 72 demon pillars. Red continued his explanation as Graham continued to levitate in front of him. Later, with the fallen angels having emerged, the great war between factions erupted. The fallen angels did not support God's side, nor did they support the demons. Guided by Azazel, their supreme leader and the second angel capable of confronting God, those angels voluntarily abandoned heaven, and as they did, their white wings turned black as night. Ophis briefly explained the rise of the fallen. As the great war neared its end, all 3 groups had suffered significant losses. The final battle was fought between Lucifer, Azazel, and God. This ended with Azazel gravely wounded, Lucifer on the brink of death, and the biblical God dead. Red concluded his recounting of the past. Issei's face showed his astonishment, his mouth agape. He could hardly believe what Red had said. God is dead? Issei thought, still grappling with the revelation. Yes, God is dead. The other 6 princes of the underworld disappeared or perished, and several of the demon pillars were extinguished during that foolish civil war. Dying Lucifer came to me with Lilith Asmodeus, his wife, who was also on the verge of death. He asked me to find a worthy bearer while handing me Graham. He told me to observe the world over the years alongside her, explaining that Graham was a sword with consciousness. It would choose its bearer by shining a bright scarlet color. Despite not being of the same race, I could not refuse his last request and accepted, Red said as he stood, and Graham began to glow with a strong scarlet hue. Ophis also stood and placed herself beside the dragon god of dreams. Issei expressed all the astonishment and fear he felt through his expression and trembling body. Graham was a dragon-slaying sword, and he was part dragon. The sword that could kill him with just a touch was levitating in front of Great Red and slowly moving closer to him. Take it, Red commanded, causing Issei to look at him in confusion. But you said that it was an order. With those words from Red, Issei had no choice but to fall silent and obey. Slowly, Issei approached the hilt of the sword with a trembling hand. Both deities watched this with annoyance. How could the wielder of a celestial dragon be so fearful? This frustrated them both, and Red did not hesitate to express his displeasure. Stand firm. Other races may tremble, but a dragon worthy of respect never does. And don't forget that you are the Securitai, the one who stands above all. Just below us. Red glared at Issei with sharp eyes, his gaze filled with disdain. Issei swallowed hard as he tried to calm his body. Once he managed that, he looked at Graham with determination. He reached out his left hand with conviction and grasped the hilt of the sword that could easily end his life. As he did so, the sword began to shine brilliantly. The light was so intense that it temporarily blinded Issei. He rubbed his eyes with both hands, trying to regain his sight more quickly. Graham chose you as its wielder, Ophis said, looking at Issei with a smile that concealed her irritation at seeing the Securitai tremble. Where is it now? Issei's question did not need a verbal answer. By following Red's gaze, he discovered the black sword with red details resting on his left forearm. It was Graham, and it was now part of him. But why me? Why would it choose someone as pathetic as I am? Issei unintentionally voiced this thought aloud, further irritating Red, who was trying to remain calm. Those words broke Ophus's facade of tranquility. I don't want to hear you say that again, Sekirai. Ophus's firm voice paralyzed Issei, revealing that he had spoken his thoughts out loud. For Graham, we have watched you throughout your life. We witnessed your rise as a demon, your awakening as Sekirai, and your fall due to your friend's death. We observed your battles against the Phoenix. You unjustly lost the first, and in the second, you surrendered for your beloved's happiness, sacrificing your own in the process. Ophus stepped closer to Issei, who instinctively recoiled in fear. He had lowered his gaze upon hearing that they had been watching him since birth and did not lift it again, which only fueled Ophus's anger. We saw your fight against the fallen angels and your near-death experience with them. We watched your struggle to protect your family just yesterday. In all those moments, you were hurt, stumbled, and fell. Yet you rose again each time. So do not say you are pathetic. You have earned your place as Graham's chosen, and though you may think it is not much to Graham, you have proven enough. Ophus took Issei's chin and forced him to meet her gaze, making him look into her eyes. Issei could no longer distance himself from Ophus. The wall blocked him. Moreover, dragons are proud beings. Never again should you belittle yourself in front of anyone. And never lower your gaze again, Ophus said, reminding Issei of the things dragons never do. She trembled as she struggled to control her power. Nothing irritated the goddess of infinity more than seeing her own kind lack self-respect. I have not heard a response from you. The woman with black hair still held Issei's gaze, which he was doing his best to steady. This was made more difficult by the eerie glow in Ophus's eyes. Why, Ophus-sama, Issei replied, hoping that would prompt her to release him. And it did. Ophus returned to Red's side, looking at Issei with severity as she regained control of her power and emotions. Graham is now part of you, Red said with a mocking smile as he turned away, leaving Issei behind. He found the situation amusing and believed it would make Issei think twice before making the same mistakes. How do I use it? Issei asked, fearing they might leave without telling him how to summon Graham. Who knows? We were only tasked with delivering it, Red replied without even looking back at him. We expect great things from you, boy. I will call you Sekirai when you are worthy of it, Ophus said, her stern gaze unchanged, still annoyed. Try not to die, boy. Shall we go, dear? Red addressed Ophus in a somewhat playful manner as they prepared to leave. Immediately, the atmosphere fell silent. Ophus maintained a calm smile while a dark aura swirled behind her. Red was sweating nervously, and Issei processed the last words spoken by the dragon god of dreams. Hey, are you two a couple? Issei's question caught Draig's attention, who had never considered that possibility, making Red even more nervous. Nu, how could you think that? What happened was that. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted the moment. Now, Issei appeared as pale as snow, pressed against the wall, while Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, lay face down on the ground, writhing and making horn gestures with his hands. Meanwhile, Ophus remained as she was before, except now a bit of smoke was rising from her fist. Idiot, was all Ophus said before disappearing through a crack, just like when Graham had appeared. Wait, my love. That wasn't my intention. Forgive me. Red quickly got up, motivated to chase after Ophus through the crack before it closed. Issei and Draig, on the other hand, wore expressions of surprise and confusion. I like that personality of hers, Issei said, trying to ease the tension in his body. So now I'm the wielder of a super-powerful demonic sword that disappeared years ago? This changes everything, Issei thought as he gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the building. I still need to figure out how to summon Graham. The mark on my arm looks like a tattoo. Mom will kill me if she doesn't believe my explanation, Issei mentally noted, trying to start a conversation with Draig. So you're my new wielder, huh? At this, Issei looked around, thinking there might be a girl nearby from where that voice had come. Draig? Issei called out to his companion, hoping he could clarify the situation. No, silly, I'm Graham, the voice declared. Issei stopped in his tracks upon hearing that proclamation. Excuse me? Issei asked the feminine voice addressing him. Soon, he felt and saw something emerging from his left arm as the sword's mark vanished. Before him, a small black and red whirlwind began to form. As the whirlwind dispersed, Issei's eyes widened in shock. A curvaceous woman appeared, clad mostly in black armor that fitted her body well, leaving her legs exposed. Beneath the armor, there appeared to be a black dress that covered her entire body. Her legs were clad in black stockings that reached just below her knees, and her hands were covered by gloves that extended to just below her shoulders. She wore boots that matched her outfit, reaching up to her ankles. Her hair was short and loose, falling just above her shoulders, and was a nearly white blonde. Her face was angelic, yet that fierce smile added a rebellious touch. Her eyes were a similar color to her hair, with slightly slanted irises. Issei took a moment to process the situation, realizing that reacting with astonishment would be foolish given what had just happened. He decided to approach the matter calmly and suggested they go home to talk more comfortably. He mentioned that she should remove her armor to avoid drawing attention, adding almost inaudibly that he was hungry. Graham agreed to his request, and a dark mass enveloped her body for just a few seconds. When it dissipated, Issei was taken aback, as Graham appeared completely unclothed and seemed unaware of the implications of her state. The brown-haired boy struggled to form a coherent thought upon seeing Graham. He turned away, trying to clear his mind and suppress any inappropriate thoughts. Classes proceeded normally during the first PRD, followed by a 10-minute break before the second PRD began. During this time, Issei chatted briefly with Kiryu. When lunch arrived after the second PRD, Issei gathered his things and headed to the cafeteria to buy lunch, having not prepared anything that morning. As agreed, he needed to go to the old building to have lunch with Sauna and Tsubaki. The line for lunch was long, and he felt increasingly burdened by the taunts of some male students who openly mocked him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to order a sandwich and a bottle of water, handed to him rather brusquely by the student working in the cafeteria that day. Some students watched the scene unfold but were too afraid to intervene, having been targets of the same teasing. They could only stand by, lamenting their inability to help the brown-haired boy they believed had changed. Issei opted for something quick, eager to leave the cafeteria as soon as possible. He had lost his appetite due to the unpleasant situation but didn't want to be the only one without food during the gathering, not wanting to make the girls uncomfortable. He walked calmly toward the old building, trying to calm the frustration he had just experienced. At the entrance, Sauna and Tsubaki awaited him with peaceful expressions. He apologized for his delay, explaining that he had to buy lunch since he hadn't brought any. By this point, he had managed to calm down considerably. Sauna reassured him that it was understandable and suggested they go inside. She opened the door to the old building, followed by Tsubaki, with Issei closing the door behind him. They walked silently through the hallways until they reached the office that had once been occupied by the president of the Occult Research Club. Upon entering, Sauna and Tsubaki settled onto one of the sofas, preparing to unpack the food they had brought. Issei, on the other hand, only took out his bottle of water, opened it, and took a sip before setting it aside. He felt a wave of sadness wash over him due to the departure of his friends and the comments he had received in the cafeteria. Nervousness crept in at the presence of Sauna and Tsubaki, and he tried to distract himself by thinking of something else. He asked Sauna about her concerns, wanting to move past the topic quickly. However, his tone revealed his underlying sadness, which did not go unnoticed by his companions. Sauna admitted that her inquiry was merely an excuse to have lunch with him, noting that he had just returned and that rumors spread quickly. This confession surprised Issei, as he hadn't expected such a response. While Sauna had her own questions, what Issei truly needed at that moment was to vent. She explained that she had invited him when other students were around to prevent rumors from spreading easily, and that Tsubaki was there to avoid causing him more trouble just by having lunch and talking with her. Sauna smiled gently at him, quickly shifting her intentions to discuss something else. Issei expressed his gratitude, unsure of what else to say. He had never spoken to President Shirtorai in such a manner before. Until now, he had only received a few reprimands from her. He never imagined he would be conversing with her as if she were a friend. Sauna asked if he felt better, suggesting that the paper points had held everything in place for now. Issei confirmed this, thanking her for her help and nervously mentioning that he supposed there would be no more issues with the perverted trio, disbanded. Sauna remarked that while their separation benefited the female students, it wasn't the only issue they faced. Issei was taken aback, unable to believe there were more problems beyond their group. He felt somewhat foolish, recalling the taunts he had endured in the cafeteria, which were new to him. Sauna explained that bullying among students had always existed. The only difference was that, for a time, the animosity had been directed toward them. This was partly why they hadn't expelled them from school, which further surprised Issei. He reflected on how, despite their actions, they had inadvertently done something good for the school. He gazed to the side with a hint of melancholy, never expecting that their misbehavior could have a positive impact. Tsubaki, noticing Issei's somber mood, asked if he was okay. Concerned for him, which was unusual for her. She joined the conversation. Issei assured them he was fine, simply reminiscing about old. However, it was evident to both girls that he was hiding his sadness. Tsubaki looked at him with a faintly sad expression, while Sauna regarded him with a serious demeanor. They had finished speculating about what had happened to the young Hayadu and had come quite close to the truth. Issei tried to change the subject, asking if the student council was preparing for their upcoming event. He wanted to talk about something lighter, but no matter how hard he tried to find a topic, he kept recalling that moment in the cafeteria. Sauna replied that they had only been in school for 4 months, and it was too early for the council to be thinking about that. Their studies were the priority for now. She put away the little food she had left, feeling no longer hungry. Like her companion, she noticed that he had quickly shifted the conversation. Issei asked if she had thought about what she would do with her position as president of the club. This question caught Issei's attention, and he looked at the long-haired girl with curiosity. He thought the club had dissolved with the departure of Rias. He almost made a slip by referring to Rias as "my queen," which did not go unnoticed by Sauna and Tsubaki. Sauna explained that the club would automatically dissolve in a week due to not meeting the established rules for clubs at the academy. They couldn't forcibly close it, even if they wanted to, they had to follow the protocols. But if Issei didn't plan to act as president, he just needed to wait, and he wouldn't face any penalties for the club's closure. This reassured him as he wondered how he would recruit members for the club. Issei expressed that he didn't want to be the president and decided he would just wait. The place fell silent for a while as Tsubaki finished her lunch and put away her container. Issei pondered why someone like Sauna wanted to talk to him, someone he considered a burden, unworthy of being in the school due to the harm he had caused to the young women there. At that moment, he admitted that some students' words held a lot of truth. Sauna had used a small spell to listen to Issei's thoughts and felt a bit annoyed by what she heard. So, she decided to offer some words of encouragement to the young Sekyudai. Issei nervously called out to Sauna, who looked at him with curiosity. He spoke before she could respond, asking why she acted this way with him, noting that he had never seen her do it with anyone else. Sauna simply replied that she was curious to know how the fierce and feared, perverted beast of the academy felt after the departure of his friends. Issei felt a bit hurt by her description but was willing to accept any criticism from her. Sauna reassured him that in her eyes, he was not a beast but a person broken by accusations, lonely after losing his friends, fearful for his life after the accident, hurt by the harmful words of a few, and pretending to be fine to avoid worrying others. She stood up from the sofa and approached Issei, who was looking down, unwilling to meet her gaze. Sauna continued, saying that despite everything, he was someone who moved forward and did not dwell in the past. The beast hid a vulnerable and kind person. Issei trembled, unable to lift his head as he listened to her words. Sauna expressed that he was a shy person with whom she wouldn't mind having lunch and chatting again. She admired his strength. At this point, Issei squeezed his eyes shut, trying in vain to control his tears. He managed to thank her quietly as he calmed down. Unbeknownst to him, Tsubaki's eyes widened in surprise as Sauna raised her hand, intending to comfort him by patting his head, but she hesitated halfway. She apologized for making him cry and told him he could go home if he wished. Regretting that she couldn't talk to him a bit longer, she quickly left, followed closely by Tsubaki, who was still somewhat stunned by what had just happened. In her hurried departure, Sauna forgot her container with the little food she had left. Issei didn't mind their sudden exit, but Sauna's last words meant a lot to him. After classes, student council. Sauna arrived at the council room after the last PRD had ended. Throughout her walk from class to the council, she couldn't stop thinking about her encounter with Hayadu Issei. She watched him leave from the student council window, wearing a serious expression. Even though she had allowed him to leave, she decided to stay and finish her classes, which she appreciated. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Tsubaki approached to answer and let in a woman. The woman greeted Tsubaki, who returned the greeting with courtesy and a hint of happiness. Sauna asked how she had emotionally seen the Sekyudai. The woman, who had long black hair that turned dark violet at the tips, was dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and a red ribbon at her neck. Her violet eyes held a calm gaze similar to Sauna's. Mal felt very bad about himself, and he wasn't helping the situation when some students teased him. Rias had been right when she told them that he lost his emotional stability after that night. Sauna reflected as she looked at her mother, confirming that it was indeed her mother she was referring to. After all, Rias had told them the truth, and Sauna had thought she was exaggerating. Sauna's mother acknowledged this with a sigh. Tsubaki entered the room, presenting a folder filled with papers to Sauna's mother, Sarah. Here are the papers you requested, Tsubaki said, handing over the folder. Thank you, Tsubaki-chan, Sarah replied with a small smile. Sarah then informed Sauna that there had been some minor activity from rogue demons, who seemed to be searching for food. Do you want me to prepare my servants? Sauna asked as she took a seat at the desk. It seemed strange to her that her mother was concerned about rogue demons. They usually left them alone since they posed no threat to humans. No, it was just a minor movement. They will likely leave again tonight. I will tell Grafia to send for the Sekirei, Sarah said, beginning to write something down. But, Mom, he's still recovering from his injury. What if something bad happens? Sauna questioned, her worry evident as she looked at her mother. It doesn't matter. I want to see how he handles situations like this. If he needs help, you will go assist him, Sarah justified her decision. Although Sauna was not entirely convinced, she decided to follow her mother's orders, who then disappeared through a magic circle. Issei is strong, Sauna thought he will manage, Tsubaki encouraged, noticing Sauna's concern. It's not his strength I'm worried about, Tsubaki. It's his mental state. Just over a week ago, he let a fallen angel go, and who knows if it will cause problems again. I'm worried that if any renegades show up, they might deceive him, Sauna said, gazing out the window towards where Issei had vanished. In the underworld, Gremory Mansion, things had been very calm since Rias and her servants moved to the Phoenix territory. The clan leaders spent their time in the garden, in the library, or simply playing with their only grandchild. Grafia was diligently performing her duties as the maid of the Gremory household and as the personal maid of King Lucifer. She was currently organizing some papers that Lord Gremory had requested, as she needed to present the clan's progress to the Demon Council that night, a monthly obligation for all clans. Grafia-sama, a younger maid interrupted her. Sarah Citri-sama has come to visit you. She said she has something to discuss. She is waiting for you in the living room on the ground floor, the young maid informed. Thank you very much, I will go right away. You can return to your tasks, Grafia replied, hurrying to finish organizing the papers. Once she completed her task, Grafia headed to where Sarah was waiting. Upon arrival, she saw Sarah seated on one of the sofas, sipping tea and chatting with the young maid who had notified her. With your permission, I will take my leave, the young maid said before exiting the room, having returned with Sarah until Grafia arrived out of courtesy. It's a pleasure to see you again, Sarah-sama, Grafia greeted with a slight bow and a faint smile. The same goes for you, Grafia. I'm glad to see you well, Sarah replied with a maternal smile. What is the reason for your visit? Grafia inquired, returning to the main topic of their meeting. I will be brief as I have other matters to attend to, Sarah said, placing her teacup on the table. I want the Sekirei to take care of part of the territory in Kuo. This surprised Grafia, causing her to widen her eyes slightly and adopt a serious expression. What is the reason for this request? Grafia asked, her tone unexpectedly firm. Sarah had never heard her speak like that unless it was about her son, Milikas. I want to see how well he handles situations like hunting rogue demons or capturing rogue demons, Sarah explained seriously, taking on a professional demeanor. He is still injured. It will be dangerous to give him part of the territory now, Grafia stated, trying to dissuade Sarah from her intentions. It is precisely for that reason that I want this. I want to see how well he manages while injured. Don't worry, Sona and her servants will be watching over him, just like I will. Sarah seemed to understand that Grafia had a certain affection for Issei for some unknown reason. The maid remained silent, looking at the ground seriously, contemplating Sarah's words. She didn't want to put Issei at risk due to their bond, especially since he had the only sure cure for her daughter's anomaly. After some thought, she ultimately decided to accept, as it would be unusual not to. She was confident that Sarah would keep her word to watch over Issei and support him if necessary. Very well, Sarah-sama. But promise me that you will help him if it becomes necessary, Grafia insisted, wanting to ensure that Sarah would indeed assist Issei if needed. As I said before, Sona and her servants, along with me, will be watching over him, Sarah assured Grafia. The silver-haired maid raised her hand and created a magic circle showing the city of Kuro, which appeared entirely in icy blue. Gradually, half of the city began to turn a scarlet red. Curiously, that part had the least renegade activity. This did not go unnoticed by Sarah, but she chose not to comment. She understood that Grafia was likely protecting Issei either at Rias's request or for some other reason. Whatever the case, she would find out sooner or later. This part will be the one the Sekirei will guard. I hope he lives up to his word, Sarah, Graphia said, looking Sarah in the eyes with a cold expression. I will not go back on my word, Graphia, Sarah replied seriously. Graphia stood and bowed in gratitude to Sarah, who watched her with a serious curiosity about the maid's behavior. She also noticed that Graphia seemed slightly agitated and felt that her aura had diminished significantly. As Graphia attempted to straighten up, she became dizzy and lost her balance. Before she could fall to the ground, Sarah quickly rushed to assist her. Sarah called for the maids to help her, her voice filled with urgency. For some reason, Graphia had fallen unconscious, causing Sarah great concern. 2 maids and 2 soldiers rushed in at her call. Without wasting a moment, Sarah ordered the maids to take Graphia to her bed and instructed the soldiers to inform King Lucifer about the situation. They quickly complied, and after the soldiers left, Sarah followed the maids. In the underworld, Lucifer Castle. The news of Graphia's condition reached Serzex swiftly while he was in a meeting with the Demon Council and the other demon kings. A demon shouted from behind the door of the meeting room, announcing that Sarah Citri had sent them. She reported that Graphia Lucifuge had suffered an unexpected fainting spell. Serzex immediately rose from his seat, beginning to create a magical circle to reach his wife as quickly as possible. However, he was interrupted by a voice from one of the council's most influential demons. Wait, Lucifer. You plan to leave just like that? Your wife can wait. We will not tolerate you abandoning this meeting so easily, the demon asserted, attempting to assert his authority. Tensions had already risen between the demon kings and the council, and despite their high status, the kings often complied with the council's orders. But the disrespect shown towards his partner pushed King Lucifer's patience to its limit, and he did not hesitate to unleash his power. Many council members felt a chill of fear, yet the demon remained steadfast, though terrified inside. I will not allow you to speak of my wife in such a disgusting manner, you old fool, Serzex declared, surprising everyone with his harsh words. You will not dictate how I handle my family. In response, a sphere of demonic power shot toward the demon's face, but it vanished just inches from its target, leaving only a breeze that stirred King Lucifer's long hair, who remained unfazed by the incident. The red-haired king raised his hand, and 4 spheres of destruction power appeared around the demon, intimidating him. Even the demon, despite being older than King Lucifer, could not match the mastery of his clan's power. Do not forget that I was chosen as King Lucifer, the strongest of the 4 who have existed, Serzex warned. At those words, the other council members stood up, ready to challenge Serzex for his insolence. But a flurry of ice spikes erupted from the ground, halting the demons as they threatened vital points on their bodies. These spikes were conjured by a short woman with a youthful appearance, violet eyes, and black hair, dressed in a sleek black outfit. She glared at the demons with fury and seriousness, a look not seen in a long time. Erica had not been this alert in a long time, and Serzex was pleased to know that his companions supported him. She acknowledged that it might seem like she was always asleep during these meetings, but her mind was always aware of what was happening. Her body needed rest, not her mind. She was also a Mao, possessing the most powerful defensive technique. An orange aura enveloped her and her fellow Mao. Serzex expressed gratitude, indicating that they would settle accounts with the council later. The council members trembled in fear at the thought of their imminent fate if they could not resolve the situation. Ajuka reassured them that they would reach an agreement, hoping it would be peaceful, before Serzex departed with the 2 demons who had delivered the news. He warned them not to speak of this to anyone, or they would face dire consequences. The Mao Lucifer was known for his kindness towards the soldiers and servants, so receiving such a strong threat from him frightened the 2 soldiers, who vowed to keep the secret. At the Gremory mansion, Serzex arrived at the entrance and, using his maximum speed, rushed to where Graphia was being cared for by 2 maids and Sarah. Sarah, concerned, asked why he had taken so long. Serzex explained that it was the council's fault and inquired about Graphia's condition. Sarah decided to fetch something for Graphia to eat, instructing Serzex to ensure she did not fall asleep again. Taking advantage of the moment alone, Serzex called upon Azazel, the governor of the fallen. Azazel appeared through a magic circle, expressing that it was not a good time. Serzex informed him that Graphia's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and Azazel's expression turned grim. He promised to begin training the boy as soon as possible but mentioned he had pressing matters to resolve in his territory, including the disappearance of important documents. He needed to find out who had stolen them and quickly ended the conversation. The relationship between the main leaders of the factions was meant to remain secret, at least for now. Surzex could only hope that Issei would learn to harness his healing power to help his wife. He reassured Grafia that everything would be fine, to which she responded with a weak smile. In the human world, at the Hyudu residence, Kyuko began preparing dinner with Takeda, as they now needed to cook for 5 people. The unexpected arrival of Akemi and Yami was surprising, but they took it in stride. Takeda watched Kyuko chop vegetables for the soup, and memories of a terrifying night flashed through his mind. He shook his head to dispel the thoughts but felt the same helplessness he had experienced that day. He silently vowed to ask Issei for help training so he could protect Kyuko. Kyuko noticed Takeda's contemplative demeanor and sensed he was blaming himself for recent events. She, too, had felt fear during that time. She was grateful for Issei's presence to support them. Takeda must have felt terrible for not being able to help more. Issei had grown physically strong but remained mentally and emotionally unstable. Kyuko realized she hadn't seen him smile genuinely in a long time. She understood that Issei did not want to become a demon, but if he had remained human, perhaps she wouldn't be in this situation. She wished for him to return to the carefree young man he once was, but he was no longer human, and his current problems could not be treated lightly. Kyuko could only advise, support, and motivate him to move forward and find happiness again. Meanwhile, Takeda was teaching Akemi and Yami how to behave in various everyday situations. However, Issei couldn't stop thinking about why the fallen angels and some demons were hunting him. He decided not to dwell on it further and focused on ensuring Akemi and Yami understood how to act in different circumstances. Later that night, Kyuko and Takeda returned to their room and fell asleep, while Akemi and Yami were in Issei's room. Issei was training in his garden, careful not to make any sudden movements as he wanted to maintain his physical fitness. Drake had informed him that the sutures had aided his recovery, and while the wound was closed on the outside, it could reopen with a hard impact. As he was doing push-ups, a magic circle from the Gremory house appeared nearby. He quickly stood up and prepared himself to greet whoever arrived. To his surprise, a young girl about the same height and age as Kaneko appeared. She was trembling, wearing the female uniform of Kuo Academy, holding a letter in one hand and a somewhat large box in the other. Her short blonde hair framed her face, and her blood-red eyes looked at Issei with nervousness and fear. She stammered, holding out the letter, and Issei approached slowly, trying not to frighten her further. He took the letter gently, attempting to convey calmness, even though it seemed difficult. He reassured her that he meant no harm. "My name is Issei, and it's a pleasure to meet you," he introduced himself, trying to start a conversation with the young woman while checking the sender of the letter, discovering it was Grafia. But when he looked up, the girl was already gone. Just as she had appeared, she vanished. It struck him as odd, but he couldn't blame her. She seemed too nervous even to deliver a letter. Issei opened the letter to read its contents. "Hi Udu Issei, through this medium, I would like to inform you that you have been assigned half of the territory of Kuo City to protect it from the renegade demons and to report on the deserting demons for their capture and return to their respective clans. You will receive financial assistance from now on, provided you send me a report with all the details of what occurs in your part of the territory. Sincerely, Grafia Lucifuge." Immediately after reading the letter, Issei entered his house to prepare for his departure. "What's going on, partner? Why are you so serious?" Drake asked, somewhat concerned about Issei's demeanor after reading the note. "Grafia didn't write that note. Someone else did," Issei replied, surprising the dragon. "And how are you so sure of that?" Drake had a valid point. How did Issei know that the letter wasn't from the maid? "You saw my memories with her, Drake. There's no need to be so formal. Besides, she had sent me letters before," Issei explained, countering Drake's doubt with another solid point. Once he was ready, Issei glanced at Akemi and Yami, who were peacefully sleeping in his bed. "Are you going to take them with you?" Issei had been avoiding spending more time with them because he felt nervous talking to such lovely girls. He took a deep breath and approached to wake them. "Why not? They can help me if something goes wrong," he said, gently shaking Akemi to wake her. Issei?" the young girl with blue eyes asked, still a bit drowsy. "Sorry for waking you up so late, but I need you to come with me. It's a surveillance mission, so put on your armor in case something happens," Issei said, glancing at the window out of the corner of his eye. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Issei calmly headed to the door of his room. Once outside, he quickly made his way to the garden of his house, looking around for anyone. Drake had told him that someone was watching from the window, but as soon as he stepped into the garden, that presence vanished, according to the dragon. "So, what happened?" Akemi asked, accompanied by her sister, who had her arms crossed behind her head. How annoying to be awake so late. I'm tired, Yami complained, clearly irritated at being up at such late hours. Believe me, I don't like this either, but it's necessary. We'll take a quick look around and be back before 3, Issei said, checking the time on his phone and letting that moment pass, although he promised to be more attentive. I'd be fine with it. If we didn't have to accompany you to school tomorrow, Yami grumbled, knowing they would try to return as soon as possible. I still don't want you to come to school with me. I want to spend a little more time alone, Issei replied as he headed toward the entrance of his house. Did something particular happen? Akemi asked, the more understanding of the two in such cases. Nothing in particular. Just that I have things to think about, and honestly, I don't want to worry you with trivial matters, Issei said, aware that both Akemi and Yami could sense his thoughts when they were with him unconsciously. This made both sisters feel a bit uneasy, as they believed Issei didn't trust them enough to share what troubled him. Meanwhile, they often turned to him with their own questions and discomforts. Thus began the night for the three young people, who would dedicate themselves to watching over some of the streets of the city for a long time. Kuo City, 2 a.m. One of the smaller but well-stocked stores in the city was experiencing unexpected visitors. Four beings were silently stealing all the merchandise it had. Hurry up. We still need to find more food, whispered a woman with green eyes and long black hair. She wore black jeans, a white blouse, and a pale green coat. Hideki raised his voice slightly in a whisper, urging his daughter not to shout. Aiko looked at what her daughter was holding and asked if she was going to share it with the other children. 2 weeks had passed since Issei fought against Ryanair and the Fallen Angels. Thursday night marked the deadline that Calawarner had set, and Issei was well aware of it. This knowledge sometimes kept him awake at night. He knew the results might be somewhat disappointing, but the intrigue lingered, and he was eager to learn about the blue-haired woman. He hadn't mentioned anything to his parents, not wanting them to worry or decide to accompany him. The same went for Akemi and Yami. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, he just didn't want them to be concerned. He was confident it would be quick. It was midnight, and all the other inhabitants were asleep. He was finishing up his preparations to head to the meeting place. As he put on his shirt, he accidentally bumped the chair at his desk, causing it to scrape against the bed. The noise was enough to wake Akemi. Issei? Where are you going? She asked, her voice still sleepy. Yami, who was already somewhat uncomfortable, stirred awake. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Although Issei had planned to go and return quickly without anyone noticing, he hadn't considered that Akemi and Yami would wake up from such a small sound. They had started sleeping in the same bed with him a few nights ago, something he wasn't entirely comfortable with but was gradually getting used to. He regretted being careless and making noise. I'm just going to train a bit and keep an eye on the city. Issei quickly came up with an excuse, hoping to dissuade Akemi and Yami from being interested, but he failed. Are you sure? Akemi asked, looking at him with a doubtful expression. Of course, Issei replied, feeling a bit nervous. He was surprised at how quickly they had begun to develop their personalities, becoming somewhat inscrutable to him. It had seemed easy at first, but it was becoming more complicated. Look me in the eyes. Having spent a lot of time with Kyuko, the two sisters had learned about Issei's physical quirks when he lied, including his inability to maintain direct eye contact. Although he managed to hold his gaze initially, he eventually faltered and looked away. You're lying, Akemi said, always attentive to his gaze. Issei couldn't refute her words and simply nodded, feeling embarrassed for trying to lie so openly. Sorry. I need to go pick up some papers from a fallen angel outside the city, he admitted, knowing he couldn't come up with another excuse without them realizing he was lying again. But Drake told us that the fallen angels, like some demons, are looking to hunt you, and now you have to go receive papers from one of your enemies? Yami questioned, unconvinced by his explanation, and rightly so. Now that you mention it, it does sound hard to believe, but it's the truth, Issei said, aware that both sisters were starting to distrust him. It was also a bit more complicated to explain. We'll go with you, and you better hope what you're saying is true, Akemi said, stepping closer to Issei with a threatening look. It was clear she was fed up with the secrets he had been keeping. Issei couldn't believe that the kindest of the sisters was now looking at him in a way that made him feel small in comparison. And if you refuse, we'll tell your parents right now, Yami added, intensifying the pressure on him. Issei felt trapped. All right, just calm down and don't wake them, he relented, giving in to the demands of both sisters. Good. What are you waiting for? Take us, Akemi said, transforming into her sword form and entering Issei's arm. Yami followed suit with the other arm. Defeated, Issei began to walk toward the exit of his home. The journey to the meeting place started off completely silent in his mind. He realized this was because Akemi and Yami were upset with him and wouldn't speak until they calmed down. He didn't want to think about anything either, as they would hear his thoughts. He needed to find a way to resolve this quickly. He didn't want them both in his head when something important happened or when he was in other situations. Although he admitted that the silence in his head with both swords was somewhat strange, he also didn't want to stop hearing their voices. Taking advantage of the empty streets, Yami decided to exit Issei and walk beside him, though she still seemed somewhat annoyed. Akemi mirrored her sister's actions but appeared more at ease. Both were wearing their armor, as Issei hadn't yet fulfilled his promise to buy them some clothes. He regretted this, as he had previously carried part of Akemi's armor and realized how heavy it was. "Sorry for not telling you the truth all those times I kept things from you," Issei began, trying to apologize. However, he received no response from either of them. This indicated to him that he needed to continue his apology. "I know you think I don't trust you, but it's the opposite. I trust you both a lot. The reason I don't share my problems is to keep you from worrying," he continued, hoping one of them would respond. "I know Yami won't admit it, but every time you did that, it hurt us. We felt like we weren't trusted, because of our origins." Akemi spoke with a pained tone, revealing that Issei's actions had genuinely hurt her. Meanwhile, Yami stood with her arms crossed behind her head, looking away. Deep down, she felt the same as her sister, but for some reason she was too proud to admit it. Issei began to feel remorse for his actions. How could he have forgotten that Akemi and Yami learned to feel like everyone else? How had he not realized sooner that they cared for him just as much as his parents did? "I'm sorry." The brown-haired boy struggled to find the right words to apologize for his actions, so he simply expressed his regret. Akemi, with a sad smile, encouraged him to share his thoughts and trust them more. She understood that it would be difficult for him, but she held on to hope that he would keep that promise. The group fell into a quiet moment, allowing the emotions from the earlier situation to fade gradually. Yami broke the silence by asking if he had run into that JRK again, referring to Saji. The brown-haired boy admitted he hadn't, nor had he made an effort to find him, recalling a secret spot he had discovered for lunch to avoid classmates who still held some resentment. This led Akemi to inquire about how many pieces he had used to revive himself. He simply stated that he had used all 8 pieces of pawn, not wanting to dwell on the brief conversation he had with the blonde. Yami, slightly annoyed by the memory of the insults they had received from that stupid blonde, pressed him further, questioning why he hadn't mentioned it if he had used all the pieces. The brown-haired boy shrugged, saying it didn't matter to him how many pieces had been used on Saji. He assured them that he wouldn't be the one to fall unconscious in a fight. Akemi, intrigued by his tone, asked if he was serious. He reminded them that during their last fight together, Saji had been the first to fall unconscious, leaving him to defeat the rogue demon alone. This recollection brought back memories of Asia's tragic fate. Yami then asked what he had discussed with the deserters the other night, recalling that he hadn't taken them with him. They were nearing the city's exit as he explained that he had learned some details about their escape, including that there were at least 200 people involved. The leaders were Asa, Aiko, Hajime, and Hideki, with Asa being the most influential in decision-making. Akemi, curious, wanted to know if they were the strongest. He explained their hierarchy, surprising the girls. Yami questioned why Aiko, the strongest, wasn't the one making the decisions. The brown-haired boy clarified that all 4 were leaders, but Asa had the personality to lead effectively. He mentioned having faced them the other night to gauge their strength, which surprised and slightly annoyed the sisters. Realizing their discomfort, he quickly reassured them that it had only been a warm-up, nothing serious. Their expressions relaxed at this. He continued, recalling that the encounter reminded him of training sessions with his clan, although he noted that his opponents had weakened over time. He shared that they had offered to help him train, and he planned to visit them occasionally. Akemi eagerly asked if they could accompany him, to which he agreed, also mentioning his commitment to assist them in gathering food and resources. Yami questioned if he intended to steal, and he explained that he would buy what he could with his earnings from contracts and the new funding for territory protection, but he wouldn't rule out the possibility of needing to steal. As they approached their destination, Drake warned him that they were close. The dragon sensed a potential danger and alerted him to the presence of others. The brown-haired boy reassured Drake that he felt capable with his companions by his side, but the dragon cautioned him not to be overconfident. Meanwhile, Calawarner, accompanied by 3 others, arrived at the meeting place through a magic circle. Beside her stood a man with brown eyes and black hair, dressed in black pants and a white shirt. A little distance away, a girl with blue hair and brown eyes played with a boy who had black hair and amber eyes. They were both dressed casually, their clothes slightly dirty from playing in the dirt. The man, Kay, questioned Calawarner about whether their target would arrive. She assured him that he was close and not alone, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation as she sensed the powerful auras accompanying the Securitai. Kay was taken aback by the overwhelming presence of both demonic and angelic auras, realizing they overshadowed even that of the dragon. Calawarner expressed her growing concern about disobeying orders, having gradually gathered information. Kay urged her to seek freedom from her obligations, fearing for her safety and the well-being of their children. As the brown-haired boy emerged from the trees with two girls, Calawarner felt a mix of nerves and determination. She greeted him, and he responded warmly, asking her to call him Issei instead of using formal titles, which helped to ease her tension. Kay also relaxed but still felt a bit nervous. Akemi and Yami directed their gaze toward the children, who had recently stopped playing. "Here is the information you requested," Akemi said, handing Issei a rather large folder. The brown-haired boy accepted it graciously while observing how Akemi and Yami were being watched by the little girl, who displayed a curious expression toward them, which surprised him. After a few moments, they began to play with the little girl, who seemed to be having a great time. Issei found it amusing and commented that it seemed they got along instantly while he started to flip through the folder. The boy, who had been behind Kay, ran up to stand in front of Issei with an annoyed expression. Issei noticed this, closed the folder, and looked at the boy, curious about what he would do next. "Why did you send my mom to kill her?" The boy's serious expression turned into one of total surprise upon hearing the child's shout. Calawarner quickly covered the boy's mouth and began apologizing profusely to Issei. Kay turned pale at his son's words, fearing he had offended the young Securitai. "Please excuse my son's disrespect. He's only 7 years old," Calawarner hurriedly apologized while kneeling to plead for forgiveness. Kay mirrored her actions, placing his forehead on the ground to show he accepted his inferiority to the person before him. The little girl watched this, confused, just like Akemi and Yami. They had all been playing just moments ago when they heard the boy's outburst. Issei looked at them and shrugged, not quite understanding why Calawarner and the man were kneeling before him for something so trivial. It was just a question. A strong question, but nothing more. He squatted down and looked seriously at the boy, who showed no fear toward him. Issei understood the boy wanted answers, and he would provide them gently. At this point, the little boy had separated from his mother and was staring firmly at the Sekirai. "I will tell you," Issei said with a serious face, causing the boy's parents to look up, slightly alarmed. "Your mother did some bad things for a while, and it affected me in a certain way. One night I went to visit a friend, and on the way, I encountered some fallen angels who were up to no good. Your mother was there too." The boy looked at his mother, astonished and fearful, beginning to reason why she would be with the bad ones. "They tried to kill me to take something very important from me. I was scared. They were more than I was and likely stronger. And I wasn't wrong. Your mother was one of the strongest," Issei recounted, looking at Calawarner, who had tears forming in her eyes, fearful of what Issei would reveal to her little boy. "I decided not to be afraid, and I managed to defeat 2 of them. I still had to defeat 2 more, including your mother. But I was already too injured to keep fighting, and she was too. It was then that one of them escaped, leaving your mother to her fate. But I let your mother live because she did everything she did for you, for your sister, for your safety," Issei explained, astonishing the boy, who struggled to understand what had just been said. "The fallen angel who escaped threatened your mother, telling her that if she didn't follow her orders, she would harm you." At these words, the boy looked sadly at his mother, who now wore a calm expression. "Your mother agreed to give me information about my enemies, including one of the leaders of the fallen angels. She did this to try to make up for the harm she caused. But I never thought you would be put at such risk, Calawarner," Issei concluded, looking at her disapprovingly. "I just thought it would be for the best," Calawarner said, rising from the ground alongside Kay. By this point, the little girl and the blonde sisters had returned to playing, this time hide and seek. "I didn't defeat you that day because you said you wanted to protect your family, but you put yourself in mortal danger for something like this? Anyway, thank you for the information," Issei said, somewhat annoyed by the determination the blue-haired woman had shown. Kay and Calawarner called the little girl to go home. Both had given up on the idea of asking him to break the contract after hearing the last tone of his voice. "I'll tell you something I hope will help you in the future. Never bow your head like that or kneel before me, or anyone who doesn't have your respect. You are strong, Calawarner. I remember that well. And you are strong too, you shouldn't be afraid of everything, Issei said, both fallen angels looking at him with gratitude for his words, though they still couldn't hide their sadness at not being able to break the contract. Especially Calawarner, who still felt the weight of the young Security's claim regarding her exposure to mortal danger. Calawarner, never allow your family to be threatened the way she did. You are strong enough to protect your family, but you can be even stronger. Train to achieve that, and if you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask, Issei said, looking at the blue-haired woman with a smile. All right, Isagama, thank you very much. We will see you in 2 weeks, Calawarner replied, taking note of the advice Issei had given them. Her family gathered, preparing to create a magic circle beneath them that would take them home. Calawarner, Issei called out to the fallen angel from a considerable distance. You can stop spying on your leaders, live your normal life. And don't forget what I told you, he said, raising a hand in farewell, just like Akemi and Yami, who were also saying goodbye to the little girl. And the next time we meet, make sure to introduce me properly to your family. Issei added with a smile, which made Calawarner blush, embarrassed for forgetting that detail. But she wasn't the only one. The man felt the same, as he was also the father of the children and could introduce himself. Why did you tell him not to bring you more information? Yami asked, looking at Issei with intrigue. If he put himself in danger for this information. I can't imagine what other risks he might have faced just for a couple of papers, Issei replied, looking at the young girl with amber eyes. By the way, Akemi asked about the friend Issei had mentioned in his story. Issei replied calmly that they would visit her since they were returning home. Yami, admiring a red flower she had picked up, inquired if the friend knew about the supernatural. Akemi mirrored her actions with a similar white flower. Issei confirmed that she had helped him for a time. As they walked toward the forest, Issei took a different path, moving in silence with Akemi and Yami following closely behind. The journey took them about 10 minutes. When they arrived, Issei stopped beside a river, where a large tree cast a deep shadow. A ray of moonlight broke through the leaves, illuminating a spot on the ground. There, they found a mossy stone with an inscription in Italian. Akemi and Yami quickly realized it was the grave of Issei's friend. They understood the name inscribed there, but the rest was unclear. Issei translated it for them, Asia Argento, dear friend. Yami, feeling a pang of sadness for Issei, asked how she had died, noting that he had never mentioned it before, nor the reason behind his wound. Issei explained that Drake had taught them about sacred gears. He shared that when a sacred gear is forcibly removed from its host, the host inevitably dies, and the extraction process is torturous. He revealed that Asia had died that way, killed by a fallen angel named Ryanair, who had also inflicted his abdominal injury. Issei knelt to place the flowers beside the stone, reminiscing about how this had been their favorite spot to spend afternoons together. As they had been secret friends, she belonged to the church, while he was a demon. With a sad smile, he reflected on their hidden friendship. Akemi then asked if he had loved Asia, prompting Issei to ponder a question he had never considered before. Did he love Asia? Did she love him? A flood of memories began to swirl in his mind. He felt a twinge of pain in his head as he recalled how happy Asia's smile made him, but he struggled to focus on just one thought as memories piled up. He cherished the time they spent together and wished those moments would never end. Akemi reminded him that Kyuko had said love was about caring for the other person. Issei recalled a voice from the past, sweet yet tinged with sadness and concern, telling him to be more careful. He remembered a moment when he had jokingly declared himself the Red Power Ranger, wearing a motorcycle helmet, a red cape, and holding an empty water gun. In his excitement, he had tripped over the cape and fallen in a comical manner, making Asia laugh, a sound that brought him joy despite the fall. Yami continued, saying that love is about helping someone become better. She hoped for a response from Issei, who was lost in thought. He remembered Asia's concern for him, urging him to stop spying on girls while they changed, warning him that it could lead to trouble and that he could use that time to study or spend time with her instead. Issei had promised to try to change his ways, not wanting to see her sad. He felt a deep pain when he remembered how close Asia had come to tears over his foolishness. He vowed to do better, not wanting to hurt her anymore. Asia had smiled at him, and when she kissed his cheek, it filled his heart with warmth. He cherished that moment, realizing he loved her and wanted to see her happy. As he reflected, Drake's voice echoed in his mind, asking if he truly loved Asia. Issei admitted that he had loved her but realized it too late, tears streaming down his face as he mourned the loss of the one person who might have returned his feelings. In silence, he wept, comforted by Akemi and Yami, who tried to understand the depth of his sorrow. He whispered apologies, regretting that he hadn't recognized his feelings sooner. Issei, filled with sadness and pain, expressed his remorse for Asia, tears streaming down his face. He struggled to contain his emotions, trying not to disturb the girls with him. After a while, he regained his composure and looked sorrowfully at the stone bearing the name of his beloved, which was dampened by his tears. Once fully recovered, he straightened up, still gazing at Asia's name etched in the stone. Taking a deep breath, he began walking toward the city to return home. Akemi and Yami exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of sadness for Issei, before turning their attention to the stone that marked the name of the one he loved. Soon after, they hurried to catch up with him. Issei was reviewing the documents Calawarner had given him before leaving. He felt calmer now, and for some reason, there was a sense of peace settling in his mind and heart. He soon sensed Akemi and Yami running up to him. When they reached his side, neither of them dared to mention what had just happened. Issei acknowledged their unspoken concerns, assuring them he would share everything in due time, but he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Yami, speaking softly for the first time, reassured him that they would try to understand, even if it was difficult. Akemi added that if he ever needed someone to listen, they would be there for him, offering a warm smile that brightened Issei's mood. Grateful, Issei thanked them before returning his focus to the papers Calawarner had provided. He marveled at the extensive information gathered, realizing why she had risked so much. The documents contained crucial details, some about angels and others concerning demons. He decided to focus on the sections that interested him most. As he flipped through the pages, he found a section labeled Fallen Angels, Members of Grigori. Curiously, he wondered aloud what Grigori was. Akemi and Yami, standing nearby, attempted to read the information with the limited Japanese they had learned from Issei's parents. Draig, the dragon within Issei, interjected, explaining that Grigori was the name given to the faction by the leaders of the fallen angels, though it was unofficial. Curious, Akemi asked how Draig knew this. The dragon clarified that he had discovered it during his time in a physical form. Understanding now, Issei continued to read about the leaders. The first was Azizel, described as the most powerful among the leaders of Grigori. It was married to a cadre named Penemu and had a daughter. Azizel was the absolute governor of the fallen angels, seeking peace and dedicating himself to studying sacred gear. Issei looked at the image of a man beneath the description. He had black hair, violet eyes, and a hint of natural blonde in his bangs. He wore black pants and shoes, a white shirt unbuttoned halfway down his chest, and a purple coat over it. They found themselves in the underworld, specifically at the initiation ceremony for the wedding of Reiser Phoenix and Rias Gremry. Issei Hai, a 16-year-old reincarnated as a low-class demon, held the position of pawn in Rias Gremry's entourage, his master. He had come to interrupt the ceremony to save her from a man she did not wish to marry. Issei reflected on how he had arrived at this moment. He had once been a boy who enjoyed peeking at girls in their changing rooms, which often led to him receiving a few punches. One day, while returning home from Kuo Academy, he decided to take a different route and paused on a bridge to contemplate his future. That was when he saw her black hair, violet eyes, a good physique, and wearing the uniform of a school he did not recognize. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma. She confessed her love for him on that bridge, claiming she had been watching him for a long time. Desperate to have a girlfriend, Issei found the situation oddly appealing and accepted her feelings. The next day, he introduced her to his best friends, Matsuda and Motohama, who were envious of his relationship with such a beautiful girl. Yuma invited him out on Sunday, and he eagerly agreed. He took her to various places, trying his best to be respectful and not let his perverted tendencies show. He bought her a pink fabric bracelet that had caught her attention. It was the best day he had spent with someone who claimed to love him, someone other than his parents. A woman with black hair and violet eyes, dressed in an extravagant violet gown, shouted at Seraphal. Seraphal Leviathan, the demon queen, responded with a serious demeanor, asserting that the kings must support one another against the insolence of a few, a lesson she had learned from her grandmother. The violet-eyed demon, showing respect, pleaded with Ajuka, the most sensible among them, for assistance. A man with blue eyes and slicked-back green hair stood up at her call, dressed in black pants and a lab coat over a white shirt. Unfortunately for her, Ajuka agreed with his companions. He raised his hand, and green magical circles appeared above the council demons. These circles would send them to the depths of the underworld, where they would never escape. A woman with long orange hair and brown eyes, wearing a simple black dress adorned with orange roses, declared that they would stop the impending threat. Another woman, with light brown eyes and long hair, asked if they should bring a box of canned food. She wore a knee-length white skirt, black shoes, and a red shirt with some embroidery. Asa confirmed they should take everything possible for their loved ones. A man with blue hair and eyes, dressed in a gray shirt and black dress pants, inquired if Hideki had found the coats. Hideki, another man with white hair and yellow eyes, replied that he had found a few blankets and some coats but nothing more. Aiko asked Hideki where Celine was, and he began to look around, worried. A small girl with long white hair and blue eyes ran up to them, holding a can of sweets. Dreig, in a teasing tone, remarked on Azazel's unexpected marriage, which puzzled the young ones present. Issei, confused, asked Dreig to explain further. Dreig shared that during his time alive, he had heard that Azazel was not one to settle down, often moving from one partner to another. The revelation of Azazel's marriage surprised him greatly. Yami, blushing, responded that it was clear Dreig did not need to elaborate further. The group strolled through the streets of Kuo, slowly making their way home after finishing their reading on the leaders of Grigori. Issei continued, reading about Shemhaza, the vice-governor of the fallen angels, the third strongest among the leaders of Grigori, and the second most intelligent after Azazel. He described a man with somewhat long, tousled black hair and violet eyes, dressed in a white shirt with 2 buttons undone, black pants, and matching shoes. Issei felt a sense of unease about their situation. Akemi and Yami shared his sentiments, both expressing their discomfort with the leaders of Grigori. Issei voiced his concerns about their chances in a potential battle against such powerful foes. Dreig responded honestly, admitting uncertainty about their strength, especially without using the balance breaker. He suggested that Issei needed to improve both physically and mentally, and that training with 2 swords would be beneficial. Issei considered the idea of wielding 2 swords simultaneously, intrigued by the challenge. However, he expressed a desire to rest as they neared home. He asked the girls to go ahead while he took a moment to think, and they understood his need for solitude, complying without hesitation. After an hour of contemplation, Issei finally entered his room, where Akemi and Yami had been waiting, concerned for him. He was surprised to find them still awake and changed into his pajamas, causing the girls to turn away, slightly embarrassed. Yami nervously admitted they couldn't sleep, while Akemi expressed their wish to hear his story since they already knew theirs. Issei smiled, anticipating that question. He settled on the edge of his bed and began recounting how he became a demon. The night passed quickly as the girls listened intently, captivated by his tale. When the first rays of sunlight peeked through the window, Issei realized it was time to stop and prepare for school, leaving the girls satisfied with what they had learned. That week marked the last time Issei would attend school without Akemi or Yami, as part of an agreement with his parents. He felt a newfound comfort with them, having shared more than just lessons or patrols. At school, Issei entered the classroom quietly, as Kiryu was absent for a medical checkup. He took his seat and began reading the information Calawarner had gathered about various factions, hiding it under a history book to avoid drawing attention. As the teacher greeted the class and began the lesson, Issei noticed Keitase and Murayama approaching him. Their greetings caught him off guard, especially Murayama's, leaving him momentarily speechless. The girls exchanged smiles as they returned to their seats, seemingly pleased with their interaction. After Matsuda and Motohama moved away, Issei had grown accustomed to eating lunch alone in the academy's grove. Sauna had not invited him again, and he lacked the courage to ask. He had bought his lunch on the way to school, where people treated him kindly, unlike in the cafeteria. It was his first time doing so, and he found the meal delightful. During lunch, he continued reading the information about the Angel faction, nearing the end of that section. Suddenly, Sauna approached him, surprising him with her presence. She had been looking for him to share lunch, expressing her disappointment that he seemed to be avoiding her. Issei nervously acknowledged her, wondering why she wanted to eat with him. Sauna explained that it was refreshing to have someone treat her like an ordinary person rather than the president of the student council. Issei empathized, realizing that constant respect could be exhausting. As they shared their meal, Sauna's tone revealed a hint of sadness, surprising Issei. He decided to hide his surprise and tried to understand her feelings, recognizing a shared experience in their struggles. They do not see you as a friend when they stop working at the council, or perhaps they fear being rejected. Issei shared his perspective, capturing the attention of the young girl with dark hair. She looked at Issei seriously, intrigued by his words. Well, maybe you don't act in a way that they can consider you a friend, or they respect you too much to think of you as someone they can talk to, like I do, Issei explained, becoming more comfortable with Sauna. And you? How do you see me? Sauna asked, her serious gaze fixed on Issei, who simply smiled at the question. I see you as a normal person, a student who is the president of the student council and has a normal life outside of school. And I suppose you are my only friend, he replied, knowing it was likely what Sauna wanted to hear. But beyond that, it was how he truly felt. Sauna fell silent and closed her eyes, contemplating Issei's words. When she opened her eyes, she displayed a relaxed expression accompanied by a sweet smile for the first time. Thank you, Issei-kun, she said, causing Issei to slightly open his mouth in surprise at her reaction. Now that I'm your friend, why don't we get to know each other a little better? Sauna suggested with a gentle smile, raising her index finger. Issei didn't find it strange that the girl with beautiful amethyst eyes wanted to learn more about him as a friend. It felt a bit quick and rushed, but not unusual. Why not? Go ahead, ask whatever you want, he replied, smiling at Sauna. My favorite color is red. What about yours? Sauna began a game of questions and answers. It's yellow, Issei answered, making Sauna look at him with mild surprise. I thought it was red too, she admitted, taking a bite of her food. And I thought yours was violet. What's your favorite food? Mine is hamburgers, Issei continued the game with the dark-haired girl. It's pizza. How many languages can you speak? I know Japanese, English, and a bit of Spanish, Sauna said before taking a bite of rice, which left a small mark on her face. I obviously speak Japanese. I also learned Spanish, English, and Italian, and I know a little French, Issei replied, surprising Sauna greatly. Really? Sauna couldn't believe what Issei had said, but there was a possibility he wasn't mistaken. Yes. My grandfather was French, he taught my mother, and she taught me a bit. Then I learned the other languages thanks to a friend, Issei said firmly. Prove it. First, say something in English, Sauna said, momentarily forgetting the game they were playing. You have some food here, Issei said, causing Sauna to blush a little as she quickly wiped her cheek with a napkin he offered. He showed an innocent smile after saying that. Thank you. Now say something in Italian related to this place, Sauna requested, still smiling. Issei thought for a moment about what he could say that was relevant. In this quiet place, 2 kids are having lunch, he said, looking at Sauna, eager to hear what she would ask next. What did you say? Sauna asked, somewhat surprised that Issei apparently wasn't lying. In this quiet place, 2 kids are having lunch, Issei repeated, smiling at her. Very good. Now something in French related to your hair, Sauna continued, clearly enjoying this as she maintained a pleasant smile. My hair is very long, I need to cut it, Issei said, taking a strand of his hair and bringing it to the front to see it while he spoke. All right, the last one, say something in Spanish about my eyes, Sauna said, happy to share something with someone who didn't treat her like everyone else. Those red glasses enhance the beauty of your eyes, Issei said, causing Sauna to blush deeply. She understood that last part clearly since she knew a bit of Spanish. Thank you, you still haven't asked a question, she said, blushing as she tried to quickly change the subject. Although Issei was also a bit embarrassed by what he had said, he couldn't do anything to fix it now without making it awkward. He simply said the first thing that came to mind. How old are you? I'm still 16, I'll turn 17 in December, he asked, which relaxed the atmosphere a bit more, much to their relief. In a better mood, they continued their lunch, getting to know each other a little more and chatting about trivial things. Their shared lunches quickly became a habit that was rarely broken, and sometimes Tsubaki would join them. A month had passed since Issei and Sauna had their first lunch together in the grove of the academy. During that time, they deepened their friendship, and although they maintained appearances at school, they addressed each other by their first names when alone. The Occult Research Club had disbanded, and since no other club requested the old building to be their new headquarters, it remained closed until a decision was made about it. Although Issei entered from time to time, it was to be alone with his thoughts or when he needed to calm down from the insults some students hurled at him in the school hallways. While this was not entirely negative, his tolerance for others increased considerably over the days. However, that didn't mean the comments didn't hurt or annoy him. The wound on his abdomen was mostly healed, and fortunately, it was healing well from the inside out. As for Sauna, taught and learned while being with him, coming to see him as a pleasant and interesting person to talk to, even though the boy's gaze occasionally wandered to certain areas. Beyond that, the moments they shared together increased alongside their trust in each other. They often talked about school-related topics or played chess. She had to admit that Issei was easy to beat at first, but as they played, it became a bit more challenging to win. She suspected he was starting to memorize her basic moves and wanted to keep playing a little longer. When he knew her strategy almost by heart, she would change her method. In that moment, Sauna was monitoring the students at the academy to ensure they were dressed appropriately. However, those who arrived late often wore whatever they wanted, something she disliked but couldn't stay to oversee since she had her own classes to attend. At that moment, she was called by the academy's director, her mother, Sarah, who was accompanied by Tsubaki, who wore a serious expression, causing concern for the young girl with black hair. Sauna addressed her mother, noting the absence of any students nearby. "It's time. I need you to take Sekiryutai to the student council," Sarah instructed. Sauna's eyes widened in surprise at her mother's words. "Okay," she replied nervously, aware that her relationship with the brown-haired boy was kept secret from her mother. "I know about your closeness with him, my daughter. Nothing escapes my notice," Sarah said seriously, a slight smile on her face, surprising Sauna. After that, she turned and began walking towards the academy. Sauna looked at her friend accusingly, making Tsubaki nervous. "She threatened to take my stuffed animal collection and keep it for herself. I had no choice," Tsubaki explained, her serious demeanor contrasting with her shaky voice. Issei approached, asking if they were all right, unintentionally startling the third-year girls. "Yes. But the director needs you to meet with her during the first break. She'll be in the student council," Sauna said, relaxing and returning to her professional demeanor. "Oh, sure, no problem. But what does she want to talk about?" Issei inquired, aware of the cute scream his friends had let out. "I'm not sure." "I'm sorry," Sauna replied, unable to meet his gaze after her startled outburst. "All right, then I'll see you later." "Oh, by the way, that was a lovely scream," he said playfully as he resumed his path to class. "What do we do now?" Tsubaki asked, knowing that Issei would likely tease them about it for a while. "Wait for him to forget or hope he takes pity on us," Sauna replied, her expression serious. Meanwhile, Issei was in his classroom mentally conversing with Yami. He devised a plan to ensure one of the sisters would always stay home just in case. They took turns going to the academy, and this time it was the blue-eyed girl's turn to stay home. "Good morning, Issei-kun," Aika greeted him in a way that caught his attention. "Good morning, Kiryu. By the way, why did you call me that?" he asked, surprised by her familiar tone. "Just wanted to see how you would react," she said, crossing something off a list. "You crossed me off a list of features, didn't you?" he remarked, looking at her with a bored expression. "And one of the more unusual ones. You should feel lucky not to be part of that group," she replied with a big smile before turning her attention to a boy in class, her next target, who indeed had those kinds of preferences. Aika was part of the journalism club and even had her own section on the school's website. She mostly generalized and didn't publish anything related to a specific student. Issei rarely visited that page, despite its popularity among students and teachers. He thought to himself that today would be just another one of those days as he resumed his mental conversation with Yami until the teacher arrived. After the first hour and during the first break, Issei felt quite calm, despite being summoned by the director, Sarah Shirtorai, through Sauna. He had heard that the director was someone to be respected at all costs, or at least that was what he had heard from his teacher, June, with whom he got along better. He stood up from his seat and walked into the hallway, somewhat distracted, and accidentally bumped into a tall young man with a muscular build, who wore the academy's male uniform. The boy had a fierce and mature face, along with striking blue eyes. "Oh, look what we have here. The school's perverted beast," the young man said with a distinct American accent. Upon hearing that voice, Issei regretted not paying more attention before leaving. He knew that person well. It was Alexander Cage, a third-year student and president of the martial arts club. "It was an accident, Cage." "It's not a big deal," Issei said, hoping this time he wouldn't be insulted. It wasn't that he cared, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold back. "You were an accident too, and look what you turned into." With those words, Issei felt hurt and annoyed, but he chose not to respond. The boy in front of him began to insult and provoke him for no reason. Initially, Issei thought that the taunts would lessen over time, but they only seemed to increase. In the underworld, Gremory territory, Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory clan and wife of Reiser Phoenix, had returned to her territory after a long absence. She had begun living in her husband's territory since their marriage over a month ago, accompanied by her entourage. The reason for her return was the delicate condition of her sister, Graphia. She also learned that Grafio was P-Arginanti. Rias felt a bit upset for being the last to know, but when they explained that it was a secret among all the clans, she calmed down and requested an explanation. Once she understood why it hadn't been made public, she grasped the reasons for the secrecy, clarified by her brother. Currently, she was with her entourage in her parents' mansion, caring for the silver-haired maid alongside her best friend, Sona, who was accompanied by her loyal friend, Tsubaki. They were witnessing the method that Sarah, Sona's mother, had developed with King Lucifer to provide Grafio with enough energy to counteract the anomaly of the little one growing inside her, at least for a few hours. I think that's enough for now, Sarah said, dispelling the spell, looking a bit fatigued. How long will it last this time? Surzex asked, approaching his wife as if nothing were amiss, or at least that was how it seemed. 1 or 2 days. At most, if she doesn't engage in any physically demanding activities, Sarah responded, recovering from her exertion. Rias, intrigued by this aspect, asked how much energy had been transferred. Almost a quarter of my current power, came the reply, causing the crimson-haired girl to widen her eyes in surprise, a reaction mirrored by her servants, Sona and Tsubaki. But you are very powerful. Wouldn't it be enough to give just a little of your power? Aquino questioned, shocked by the immense amount of power the most powerful demon in the underworld was granting to his wife. This is because Surzex's power is not the same as Grafia's. That's why the power first comes to me, where I convert it into neutral energy so that Grafia's body can absorb it without issue, Sarah explained, sitting beside Grafia and holding her hand affectionately. During the process of neutralizing the energy, part of it is inevitably lost. There's nothing we can do to prevent it, Sarah concluded, feeling a bit helpless for not being able to do more. By the way, Rias, why are you wearing the Kuo Academy uniform? The Demon King inquired, noticing his sister dressed in those clothes despite no longer attending the academy. I suppose it makes me feel a bit calmer, the young girl replied, showing a hint of embarrassment. That reminds me, Rias. I think you'll be happy to know someone asked about you today at the academy, Sona said in a calm tone, accompanied by a small smile. Who are you talking about? Despite her confused demeanor, Rias secretly hoped it was that person. I'm talking about Issei. Sona observed as her dear friend's face lit up with joy. Human World, 12 p.m., Ko City. I hope you do well on your test tomorrow, Issei said while standing in front of Ruruko's house, her parents at the entrance looking at the young brown-haired boy with gratitude. They knew Issei helped their daughter study and trusted him greatly, as he was always kind, attentive, and patient. Hanako and Ruruko had planned to study together at one of their homes. However, considering they would need help from the young boy, they immediately ruled out Hanako's house, as her mother wouldn't allow them to go out and return so late. Thank you, Senpai. Once again, I apologize for coming so late, Ruruko said, giving a slight bow to Issei. Immediately, Hanako mimicked her friend's gesture, feeling a bit nervous. I would have liked to review a bit more, the blue-eyed young girl said nervously, uncertain about her ability to perform well in that subject. You'll do great, you just need to have more confidence in yourselves. It's best if you go to sleep. If you get enough rest, you'll have a better chance of passing the exam, the brown-haired boy encouraged, trying to instill confidence in them. Are you sure, senpai? Hanako asked, still holding on to her fear of failing. Of course, a well-rested mind will always be alert. I think it's best if I leave so I don't disturb you. Good night, Issei said before starting to walk away, not without first bidding farewell to Ruruko's parents. With those words, Hanako felt more confident about taking the test and was eager to go rest. Good night, senpai, both girls said, waving goodbye to the brown-haired boy before entering to go straight to sleep. Be careful, young man, and thank you for accompanying them, Ruruko's parents said as they entered the house. As Issei walked down the path, he began to talk a bit with Drake about the techniques and spells he had been creating and practicing over the past month. The most notable among them was learning to read the auras of the supernatural beings around him on his own. You know, aside from training, I want to learn to play the guitar, the brown-haired boy said aloud, taking advantage of the empty street. That's new. Why do you want to learn that? Drake asked, somewhat surprised by his host's words. Honestly, I've wanted to learn since I was a child when I saw my grandfather playing a serenade for my grandmother, the young Sekiyutai recalled, remembering that small moment. It's true. Your maternal grandfather is French. That makes me wonder, if your grandfather is French, why did he allow his daughter to be named Kyuko? The dragon expressed his curiosity, showing interest in Issei's desire. Believe it or not, it was my grandfather who gave her that name. It's the same name as my grandmother. I never asked him why he chose that name, so I can't answer you, the brown-haired boy replied before yawning. I'm sorry to interrupt our conversation, but there are 2 renegade demons nearby. Are you going to handle it yourself, or do you plan to send the strays? Drake said in a serious tone, informing his host about the situation. I'll go alone, the brown-haired boy affirmed confidently. Do you want me to call Akemi and Yami? The dragon asked, knowing that his host had left both at home, as they were already asleep, along with their parents. No, I want to see how I can manage alone with you. It's been a long time since we fought just the 2 of us, Issei said while adjusting his clothes to move more easily. You're right. I suppose it's not bad every once in a while, the dragon admitted, missing the feeling that each battle could be the last, a feeling that had diminished with the arrival of both swords, as they took much better care of Issei. Guide me, the brown-haired boy began to run as Drake directed him toward the target. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a brown-haired woman with violet eyes ran desperately, holding a small girl in her arms, who was crying in fear. They were being pursued by 2 monstrous creatures that seemed to be toying with their prey, giving the woman enough time to distance herself a few meters from them. Desperate and nearly out of ideas, the woman entered an abandoned factory, hoping to throw off her pursuers. Once inside, she hid beneath the stairs leading to the first floor of the factory. It was a dark place where she believed they wouldn't look. Calm down, dear. Please stop crying, or they will find us, the woman pleaded, on the verge of tears from the fear she felt. Soon, she had to suppress a scream of terror as she heard the factory doors being flung open violently. We know you're here, shouted a man dressed in a tattered green suit, stained with dried blood, likely from his previous victims. We can smell your fear. Ha ha, another man said in a chilling and mocking tone. He wore a purple suit, which, like the previous figure, was torn and stained with blood, but this one also had a scar that covered almost his entire face. The woman tried to calm her breathing and relax so that the demons wouldn't find her. What she didn't know was that these beings already knew her location and were merely toying with her. One of the men in a green suit expressed his desire for the woman, suggesting he would take pleasure in her demise, which only frightened her more. The man in the purple suit, while sounding annoyed, agreed to the condition that he would keep his distance, as he seemed more interested in the thrill of the hunt than the woman herself. The woman trembled in fear at the thought of what these men would do to her after, or even before, they killed her. Just imagining it terrified her, and her breathing became more rapid. As she heard their whispers drawing closer, her face reflected sheer terror. In a desperate attempt to protect the child with her, she pressed the girl against the wall and shielded her own body, hoping to deter any attack. The man in the green suit laughed mockingly, preparing his grotesque hand to strike from behind. The other man, obsessed with the scent of blood, urged for a painful and bloody end. However, before he could reach the terrified woman, he was struck in the face, sending him crashing into an old factory machine, which shattered upon impact. The man in the green suit was unable to finish his question as he received a powerful blow to the stomach, causing him to stagger back. A dark figure, possibly her savior, asked if the woman was all right. She could only nod, still shaken. As the heavy pieces of the old machine began to shift, the silhouette turned to regard the area with seriousness. In the underworld Gremory mansion, moments earlier, Rias felt a tinge of sadness as she reflected on the conversation she had with Sona, who had shared news about Issei and Saji. She wished she could speak more with him. Sona apologized for her pawn's words, but Rias reassured her that it wasn't necessary, as Issei didn't seem bothered by it. Curiosity piqued, Rias asked Sona if she could pose 3 questions. Recognizing the tone of her sister's voice, Sona felt a bit nervous. Rias inquired if Sona had fulfilled her request, to which Sona nodded in response. Rias pressed on, asking if Sona had become friends with Issei. Sona admitted that he was very pleasant to talk to and fun to play games with, providing Rias with more information than she had anticipated. Suddenly, Rias felt an unsettling sensation near one of her servants. She turned to confirm that everyone was present, including her anxious knight. However, one was missing, prompting her to conjure a magic circle to see what had happened to Issei. Sarah noticed Rias creating the magic circle and asked what was wrong. Within the circle, they saw Issei facing a woman holding a child. He displayed his sacred gear while observing the wreckage of the machine. From the debris emerged a man in a blood-stained green suit, while another man in a purple suit appeared to be recovering from a blow. The man in the green suit sneered at Issei, referring to him as a lackey of Rias. The man in the purple suit expressed his irritation at being surprised. Issei, angered by their insults towards Rias, defended her, which pleased Rias despite her annoyance at their comments. Sarah, noticing the tension, asked Surzex if they were indeed the infamous duo known as the Bloody Brothers. Surzex confirmed, explaining that they were once high-ranking demon knights who had died in a car accident. Upon becoming demons, they rapidly developed their abilities, coordinating seamlessly to carry out their dark deeds, ultimately leading to the downfall of their own king. Surzex elaborated that the reason he referred to them as the Bloody Brothers was due to their excessive addiction to the scent of human blood. Every time they acted, they eliminated their victims in the worst way possible, Sarah explained, highlighting the foolish intentions of the Demon King, who fidgeted with his fingers, somewhat embarrassed. In the human world, abandoned factory, a woman lifted the girl into her arms, following the order of the young man who had come to her aid. She quickly made her way to a room she believed was a bit safer. Issei had asked her not to leave the factory because he feared that one of the demons would stay behind to hold him back while the other pursued the woman. The man in the green suit sniffed the air and said he recognized Issei. He called him the foolish servant who thought his master cared for him. The man in the purple suit, trying to be kind, offered to let Issei go if he left them to eat in peace. Issei, filled with determination, refused, stating that he could not allow them to harm the two people. Draig warned Issei not to overexert himself, reminding him that his abdominal wound was still healing. Issei acknowledged Draig's concern and asked what he sensed from the demons. Draig informed him that their magic and strength were slightly superior, but they far surpassed him in speed. He advised Issei to refine his aura reading on the fly, knowing this battle would be dangerous. As Issei prepared for combat, the renegade demons grew serious, their earlier demeanor shifting as they began to circle him. The man in the green suit remarked that they did not want trouble with the Gremory clan but felt they had no choice. The demon in the purple suit pointed to his facial scar, indicating their knowledge of how extreme the Gremory clan could be. In the underworld, Gremory Mansion, Rias asked her brother about the clan to which those demons belonged, her expression serious. Hikaru looked at Issei with concern after hearing what had happened during his absence. She questioned why he hadn't called for help, knowing that Tsuji would have assisted him. Issei, looking down, expressed his sadness, admitting that he had forgotten about them until now. He suggested they go to his house, feeling unwell, and began walking toward it, which was just 2 blocks away. Hikaru felt regret for not considering Issei's state earlier and followed him to the home of their old friends. She attempted to lighten the mood by mentioning that he had enrolled in a good academy, reminiscing about how he had always imagined attending with Irina. Issei recalled the fun they had together, but anxiety crept in as he feared for his friend's safety. Hikaru interrupted his thoughts, asking if he truly remembered so little. Issei, confused, questioned what she meant. Hikaru clarified that Irina was a girl, though she had been less feminine as a child, and had always defended him when he was bullied. Issei felt a slight headache at this revelation, realizing that his childhood friend had always been a girl, though he felt he had known this deep down. They continued walking in silence until they reached Issei's house. Suddenly, Issei began to breathe rapidly, overwhelmed by a sense of terror. He questioned the source of this power, struggling to control his fear. Draig urged him to regain control, and with that, Issei became aware of his surroundings again. He noticed Hikaru had stepped back, startled by his reaction. Draig instructed Issei to tell Hikaru to enter the house while he set up a protective barrier. Issei ordered Hikaru to go inside, wake his parents, and not to come out. Hikaru, visibly worried, questioned his intentions, sensing something was wrong. Issei admitted that someone nearby was much stronger than him and expressed doubt that they would come to help as they had before. He feared for his family's safety and resolved to confront the presence threatening them. Issei decided to run, determined to intercept the entity before it could reach his home, ignoring the pain it caused him. Hikaru reached out to stop him but was too slow. He had moved too quickly. Feeling helpless, she realized that the boy she had cared for was risking his life, and there was nothing she could do to prevent it. She had just saved her daughter and herself, but at the cost of Issei's safety. Hikaru was filled with a sense of dread, knowing she might lose everything to protect her family. She cursed herself for not insisting more to her husband that he return to them. She knew he could help, but he was not there. Issei would come back, she thought. He always hated seeing Kyuko cry from sadness or pain, especially if he was the cause of those tears. She believed he would return. She would never forgive him if he didn't. With her daughter as her only witness, Hikaru rushed into the house and locked the door behind her, just as it had been before. She quickly ascended the stairs but stopped abruptly at the top. A young woman with blonde hair was pointing a black sword adorned with fierce crimson details at her, which astonishingly glowed in the darkness. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the unknown girl asked in a threatening tone, which was at odds with her oversized red hoodie and shorts that did not seem to belong to her. Hikaru felt completely threatened by the sword so close to her neck. "Answer me," the blonde girl ordered, losing patience with the intruder in her home. "Keikyuko. Takeda," Hikaru shouted, hoping to wake them and get their help. "What's happening?" Kyuko's voice came from her room, sounding frightened by the earlier shout. "What's going on?" Takeda asked as he emerged, wielding his father-in-law's old sword. He had been training with Issei on swordsmanship for the past 2 weeks. "That woman somehow got in," the blonde declared, tightening her grip on the sword. "Kyuko, Takeda. It's me, Hikaru." She tried to introduce herself, hoping to be recognized, but was interrupted as Takeda immediately recognized her. "Hikaru? Is that really you?" Kyuko exclaimed, pushing past Takeda. "Hikaru." Seeing her, Kyuko rushed to embrace her best friend. "Akemi Yami. It's okay, she's an old friend of Kyuko and mine," Takeda explained, observing the confusion on the blonde's face. "Excuse us, but Issei hasn't returned yet, and we're a bit on edge," the blonde said, releasing her sister, who quickly transformed into her human form. Hikaru was surprised by Akemi and Yami's arrival, as Issei had kept many things from his story, including their presence. He just left. He said someone was following us, and... The worry overwhelmed Hikaru, and tears began to flow as guilt consumed her. If she hadn't intervened to save them, he wouldn't be so hurt. "He told me. If he didn't come back to take care of you," Hikaru said, allowing her tears to fall. Takeda's parents quickly began to change, surprising Hikaru, who was comforted by her little daughter. Meanwhile, Akemi and Yami entered the room and closed the door. Hikaru felt uneasy about the young women she didn't know, who showed no interest in the son of the house. But within 5 minutes, she saw them emerge, now wearing striking armor that gave them an air of authority. At the same time, Kyuko and Takeda appeared, dressed in whatever they could find, and hurried towards the exit. "Stay here, Hikaru. We'll introduce you to your little one later," Kyuko said, using her key to unlock the front door. Just as they were about to run in different directions, an unpleasant sensation filled the air, causing Hikaru and Takeda to feel a deep terror that paralyzed them. It was their first encounter with such a feeling, and they didn't know how to react. They soon forgot their fear when Issei fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. "Remember, Sekiyutai. Decide what you will do," a sinister laugh echoed as those words faded into the air. A dimensional barrier had formed around Issei as he moved away from the first block, heading towards the figure that had been following them. He felt the barrier close in, a replica of the park where he had once faced death. His body tensed as the aura approached, growing stronger. "You're truly full of surprises," a calm, serious voice echoed around him, creating an eerie atmosphere. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to sense my aura or that of those demons on your own." The voice shifted from omnipresent to right behind him, causing Issei to tense even more in surprise. "I wanted to introduce myself much earlier, but your beloved and the sister of that foolish Seraphal have always been watching over you with their families. For some reason, they aren't tonight, or at least not anymore," the voice continued, laced with mockery. "Kokabeel," was all Issei could manage to say as he turned to face the source of the voice. "HMPF. I'm surprised, Sekiyutai. Who would have thought Calawarner finally did her job well?" Kokabeel said, sitting casually on a bench. Unlike the picture Issei had seen, the man before him wore a black suit without a tie, with the collar of his shirt unbuttoned. He had a calm gaze, black hair, a playful smile, and held a glass of wine elegantly. Issei's expression was one of total surprise. He recognized Kokabeel thanks to Drake, who identified his aura. Otherwise, he would have passed as a stranger. "Don't involve Calawarner in this. What do you want here?" Issei regained his serious demeanor, despite feeling weak and terrified. He wouldn't allow Kokabeel to harm someone who had been forced to help him. "Come on, you're making this less fun with your seriousness. I won't harm a fallen angel you've used so shamelessly. But since you want to get straight to the point, I'll tell you," Kokabeel said, a hint of boredom in his tone. "I want you to join me," he declared, savoring another sip of his wine. "I have something grand planned. Something that will finally change the dynamics between the factions as we know them and give us a new opportunity." Those words caught Issei's attention, and he began to fear the actions Kokubile might take against him if he refused to join. A new opportunity? What are you talking about? The Great War left all factions in a bad state, kid. But we suffered much more than the others. This is our chance to take revenge on those who humiliated us, who took away what we loved most. At the end of his words, Kokubile displayed an annoyed expression while lightly shaking his cup. Moreover, recently the foolish Azazel married Penemu because she became P-Arginanti. For some reason, Kokubile spoke normally when mentioning Penemu but referred to his supreme leader as foolish. So I doubt we will participate actively in this war that is currently on pause, he continued, his tone laced with anger. And you want me to help you restart that war? Issei asked, intrigued by everything happening. What I want you to do is help me eliminate the leaders, the fallen angel revealed with an arrogant smile. Eliminate the leaders? Issei was completely confused until he began to reason. Without the leaders, the factions would be disorganized and vulnerable to their enemies. Look, Sekirai, when my plan begins, this entire city will be devastated by my power and the onset of battle. Though it will be a shame. It would have been a lovely place to live, Kokubile said, glancing around, appreciating the peace that the park simulated. However, this last part was inaudible to the young brown-haired boy. Why are you telling me this? Do you think I won't inform the leaders? At these words, Kokubile merely smiled and nodded confidently. I know you will tell them. But will they help you? A demon who chose to distance himself from his own to live in the human world? The only support you might have is from your master, and let's just say, that would be catastrophic. Kokubile's smile vanished, leaving only a serious expression. This action terrified Issei, who for a moment imagined the fate of his master at the hands of the being before him. He shook his head to rid himself of that horrifying thought. Do you think I am capable of killing innocent people? If I have to fight you alone, I will. Kokubile looked at him with a serious expression before shifting to a more relaxed demeanor as he stood up. This action displeased Issei, who unconsciously began to back away. I would have offered you riches, women willing to do whatever you want, everything you could desire. But you are no longer the same as before, I can see that clearly. You say you can fight me and my army alone. Kokubile finished his wine and gently set the cup down. I don't doubt it. But I doubt your family can do the same. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened at those words. You decide, kid. In fact, I will give you the opportunity to leave this city with your loved ones and hide like rats anywhere. You can join, oppose, or disappear. As he said this, Kokubile was very close to Issei, looking at him with a manic gaze. Just as Issei was about to respond, he received a powerful knee strike to the stomach from Kokubile, sending him flying away from the park. Just as he was about to fall, Kokubile caught him by the neck and began to choke him. I don't want your answer now. Just let your impulses take over. Think it through carefully. The force Kokubile exerted began to make Issei lose consciousness. If my plan goes smoothly, it will be ready in 2 months. Maybe more, maybe less. You have that time to decide. And during that time, I will also take measures against you if you oppose me. At the end of his words, Kokubile threw Issei to the ground, which happened to be the entrance of his house, and dismantled the dimensional barrier. Don't forget, Sekirutai. Decide what you will do. Those outside the house, seeing Issei fall from the sky abruptly, wasted no time rushing to help him. Dim it. Show yourself. Yami shouted, upset with whoever dared to harm her bearer. Biasirdi. Akemi murmured, not typically using such words. Clearly she was very upset. Say, what have they done to you? Kyuko shouted, taking the brown-haired boy's face in her hands, noticing he was semi-conscious. She felt him trembling between her hands. He was utterly terrified. Issei felt his entire body shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't explain why. His trembling continued until he finally lost consciousness. Quick, let's get him inside, Takeda said, and with his wife's help, he managed to carry Issei on his back to take him inside. Issei lay on the couch, being treated by Hikaru, while Kyuko cleaned the blood staining his body. Akane was now asleep in the guest room, cradled by Akemi, who was the best at hiding her feelings of hatred. Hikaru was very worried as she had to stitch Issei's wound once again. The blow Kokubile had dealt him had torn some of the stitches. Now they were waiting for the brown-haired boy to wake up, although if he didn't do so at that moment, it wouldn't be a problem. I truly regret what happened to Issei, Hikaru said, referring to the brown-haired boy's transformation into a demon. Don't worry. Like you, I sometimes regret what happened to him, but things happen for a reason, Kyuko commented, stroking her children's hair. The truth is, if he didn't have that condition, We would have lived through much worse, Takeda revealed, catching the attention of not only Hikaru but also Akemi and Yami. What do you mean? Akemi asked, intrigued. It was then that they began to recount to the women who didn't know the terrifying incident they experienced that night in the alley, where Kyuko was almost harmed, and the first time they saw Issei very angry. And how bloodthirsty he could become. We had no idea. Yami revealed, looking at her bearer in astonishment. He still doesn't trust us. Akemi said sadly. She had thought that the brown-haired boy trusted them enough to share those things. That's not the case. For the first time that night, accompanied by the appearance of the sacred gear, Drake made himself heard among those present. Drake-sama? Takeda asked, somewhat surprised by the intervention of the Dragon Emperor. Who is it? Despite feeling a bit intimidated, Hikaru asked, wanting to know the identity of the voice. My apologies for not introducing myself. Drake Gotch introduced himself as one of the two celestial dragons and the partner of Hayate Issei. His voice was serious, making it clear from the start that he was someone to be respected and feared. He had adopted this way of presenting himself after his encounter with the dragon gods, identifying himself as the companion of the brown-haired boy rather than merely as his sacred gear. Akemi, intrigued by Drake's words, expressed her eagerness for him to continue. Drake had refrained from sharing certain events, not wanting to dwell on a matter that had already passed, even though it lingered in his thoughts. The words surprised those present, who looked at the young brown-haired boy with curiosity. Yami, slowly removing her armor gloves, asked why Drake mentioned that Issei couldn't stop thinking about it. Despite the weight of his guilt, Issei's parents were relieved to see him beginning to overcome the moments that had once tormented him. Issei, waking up at the end of the conversation, apologized for not telling Akemi and Yami earlier. He admitted that he hadn't expected to meet someone like Drake so soon, making a monumental effort to sit on the sofa. He apologized again, aware that his loved ones were saddened and upset by his current state. Takeda reassured him, offering a sad smile, while his mother gently took his hand, supporting him with her words. Hikaru, curious, asked what had happened. Issei explained that one of the faction leaders had come to try to recruit him, mentioning the name Kokubile. At the mention of that name, Hikaru's eyes widened, and she began to tremble. Issei noted that Hikaru's father had indeed spoken about the factions. He suggested that it was a long story and proposed to share it the next day, offering a tired smile. Seeing his exhaustion, the others decided not to press him for details and accepted his proposal. Kyuko wanted to stay with Issei, but Akemi and Yami convinced her that they would be there for him. Feeling reassured, Kyuko went to sleep with her husband, while Hikaru also sought rest, hoping to forget the terrible night alongside her daughter. In the living room, only Akemi, Yami, and Issei remained. The brown-haired boy gazed at his hands, deep in thought, trying to decide what to do next. The girls took the opportunity to change back into their previous outfits. Issei expressed his determination to fight, seeking support from the two girls, though they were unsure of what he meant. He explained that he needed to confront Kokubile to protect the city, refusing to join him or watch his loved ones suffer. For the first time in a long while, he began to care about the humans living in the city, realizing he had become somewhat selfish by only focusing on his family. He understood that aligning with Kokubile could save his parents and possibly his loved ones, but it would mean aiding in the destruction of leaders and innocent people. Abandoning the city felt cowardly and unjust. Why should he live while others suffered? He also doubted that Kokubile would truly spare them. Fighting against him seemed suicidal and could potentially endanger his family. Overwhelmed with worry, Issei felt lost and exhausted, massaging his temples in an attempt to clear his mind. Akemi sat beside him, and Yami mirrored her action on the other side, their presence reminding Issei that he was not alone. He had become so absorbed in his thoughts that he had neglected his surroundings, imagining various possible futures. He apologized, acknowledging that he might do something reckless but reassured them that he wouldn't forget they were with him. He expressed his preference for them to stay behind, taking care of their loved ones, knowing his words might not be well received. He argued that he would be protected at school by the Citri clan, or at least have their support if things went wrong. Akemi firmly stated that they would refuse to let him go alone, insisting that both would accompany him due to his weakened state. She stood up from the sofa and extended her hand to help him rise. Issei couldn't be angry, he had expected this response. Yami added that if he was being targeted, it would be even more dangerous for him to stay behind or leave one of them alone. They agreed to accompany him at least until he fully recovered. Issei accepted their presence but insisted that they promise to only act if he called for them, otherwise, it was strictly prohibited. Both sisters agreed without hesitation. In the underworld, Surzex sat beside Graphia's bed, where she lay pale and unwell due to the anomaly affecting their daughter. This anomaly caused her magical energy to deplete rapidly, demanding more nutrients from Graphia to convert into energy. The excessive demand drained Graphia's energy without respite. The only one who could heal this was Issei. Azazel had not yet begun training the young brown-haired boy due to various issues arising in his territory, compounded by the disappearance of his daughter. Surzex understood that he could not rush his friend, knowing he had other responsibilities. All he could do was wait and hope that the young Sekyutai would master the sacred gear that once belonged to Asia Argento. In the underworld, Azazel was currently searching for training methods for Issei. He found himself in a laboratory filled with papers, machines, and scientific equipment. Finally, he had made time to address this matter, aware that he had delayed starting the training for the young Sekyutai for too long. Time was of the essence, as more danger loomed over Graphia and her baby. He needed to act quickly, though he wondered if he could truly focus on that after his daughter had gone missing just over 2 weeks ago. With genuine sadness and concern, he thought about his daughter and quickly pushed those thoughts aside to concentrate on his work. In the human world, Issei woke up at his usual time to go to school, despite having hardly slept well. Akemi and Yami kept a close watch on him to ensure he wouldn't try to leave for the academy without them. Freshly bathed, with a new bandage on his torso and dressed in his school uniform, he made his way to the dining room to have breakfast and wait for the girls, who had gone to bathe. It took some effort, but he eventually convinced them to take their showers, assuring them he wouldn't leave without them. Currently, he was sipping a cup of tea, lacking the appetite for anything more. Drake expressed concern about Issei's fatigue, questioning if he really intended to attend school in his current state. Issei reassured Drake that he would be fine, noting that it was only until 3 in the afternoon and he could rest during lunch. Drake then asked if Issei planned to tell his king about his situation. For a moment, Issei recalled his king injured and bleeding, but he quickly dismissed the thought as mere imagination and shook his head to clear it. He decided against exposing his king to danger, knowing she now had a life free from troubles, protected by Reiser. Drake probed further, asking if Issei still loved her. Issei admitted that while his mind said yes, his heart belonged to Asia, and he chose to believe in his heart. He expressed concern about Kokabiel's warning potentially becoming a reality. Drake suggested that Issei consider seeking help from his allies, knowing that if he failed, others would suffer regardless. Issei acknowledged that he couldn't face the threat alone, especially if it involved an army. He resolved to follow Drake's advice but stated that if they refused to help, he wouldn't press the matter further. Issei then decided to rest on the sofa until the girls were ready. On his way to school, he noticed Ruruko and Hanako ahead of him, sitting at the same cafe where he usually bought his lunches. They appeared to be having breakfast. As he approached, he greeted them kindly, intending to continue on his way to school. However, they invited him to join them for breakfast and asked him a few questions they had. Issei politely declined their offer but agreed to help clarify their doubts. When the waitress came to take their orders, he only requested a lunch to go. After 10 minutes, the 3 of them resumed their walk to the academy, chatting about lighter topics. Many other students watched in astonishment as a member of the student council and the daughter of a teacher were seen with the boy who had once been known as the perverted beast. The girls moved ahead to review their studies before the test, while Issei continued walking until he reached the entrance, where he met Sauna and Tsubaki, who were doing their usual morning routine. Tsubaki greeted him cheerfully, showing a side of herself that was not often seen. Sauna asked how he was doing, masking her concern with a calm smile. Issei replied that he was a bit tired but otherwise fine, and he knew he should thank Sauna for her help the previous night. Sauna, downplaying her actions, assured him it was nothing and that she couldn't leave her friend in such a situation. Tsubaki then inquired if he would be available for a rematch that night. Issei, remaining calm, mentioned that if he managed to rest during club hours, he might be able to join, but he wasn't sure. As the bell was about to ring, he suggested they head inside, and Sauna agreed, walking alongside him while Tsubaki followed suit. The other students were astonished, especially the girls. Hairu Issei walked alongside the president and vice president of the student council, engaging in conversation with them. With this action, the doubts among the female students faded. The once notorious perverted beast had seemingly vanished, replaced by a student they were eager to know better. After the first hour, Issei began contemplating how to broach the topic of Kokubio with Sauna and Sarah, who appeared to be the leaders of the city. As classes resumed, an idea struck him on how to start the conversation. He discreetly began writing a letter, careful not to attract the attention of Professor Hasashi, which he managed flawlessly. When lunchtime arrived, the brown-haired student gathered his belongings and made his way toward the first-year classrooms. As he approached, he felt an unexpected wave of gazes directed at him, filled with admiration, surprise, and, were those lingering stares? The last one made him feel particularly uncomfortable and embarrassed. He wondered if this was how the girls felt when he looked at them. Dreig teased him, expressing curiosity about the attention he was receiving. Issei, trying to manage his nerves, admitted that he shared the same confusion. Suddenly, he noticed Hanako being harassed by a third-year student named Ryoga. The boy insisted he wouldn't leave until she agreed to go out with him, and in a swift motion, he snatched the paper Hanako held in her hands. She pleaded for him to return her exam, fearing for the important document. The other male students hesitated to intervene, knowing Ryoga was not only a third year but also the vice president of the martial arts club. This blatant bullying angered Issei, who stepped in without hesitation, gripping Ryoga's hand firmly. Ryoga, towering over Issei by at least 10 centimeters, attempted to intimidate him. Issei, however, maintained a serious tone, demanding Ryoga return the exam. Ryoga scoffed, questioning Issei's authority, but the brown-haired student remained silent, staring him down. Ryoga's arrogance led him to shout that Issei was nobody, but Issei countered by pointing out Ryoga's repeated rejections of a younger girl. The word struck a nerve, momentarily freezing Ryoga in place. Angered, he grabbed Issei by the collar, ready to strike. Issei calmly responded, reminding Ryoga that Cage had taken his position as president of the club in just 1 year, which seemed to drain Ryoga's bravado. Enraged, Ryoga swung a punch at Issei, who surprisingly did not flinch as the blow landed squarely on his cheek, causing a minor injury. Issei, with a calm demeanor, declared that he had tolerated Ryoga and his friends for too long but would not stand by while they mistreated his junior. With determination, he seized Ryoga's fist, applying pressure until the older student winced in pain. The onlookers were astonished, unable to believe that Issei could overpower the vice president of the martial arts club. He demanded Ryoga return what he had taken and promise never to bother Hanako again. Under the pressure, Ryoga reluctantly complied, kneeling before Issei and apologizing to Hanako for his actions. Issei then told Ryoga to leave, not wanting to see him again. As Ryoga slowly stood and walked away, Issei turned to Hanako, expressing concern for her well-being. She thanked him, feeling genuine appreciation for his support, while Issei wiped away the small amount of blood from his lip. The silence from the other students was a relief to Issei, who had no patience for further attention. Ruruko then showed Issei her exam, revealing that she had passed. Hanako also presented her exam, and Issei felt proud of his students, encouraging them to believe in themselves. He then handed Ruruko a letter, asking her to deliver it to Sauna. Curious, she inquired about its contents, to which Issei explained it was important for Sauna to read it immediately. He bid them farewell, stating he was tired and needed to leave. Ruruko asked Hanako to join her in delivering the letter, and together they made their way to the student council, where they found Sauna and Tsubaki preparing to head out for lunch. Sauna, surprised to see Ruruko with a friend, asked what they were doing there. Ruruko replied that Issei had sent a letter for her. She said it had something to do with work, explaining as she handed the letter to her king. A letter? That's new for her, Sona remarked, not paying much attention to the young girl accompanying her pawn. At that moment, she opened the letter and began to read its contents. The first line suggested that she should read the letter after lunch, mentioning they would have lunch in the old building. Curiosity piqued, she decided to save the letter for later, wanting to respect her friend's request and hoping to speak with him before the lunch hour ended. Can Hanako and I have lunch in the council, Sauna Kaishu? Ruruko asked, a bit nervous about the response. The dark-haired girl with red glasses looked at her for a moment before showing a small, almost imperceptible smile. Of course, just don't forget to close it when you leave, all right? It seemed like everything would go well that day for Ruruko and Hanako, who would spend the entire lunch hour in the student council. Tsubaki-chan, Saunan, are you going to have lunch? Sarah asked as she encountered the young girls on their way to the cafeteria. She noticed her daughter holding a letter along with her lunch, but the letter caught her attention even more. What's that? A letter from your crush, huh? Sarah teased, as it was quite unusual for her to do so, causing her daughter to blush deeply, nearly matching the color of her friend Rias's hair. "And oh, Mom," the young girl exclaimed, her face still flushed. Tsubaki found Sarah's comment amusing, but for some reason, it also bothered her a little. "Ahem, it's a letter from Issei-kun. He said we would have lunch in the old building this time," Sona replied, regaining her emotional composure. "Issei-kun wrote you a letter? Maybe he's a romantic with old-fashioned tricks," Sarah suggested, trying to tease her daughter a bit more. This time, it had less impact, but it still managed to get a reaction. "I'll join you. I could use a break after this morning's meeting," Sarah assured them before starting to accompany them. This was unusual for the girls. Sarah had never shown interest in having lunch with them or with the Sekirai. They had never bothered to invite her, thinking she might have better things to do. However, both knew that Sarah usually ate alone. Perhaps she was tired of that solitude and decided to join them. They exchanged small smiles at this realization. What they suspected was true. Sarah felt a bit lonely during lunch and was weary of that isolation. She knew she would have to explain to Issei why her mother would be joining them that day, but she was confident he wouldn't mind. They entered the old building as if nothing was amiss, knowing that with the three of them together, other students would assume it was just a routine inspection of the structure. This was especially true since Issei often snuck in through a window or appeared inside using a magic circle. Focusing on the latter, he was currently resting on one of the couches in the room that had previously been used by the Occult Research Club. He was asleep, just like Akemi and Yami, who had also dozed off for most of the morning. However, they were about to wake up at any moment. Sarah, Sauna, and Tsubaki were already inside the room, observing how peacefully the brown-haired boy slept. This led Sauna to think that he looked quite cute while resting. In Framundo, Gremory Mansion, Grafia found herself resting in her bed, just as she had for the past few days. Her condition limited her ability to do much else. Despite feeling weak and tired, her mind was filled with thoughts about the future. One of those thoughts was the name she would choose for her baby girl. She wanted something that sounded cute and was easy to remember. How long would it take for her to learn to walk? Millikas had learned when she was 14 months old. What would her first word be? Millikas had said, "Daddy." Grafia hoped her daughter would say, "Mommy." But what if she didn't get to see that? If Issei couldn't save her, what would happen to her baby? Grafia scolded herself for thinking that way. She needed to stay positive, everything would be fine. Perhaps she should sleep a little. Yes, that would be good. Suddenly, she noticed a magical circle forming in the room. It was a curse, and she realized she was alone. The Council of Demons had come for her without warning. Surzex had mentioned they were not on good terms with them, and now, just when she needed to appear strong, she was wearing a rainbow-patterned dress. She positioned herself closer to the edge of the bed, sensing that something was wrong. To her dismay, a voice taunted her, commenting on how haggard she looked. Despite her efforts to appear strong, they had seen through her facade. They revealed their intentions to capture her alive, but not necessarily unharmed. One of the men approached her slowly, and Grafia recognized him. He was a survivor from the ancient war, one of the few who had endured one of her attacks. She realized they were seeking revenge, as she had been the one to annihilate their legion long ago. That was before Surzex and Ajuka had defeated her and shown her the cruelty of the son of the former Lucifer. But she had no time to dwell on that now. She needed to escape. A silent spell had been cast in the room, rendering her screams useless. She had to flee to protect her daughter. The soldier mocked her, saying it was the first time he had seen her so pathetic and defenseless, comparing her to humans. That sparked an idea in Grafia's mind. The human world. Issei could help her, as calling for assistance here would put Venelana and Zoeticus at risk. She wouldn't endanger Milikas's safety. Only Issei had the ability to defy the council's orders. She hoped he would be able to help her. Grafia knew Issei might not be in the best condition to assist her, but she had to trust that he would be. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain on her cheek, a result of a soldier's slap. As she fell to the ground, she quickly grabbed the nightstand beside her bed and propelled it with wind magic toward the demon who had struck her. The soldier, overconfident, was caught off guard by her counterattack. The nightstand shattered against him, sending him crashing into his companions. Seizing the moment, Grafia attempted to teleport directly to Issei, but for some reason she couldn't locate him. With little magic left, she opened a portal to Kuo. The demons recovered just in time to see their prey escaping through the portal. One of the soldiers shouted in anger, vowing not to let her escape, and rushed after her with his companions. Grafia cursed under her breath, realizing she had created the portal too far from home and the academy. She needed to get out of there quickly. Why was there no one on the street at that moment? She felt frustrated and desperate. Even if there had been someone, it wouldn't stop the demons. She pushed herself to keep going, reminding herself that Sarah was nearby and could protect her. All she had to do was reach her. The pursuers sensed Sarah's presence and knew she would be a significant obstacle if she chose to intervene. Grafia urged herself to keep moving, determined not to let those demons get their hands on her daughter. But in her focus on escaping, she didn't notice when she passed by Sarah. Suddenly, she felt a hand grip her arm, halting her progress. Hope faded as she realized she had been captured. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. She might never see Surzex again, nor witness Millikas grow up. Those thoughts shattered her heart. The realization that she wouldn't see the child she had cared for long before Millikas or hear her baby's voice brought tears to her eyes. All her despair vanished when she turned to see who had stopped her. Issei looked at her with concern, but as he noticed the blood staining her lip, his expression shifted to one of anger directed at the figures emerging from the alley. He demanded they hand her over, stating it was an order from the council. Grafia felt herself growing weaker, her condition worsened by the stress of the situation. Issei maintained a serious demeanor, refusing to let his anger cloud his judgment. Holding Grafia in his arms, he felt her trembling, knowing it wasn't from fear. She had never shown weakness before. Grafia pleaded with him not to let them take her, explaining that they wanted to harm her and her baby. Hearing her words, Issei understood it was not a command but a desperate plea from a mother. In that moment, he heard Draig's voice in his head, urging him not to let her lose consciousness. "What will happen, Draig?" Issei asked, deeply concerned about the state of the one who also cared for him. "You cannot disobey the orders of the Demon Council, Sarah Citri." The argument among those surrounding Issei was still audible. Grafia, for some reason, was very weak and continued to lose energy with every passing second, trembling as a result. If she were to fall asleep, it could be the last time she closed her eyes. Draig's words rang true. Issei could feel Grafia's aura weakening further. "We can help her, right?" the young man asked, unsure of what to do and almost oblivious to the chaos around him. "Of course, but you will have to sacrifice part of your energy. That's how one of our abilities works," Draig explained. "Focus the amount of energy you wish to transfer into your left arm, then touch the person you want to receive your energy. I will handle the rest," the dragon elaborated. "I must warn you, do not transfer too much energy to that woman. Because now, you have to face them." Draig knew perfectly well that the Citri could not go against the wishes of their superiors. "I know very well that I cannot go against the Demon Council." Sarah was clearly upset and trying to maintain her composure. "Transfer," Issei called out. "Can you take care of her?" Upon hearing her name, the young woman with blonde hair appeared, clad in armor. Understood, she accepted without objection, noting the cold expression on her partner's face. "You are right. They cannot disobey the orders of the Demon Council as they live under the protection and laws of the Demon Kings." Issei had recently begun to release the little power he had left, which was starting to increase with the silent boosts he was making. "But you know something? I am not just a free piece, I am the Securitai. And now she is under my protection. All who challenge me end up defeated. Ask your companions if you don't believe me." Issei finished with a grim smile, recalling his first encounter with the soldiers of the Demon Council. "So it was you. You killed our general." The leader of the soldiers shouted at him. Although he could not fully trust that victory, he had only managed to defeat that general due to the arrival of King Lucifer and the cruel way he had dispatched his subordinates, a method that stripped them of their courage and made them feel cornered. "You really want to defend her, don't you? Do you think you can fight without the false?" the dragon asked, worried that his partner's words might not have any backing. "Don't worry, Draig. If it gets complicated, I will need your help, Yami." "I will be ready, Issei." Yami confirmed her support with those words. "I will help you to say." "I will too." Issei turned his gaze to his friends, Sauna and Tsubaki, who were willing to assist him, knowing that he could not do it alone. He could feel Grafia's gaze, which conveyed both trust and fear. Fear of failure. He did not want that feeling to grow, so he accepted the help of both. "You know perfectly well that I know the demon rules. However, if there is no one to accuse us, nothing will happen to us," Sauna replied, demonstrating her courage. "The dead do not speak," Tsubaki added in a somber tone as she summoned her Naginata. "Lady Citri, protect Grafia. The rest. If you are too sensitive, do not look," Issei instructed, knowing that against this kind of enemy he would have to be as decisive as possible, even if it meant being ruthless. Without taking his eyes off the front, the brown-haired boy asked, Sauna. Tsubaki, what positions do you perform best in? It was evident that they had never fought together, so they did not know each other's strength. I can be your support. The rest of my servants and my mother will ensure that no one reaches Grafia-sama. Sauna's servants took their battle stances upon hearing their king's words, ready to defend the wife of the current Lucifer. I will accompany you in the attack, Issei. Tsubaki affirmed, tightening her grip on her naginata. All right. Do not show weakness and use everything to your advantage. Even confusion. At great speed, Issei approached what seemed to be the weakest demon and, summoning his sword in his right hand at the last moment, delivered a horizontal slash that cut the demon in half. The demon vanished before his torso could touch the ground, leaving blood splattered around, including on Issei. You are a demon. You cannot go against the orders of the council. Issei merely looked at him threateningly, breaking the courage of those demons. Yes, I am a demon. But now I am acting as Sekirutai. I am just cleansing the pests from my territory, Issei replied to the demon's words. You were the one who attacked first. You started all this by attacking Grafia. But you never thought I would have a celestial dragon as an ally. For that reason, you rushed in without more soldiers, the brown-haired boy analyzed, and from the slight expression of hatred that the leader showed, he knew he was right. The last time I was attacked, I left no one alive to send a message. Tell your leaders to stop bothering me, otherwise, I will have to pay them a visit very soon. If you leave, I promise they will not touch you, he declared as he made his sword disappear. Sarah looked at Issei seriously, but upon seeing him, she realized he was holding himself up with all his strength. She could not blame him for wanting to end the fight here, and she would not risk having her daughter, her entourage, or herself stained with meaningless blood. Especially considering that this blood belonged to soldiers of the Demon Council. We are leaving. Reluctantly, the leader finally accepted. He summoned a magic circle on the ground to leave with the other 3 soldiers he had left. Click. Suddenly, in the silence that enveloped the area, a snap echoed. Immediately after, the soldier's magic circle was cancelled. Sarah grew worried and hurried to create a defensive magic circle in case the soldiers decided to attack Grafia by surprise. But she never expected that the target of the attack would be Issei. A magic circle formed beneath the brown-haired boy, and from it, the same chains that had imprisoned him before emerged. This time, they wrapped around his body completely, forcing him to kneel. Now what will you do, Sekirutai? The chains cannot be broken in any way, the demon taunted with a mocking grin. Sauna and Tsubaki, if you eliminate the fool who just spoke, the chains will disappear. Hearing those words, the demon who created the spell looked on in terror. Do you think I haven't faced this before? How do you think your general died? The face of the chain-creating demon showed a look of pure fear. I also know that you cannot sever the connection, Issei said before jumping back, pulling the demon in that direction. This made it easier for Sauna and Tsubaki to attack. Neither of them wasted time and quickly eliminated the demon, freeing Issei in the process. Issei was agitated. He had exerted too much energy to perform the previous action. His fatigue began to take its toll, and his friends noticed it immediately. We'll take care of this, Issei, Sauna asserted, creating a magical circle in the palm of her hand. Tsubaki positioned herself in front of him, intending to protect him from any attacks. But they were not the only ones who noticed the Sekiryutai's weakness. The 3 remaining demons did as well. They knew that attacking the Sekiryutai was their best option. They would eliminate him even if it meant their own demise. With great speed, one of the council soldiers lunged at Issei, but he was intercepted by an even faster charge. Akemi stepped forward to protect her bearer, leaving Grafia in Sarah's care. If you want to touch him, you'll have to tear me apart first. Akemi declared, radiating holy light, alerting both enemy and ally demons. Issei regained his footing after a few deep breaths and glared furiously at the council soldiers. I gave you the chance to leave in peace. I will no longer offer you that. You will all perish. False. With those words, his red armor manifested, accompanied by a surge of power. Dragon. As he said this, Issei positioned his arm, ready to strike the sphere. Upon hearing those initial words and seeing his stance, Sarah hurried to reinforce the barrier she maintained. Meanwhile, Sauna and Tsubaki stepped back far enough to avoid damage from the impending attack and decided to assist the Citri matriarch. Sauna's servants did not understand what Issei was about to do. For a moment, they all directed their gazes toward the soldiers, who were enveloped in light magic. Shut. With those final words, the most powerful technique in the Sekyutai's arsenal was unleashed. When Akemi entered the fray, she secretly used light magic to quickly imprison the council demons, ensuring Issei would not miss his most powerful attack. Once the demons were eliminated, Issei fell to his knees, exhausted, as his armor dissipated into particles. Akemi rushed to assist him, receiving a grateful glance from the brown-haired youth until he regained his composure and moved back slightly to catch his breath. There were 6. Those faint words tensed Issei completely as he looked at Grafia with concern. There were 6 soldiers. The young man quickly turned his gaze forward, finding the last demon only a meter away. The demon had camouflaged its aura to go unnoticed and was ready to end Sarah's life by surprise, but upon witnessing the death of its comrades, it changed its mind. Hurt and furious, it attacked Issei unexpectedly. He tried to defend himself, raising his arms as a shield. However, with his exhaustion, a swift and powerful blow was enough to break through his defense. The demon's attack was aimed at his heart. If it struck true, it would be the end. Desperate to be quicker, he directed his left hand toward the demon's chest and called out, "Graham." At those words, the legendary demonic sword thought to be lost appeared, and with it, Issei ended the life of the last council soldier, though the demon still did not vanish. Though he was injured, the attack pierced his chest but did not reach his heart or any vital organ, only damaging a couple of muscles. Sauna could hardly believe her eyes. She had only heard myths about the legendary sword wielded by Issei. Graham, the most powerful demon slayer sword, possessed the remarkable quality of choosing its bearer. She knew that in ancient times, the sword belonged to the original King Lucifer. It was said to be cursed, choosing its wielder, and anyone who attempted to wield it without being chosen would die a cruel death in that very moment. Many believed the sword never existed, as there was no trace or evidence to prove its existence. Until now. Sarah shared the same thoughts as her daughter, knowing that the sword had belonged to the ancient Lucifer until his death. But after that, its fate was unknown. In fact, she believed it had been destroyed during the last battle of the great Lucifer. But now it was right before her eyes. Those rumors had only been that rumors. Yet she still had one question. Where had Issei found it? Grafia was the most surprised of the 3, having been raised by Lucifer and Asmodeus, growing up admiring the sword and hoping to wield it one day. She remembered being able to hold it just once as a child. But as an adult, she had never been able to do so. The last time she had seen it was when she stayed behind to cover the demon's retreat on the battlefield. The great King Lucifer had been on the brink of death. Asmodeus would help him escape while she stayed behind to fend off the angels, who had recently lost their god. Believe me, Sekyutai. Blue. Demons are deceitful and treacherous. How long do you think it will be until they decide to hand you over? The last soldier gasped, clinging to life as best he could. What you say is a lie. Not all demons are like that. My lady is not like that. They are not like that. Despite his determined words, for a moment, Issei felt doubt, which Sarah immediately noticed. Maybe you're right. Your lady has always been that foolish. She always chose and will choose to give her life in exchange for her foolish dogs. Those were the last words of that demon. Fed up with the insults directed at his king and friends, Issei pulled Graham from the demon's body, cutting through part of its torso and head in a vertical slice. No one speaks of my king that way. After saying those words, the brown-haired youth fell to his knees, clutching the new wound inflicted by the demon. Quickly, Sauna and Tsubaki ceased maintaining the barrier and rushed to help their friend, who miraculously remained conscious. With a silent command, Graham returned to its bearer's arm. "Say," Sauna exclaimed as she rushed to assist him, who was already being tended to by Akemi. The young girl with black hair was trying to use her healing magic on him, with Tsubaki's assistance. Issei could only express his regret, saying he should have realized sooner before losing consciousness. Sarah instructed Genshiro and Tsubasa to carry him, emphasizing the need to hurry home. She glanced at Akemi, who met her gaze with a serious expression. Sarah reassured Akemi that everything would be fine, while effortlessly carrying Grafia. Akemi warned that there would be consequences if they did not hurry, releasing a significant amount of holy aura as she spoke. Unfazed by the blonde's intensity, Sarah insisted they needed to move quickly. After a while of walking, they arrived at a large one-story house with front and back gardens. However, beneath the surface, it had 3 underground levels. The first underground level housed a vast library and artificial hot springs, while the second contained a large empty room. On the ground floor, there was a kitchen, a small bathroom, a spacious living room, and a dining area, along with 2 bedrooms featuring private bathrooms. The first floor had numerous bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, and stairs leading to a terrace that included a laundry room, clotheslines, and a set of tables and chairs for relaxation. The Citri servants were visibly surprised to see where Sarah, Sauna, and Tsubaki lived in the human world. Sauna kindly instructed Rhea and Tomo to take Grafia to one of the upstairs rooms. They complied eagerly, thanking Sona as they received Grafia. Grafia weakly expressed her gratitude to Sarah, who reminded her that she owed everything to her true savior, glancing at the unconscious Issei being carried by Saji and Tsubasa, guided by Tsubaki and followed by Akemi. Grafia acknowledged her debt to Issei as she was assisted by Tomo and Kusaka up the stairs. Sarah looked at Grafia with sadness before turning her attention back to the Securitai. She instructed everyone to follow her to the 3rd underground level, prompting further astonishment from the Citri servants. Halfway there, Ruruko timidly asked what was in the 3rd underground level. Sarah explained that it was a special room created by the Citri clan, designed to heal injuries, though it only addressed certain types. Tomo, intrigued, inquired about the specifics. Sarah clarified that while it could heal any wound, it did not treat bruises or illnesses and was reserved for emergencies. Momo expressed admiration for the clan's ability to create something so remarkable, but Sarah cautioned that the healing process was slow, and time was critical in certain situations. She added that it would take Issei at least 3 or 4 days for his wound to heal completely, though a scar would remain. Upon reaching the room, Sarah slowly opened the door, revealing a space resembling a refined hot spring. Inside, Issei was submerged in the water, wearing only his pants. In a hotel room in Kuo City, Kyuko was preparing dinner with Akemi while Takeda rested after tidying up. An uneasy silence filled the air, as they were all curious about the woman Issei had defended. They had formally met the other demons in the city 3 days prior, including the Citri and the deserters Issei had protected that night. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Kyuko finally asked Akemi if she knew anything about the woman in question. Akemi admitted she had heard little during her time with Issei. Kyuko urged Akemi to share what she knew. Akemi recalled the first time they had heard Issei mention her during his first night watch. They sensed that the woman cared for Issei, as if they had known each other before. She remembered her name was Grafia. Takeda joined the conversation, asking for more details. Akemi explained that she knew little else, only that Grafia had been searching for Issei while fleeing, suggesting she was aware of his demonic nature. Just then, Hikaru announced her arrival with Akane, who had gone shopping for cooking supplies. Kyuko greeted them and was surprised to see Sarah. Sarah apologized for the sudden appearance and asked if it was all right for her to join them for dinner. Kyuko welcomed her inside, and once settled, Sarah offered to help with the meal, an offer that was gladly accepted. The Hayato family remained silent, eager to learn more about the woman Issei had defended but hesitant to press Sarah for information. Finally, Akemi broke the silence, asking about Grafia's condition and whether she had gone home. Sarah hesitated before revealing that Grafia was under their care and was on her way there with Sona and Tsubaki. Sarah's nervousness was evident as she admitted she hadn't planned the gathering as she had intended, her confident demeanor slipping away. Kyuko reassured her that it was all right. The truth is, they also wanted to know more about what happened that day, Kyuko said, hoping to prevent Sarah from feeling uncomfortable and leaving without answering their questions. We don't mind having a couple more guests, Takeda added, helping to calm the matriarch, Citri. Thank you. Sarah expressed her gratitude for the kindness shown by the Hayato family and their reassuring words. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, seeking permission to enter. When it opened, Sauna, Tsubaki, and Grafia were seen wearing casual outfits. Welcome, come in, Kyuko greeted them and invited them inside. Sauna noticed her mother's nervousness upon arrival, but fortunately, everything seemed to be fine. Good evening, sorry for the interruption, Grafia apologized on behalf of everyone. No problem, Kyuko replied, brushing it off. Grafia settled onto a nearby sofa, and Sarah joined her to keep a close eye on her. I know you have many questions about me. Please, don't hold back, the silver-haired maid said kindly. She was aware that Issei's parents would have questions, just like his friends. I wanted to start with an easy question, Kyuko said while continuing to prepare dinner. Who are you? My name is Grafia Lucifuge. I am a high-class demon and the wife of Surzex Lucifer, one of the leaders of the underworld. Grafia began to explain without hesitation. Why were they chasing you? Takeda asked, forming another question. Oh. I was resting in my room, thinking about the future, when they appeared soldiers from the Demon Council. My husband started to confront them, so they were not there to protect me, Graphia explained, her face showing fear. Seeing the strongest queen display such an expression of fear troubled Sarah. However, she couldn't blame her. She was sure that if Graphia had been at her best, she would have easily dealt with those demons. They wanted to capture me, likely to manipulate my husband. But they wanted to harm me, and I had to flee for my life. And for my baby, Graphia continued, gripping her dress tightly. Why did you seek Issei for help? Couldn't the other demons do it? Kyuko asked, unintentionally sounding annoyed. She subconsciously blamed Graphia for what had happened to her son. I was scared and weak. I didn't know what to do. If the other demons intervened, they would be punished and possibly killed by the council. They wouldn't help me either because they hate me. Graphia felt Kyuko's protective motherly instinct. I have known Issei for years. I met him when he was just a child. I found him crying near the mall. Graphia's words reminded Kyuko and Takeda of the day Issei got lost and how an angel had returned their son to them. Learning that it had been a demon surprised them. I thought of him, and felt he could help me. I apologize for putting your son's life at risk. But I didn't know what else to do, Graphia said, holding back her tears. It was true, she had risked her first child, despite being severely injured. You don't need to apologize, Graphia-san. Knowing how my host is, I'm sure he would have faced the entire underworld to protect you without you even asking, Akemi commented, recalling how her host had risked his life to defend humans he didn't know, who later turned out to be familiar faces. At Kuo Academy Gymnasium. After class hours, the students gathered in the gym as the director had requested. They were all waiting for the special announcement that the teachers had mentioned. For Kaori, Yui, and Kiryu, it felt strange that Issei was not with the group, and they were trying to spot him. Meanwhile, on the small stage that had been set up, Sarah was alongside Yura, making the final adjustments. The rest of the student council members were spread throughout the room, monitoring the students and directing them on where to stand. Something curious for the students was that the student council members wore ice blue bands. Once everything was ready, Sarah instructed them to open the curtain to begin the small act where she would announce the new disciplinary committee. Good afternoon, dear students and teachers. I have gathered you here to inform you of a small change that will take place in the academy, Sarah began, smiling while maintaining her serious demeanor. But first, I want to welcome 3 new teachers who will join our faculty. Mrs. Kyuko Hayadu will be the new mathematics teacher, the matriarch Citri announced, introducing Issei's mother. It was a perfect fit since Kyuko had been the head of accounting in her previous job. For the students who knew Issei, the physical resemblance of the new teacher did not go unnoticed. They quickly realized that her last name was Hayadu, leading them to conclude that she must be a relative. Mr. Takeda Hayadu will be the new physics teacher joining our school, Sarah continued, now introducing Issei's father, whose position was also related to his previous work in the company, where he handled necessary calculations for infrastructures. And finally, Mrs. Hikaru Shido will be the new political science teacher joining us. Sarah concluded her introductions with Hikaru, who had previously worked as a teacher in England. Now that the new faculty members have been introduced, let's move on to the important change I mentioned, Sarah began, capturing the students' attention. After speaking with the parents of everyone present and discussing the recent behavioral issues of many students, as well as cases of both verbal and physical threats, we have reached an agreement to form a new section. The smile faded from Sarah's expression as she looked seriously at the students present. Disciplinary committee will be established in the academy, and it will not be linked to the student council. The president and vice president, along with its members, will be chosen internally. Sarah glanced at her daughter, who nodded in agreement with what she was saying. In the parents' meeting we held, the parents chose the president and vice president. I want to announce them now, so they can come up here, Sarah said while receiving an envelope from her daughter. First, Tsubasa Yura will be the vice president. If she accepts, Yura stepped onto the stage with confidence. It was well known that she was one of the strongest girls in the academy, and being in her second year, she could continue next year. Yura felt uncertain about her ability to take on the role, but she resolved to do her best if everyone had faith in her. She accepted the position, feeling a bit embarrassed. When the announcement of the vice president was made, Cage, who had been sitting nearby, jumped up dramatically, raising his arms and wearing an arrogant grin. He confidently declared that he would gladly accept the role of president of the disciplinary committee, fully believing in his strength as the strongest student in the school. However, Sarah informed him that the parents had chosen Hayudo Issei for the position. Cage's expression turned to one of disbelief, unable to comprehend how that pathetic pervert could have outdone him. Meanwhile, Issei stepped onto the stage beside Yura, wearing a serious expression. Cage was furious, shouting that he was the strongest in the academy and that he deserved to be president, questioning how someone like Issei could take everything from him. Sarah calmly explained that it was the parents who made the decisions regarding the presidents. Cage, feeling increasingly agitated, pointed out that he had won the martial arts title among the academies in the city, questioning how Issei could be considered better than him. As Issei's patients began to wear thin, Yui, Murayama, and Kiryu watched anxiously, uncomfortable with the unfolding situation. Sarah, clearly annoyed, reminded Cage that he had interrupted the meeting too many times and ordered him to return to his seat, asserting that no one had given him permission to act like a petulant child. The professors approached cautiously, prepared in case Cage attempted something reckless. Yura was taken aback when Cage tried to strike her unexpectedly, but Issei intervened, using both arms to block Cage's attack. Cage retaliated, landing a punch to Issei's abdomen, followed by a knee strike and a punch to his face, knocking him to the ground. Despite the pain, Issei decided to feign injury, lying on the ground as if trying to catch his breath. Takeda and Kyuko attempted to step in, but Tsubaki and Sauna held them back, explaining that they could not intervene with students now that they were teachers, and that Cage might use that to avoid expulsion. Cage continued his arrogant tirade, questioning Issei's ability to defend the weak. Sarah assured him that Issei and Yura were chosen to protect the students from people like him. As Issei slowly got back to his feet, Cage's gaze met his, igniting further tension. Yura intervened, pushing Cage back with a firm hand to his chest. Cage, still holding his chest, dismissed her strength, comparing her to the girls from the kendo club, whom he deemed mere muscle-bound brutes. Issei defended the girls, stating that they were intelligent, beautiful, and capable of defending themselves, emphasizing that their worth was something Cage overlooked. The kendo club girls were touched by Issei's words, appreciating his defense of them. Cage laughed mockingly, questioning Issei's sincerity and implying that he had only seen the girls in a compromising light. But before he could finish, Issei, fed up with Cage's insults, delivered a powerful punch to his chin, surprising Cage and causing him pain. Issei, gritting his teeth, demanded that Cage be quiet. Cage had never experienced such a strong blow before, quickly realizing that the pain stemmed from his unpreparedness. He attempted to surprise Issei by grabbing his legs to take him down, but Issei anticipated the move and stepped back just in time. As Cage got back up to retaliate, Issei caught his arm and redirected it away from his face, then struck Cage again, causing blood to trickle from his lip. Cage held his injured mouth, trying to ease the pain, but Issei seized the opportunity to deliver a blow to his abdomen, leaving Cage gasping for air as he knelt, clutching his stomach. Issei taunted Cage, questioning his status as the martial arts champion and suggesting he should be able to endure more. The students watched in disbelief as Issei easily brought down the captain of the martial arts club. Issei confronted Cage, reminding him of his past behavior towards others and asserting that Cage had lost everything due to his own stupidity and arrogance. In the end, Cage conceded defeat, but not without a final, bitter warning. Cage always had a reputation, and no one could change that. As he stepped off the stage, he intended to return to his seat. Sarah, visibly upset, informed him that it was unnecessary for him to sit down. She declared that he was expelled from the academy. Given his recent actions, none of the students were surprised. It was a logical consequence. Cage remarked that studying in such a dreadful place was becoming boring before he left. Meanwhile, Issei, who had remained composed throughout the ordeal, suddenly coughed up a bit of blood and knelt down. This caused concern among the girls he had helped and his classmates, though it was clearly an act. Kyuko and Takeda rushed to assist him. Sarah instructed Professor Hasashi to call for an ambulance quickly, continuing the charade. The professor complied without hesitation. Sarah then assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about and that their classmate would be fine, casting a simple obedience spell. Gradually, the students began to leave the room in a calm manner, influenced by Sarah's magic. Issei, recovering, commented on the scandalous event. Kyuko expressed her frustration, noting that the act had been fine until Cage interfered, while she wiped the blood from her son's lip. Issei reassured her that Cage hadn't harmed him and continued to the exit, reflecting that few had opposed his appointment as president of the committee. Takeda, trying to lighten the mood, pointed out that something good had to come from the situation, to which Kyuko begrudgingly agreed. Issei mentioned he would catch up with them later, needing to retrieve something he had forgotten in the old building. He was careful not to let his friends or family inquire further, as the dragon gods had forbidden him from discussing their existence, which was thought to be a myth. It was surprising to him that both deities had chosen to appear again, suggesting they had something important to communicate. He greeted Red and Ophis with respect, and Ophis responded in kind, while Red remained serious, gazing out the window. Red announced that they had summoned Issei to share something significant. The Dragon of Dragons smiled at the young man, indicating the importance of their message. Red expressed that they had been distant from the factions for millennia, reminiscing about their past as a powerful faction. Ophis echoed his sentiments, noting that witnessing Issei uphold the name of Sekyutai reminded them of a time when no one dared to tarnish the name of a dragon. However, Red lamented their inability to protect their own in the past, recalling the tragic fates of Albion, Draig, and Vritra. They both shared a sense of guilt for not caring for their faction as they should have, leading to its downfall. Red declared that they would not make the same mistake again and that the dragon faction would rise once more. He asked Issei if he would be willing to be one of their leaders, leaving the young man astonished. As instructed by their leader, the Citri entourage headed to the hot springs on one of the lower floors. Fortunately for Saji, there were 2 separate baths to avoid any issues with the girls. Sarah and Kyuko had bandaged Issei's wounds as best as they could. It was evident that he had lost a significant amount of blood and would take time to recover. Kyuko gently stroked Issei's hair after cleaning his forehead, where he had been injured in the recent altercation. She couldn't shake the thoughts of what he had experienced, knowing he felt alone after everything that had traumatized him. Takeda, watching his son's unconscious face, recalled when Issei was just a child, peacefully sleeping in his bed. The realization that this boy was now the target of many beings felt surreal. Graphia interrupted their thoughts, assuring them that Issei would be fine and that she would take care of him. She had brought clothes for everyone who had gotten wet while following Sekyutai. Sarah instructed her daughter to take the clothes to her servants and to bathe herself, expressing concern for her health. Sauna hesitated, not wanting to leave Issei, but ultimately knew it wouldn't help him if she fell ill. Graphia watched Issei and reminisced about taking him to the park as a child, where he would often fall asleep on the bench. She was still puzzled about how he had managed to summon her and decided to ponder that later. Noticing Issei's expression shift from tranquility to fear, she realized he was having a nightmare. He was breathing heavily and writhing in distress. Remembering how she used to calm him during such moments, she gently ran her fingers through his brown hair and began to hum a familiar tune they had sung together long ago. In the men's bath, Takeda and Saji were relaxing in the warm water. They were silent, each lost in their thoughts about what had just happened moments ago. Takeda felt as if the water was washing away the worries and concerns that flooded his mind, slowly bringing him peace. Saji reflected on how impressive Takeda's son was, recalling his behavior with Issei and the words he had spoken before losing consciousness. Takeda agreed, feeling a tinge of sadness for not being able to help his son with the challenges he faced. Saji continued, recalling a story shared by their king. Takeda remained quiet, not out of annoyance, but because he found himself in agreement, which led him to deeper contemplation. The bearer of a fragment of Vritra asked if Takeda had any other stories about Issei. Takeda began to recount a night when Issei had saved his wife, Kyuko, from some unsavory individuals. He described how Issei had fought against demons before, exhausted and unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows until it was too late. Takeda clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger as he remembered how he had been powerless against those attackers. Just as they were about to harm Kyuko, Issei had awakened, his expression mirroring the intensity he had shown that night. One by one, the thugs fell after Issei fought back fiercely. However, Takeda noted that Issei had not come away unscathed, he had been injured even more. Yet, when he had broken the knee and hand of the man who had tried to touch his mother, he appeared strong, even as he was bleeding. Sai listened in astonishment, having arrived later with the king. They had to remove those attackers and take them to a special room for treatment, leaving them in a dark alley afterward, dousing them with alcohol before abandoning them. Takeda reflected on happier times, remembering Issei playing with his mother, chasing butterflies. Now, he felt a profound sadness knowing that Issei was far away, unreachable. Saji encouraged Takeda to move faster than Issei to catch up with him and not be left behind, successfully lifting Takeda's spirits. They then shifted their conversation to lighter topics. In the women's bath, all the women were present except for Graphia, Sauna, and Sarah. Hikaru, Hanako, and June joined to support Kyuko, who was deeply worried. Some of Sona's group chatted quietly, while others relaxed in silence, trying to shake off the lingering fear from Issei's aura. Sarah entered, wrapped only in a towel, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone noticed Sona sitting apart, lost in thought, seemingly still processing the events in the forest. Sona felt uncomfortable, especially under the scrutiny of others, and the urge to leave through a magic circle grew stronger. Sarah noticed this and sought to lighten the mood by asking Kyuko about her daughter. Kyuko hugged her knees to her chest, hesitant to discuss the topic. Sarah realized her question had only made things worse and struggled to find a way to mend the situation. Kyuko eventually spoke, revealing that her daughter would have been just 2 years older than Issei, making her 19. She expressed confidence that her daughter would have gotten along well with Sarah's daughters and Hikaru, though her voice carried a heavy sadness. At Ko Academy during lunch, Rias walked toward the old building alone as Akino had stayed behind to help a classmate. Excited to return to the human world, Rias looked forward to engaging in activities more suited to her age without the judgment of the Phoenix Elders. She hoped to use lunchtime to connect more with her young pawn, having felt they hadn't spoken enough that morning. Suddenly, her path was interrupted by a girl with brown hair in 2 braids and pink glasses, accompanied by 2 others. They asked if they could speak with her. Rias assumed they wanted to inquire about her trip to Europe or seek help with school subjects. Instead, they surprised her by stating that they didn't want her to get close to Hayate Issei. Rias felt a surge of annoyance at the request. One girl explained that Issei had loved her for a long time, and when he returned after a long absence, he seemed very downcast. Another girl added that it took him a long time to recover, partly thanks to the student council president. The first girl pointed out that Rias should look behind her, where she saw Issei and Sona walking toward her, chatting pleasantly. The girl urged Rias not to disrupt the budding relationship between them, emphasizing that they cared for each other, even if they hadn't fully acknowledged it yet. The girl with pink-brown hair requested that they not hurt their friend again before leaving with the others. After hearing those words, Rias stood alone in the hallway, reflecting. It was clear she wouldn't disrupt the relationship forming between her best friend and her pawn. She touched her chest with a hint of sadness, fully aware that she had hurt Issei in the past. Leading him on and then sealing part of his powers was something she could never forgive herself for, and she vowed never to do it again. Unconsciously, a dark figure, seemingly drenched in blood and displaying sharp claws and teeth, invaded her thoughts, causing her fear. This figure, the source of many of her actions towards the current Sekirei, haunted her once more. She had grown accustomed to blood, but she could never get used to those emotionless black eyes. Sona approached her friend and asked what was wrong. Rias, startled, quickly replied that she was merely thinking about what to have for lunch, forcing a smile to mask her true feelings. Sona suggested they have lunch in the old building, and Rias agreed, watching as both academy presidents walked side by side. Akino commented on how nice a couple they made, and Rias felt genuinely happy for them. Moments later, as they entered the old building, Rias noted the changes inside, accompanied by Issei and Sona, who both appeared slightly annoyed. Issei directly expressed that Rias should have informed them of her return. Sona echoed his sentiment, and Rias felt a bit embarrassed by their reprimands, confirming that they would indeed make a good couple based on how they were scolding her. Issei continued, explaining that if Rias had notified them of her return, they could have planned something better than just a simple welcome back. Sona added that it would have been helpful to know Ravel was coming so they could enroll her in the first year, as they had to rush everything at the last minute. Just then, Yura entered, holding papers for the committee and quickly realized Rias was present, prompting her to leave. Issei reassured her that it was fine and changed the subject to avoid putting more pressure on Rias. Rias then expressed her desire to join the committee, which piqued Issei's interest. He asked why she wanted to join now, so close to the end of the year. Rias explained that she had wanted to form the committee upon her arrival but lost a game of rock-paper-scissors to Sona, which prevented her from doing so. Issei understood and agreed to consider her request, but he mentioned it would have to wait until the following week to give the impression that he had deliberated on it. Issei inquired if there were any other supernatural beings at the academy, as he did not want to include humans in the committee. Sona confirmed that it was just the 3 of them for now. As they settled in, the sound of a growling stomach echoed in the room, revealing Rias had forgotten to bring her lunch, leaving her feeling regretful. Issei offered his lunch to Rias, stating he wasn't hungry. Gratefully, she accepted, feeling a mix of eagerness and embarrassment as she began to eat. Issei took a seat where Rias had been and continued reviewing the papers Yura had brought. Aquino then entered the room, followed by Kiba, Kaneko, and Ravel, who had just returned from getting their lunches. Kiba remarked on how unusual it was to see Issei sitting there, prompting a playful comment from Kaneko about Rias. Ravel remained silent, observing the scene. Telo, Throne of God. A man with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes opened his eyes in surprise, quickly shifting to a look of annoyance. He had a well-developed physique and was dressed in peculiar armor while seated on a golden throne. This man was Michael, the leader of the angels. Through the power of omnipresence, he had witnessed the brutal demise of the Sekirai. He sensed sacred light magic and knew exactly who was responsible. Having heard Kokobeel's words, he would not allow the treaty to be compromised. He quickly summoned the most trustworthy person he knew, Gabriel, one of the 5 celestial archangels, and his sister. "What is happening, Michael?" asked a beautiful woman with a slender figure, dressed in a loose white tunic with parts of golden armor. She had a lovely face with delicate features, long golden hair, and striking jade eyes, her pupils shaped like crosses and always shining a brilliant gold. "I called you, Gabriel, because the Sekirai has been killed." Michael rose from his throne, revealing his 12 wings, which glimmered in a golden hue. Gabriel immediately recognized her brother's anger. "Who killed him?" Gabriel inquired, her own displeasure evident. "Kokobeel. Using Gram against its bearer, and he was aided by another archangel who prevented the Sekiritai's allies from arriving." Gabriel's eyes narrowed at the revelation. How could one of their own seek to kill a celestial dragon? The Sekiritai had done nothing to harm the church, and she doubted he was planning anything against it. "I have noticed strange behaviors in one of our brothers for a long time, and I regret not acting sooner." Michael felt a sense of guilt for not paying attention to the issues within their faction. "I will handle him now." "I want you to go and assist," Michael commanded, using a magic circle to change into more suitable combat attire. "But I have not yet found Ascalon. What if he has it?" Gabriel understood whom her brother was referring to, as she too had begun to suspect him long ago. "Ascalon chose the Sekiritai as its bearer, and I do not know where it is now. But I know that BSTRD does not have it. Go help the demons. I will ensure he does not leave here." Gabriel was taken aback by the revelation but chose not to dwell on it and nodded. "Take care, brother. And do what you believe is necessary," Gabriel said with a heavy heart before disappearing through a magic circle. Meanwhile, the leader of heaven approached a nearby table to activate 2 magic circles. 2 silhouettes appeared within them. The first belonged to a beautiful woman with chestnut hair and amber eyes, dressed similarly to Gabriel. The other silhouette was a man with red hair and brown eyes, attired like Michael. They were Uriel and Raphael, respectively, both displaying great surprise at being summoned by Michael and seeing him in his old battle attire, which he hadn't worn since the war centuries ago. "Michael? What is happening? Where is Gabriel going?" Uriel was the first to speak, looking somewhat startled as she had just seen her sister fly toward the gates of heaven. "What has happened, brother?" Raphael, noticing the serious expression on Michael's face, sensed that something was wrong. "I want you both here now, it is an order." The final word from the strongest archangel shocked them completely. They abandoned their tasks to appear as quickly as possible. "The Sekiritai has been killed." Michael began, gazing at the golden throne with a hint of resentment. Who did it? Why would they do something like this? Uriel, a fan of the Sekiritai for all he had accomplished, asked, though some of those actions had displeased her. "It was Kokobeel, aided by one of our brothers." Why would one of us help Kokobeel?" Raphael asked, intrigued. "I do not know. But what I do know is that Kokobeel has been stealing the fragments of Excalibur. I do not know his exact intentions. I want everything sealed. No one may leave heaven for an entire day, and tell Metatron to come here," Michael revealed, further surprising the other seraphim. "But if we seal everything due to the system of heaven, we will not be able to leave or use magic circles either," Uriel pointed out. "Metatron will not be able to leave. I will handle that myself," Michael asserted firmly. With those last words, they immediately understood who had aided in the assassination. "Very well. I will prepare the angels." After that, Raphael disappeared through a magic circle before it was deactivated. "What will you do, Michael?" Uriel asked, looking intently at him. "I will eliminate the problem at its root." "Close heaven," the seraph replied without turning to the woman, who left in silence. Michael reproached himself for not intervening sooner, but he could not have anticipated his brother's actions. His celestial magic was slipping from his grasp as he struggled to control his anger. The words he had heard afterward complicated his task even further. "Did you call for me, Michael?" A man entered the room, possessing a strong physique, black hair, sky-blue eyes, and a handsome face. He wore golden armor, and beneath it, a white tunic was visible. He was accompanied by a group of younger angels. "Tell me, Metatron, why did you do it?" The leader of heaven began, his gaze fixed on the golden throne before him. "What do you mean, brother?" Metatron feigned ignorance. "In recent months, your behavior has become erratic, and you distanced yourself from us. I thought your concerns were related to heaven, not that you were planning an assassination. Why did you help Kokobile?" Michael confronted him calmly. Metatron merely smiled, looking at his brother with a confidence that made the atmosphere tense between them. "The dragons were responsible for the heavy losses we suffered during the Great War, and we cannot produce angels as easily. The demons developed a reincarnation system, and fallen angels reproduce like vermin. We are falling behind. The only salvation is to make both sides destroy each other. And then hunt them like animals? Even the children?" Michael countered, remaining composed. The younger angels listened in shock. They knew that their mentor, Metatron, longed for peace more than anyone, but they did not expect him to seek it through domination. Michael decided to confront his brother directly, aware that Metatron had evaded his earlier question. He asked why Metatron had helped in the assassination of the Securitai. Metatron justified his actions by claiming that the Securitai had killed several exorcists in that city and protected renegade demons, asserting that he deserved to die. Michael challenged this reasoning, pointing out that the exorcists killed were defended by the Securitai, and the demons were families of defectors acting peacefully. None of Metatron's claims were true and did not justify his crime, which astonished the other angels present. Michael expressed his frustration, questioning whether they were truly going to argue over such a trivial matter. He urged Metatron to focus on what would happen next. Anger surged within him as he refused to support his brother's foolish idea of ruling over other races. Metatron's response was filled with indignation, suggesting that by not fighting, they were condemning their own kind to remain beneath other factions. He believed that with the detestable dragon out of the way, they could not be surpassed, and with Ascalon on their side, nothing could stop them. Michael countered that condemning their race meant starting the war again, leading to a massacre from which they would never recover. He reminded Metatron that the Securitai had been chosen by Ascalon to be its bearer and had also wielded Gram, symbolizing the unity of the three races. Metatron was momentarily thrown off by this revelation, realizing that his brother spoke the truth, as his wings had never changed color. The murmurs among the angels grew, and Metatron's plan to turn them against Michael was failing. Seeing the shift in sentiment, Metatron decided to act. In a swift motion, he attempted to strike Michael with a dagger of light aimed directly at his heart, but missed. Michael, anticipating this outcome, easily caught Metatron's hand, halting the attack effortlessly. He then shattered the dagger and delivered a powerful knee to Metatron's chest, knocking the wind out of him and breaking his armor. Michael followed up with a forceful kick to Metatron's face, sending him momentarily into the air before slamming him down to the ground. Metatron struggled to rise to his knees, gasping for breath and shocked by his brother's strength. He had never faced Michael before and was beginning to understand why he had been chosen as the leader of the angels. For the first time, he felt fear of death as he sensed the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Michael. In that moment, Metatron recalled the nickname once held by the seraph with 12 wings, the Scourge of God. With the eyes of the younger angels upon him, Metatron resolved to try once more, refusing to be easily defeated. He quickly rose, conjuring a lance of light aimed at Michael's face, who remained calm but exuded an aura of irritation. Michael effortlessly dodged the move, repositioned himself beside Metatron, and delivered a punch to his stomach before grabbing his head and smashing it against the golden throne that once belonged to God, shattering it with ease. Michael reminded Metatron of his position as the leader of the angels, declaring that he would not allow him to cause any more harm. As Michael approached slowly, a sword of light materialized in his hand. Metatron, emerging from the rubble, looked on in terror, his face bloodied and armor nearly destroyed. He had underestimated the vast difference in their powers, realizing too late that defeating Michael would be far more difficult than he had anticipated. Desperate, Metatron pleaded for mercy, attempting to create a magical escape circle, but it failed to respond. Michael, skeptical of his brother's sincerity, asked if he had any last words. Metratone, in a moment of panic, shouted a surprise and unleashed a small explosion of light that blinded Michael for a moment, giving the cowardly angel just enough time to flee toward the gates of heaven. Once recovered, Michael wasted no time in pursuing Metratone. The angels in the area watched in confusion as their supreme leader chased one of his seraphs, but their questions would soon be answered. Michael saw the gates of heaven beginning to close, and desperation surged within him. If he did not reach Metratone in time, he would fail to uphold his promise. As he neared his brother, he suddenly had to halt as the gates closed right in front of him, with Metratone on the other side. Metratone laughed triumphantly, taunting Michael about his failure to kill him and vowing to ensure that everyone would know that the powerful leader of heaven had sent him to execute them. Metratone was mocking Michael, who could only glare back with restrained hatred. He leaned in close to Michael and whispered that he would ensure the message was well engraved on the bodies of those demons before beginning his descent toward the human world. Michael shouted to the heavens, unleashing all his power, causing the angels to watch their leader with a hint of fear, as they had never seen him like this before. Quickly, the archangel returned to the site of his previous confrontation and summoned a magic circle to observe the happenings in the human world. Uriel and Raphael arrived after sensing their brother's power erupting fiercely. Uriel asked what had happened, but received no response from Michael, who was intently focused on the circle. The other archangels decided to follow their leader's example and watch the projection of the magic circle closely. As Metratone descended from the sky, Uriel and Raphael were surprised and immediately understood the reason for their leader's anger at having failed. Metratone questioned Kokabeel about his frustration, implying that things had not gone as planned. Raphael, looking at his brother with some apprehension, suggested that perhaps he should reveal his secret to avoid trouble. Uriel, confused by his brother's desire for war, listened as Metratone insisted that there was only one way to ensure survival: domination over the other factions. He believed that war must return to finally resolve the conflict. Meanwhile, in the underworld, a similar situation unfolded, as the four Maus found themselves unable to leave, and all watched in astonishment. The only ones opposing Kokabeel's plan were the Citri demons and a couple of humans. Metratone spoke with an air of superiority, declaring that without the Securitai on their side, they had no hope after eliminating that threat. He felt confident that his plan could not fail, believing the demons before him posed no significant challenge. However, he underestimated the Securitai, who had previously shown that even when outmatched, one could prevail. Tomo responded, asserting that they had feared what the Securitai could do, which was why he had been cowardly murdered. The rest of the group remained silent but supported her words. Rhea struggled to contain her power, as did Sauna, who was unconsciously releasing a significant amount of energy. Surzex felt relieved to see his wife in good form, though he noted her condition was visibly deteriorating, with only a month left until their baby was born. His calm was soon overshadowed by anger towards the council demons, as he sensed they were plotting something. Seraphal was filled with worry and helplessness, unable to assist her mother and sister. Her heart filled with hatred upon seeing Alex Balam, who was involved in a plan that endangered her family, awakening a deep thirst for vengeance within her, a feeling she had not experienced since the ancient war. Metratone spoke seriously, explaining that the curse of the celestial red dragon did not directly cause pain to loved ones. Instead, it forced them to bear the suffering inflicted by those who sought to destroy him. Grafia interjected, expressing her sorrow over Issei's loss, revealing her power as she spoke. Kokabeel, taking a neutral stance, questioned why they had allowed Issei to bear their burdens without concern for him. Sarah, feeling guilty, admitted they had not realized the extent of their actions. Surzex pointed out that Kokabeel had not done them a favor but had instead helped the Securitai find rest, albeit not in peace. He expressed frustration at Metratone mentioning his wife. A member of the Demon Council attempted to defend themselves, claiming it was not their fault, but Metratone interrupted, forming a lance of light in his hand. Balam warned him to stop, threatening to break the seal that kept the demon kings confined in the underworld. Metraton's expression turned furious, but he restrained himself, knowing even he would face difficulties against 4 demon kings, especially after the events in the heavens. He explained that they had done everything possible to eliminate the threat, sending elite assassins and mid-level soldiers to deal with the problem. However, deploying elite soldiers or legions of demons to the human world would attract the attention of the fallen angels and even those from his own faction, which he doubted they could conceal. Those present were astonished by the exchange between the demon and the angel. Issei had protected Grafia and Sarah daily for the past 2 months, And both women felt regret for not being more aware of the assassination attempts and for not being able to help him. Their guilt quickly transformed into anger towards the beings before them. Metratone commanded Ryanair and Fried to handle the lower-class demons, instructing them to fulfill their promise and deal with the two high-class and supreme demons. Kokabeel ordered while continuing to look ahead, only turning to see the Archbishop of Massacre, who nodded in response to his question. The elderly man calmly replied that indeed, if they counted the sword that Securitai had stolen from Fried months ago, they would be missing 2 sacred swords. At Kokabeel's call, Fried approached, presenting the swords he possessed, one still stained. Without a word, Kokabeel handed over Excalibur Destruction. He instructed Metatron to assist Valper in completing the ritual, which caused the Seraph to look at Kokabeel with annoyance. Metatron agreed to follow the order just this once, asserting that next time, he would give the orders. Kokabeel then raised a shield, enclosing himself with Metatron, the elderly man, and the sword fragments, ensuring that no one would interrupt the ritual. As he closed his eyes, Sarah noticed Ryanair's eyes beginning to glow faintly. Kokabeel had already directed his followers on whom to attack, and they wasted no time. The first to move were Ryanair and Fried. Sona and Rias's group prepared to receive the initial assault but were caught off guard when Fried sped past them, delivering a kick to Sauna that she barely managed to block, sending her flying away from her group. A similar fate awaited Rias as Ryanair charged at her, showing a small sphere of light that exploded, temporarily blinding her and preventing her from blocking an attack that sent her to the same place as Sauna. In her path, she dragged Ravel along, who was unable to dodge due to the fear and surprise from Ryanair's action. In mere moments, they had separated the high-class demons from their respective teams. Both leaders quickly regained their composure and attempted to return to their groups but were met by members of the Demon Council blocking their way. One of them, a well-built man with black hair and red eyes dressed in a 16th-century English-style suit, spoke to Sona. This man was Alex Balam, father of Serafal and Sona, and ex-husband of Sarah Citri. Sona's voice dripped with hatred as she declared that she was not his daughter. Confronting the man who had abandoned her as a child for another woman, who had caused her mother suffering, and who was complicit in the death of her beloved, filled her with anger. A voluptuous woman with sky-blue eyes and amber hair, Crystal Furfur, Alex's lover and representative of the Furfur House in the Demon Council, chimed in, telling Sona that it was not the way to speak to her father. Sona retorted with disdain, warning Crystal not to speak to her. Crystal provocatively reminded Sona that the only one who could call her that was already dead, taunting her with the name of Hayuda Issei, the weakest Securitai and the most pathetic demon. Unable to contain herself any longer, Sona launched an attack, creating an ice lance. Crystal, with a proud smile, countered the attack by catching the tip of the lance with both hands. To her surprise, instead of feeling cold, her hands became soaked with water. As the liquid solidified, trapped Crystal's hands. Without wasting a moment, Sona pulled her lance, causing Crystal to stumble forward, and landed a strong knee strike to her face, drawing blood from the high-class demon. Sona quickly distanced herself to avoid being isolated from her allies. She declared that her combat skills had been honed by her teacher and that her mother had taught her to use her abilities to their fullest. Crystal, furious and bleeding from her nose, shouted at Sona, blaming her for the situation. Balam, looking seriously at his daughter, expressed his surprise at her actions. Suddenly he launched a powerful attack at Sona, but Sarah intervened, easily deflecting the attack from her ex-husband. Sarah did not respond to Balam's question about her well-being but raised her hand, revealing a small magical circle in her palm. Instantly, the same circle appeared beneath the members of the Demon Council, and ice stakes began to emerge, injuring several members and eliminating 4 with Graphia's help, who had invoked a magical circle to restrain their movements. Among those who fell were the representatives of the Gremory and Bale clans, the longest-standing members of the Demon Council. Balam looked at his ex-wife in shock, noting her typically somber expression. Sarah reminded him not to forget his place as a high-class demon and the reason her clan held the rank of prince, revealing her 5 pairs of wings while freezing the ground around her. Grafia stood ready to protect Sarah, knowing she could not engage in close combat as she once did. Balam declared that they would not be able to defeat all of them, while Crystal vowed to handle the 2 girls, focusing her hatred primarily on Sona. She could not believe that a girl had made her bleed with such a simple move. Sarah taunted Balam, questioning how he had lowered himself to follow orders, now acting as a lapdog for an angel. Balam proclaimed his desire to rule, stating that if war broke out and the leaders fell, he and the rest of the Demon Council would govern, easily defeating the angels and fallen angels, ruling over all races. It was foolish to associate with them, a deadly alliance where they would ultimately end up turning against each other. There was no remedy for this situation. The only beings who could stop it were two. One was far away and uninterested in their affairs, and the other was dead. With those last words, Sarah became furious and was ready to attack with all her might. Meanwhile, the servants of Sauna and Rias were about to confront Fried and Ryanair. Fried mocked their recent endeavors, while Ryanair observed her adversaries seriously, saying nothing. Suddenly, to the surprise of the young demons, a tear fell from Ryanair's right eye, and they could read her lips as she mouthed an apology. In an instant, Ryanair appeared in front of Saji, delivering a powerful kick to his stomach that knocked the breath out of him. She immediately jumped to attack Yura, who barely managed to block the fierce kick aimed at her face. As the other demons were astonished by the fallen angel's swift movement, they failed to notice Fried approaching from behind, ready to strike them with a sword of light granted by Kokabeel. However, Kiba, who had kept a close watch on the deranged priest, intercepted the attack. Frustrated, Fried drew his light bullets and began firing at the demons in front of him. Tsubaki and Akino quickly acted a barrier to stop the bullets. Witnessing this, the young demons understood clearly what Issei meant when he said that their enemies would not wait for them. With that in mind, they prepared to counterattack. Grafia and Sarah fought well together, countering and repelling the attacks from the council members. However, Grafia soon began to feel the strain of her efforts. The negative feelings of resentment and hatred were taking a toll on her, causing her stomach to tighten painfully. She was running out of energy and could no longer attack with the same strength as before. Sarah noticed this and had to adopt a defensive stance to protect the wife of King Lucifer, as she did not want to lose anyone else. Sauna and Rias were not faring any better against Crystal. They were unaccustomed to fighting together, often differing in their strategies and decisions. Additionally, Sauna's father's lover had much more combat experience. After all, the members of the Demon Rabbit clan had participated in the height of the war between factions. Initially, the representative of the Fur clan thought the battle would be much more complicated against two high-class demons. However, seeing how Sauna and Rias often tangled in their attacks by being too close to each other, Crystal began to toy with them, enjoying every time they failed an attack due to one another. Still, the young demons managed to surprise her on several occasions, managing to wound her slightly when they got close enough. Suddenly, all the battles ceased as a powerful sacred aura emanated from the location of Kokabeel and Metratone. The servants of the Gremory and Citri clans seized this moment to reposition themselves and safeguard the most injured, Ruruko, Kaneko, Yura, and Momo, who could no longer fight after being hit by Fried's light bullets and wounded by Ryanair. Although they were not entirely unscathed, Fried had grown accustomed to feeling pain to some extent during his training with the church, and Ryanair, despite being the most injured, fought as if her wounds did not exist. Finally, Valper shouted in joy, grinning like a madman. The 5 swords that had previously been in a magical circle vanished in a flash of light. When the light faded, a rather strange sword appeared within the magical circle, its hilt made of gold, displaying a bluish hue from the guard to the middle of the blade, adorned with various details. It had the length of a BSTRD sword but was lighter than one. After so long apart, Excalibur Mimic, Excalibur Blessing, Excalibur Transparent, Excalibur Repeaty, and Excalibur Destruction are united as one. The demons looked on in terror at the sword that radiated a strange sacred aura. Wait a moment, Elder. Excalibur Mimic? I gave you Excalibur Nightmare. What happened? Fried asked, quite confused as he observed Valper, who did not hesitate to respond. What you brought me was Excalibur Mimic in the form of Excalibur Nightmare. Apparently, the Sekyutai took it to its demise. It's a shame, Nightmare would have been better. After all, it has the power to create illusions and manifest your worst nightmares. Surely the Sekyutai knew this and chose not to give it to you, Valper explained briefly, proud of his actions. That lying girl. Fried murmured, referring to the young woman with pigtails who dared to deceive him. In the past, demons could not withstand your power. Fallen angels burned just by touching you, and angels knelt before you in awe of your greatness. At last, you are back, Excalibur. Metratone proclaimed, clearly intent on wielding the sword. Fried, you will wield this sword. At that moment, under Kokabeel's command, Fried took the sword, smiling like a true psychopath, forgetting all his previous annoyance. Metratone looked on, confused and quite annoyed at the cadre, but before he could utter a word, Kokabile spoke. Neither you nor I can wield that sword, and you know it. I would burn just by touching it, and you, by taking that sword, would go against heaven and its peace. You would fall. I am sure none of your angels would follow a fallen angel, Kokabile stated, looking seriously at Metratone. Given this justification, Metratone abandoned his attempt to wield the legendary sword. In an instant, taking advantage of the demon's astonishment at what had just occurred, Metratone created and launched a light arrow towards Sarah, who quickly conjured a defensive barrier. However, the arrow possessed such power that it shattered the barrier like glass and grazed the face of the Citri leader. Coward! You have terrible aim! Sarah shouted, preparing to retaliate. Is that what you think? Metratone replied, smiling as he aimed at Sarah. The matriarch turned quickly and froze in place. The sound of dripping water could be heard clearly in the silence that followed. Unfortunately, it was not water that dripped, but blood, flowing relentlessly and staining the ground. Almost simultaneously, a body fell to the ground. The particles of light from the arrow slowly faded, but not before hitting its target. Sauna had been severely wounded in the abdomen, as the arrow had pierced through her. Originally, Metratone's target was Rias, but Crystal managed to see the direction of the arrow. With a swift movement and a kick, she positioned Sauna in front of Rias. Quickly, without leaving Grafia behind, Sarah approached her daughter, pushing away her husband's lover with Rias's help. Sauna coughed up blood and nearly choked on it if her mother hadn't arrived in time. Metratone declared that his wings had not lost their color and his magic had not changed, stating that there was no excuse for him not to use the sword. He would allow the priest to use it, but it would ultimately belong to him. He did this to prove to Kokabile that he would not fall from grace. Kokabile merely looked seriously at the seraph before closing his eyes again. Sauna, struggling with the burning pain in her wound, questioned how Issei could endure such suffering. Sarah glared at Metratone and, after leaving her daughter with Grafia and Rias, rushed to attack the seraph. However, Metratone swiftly intercepted Sarah, striking her in the stomach and sending her crashing to the ground with a kick. Metratone proclaimed proudly that he was a seraph. Grafia admitted it was impressive that a phoenix tear could not heal such a wound after using 3 tears to treat Sauna. She noted that his light magic was purer than that of other angels and that they were out of phoenix tears. As she helped the young heiress to her feet, Sauna complained that even though she was healed, it still burned. Fried warned Kiba not to get distracted, attacking him from behind as he was preoccupied with Sauna's situation. Tomo rushed in to deflect Fried's attack, but her sword was destroyed by the now reconstructed Excalibur. Kiba created a demonic sword shaped like a katana and handed it to the young Citri knight. Tomo thanked him, acknowledging that things would be complicated from then on. Tomo quickly launched herself at Ryanair, who was about to strike Akino, who was already badly injured. With a swift movement, she blocked Ryanair's light spear and, recalling Issei's words, delivered a powerful kick to Ryanair's neck, catching her off guard and sending her crashing to the ground. The fallen angel clutched her head in pain as she trembled on the floor. Kokabile opened his eyes at the commotion. Ryanair stopped shaking and fell unconscious. Kokabile, feeling betrayed yet surprised by the knight's attack, questioned whether the knights of her clan had no honor. After all, she had managed to break the control seal, weakened by past battles against Sekiryutai and other foes. He dismissed her, stating that she was no longer of use to him in her current state, as the blood from her wounds stained the ground. Kokabile declared it was time for him to join the battle personally. He spread his 10 wings and rose from the ground, a lightning bolt striking behind him, creating a terrifying image for the demons who were beginning to lose hope. The rain that began to fall after the lightning only added to the drama of the situation. Kokabile shouted that his revenge against the demons would begin now. In a city called Petra, the young settlement seemed to rise from the mountains, sharing the rosy hue of the local stones. It was prosperous, serving as a vital meeting point for merchants from China, India, the Mediterranean, and beyond. The paths leading to the city were often nestled among large pink rock formations, now stained with a deep red, resembling blood. Indeed, it was blood. A man with black hair and red eyes, dressed in a tattered toga stained with blood, struggled to remain standing, unknowingly smearing the wall with his own blood. This man was Kokabile, the angel of the stars and one of God's archangels. He had been confronted by the demon king Satan, who wished to discuss a matter, but Kokabile refused to listen to the words of one of his traitorous brothers, leading to a fight he did not win. As he made his way toward the city in search of a Christian temple to return to the heavens for help, he pondered why the supposed herald of wrath had let him escape, having all the advantages in battle, or why he had been spared. He also questioned why his talent had failed to prevent that encounter. With so many questions and uncertainties, he ultimately just wanted to hear what his brother had to say. His thoughts were interrupted when he stumbled, unable to rise, as his senses began to fade. The last blurry image he saw was someone approaching him. Meanwhile, a man of medium age, with brown eyes and a robust build, asked if his daughter had the shopping list. She confirmed she did, her lighter brown skin and honey-colored eyes shining with confidence as she carried a large water jug on her head. When a loud noise caught her attention, she turned to see a man on the ground, apparently injured and somewhat dehydrated. She rushed to help him, followed by her father, who took the jug from her. She asked the unconscious man if he was all right and if he could hear her. Looking at the man with pleading eyes, she asked her father if they could help him. He decided they should take him to her mother, who would know what to do, and went to fetch the cart they had used for their shopping. The next day, Kokabeel began to awaken, feeling somewhat better regarding his injuries, but he still felt very thirsty and hot. Slowly, Kokabeel tried to sit up in the place where he had been, feeling occasional sharp pains in his wounds. Akram, Farah's father, looked at him seriously and asked how he was feeling. It was unusual to see someone like Kokabeel in that area, and he wondered if the young man could even understand him. Kokabeel looked around, searching for some water, and asked where he was. Akram offered him a cup of water, which Kokabeel took eagerly and drank as if it were vital for his survival. He expressed his gratitude, feeling embarrassed for his actions. Despite the language barrier, Akram could sense Kokabeel's appreciation. Akram introduced himself and explained that he and his daughter had found Kokabeel at one of the city entrances. His wife had done her best to tend to Kokabeel's injuries. As Kokabeel struggled to stand, Akram urged him to stay until he healed completely, warning him about the dangers outside the city due to nearby bandits. Farah entered the room, dressed in red, and Kokabeel was taken aback by her beauty. She greeted him warmly, and he regained his awareness of his surroundings. Despite his injuries, Kokabeel insisted he wanted to continue on his journey. Akram reiterated the dangers outside, but Farah, concerned for Kokabeel's well-being, insisted he should rest and eat something her mother had prepared. Farah introduced herself and gently took Kokabeel's hand, leading him to the dining area. Kokabeel, though hesitant, allowed himself to be guided. A woman with a similar complexion to Farah, long black hair, and a light yellow dress approached him, asking about his injuries. Kokabeel thanked her, observing the family's humble living conditions. They shared their food with him, and he felt a growing desire to repay their kindness someday. Farah whispered that her mother was named Tasmin, and she smiled, which Kokabeel found contagious. Akram inquired about Kokabeel's origins, noting he was clearly not from the area. Kokabeel introduced himself, claiming to be from a small village to the west, trying to pass himself off as a human and not revealing his true nature. Tasmin asked how he had ended up in such a state, recalling the severity of his wounds. Kokabeel fabricated a story about being ambushed by bandits who had taken everything from him. Farah urged him to rest and offered to show him around the place, pulling him outside. Tasmin cautioned them not to be gone too long, expressing her concern for both of them. As they stepped outside, Kokabeel marveled at the sunset bathing the landscape in a beautiful orange hue. The area was dotted with pink mountains, and he noticed irrigation channels keeping the soil moist for farming. Something caught his eye, prompting him to stop. It was a garden on a wooden platform elevated above the ground. Farah noticed his interest and explained that they called it terraced farming, used in areas with less fertile soil. She demonstrated her agility by climbing up to the terrace, encouraging Kokabeel to use the ladder. He followed her lead, using his strength to ascend. Farah expressed her surprise at his ability to climb, and she asked to see his hands, explaining that her father believed a person's worth could be judged by their hands. Kokabeel showed her his hands, and she became excited upon noticing the scars, assuming they shared a profession. He corrected her, stating he was a warrior and had no knowledge of farming. Farah understood and shared that there weren't many warriors in their peaceful city. They spent the afternoon together, with Farah teaching Kokabeel about the local culture, and he found himself increasingly fascinated by the city and its simplicity. Months later, Kokabeel had been convinced to stay with the family until he fully healed. As he helped them in their daily lives, he gradually forgot his original purpose of returning to Christian lands. The life of an ordinary human began to appeal to him, far removed from the conflicts he had known. Although he felt a curiosity to return and see how things were, he realized that doing so would mean leaving behind the family that had shown him such kindness. They had come to see him as one of their own. Akram took Kokabeel to work with him on the farm and often to carve stone to earn money. Tasman began to see him as another son, scolding her husband when he made Kokabeel work too hard. However, Farah started to look at him differently. After all, he was kind and attentive, and she couldn't deny that she found him very attractive. He was the most handsome man she had ever seen, and he had also shown great bravery by fending off thieves who had taken advantage of the night to rob them. In that moment, she realized that being a warrior was not a lie. Kokabeel felt the same way about Farah. She was adventurous, brave, kind, a bit stubborn, but above all, very cheerful. When he learned the meaning of her name, he felt it suited her perfectly. He believed that her smile had captured his heart from the very first day they met. He also found her physical appearance very appealing. But how could he love a human without falling from grace? His brothers, Azazel and Penemu, had fallen in love and faced consequences. His brother Shemhaza had fallen for a human, and Barakeel had done so by disagreeing with their father. But the most pressing question remained, would Farah feel the same? Would her parents approve? These questions and doubts kept him awake at night. He preferred to go outside and gaze at the stars, hoping to see how things would turn out, but whenever he was about to do so, he would stop looking. He didn't want the stars to reveal his fate, he wanted to discover it for himself, whether for better or worse. One evening, Farah found him lost in thought. She had come to look for him for some reason. Kokabeel, feeling nervous and slightly flushed, explained that he needed some fresh air because it was very hot. Farah, equally nervous, wanted to tell him something important. She struggled to find the right words but finally blurted out that she loved him. Her face was warm and slightly flushed with embarrassment, but she felt a sense of peace in finally expressing her feelings. However, that peace soon turned into anxiety as time passed without a response. She timidly lifted her head to see Kokabeel smiling shyly, clearly happy with her confession. Kokabeel admitted that he loved her too, and in that moment, he felt himself transforming from an angel into a human. He no longer cared about falling. All that mattered was that moment shared between them. He stood up to look at his beloved properly, and without thinking twice after his response, she jumped slightly to kiss him with her eyes closed. In that very moment, with that passionate kiss, Kokabeel revealed his 10 white wings, as pure as clouds. Gradually, they began to turn black like the night. But just as they appeared, they vanished without anyone noticing. Or so he thought. Months later, as time passed and Kokabeel spent more time with Farah's family and friends, he began to set aside his Christian traditions to learn and embrace the customs of the people in that city. Now a fallen angel, he admired the customs, traditions, holidays, and art that flourished in the city. Because of this, he agreed to have his wedding with Farah follow the traditions and norms of that place. Kokabeel wore a white toga that exposed half of his chest, a black sash around his waist, and sandals. He sat beside his future father-in-law, Akram, waiting for Tasman to signal them to go out to the garden where the wedding would take place. "Are you nervous?" Akram asked, rubbing his hands anxiously. "A little. This is different from the customs of my homeland, but it's also beautiful," Kokabeel admitted with a nervous smile. "Will you truly take care of my daughter?" Akram asked, trying to voice his own insecurities. "She can be very stubborn, a bit headstrong, and brave enough to realize what she is getting into, but she is a good girl. As a father, I want to see her happy. But I worry about not being there when she needs me," Akram shared, revealing his concerns to Kokabeel for the first time. "That's why I want to assure you that I will do everything in my power to protect her and all of you from harm," Kokabeel vowed, fully determined. "Kokabeel, Akram. Come, we are about to begin." Tasman called, appearing to lead the two men to where the ceremony would take place. Upon arrival, Kokabeel was amazed. The organization and decoration reminded him of Christian weddings. Tasman guided him by the hand toward an arch made of leaves, flowers, and fruits that grew there. Farah managed to read some books with Akram's help about your homeland and its customs. "She wanted to incorporate a touch of your culture," Farah's mother revealed, her eyes sparkling, as she too would have loved to have a ceremony like that. "Take care of my daughter," she said, stepping aside to watch as Farah approached, taking her father's arm. Farah wore a white toga that left her arms, legs, and part of her neck exposed. Kokabeel couldn't have been happier or more excited. A year later, at nearly 3 in the morning, a sharp cry echoed through the quiet night. Farah had just given birth, with her mother's help, to a little girl with a complexion similar to her own, crimson eyes like her father's, and dark hair from both parents. "Congratulations, Kokabeel. It's a girl," Tasman exclaimed as she emerged from the room, cradling the tiny, clean baby wrapped in a white cloth. Kokabeel was speechless. The baby seemed so delicate, like a porcelain doll. "Don't be afraid, hold her." Farah's mother gently placed the little one in Kokabeel's arms, and he couldn't hold back his tears of joy. "How is Farah?" he asked, looking at his mother-in-law. "Come in, she will want to see you too." Tasman stood beside her husband, and together they stepped out to give the couple a moment of privacy. Farah, feeling a bit weak, looked at her husband as he entered with their daughter and asked how she was. Kokabeel, fascinated by the little being in his hands, replied that she looked just like Farah beautiful. Farah, slightly in pain, joked about the timing of her birth. Kokabeel placed his hand on her shoulder, easing her discomfort and relieving much of her pain. He then asked how she wanted to name their daughter, handing the baby to Farah. Curious, Farah inquired if he didn't want to name her after something from his homeland. Kokabeel, resolute, stated that he no longer had any ties to those lands and wanted their daughter to have a name from where they now belonged. Farah suggested the name Samira, meaning evening companion, and thought it suited her well. Kokabeel leaned in to kiss Farah on the forehead, allowing her to rest. 4 years later, the beautiful city that had emerged from the Pink Mountains, known for its magnificent art and technology, a meeting point for traders from around the world, was now devastated. The waterways had turned into rivers of blood, and countless bodies lay scattered throughout the city. Fires raged in the fields and homes, and desperate cries echoed as lives were lost in mere moments. Kokabeel, injured and bewildered, held the bodies of his wife and daughter as they took their last breaths. His father-in-law, Akram, lay a bit farther away with a sword embedded in his chest, while Tasman was face down, arrows piercing her back. Confusion overwhelmed him as he realized he held only an empty crystal cup in his hand. Desperate, he cried out, questioning why this was happening, hoping it was all just a dream. His anguished shout of denial and the pain from the broken cup in his hand made it painfully clear that this was no dream. A deep voice echoed, warning that they had foreseen this. A higher-pitched voice acknowledged that they had not been obeyed. The deeper voice justified the actions witnessed, noting that it was understandable for Kokabeel to want to protect his loved ones. The higher voice expressed frustration, reminding the other that they did not want to wait for the next one to awaken and grow, only to face them again. The dragon god of dreams, Red, asked if Ophis would go. Ophis suggested that perhaps the god of dreams should lend a hand, wanting Red to hold the brown-haired boy in higher regard. Red believed there were others more capable than him and thought it wouldn't be difficult to take Drake from him and give it to someone more qualified. Ophis pointed out that she had seen Red act like a true and majestic dragon god, but also like a fool, and this was one of those times. Using her finger, Ophis opened a rift and stepped through. She appeared in a park where a man with long black hair, dressed elegantly, held a sacred sword that was far too large to wield with one hand, yet he handled it effortlessly. This man was Kokabeel, who stared in astonishment at Ophis's arrival. Before him lay a young man with brown hair, sprawled on the ground in a pool of dark red liquid, blood gushing from a deep wound in his chest, where a black sword with a crimson edge remained embedded. The scene was grim, with the young man covered in his own blood. Kokabeel, trembling, took a step back and uttered Ophis's name. Ophis, with a neutral tone, reminded him that he knew this would happen, referring to him as the Angel of the Stars. Kokabeel noticed a partially formed magic circle around him, which showed no signs of change. Instinctively, he looked at the trees, which were still despite the wind rustling their leaves. The young man's blood no longer spread, as if everything around them had frozen. Kokabeel, feeling nervous, tried to speak but found calmness instead. Ophis approached him slowly, stating that she had no interest in his intentions or faction, but what he had done to Securitai was something she could not overlook. Kokabeel asked if she would interfere. Ophis explained that when the young man had come to ask for help, they had denied him and warned him not to participate, but being human, he would follow his heart regardless of the consequences. With her magic, she lifted the injured young man and prepared to leave. Kokabeel, daring to ask a question, knew that if he annoyed her, his existence could end in an instant. To his surprise, Ophis paused and glanced back at him, as if waiting for the question. He asked who had been there that day. Ophis replied that only remnants of sacred magic remained, the most disgusting and repugnant magic she had ever encountered. With that, she departed with the gravely injured young man. Kokabeel was left in thought, murmuring a quiet thank you. Kokabeel felt no regret for what he had to do and how it would end as he gazed at the magical circle that had just completed forming. From it emerged a young girl with black hair and violet eyes. In the Kuo forest, Ophis appeared in the old church next to Issei's barely breathing body. She quickly threw him into the pond situated in the center of the room. A young woman with black hair and eyes, visibly P-Arginine, rushed forward to prevent him from drowning. Biko, get him out of here. Lu Fei, help me heal him, the young woman exclaimed as she cradled the head of the unconscious boy. Obeying her words, Biko and Lu Fei moved closer. Don't touch the sword, Biko. It could be dangerous, warned a young man with blue eyes and long blonde hair tied back in a small braid, dressed in a suit with a sword hanging from his waist. I know. That crow didn't dare to touch it for a reason. But I can do this. Biko replied confidently. He had brown eyes and short hair, dressed in armor from the era of the Three Kingdoms, with a staff on his back. Biko took one of the unconscious boy's hands and grasped the sword that had injured him. With some effort he managed to pull it free. The sword fell to the side of the wounded body, leaving a small cut on the boy's hand. See? That wasn't so hard, Biko said with a smile, shaking his hands as if he had accomplished something monumental. Come on, Lu Fei, help me with this, the black-haired girl said as she wiped away the excess blood from Issei's wound. Let me handle it, miss you. He doesn't have much time left, Arthur said, stepping in to assist the young woman now identified as Yu. Kuroka, can you help Lu Fei heal his wounds? Yu asked, looking pleadingly at a girl with golden eyes and black hair, dressed in a disheveled black kimono that revealed a prominent neckline. This girl had feline ears and a pair of tails. Why so much concern for someone you barely know, Yu? Kuroka asked as she approached Issei, complying with Yu's request. He saved me and Kyuko-san a couple of weeks ago. Yu's words surprised everyone present, who were unaware of this matter. In the forest of Kuro, at an abandoned church, Issei struggled to rise from the ground once more, feeling the intense pull of his deity's power. His body trembled, and a sharp pain radiated from his right hand, a reminder of the new ability he had acquired. Ophis, with a firm tone, reminded him that he was on the verge of collapsing. She insisted that now that he had declared himself a dragon, he could not show weakness. Valet, who was gently placing Ryanair down, questioned Ophis about her intentions toward the unconscious girl. Issei shared this concern, gazing at Ryanair with a sense of melancholy as he approached to tend to her wounds. Ophis explained that Ryanair had caused significant harm, triggering a chain reaction that led Issei to become a malevolent dragon, and she must face consequences for her actions. Issei looked up in surprise, not expecting such a response from Ophis. He firmly declared that Ryanair did not deserve punishment, standing resolutely before Ophis. In response, Ophis's eyes flashed momentarily before she forcefully pushed Issei against a wall, causing it to crack as he landed outside. She expressed her frustration at his defiance, and Issei, trembling, struggled to rise again as he felt her presence drawing near. He pleaded with Ophis, stating that he did not want to punish her, believing she had suffered enough under control and had been hurt by the one who promised to protect her, referring to himself. He noticed that his words had momentarily halted Ophis's advance. Issei, gathering his remaining strength, implored Ophis not to force him to punish someone he cared for. At that moment, Vala surprised everyone by speaking up in Ryanair's defense, stating that she was like a younger sister to him and he wished for her to endure no more suffering. This made sense, considering Vala's upbringing under Azazel, which had created a bond with Ryanair. Ophis acknowledged Vala's words, signaling for him and Red to step back. Red, showing confidence, assured Ophis that he would take responsibility for Vala if he made a mistake in sparing Ryanair. Issei, despite his exhaustion, felt himself being drawn closer to the ground, but he instinctively reached out to catch himself, preventing a fall. Ophis then shifted the topic, revealing that she had heard intriguing information. The leaders of the Christian faction were planning to ally and would meet in 7 days, on December 25th, where they would publicly announce the resurgence of their faction. She asked if Vali had gathered the dragons he was tasked with. Vali replied that he only needed to awaken Vritra and acquire another sacred gear, mentioning Saji Genshuru, the bearer of the sacred gear containing the largest fragment of Vritra's soul. He displayed 2 sapphire spheres emanating a purple aura. Ophis proposed a deal. If Vala could gather the 3 dragons within 5 days and assign them their territories, she would allow him to interact with humans for a while longer. She touched a painting, watching as it slowly crumbled before her eyes. When Vali inquired about the territories, Ophis enveloped them in her power. As the mist cleared, They found themselves in a vast forest, reminiscent of the human world but with towering trees. She began to rise, revealing a breathtaking snowy landscape that stretched for miles, filled with rivers, lakes, clearings, mountains, and flora and fauna unlike anything they had seen before. Ophis explained that this territory belonged to the Sekiryutai, with surrounding territories already divided among the dragons he would lead. This marked the boundary of their lands, separating them from unclaimed territory by demons or fallen angels. She reassured Valley that his territory would be similar, so he had no reason to feel envious. Red, admiring the territory Ophis had created for Issei, asked how long she intended to grant him this opportunity. Ophis replied that it would be a few years, perhaps until he finished his university studies. Red began to suspect something but decided to inquire later. After a moment of contemplation, Red deemed the deal fair and Ophis began to lower the platform, gently placing Issei and Ryanair on the ground before departing silently into the trees. Red then opened a dimensional rift, inviting Valid to follow him to explore their new territory. Issei, lighting a fire nearby to keep Ryanair warm, assured them he would join shortly. Red crossed the rift to wait for the white dragon on the other side. Taking advantage of this moment, Valid spoke. He expressed gratitude for the help given to his partner and mother, noting that she felt indebted as well, so he would assist in her name. Valley held a blue orb in his hand and mentioned that Azazel had maintained a relationship with Fafnir for a time. He suggested that if Issei spoke to Azazel alongside her, he might provide a clue on how to find him. Tiamat resided in the ancient lands once inhabited by her and Drake, now known as the Forest of the Ancients. Tannen, however, would be more challenging to locate, as he now served a demon named Mephistopheles. Valley warned that approaching Tannen could be dangerous, as he might see Issei as an enemy. With that, Valley left the blue orb beside Issei and crossed the rift, knowing Issei was likely listening. The forest where the dragon and fallen angel rested was dense, allowing little daylight to penetrate. It was perfect for a moment of rest, yet cold and dark, especially since the territory mirrored the seasons of the human world. Issei was internally grateful for the campfire that Hakuryuku had prepared. His rest was short-lived, as he felt uncomfortable sleeping while stained with blood, dirt, and sweat, compounded by the lingering pain in his body. Rising, he performed a couple of energy boosts and set a protective barrier around the unconscious girl before leaving in search of a river or lake to bathe. Once at the lake, Issei let the water cleanse his body gradually. The cold was no longer an issue for him. His advanced dragonification allowed his body to generate heat to maintain a comfortable temperature. As he looked at his reflection, he observed the scars he had acquired over time. He remembered the day he fell to Kokabeel's spear, the night Asia died, the training and raiding game against Reiser Phoenix, the ambush by the Fallen and Council soldiers, his battle against the assassins of the Demonic Council, and his last great fight, all leaving marks on his skin that could never be erased. He examined his hands, still bearing small scars, and despite being clean, he could still see the blood of those he had killed. What hurt him the most was the image of his hands stained with Asia's blood and the memory of his king, bandaged and smiling at him, despite being the cause of those wounds. He pondered what his parents would say if they saw him like this, what Sauno would think upon learning of the lives he had taken, and what Asia would say upon seeing what he had become. Issei clenched his fists, a mix of sadness and contained rage washing over him, with the last question troubling him the most, though he did not expect an answer. Draig, attempting to uplift his friend, reminded him that he had been through a lot. Issei thanked him, offering a sad smile as he relaxed his body. It was time to rest and return to Yuma. After emerging from the water, he used a magic circle to don fresh, clean clothes. Now, Issei wore a white shirt, black pants, and matching shoes. Upon returning, he found Ryanair staring at the fire while hugging her knees. He hadn't expected her to wake up so soon and felt uncertain about how to act or what to say. As he noticed her awake, he halted his steps, observing her from a distance. In the silence, he heard a sob escape her lips. Ryanair expressed her sorrow for Asia, lamenting her actions. When she stood up and realized she was in an unfamiliar place, fear gripped her, and she attempted to use her magic to escape, but it failed. She was unsure if it was due to exhaustion or something else. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on the ground and the crunching of twigs caught her attention. Turning toward the noise, she saw Issei looking at her seriously. Her instincts urged her to leap into his arms, embrace him, and apologize for everything she had done, and so she did. She cried out her regrets, pleading for forgiveness, claiming she wasn't herself. Issei remembered how they were nearly the same height, but now he had grown taller. Unsure how to respond to his ex-partner's embrace, he felt a wave of compassion as he witnessed her in distress, contrasting sharply with the cheerful and brave person he once knew. Slowly, he wrapped his arms around the young dark-haired girl. It wasn't her fault, he knew she hadn't wanted to do those things. With those words, Ryuner's sobs intensified, as if she could release all the burdens she had been forced to carry. Issei, fully convinced that she bore no blame for her actions, allowed her to cry as he knelt beside a tree near the fire. As time passed, Ryuner fell asleep against Issei's chest while he stared into the flames, contemplating how he would achieve his goals. He recalled Vala's words while he was unconscious and felt grateful for the orb that held important information. At that moment, Ascalon and Graham emerged from the orb in the form of swords, then transformed into their human forms, clad in armor. Akemi, already informed by Drake about the events that had transpired to keep Issei alive, inquired about his plans for Ryuner. Issei admitted he didn't know what to do. She was still the person he had known almost 2 years ago, but with the return of his memories, his emotions were tangled. He loved Sauna, but he was uncertain if his feelings for Ryuner, remained. It was complicated. Yami, settling on Issei's left shoulder as if to rest, asked if he believed he could gather the 3 Dragon Kings. Issei doubted it but resolved to try with their help to return home, even if he had to go back afterward. Curious, he asked if they remembered anything. They replied that they did not. It was strange to explain and quite confusing, Ami commented, feeling uncomfortable as she recalled the sensation of absolute nothingness. Yami, slightly tugging at Issei's shirt, declared that they would do it if he asked, even though she didn't want to go through that experience again. Issei suggested that they might just need to practice fusion, but he wouldn't force them if they were unwilling. He urged them to rest as they would need their energy later. With that, Issei, Akemi, and Yami joined Ryuner in the realm of dreams, seeking to recover their strength. Hours later, in the Citri territory, Sarah, having recovered thanks to Phoenix's tears and some good rest, asked if a meeting with the other factions would take place in 7 days. Surzex confirmed this and mentioned that they needed her and the others as key witnesses to what had happened, as they would also assist with security. Sarah sarcastically questioned the idea of having children and a clan leader without a proper security detail in charge of the leaders of the factions, who would have their armies behind them in case negotiations went awry. Surzex acknowledged her concerns but emphasized that an alliance sounded better than the fleeting peace they currently had. When Sarah inquired about the meeting's location, Ajuka replied that it would be held where everything had transpired the academy. Sarah resolved to have it rebuilt before the 3 days were up. Erika reassured her that she had already taken care of it, showing a magical circle that displayed the completed repairs to the academy, now bustling with students as if nothing had ever happened. Ajuka added that he had stored a detailed and exact recreation of the academy's state after the conflict in a pocket dimension, revealing a miniature version that was remarkably realistic. Sarah then asked where Sona was, noticing that all the other demons were present except for her sister. Sauna, who was nearby, expressed her frustration about Sona's mood after what had happened with Issei. Surzex pondered what might have happened to the current Sekyutai, recalling that battles usually alerted all factions, but this time, there was nothing. Erika speculated that he might have distanced himself to spare his loved ones from witnessing his end, which prompted Sauna to approach her, her expression darkening as she insisted that Issei had promised to return and that she trusted him. Erika apologized, retreating behind Seraphal, who observed the interaction with a nervous smile as one of the leaders hid from her younger sister. Sarah then checked on Sauna, who expressed her desire to leave, glancing out the window at the throngs of demon reporters gathered outside the hospital, unaware of the true nature of the events. As Sarah prepared to summon a magical circle to return to the human world, Rias mentioned that she needed to stay a bit longer to speak with her parents and Reiser, urging the others to go ahead. Sauna, before departing, asked Rias if she had managed to contact Issei, to which Rias admitted that something was preventing her from reaching her pieces. Even the King Belphegor had tried to assist her without success. This revelation worried both of them, as the silence from a servant usually indicated something dire. With that, Sarah transported her daughter and her servants back to the human world. Upon their arrival, Takeda greeted them with excitement, relieved to see everyone safe. Kyuko expressed her joy at their well-being, embracing Sauna and Tsubaki, who returned the gesture warmly. Sarah then revealed to Kyuko that Issei was alive, surprising his parents and friends. Sauna explained that after helping them win, he had left with a promise to return, but they had been unable to locate him despite their efforts. Takeda, filled with hope, reassured Kyuko that Issei always kept his promises and would come back. Kyuko, nearly in tears from joy, embraced Sauna again, while the mother of the brown-haired boy whispered words of comfort to Sauna, who appreciated the gesture. Kyuko had sensed the bond between Issei and Sauna and wanted to provide her with some solace. Meanwhile, in the giant forest, Issei suddenly awoke, his eyes clear. He had dreamt of his past relationships, and as he tried to stretch, he realized his arms were trapped by the blonde sisters. Carefully, he freed himself without waking Akemi and Yami, standing up and stretching, feeling his muscles were less tense than the previous day. As he became more aware of his surroundings, he noticed that Yuma was missing and recognized some of his clothes drying near the fire. He heard a voice behind him, and when he turned, he found Ryanair, her hair wet as she hid behind a tree. It didn't take long for Issei to understand why she was doing so. Issei noticed that Ryanair still wore the pink bracelet he had given her a while ago, though it was now somewhat damaged. Without saying a word, he approached Ryanair's clothing, noticing that even her undergarments were drying. He had become somewhat desensitized to the situation after spending time with Yami and Akemi, who often wore only their undergarments even when it was still quite warm or when they slept beside him. This habit ended when Kyuko discovered them and scolded them, but they resumed it once they moved in with the Citri family. Using a bit of magic, Issei dried Ryanair's black dress, purple blouse, and undergarments, then took them over to her. She, on her part, hid her embarrassment behind a tree, feeling a deep sense of shame that the boy she liked had seen her intimate clothing. He told her to come closer to the fire to avoid getting cold and mentioned he would go look for more firewood, stepping away to give her some privacy. After a while, Issei returned with some firewood that he wouldn't use immediately but might find useful later. Ryanair felt somewhat uncomfortable. Her clothes felt tighter than she remembered, which was understandable given that she had repaired them herself in unconventional ways. Previous battles had taken a toll on her garments, but she didn't want to part with them due to the emotional value they held. Issei commented on how her clothes seemed a bit small for her, placing the firewood beside the nearly extinguished flames. Ryanair replied that it was the only outfit she had at the moment and asked if he wasn't cold. He explained that his body produced enough warmth despite the chilly temperatures, which led to an awkward silence between them, lasting a few minutes as neither knew how to continue the conversation. Ryanair then inquired about the two girls nearby, who were trying to get comfortable on the ground to continue sleeping. Issei introduced them as Akemi and Yami, the human forms of Ascalon and Graham. He began to question something that had been on his mind. He asked Ryanair about a statement Kokabile had made regarding his father not wanting to restart the war because of her mother's PRDSY. Curious, he inquired about her age. Ryanair revealed that she was the same age as him but clarified that Kokabile was referring to her older brother, Daniel, who had passed away centuries ago. When Issei asked what had happened to him, Ryanair shared that her parents had been busy trying to rebuild their faction after the war, often leaving Daniel with the other cadres. One day, a problem arose with angels near the northern border, and they had to leave Daniel with Agniel. Her mother had said that Agniel loved teaching Daniel about herbs and plants, even though he was still learning to speak. However, while the cadres were focused elsewhere, a small group of demons launched a surprise attack, including Ezra Baal, the first son of the former leader of the Baal clan. Agniel died defending her brother, and before he passed, he forced her uncle to witness the tragedy. Although she hadn't experienced it firsthand, recalling how her mother wept for her brother broke her heart. When her mother learned of the attack, she flew as fast as she could with several legions of fallen angels to help her brother. Unfortunately, she arrived only to see the bodies of her brother and son vanish. Upon hearing the news, her father devastated the demons and pursued them to their borders, where he fought the current Lucifer, who tried to defend his kin. The battle between her father and the current Lucifer was fierce. Ryanair continued, explaining that her mother arrived just in time to prevent both from killing each other. She explained the situation to Lucifer, who handed Ezra over to her father with the condition that the war would not be reignited. Reluctantly, her father agreed, but in a moment of rage, he took Ezra's heart right before him. Centuries passed before her parents finally had her. Feeling sad, Ryanair wished she could embrace her parents after being apart for so long. Issei expressed his regret for making her recount such painful memories as he stood up from his spot. Ryanair reassured him that it was okay. As Issei approached the two girls, who regarded her with hostility, he introduced them, mentioning that she was Yuma, the daughter of Azazel and Penemu, and emphasized that she was a friend, not an enemy. Despite this, both sisters maintained their unfriendly demeanor. Issei suggested they would come around eventually and asked them to give it some time. He then ordered Yami and Akemi to return with him to avoid making Ryanair uncomfortable. As they walked toward the lake where he had bathed, Issei rubbed his shoulders against the cold wind, and Yuma, feeling the warmth he radiated, unconsciously moved closer to him. He mentioned that she knew more about the underworld than he did and admitted he was a bit hungry, unsure of what could be eaten. He recalled seeing some trees with fruits that thrived despite the cold. Knowing Yuma was struggling with the chill, he conjured 3 warm cloaks for the girls, who appreciated the gesture, even though Yami and Akemi were accustomed to extreme climates. Yuma confidently declared that she could cook well, believing she could prepare something decent with whatever they found. After some time, Issei, Yuma, Akemi, and Yami finished their meal. The first 2 sat apart from the latter 2, as Yami and Akemi continued to regard Yuma with hostility, so Issei had them eat separately until their attitudes changed. Nervously, Yuma asked Issei what they were to each other, catching the attention of the other girls, who were far enough away to overhear her question. After all, Issei and she had not formally ended things, and he knew that he might already be in a relationship with the heir of the Citri clan. However, he wanted to clear his doubts and either keep hope alive or bury it. He expressed that he was uncertain about his feelings, acknowledging that everything that had happened was due to mind control, and he did not blame her for it. Yet, he was already with someone else. It was strange for him because having all his memories made his past clear, but it confused his feelings, leaving him unsure of what to do. Issei had discussed this with Draig while he slept, and the dragon had told him it was not unusual to love multiple partners. It was common among dragons to have several partners, even from different races. When Issei asked Draig if he had other partners besides Tiamat, the dragon had been left speechless. He recalled having once said he wanted to be the king of a harem, but now that idea was not on his mind. He requested some time to sort out his feelings. He then offered his hand to Yuma, who accepted it gratefully. He handed her a set of clothes, believing they would suit her better than the coat he had given her, as it was quite cold. This idea had come from Draig, who noticed how she was still shivering from the chill. Yuma thanked him and took the clothes while Issei created a ring of fire around her for privacy as she dressed. Once she was dressed in black pants, simple shoes, and a pink blouse, she still wore the coat he had given her but felt more comfortable now. Curious about their next destination, Yuma asked where they were going. Issei replied that they were heading to a family gathering, pulling out a flyer with a symbol drawn on it. Yuma's eyes widened as she recognized the symbol as her father's. Issei explained that her father had told him that if he ever wanted to speak with him, he just needed to invoke his name. He had deduced this on his own. Before summoning her father, Issei decided to conceal Yuma with magic, wanting to speak with him privately. He asked her to promise that everything they discussed would remain a secret. She agreed. Once she promised, Issei called out to Azazel, the fallen angel. In the underworld, Azazel was walking down the hallway of his home with his wife, discussing preparations for an upcoming matter. Penemu was reviewing some papers when they both heard Issei's voice calling for Azazel. They stopped in their tracks, noticing a magical circle appearing on the ground before them. Azazel was taken aback, recognizing the Security's invocation. Penemu expressed concern about it possibly being a trap, but Azazel believed it was safe and that Issei might have information about Ryanair or even be with her. Penemu insisted on accompanying Azazel, wanting to see Ryanair if she was present. They stepped into the magical circle together. In Issei's territory, the seal on the flyer began to glow and expand. With a bright flash, Azazel appeared, accompanied by Penemu, who stood behind him. He greeted Issei with a smile, surprised that he had called him after what Michael had told them. Issei reassured him that he had been through worse and was doing well now. As they settled by the lake, Azazel admired the beautiful surroundings, commenting on how it was a lovely place to fish, though he had not brought his fishing rod. Issei proudly mentioned that his territory was indeed beautiful, surprising both leaders of the fallen. When Penemu inquired about his territory, Issei explained that he could not leave unless he fulfilled a certain deal. This raised alarms for Azazel and Penemu, but sensing no hostility, they remained calm. Azazel asked what the deal was, and Issei directly questioned him about his connection with one of the Dragon Kings, specifically Fafnir. Azazel smiled, revealing that his relationship with Fafnir was confidential. Issei pressed further, suggesting that Azazel still had contact with Fafnir and knew his whereabouts. Azazel, caught off guard, asked why Issei wanted to speak with him. When Issei replied that it was confidential, Azazel chuckled and retrieved a dark purple orb from his belongings. He called out for Fafnir, and the orb glowed with a golden light, revealing a massive golden western dragon before them. Fafnir demanded to know what the bearer of Drake wanted. Issei explained that he needed Fafnir's help but insisted they could not discuss it there. Understanding the need for privacy, Azazel and Penemu prepared to leave, with Azazel waving goodbye to Fafnir, reminding him that their deal was not yet complete. Later, Issei wanted to speak with Fafnir and asked him to follow. Reluctantly, the dragon nodded and began to follow the brown-haired boy, who disappeared at high speed. Once they were far away, Issei spoke up. He needed Fafnir's help because Ophis and Red were looking to revive the dragon faction and wanted him to be a part of it. This revelation unleashed uncontrollable laughter from the golden dragon. Fafnir found it absurd that anyone would believe the dragon gods were dead. He laughed heartily, making Issei wish Ophis were there to convince him more quickly. Issei then asked Fafnir about a specific word that had made him laugh so much. Suddenly he felt a great power behind him, and Fafnir's laughter stopped abruptly. Ophis had appeared behind him, looking ominous. Issei was surprised that the goddess he had been thinking about had shown up just then. Ophis addressed Fafnir, stating that it was not her request but Issei's that he needed to respond to. Fafnir, realizing the seriousness of the situation, took a cautious step back from Ophis, even though she was in her human form. Issei interrupted their exchange, reminding them that Fafnir's mission was to find the other dragons, and he could ask for help in convincing them. Ophis revealed that Red had also helped with the Hakuryuku, which surprised Fafnir. Fafnir accepted the task, now convinced that Issei was not lying. Issei thanked Ophis, who then vanished without saying another word to Fafnir. The dragon turned to Issei, expressing a hint of disdain as he referred to him as Emperor. Issei clarified that he did not seek to rule or demand obedience. He only wanted Fafnir to trust him as he would trust Fafnir, and to offer advice when necessary. With these words, Fafnir reconsidered his initial thoughts about Issei, deciding to give him a chance. It had been centuries since he had trusted a human, and he hoped Issei would not disappoint him. Fafnir then asked if they were in his territory. Issei clarified that it was his territory, explaining that if Fafnir flew high enough, he would see that the territories were already divided. Ophis had told Issei that the Dragon Kings would recognize their own territories. Issei expressed his disappointment that he could not fly, revealing that his dragonification was incomplete. Fafnir found it amusing, thinking it was a joke, but Issei confirmed it was true. Curious, Fafnir inquired about Issei's demonic wings, but Issei explained that they had been taken from him long ago. Fafnir decided to remain silent, planning to ask Drake about Issei's past later. Meanwhile, Azazel and his wife, Penemu, were trying to listen in on the conversation. Azazel mentioned that there seemed to be a third participant, but he could not see or sense their energy because Fafnir was blocking it. Fafnir told Azazel that he needed time to sort some things out, but their deal would still stand. Azazel encouraged him to take his time. Fafnir then took flight to scout his territory. Azazel turned to Issei, asking what he wanted to discuss. Issei sat near the lake, keeping a respectful distance. They remained silent until Azazel finally asked about Vale, the Hakury. Issei informed him that Vale was far away and he did not know exactly where. Penemu, visibly emotional, reminded Issei that Vale had taken their daughter, Ryanair, and despite her past wrongdoings, they could not harm their own child. She pleaded with Issei to tell them where Ryanair was, but Issei hesitated, questioning what they would do with her. This prompted Azazel to reveal part of his power, displaying his 12 black wings. Issei firmly stated that he did not want to be threatened and hoped they were not enemies. He summoned his sacred gear and Ascalon, ready to defend himself if necessary. Azazel slowly calmed down, retracting his aura and wings, returning to his usual demeanor but with a serious expression. Issei imitated the actions of the cadre, sheathing his weapons. He was fully aware that her daughter was not responsible for her actions. He merely wanted to ensure that the parents understood this and would protect her even from their own kind. He called out to Yuma, and a pillar of fire erupted before him at the mention of Ryanair's false name. When the flames subsided, she stood there, tears in her eyes, looking at her parents. The young girl approached her parents, who rushed to embrace her, filled with immense happiness. After exchanging hugs and greetings, her parents turned to Issei, who had stepped back to give them some privacy. "I'm sorry, kid, I didn't mean to," one of them began, but Issei interrupted, recalling Azazel's attitude. "It's all right. When it comes to a loved one, one can lose their composure. Thank you for forgiving her." "Thank you, Sekuri-sama," Penemu expressed, bowing her head, a gesture mirrored by Azazel. However, this gesture annoyed Issei. "You know, The greatest symbol of respect among dragons is never to bow your head before those you respect. I hold both of you in high regard, and bowing before me feels like spitting on the respect I have for you. So please, don't do that again, Issei said, looking seriously at the fallen, who immediately lifted their heads. You mentioned earlier that this is your territory and that you can't leave it. Why is that? Penemu asked, still holding her daughter close. I can't return to the human world unless I meet certain requirements within 5 days. If I fail, I will remain here forever, Issei explained, catching Azazel's attention with this detail. You said human world. Are we in the underworld? The cadre asked incredulously. Yes. It's a part of the underworld, altered to my liking, the brown-haired boy replied, not wanting to elaborate further. I see, it's impressively beautiful. So what do you have to do now? Azazel asked, still struggling to believe that this place was the underworld. I need to talk to Tannen. But I don't know where to find him, Issei admitted, starting to think he might have to go to Tiamat, even though Draig had advised against it. I can help with that. Consider it a thank you for healing and taking care of Ryanair, Azazel said, summoning a large magical circle. I've spoken with him before to consult on a few matters. The cadre observed the circle as a holographic figure of a western dragon stood on its hind legs. Azazel? What do you want now? I'm in the middle of training the young dragons, the dragon said, crossing his arms and showing annoyance at the interruption. There's a boy who wants to speak with you. He's the current Sekiyutai, Azazel informed, glancing at the brown-haired boy. And what do you want from me, kid? The dragon asked, turning his gaze toward Issei. I want to speak with you in person if possible, Issei stated firmly, without hesitation. I can't right now, and even if I could, I don't want to talk to a dragon. Like him, the dragon replied, preparing to end the call. Issei unintentionally displayed a look of frustration. He had expected this kind of response. None of the dragon kings would be willing to speak with an evil dragon, but he wanted to believe they would give him a chance nonetheless. Hey Tannen. Trust me, you'll want to hear this kid out. He even managed to convince Fafnir to do something, Azazel supported, wrapping an arm around the brown-haired boy. This caught the dragon's attention. After all, it had been years since he had any contact with Fafnir, and when he did, Fafnir had not seemed very inclined to anything. Fine. Summon me in 24 human hours, Azazel. I can't find where you are, and I need to finish training the hatchlings, the dragon replied. This made sense. The barrier protecting the vast territory of the dragons was designed to keep them hidden. Thank you, Tannen. Good luck with the little ones. Follow me, kid, Azazel said as he pulled out a pamphlet from his clothing and ended the communication with the Dragon King. This is a pamphlet you can use to summon Tannen tomorrow. Oh, and here, don't get sick, Azazel said, taking off his coat and handing it to the brown-haired boy before preparing to return to his territory with his family. I don't know what kind of deal you have to make, but I wish you the best of luck, Sekiyutai, Penemu said after finishing her conversation with her daughter, who had shared her past relationship with the brown-haired boy. She then rushed to Issei and hugged him tightly. Will we see each other again? The young girl asked, and Issei reciprocated the embrace. Probably. Take care, Yuma, Issei replied as they parted ways. Thank you once again. How you do, Issei? With that, Penemu, Azazel, and Ryanair returned to the territory of the fallen. What will we do now? Akemi asked, stepping out from Issei, now dressed in casual clothes and wearing the coat Issei had given her. Issei had also donned a black trench coat over his previous attire. Shall we continue exploring? Yami suggested, also dressed casually and wearing the coat given by her bearer. She picked up a rock from the ground and threw it into a nearby frozen river, feeling satisfied as the ice cracked upon impact. No, now that I have my own territory, it's time to fulfill a promise I made a long time ago, Issei responded, walking toward a giant tree in the forest to begin working on something. One day later, human world, abandoned factory. Aiko and Hideki were closing the windows of the place due to the icy wind blowing in from outside. Hajime and Asa were blocking the entrances, while Griselda helped by trying to cover the broken windows with whatever she could find. They were grateful that their leader's shield protected them from being discovered, but they would be even more grateful if it also kept the cold out. Are you sure you're okay? Hajime asked, noticing his wife, Asa, showing a pained expression as she tried to lift a box. She instinctively placed her hand on the area that bothered her. I'm fine. It's just a strong bruise. It will heal in time, Asa replied, watching her husband assist her with the task. Do you think he'll be okay? Aiko asked, lifting Celine, who was walking on the cold floor without shoes that fit her. Why do you ask that? Asa said, annoyed, believing her friends had lost faith in their leader. Don't take it that way, Asa. But you know, the Hakuryuga took him, and they are destined to kill each other. And our leader wasn't well. And what if he was? Don't say that, Hideki. Asa's shout drew the attention of the other demons, who were also trying to combat the cold and cut off the white-haired boy's words. Issei fought against Metratone and Kokobile, two of the major leaders of the factions. He survived the assassination attempt and vowed to always protect us. He is the bearer of Ascalon and Graham. He managed to unite both swords once more and above all he stole the distinctive power of the Hakuryuku. Hideki trusted him, and he hoped everyone else would too. However, Aiko was not pleased with how they spoke about her husband, and her power began to surge uncontrollably. She knew Hideki was mistaken, but there were other ways to address the situation. Griselda intervened, sensing a potential conflict brewing over a trivial matter. She urged everyone to calm down and help her finish sealing the holes. Aiko insisted there were other ways to handle the situation, while Asa argued that Hideki was wrong, momentarily forgetting her physical pain. Suddenly, a magical circle began to form on the ground floor, sealing the entrance and startling the defecting demons. Asa quickly instructed Aiko to protect the children and Hajime to prepare the emergency exit, while she took charge of the younger defectors. Griselda, holding the sword given to her by Kiba, declared her intention to help as they all braced for any potential invaders. When the circle was complete, nothing happened. No attacks or warnings emerged, it simply glowed with a scarlet hue reminiscent of their leader. Asa shouted for Hideki to stop as he approached the magical circle, drawn to it despite her warning. Hideki realized it was a travel magic circle and felt a cold breeze from the other side as his hand passed through effortlessly. He decided to enter and asked Griselda for a rope. Asa, concerned for her friend's safety, protested against giving him anything, fearing the unknown beyond the circle. Despite her worries, Asa eventually relented, instructing Hideki to pull the rope twice if it was safe and once to signal for help. With determination, Hideki crossed the portal without waiting for Asa's response. Moments later, the rope was tugged 3 times, prompting Griselda and Asa to exchange glances before looking at Hajime and Aiko. Aiko encouraged Asa to trust Hideki as she and Griselda stepped through the magical circle. Soon after, Asa returned with a bright smile, announcing that Hideki had fulfilled his promise and built a large refuge. She urged everyone to hurry and gather their belongings to cross the portal. The defecting demons quickly complied, even seeing Hideki return for a few items before leaving again. In the giant forest, Issei was straining to keep the circle open, urging Hideki to bring everyone through. After constructing a refuge from one of the massive tree trunks, he attempted to create a magical circle to the old factory, but his agreement with Ophis prevented him from doing so. With Drake's help, he sent out signals that only the pawns could perceive, placing his trust in Hideki. When Hideki emerged from the portal, Issei felt relieved. The white-haired young man joyfully pulled the rope 3 times for the others to enter. Asa and Griselda were the next to step through. Hideki, feeling triumphant, reminded Issei that he had told him to trust him. As the women expressed their relief at seeing Issei, Asa took in her surroundings, which reminded her of the human world. Her attention was drawn to a large trunk near a roaring fire, which appeared hollow and had several openings, resembling a grand door. Issei explained that the agreement only affected him and that he had done his best to replace the old factory. He urged Asa to tell everyone to cross quickly, as he was unsure how long he could keep the portal open. Without hesitation, Asa returned shortly with a few boxes containing her family's belongings. Hideki decided to help as well, returning through the portal to assist. Issei requested Akemi and Yami, along with Griselda, to help without complaint. With everyone's cooperation, all the defecting demons were soon with Issei, leaving behind only a few unimportant items. Once everyone was accounted for, Hajime informed Issei, holding his daughter in his arms. With that, Issei closed the portal and replenished the energy he had used. Hideki approached Issei with his daughter Celine and wife Aiko, asking what this place was. The defecting demons felt grateful for the warmth of the fire and marveled at the beautiful landscape surrounding them. Issei explained that this was his territory, a place where they could build and start anew. He encouraged them to settle wherever they wished, as long as they respected the land and its resources. He assured them that he had placed a barrier to keep out the cold, despite the openness of the area. Seeing the joy on the faces of those he protected, especially the children playing in the snow, filled Issei with satisfaction. The babies crawled inside the hollow trunk, experiencing something different from the cold concrete they had known for nearly 7 years. For them, it felt like paradise. Here, they were safe from the clans they had fled, unable to find or enter this place unless something unusual occurred. Issei promised to defend them should any threat arise. They no longer had to live in fear, Issei declared, unleashing the joy of the defected demons who embraced their loved ones, nearly crying with happiness. Asa approached Issei and hugged him, unable to contain her tears of joy. She felt that their battle had come to an end. Now they had a place to live in peace. Soon, she sensed that all the wounds that had troubled her began to heal. Her leader was healing her as he held her close. Issei expressed his gratitude to Asa for her help, training, advice, and unwavering trust in him. Asa then asked if he could take them to the human world later, as they needed to get food, shoes, and warm clothing for the other children to play in the snow. Issei instructed her to go now, as he had an important matter to attend to. He summoned a box and handed it to Asa, who looked at him in confusion. "Use what you need, it's no problem," he said. Upon opening the box, Asa saw a large amount of Japanese money that would be enough for many supplies. Most of the money was the excess from his payment for protecting the human territory. Since he only took what he needed and didn't count the rest, he didn't know exactly how much was in the box. Asa hesitated, wanting to return the box to her leader. "I've seen your faces, Asa. The shame and guilt you feel for stealing from humans. I know that buying what you need now doesn't change the past, but it's a start," Issei insisted calmly. He then instructed Aiko to accompany Asa and to buy some clothes for everyone if they had enough. With that, he opened the portal to the abandoned factory. A few hours later, with the help of all the defected demons, many houses had been built from the leftover wood. Aiko and Hideki even constructed a house for their leader. Although the houses were empty, all the families were grateful to be able to rest peacefully in their own homes. Gathering a few stones and using some leftover wood, they continued to feed the large bonfire where the demons were now having dinner. Issei watched from a distance, using the excuse that he would have to leave soon, but the truth was that he didn't feel like part of that group. He was happy that they finally had a place to be at peace. He knew there were still many issues to resolve and didn't want to burden them with his worries, as they had already endured enough. Drake pulled Issei from his thoughts, reminding him that it was time. Grateful, Issei called for Akemi and Yami, signaling that it was time to summon Tannen to hear him out. He took out the pamphlet with the symbol that the fallen angel had given him and placed it on the ground, waiting for Tannen to appear. Soon, a magical circle appeared behind him as the pamphlet finished forming in front of him. "Isn't it time, boy?" Tannen asked, appearing alongside Penemu and Yuma. He had managed to arrive because Issei had summoned him. "I hope we're not a bother, Sekyu-sama," Penemu said with a calm smile. Yuma approached Issei, marveling at the houses in the distance and how the people there were happily, peacefully, and above all, safely having dinner. "It's no bother, Penemu. And yes, Azazel, I was just about to summon you," Issei said, raising his hand to create a barrier so the demons wouldn't see them. "I haven't had much interaction with that old Dragon King, but I know he's eager for this. Isn't that right, Dragon of the Fiery Meteor?" Tannen remarked as the magical symbol on the pamphlet glowed brightly in a deep orange. A 20-meter-tall purple western dragon appeared, showcasing its enormous wings as it stood on its hind legs. "Oh, here I am. What do you want, brat?" Tannen asked, lowering his gaze slightly to examine Issei, who looked amazed by his size. Issei asked the fallen angels for a moment of privacy, but when he turned to look at them, they had already moved closer to the demons, who regarded them with suspicion. Asa, Hajime, Aiko, and Hideki stood in front of Azazel, Penemu, and Yuma, ready to fight as they didn't trust them. Issei reassured Asa through a small magical communication circle, telling her not to worry, as they meant no harm. He had helped them with something and only wanted to greet them. Asa lowered her guard, trusting her leader, who had never let her down. Tannen, intrigued, asked who the newcomers were. Issei explained that they were demons who had left their clans to protect their families, defected demons who had encountered him and sought protection. He recounted how they had been captured multiple times, but he had intervened. Tannen, having changed his opinion of Issei somewhat, inquired what he wanted to discuss. Issei wanted to know if Tannen was willing to reclaim his position as one of the 6 Dragon Kings. Tannen looked surprised at the offer. "That's a tempting offer, boy. But I can't. I now have my own territory where dragons from all over are welcomed and protected by me. I can't abandon them. Besides, there's a type of apple that certain dragons must eat to survive," Tannen explained, standing firm in his decision. Issei countered that Tannen would also have his own territory here to host those dragons, and he was sure that was what they would want. He wasn't certain about the apples, but Tannen interrupted, asking who he meant by they. Office-sama and Red-sama. They want to reactivate our faction, Issei revealed, causing Tannen to take a step back at the mention of those names. He thought the boy might be lying, but seeing his serious demeanor and lack of deceit reassured him. I see. I will consider it. For now, where is the territory that belongs to me? Tannen asked, quite interested. Fly high and look around. Office-sama told me you would know how to identify your territory. I would accompany you, but I can't fly, Issei replied. Issei explained that his dragon transformation was incomplete and that his demon wings had been taken from him long ago, hoping to spare Tannen the same questions he had previously asked about his wings. Tannen, opening his wings, prepared to take flight and said he would see Issei later. Issei, in a low voice, requested not to be called that as he watched the dragon ascend. Dispelling the barrier, he turned his attention back to the demons, who were now approaching him. Azazel remarked that the stories told to him about Issei seemed like the epic legends of ancient heroes, observing as families began to retire for the night. Issei noted that adults shared those tales with their children to help them stop having nightmares about the demons that haunted them, which is why the stories had changed and seemed so grand. He began walking toward the forest, with his 3 companions following closely behind. Azazel expressed his admiration for all that Issei had accomplished with the demons, to which Issei humbly replied that he had done nothing but offer them a place to hide and protect them from those who wished to harm them. He believed that no demon had truly tried to pursue them, and if there had been any, they would no longer pose a threat. Reaching the edge of a cliff, Issei gazed out over the territory that now belonged to him. Penemu observed that Issei had given the demons hope that their situation could change, that they could have a new life away from the dangers of their past. She was sure that many more demons would come seeking his help. Yuma, feeling a bit anxious due to past events, took Issei's hand, guiding him a little further back from the edge. Issei allowed himself to be led. He thanked her, acknowledging that while he understood the risks, he also knew that demons could come searching for those who were there, so he had to be cautious about welcoming more of them. As a dark dragon, memories of his past failures often haunted him, stirring negative emotions, partly due to the influence of the ancient bearers. Azazel agreed with Issei's sentiment, noting that he had been forced to mature too quickly. Issei reflected that it had not been easy but was worth it to protect his loved ones, something he had failed to do long ago. Letting go of Yuma's hand, he looked up at the beautiful, artificial full moon in the sky. Penemu, curious if her task was complete, asked whom he needed to speak with next. Issei replied that he needed to talk to Tiamat, and it would not be easy. He summoned his sacred gear, searching for a sign from Draig to begin. The gem in the center of his gauntlet glowed momentarily, indicating that it was time to start his quest. Issei then asked Azazel if he could take him to the forest of the familiars. Azazel, contemplating the young man's intentions, had already spoken with 2 of the 3 dragon kings he sought. He inquired if Issei was looking to revive the dragon faction. Issei clarified that he sought help to better control his state as a dark dragon, as his negative emotions sometimes surged, and he feared losing control and harming his loved ones. He wanted to speak with as many dragon kings as possible, as they had dealt with beings like him before and could train him to manage his abilities. Azazel understood, recognizing that a dragon would know how to help another dragon. He instructed Issei to come closer, offering to take him to the forest of the familiars, while telling Penemu and Ryanair to return home, assuring them he would catch up later. Issei thanked Azazel, who then transported them with a magical circle. Upon arrival, Issei found himself in a forest reminiscent of the human world, filled with familiar flora but with fauna entirely unknown to him. The violet sky of the underworld contrasted sharply with that of his territory, leading him to wonder how the gods had achieved such a feat. He expressed his astonishment at the differences, noting that this part of the underworld was very different from his own territory. Azazel explained that not everyone had an artificial sun and moon, hinting at the possibility that Issei's desire to revive his faction was tied to these differences. Azazel pointed out a mountain in the distance, saying it was rumored to be the home of the dragon of chaotic karma, once the strongest of the dragon kings. He cautioned Issei to approach with care. With that, Azazel mentioned he had important matters to attend to and wished Issei well. Issei turned his gaze back to the mountain and began his journey toward it. As he approached, Issei called out to Draig, raising his sacred gear and amplifying his power slightly, hoping Tiamat would sense his presence without perceiving him as a threat. Draig's voice conveyed his nervousness about speaking with what he believed was still his wife after so many centuries. Akemi reassured Draig that she trusted Tiamat would listen. Yami, determined to protect her partner, declared that if Tiamat did not listen, they would compel her to do so. Issei clarified that they would not harm Tiamat. If she attacked, they would defend themselves but would not retaliate. They needed to show that they came in peace to talk. After several hours of walking, Issei finally stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the entrance of a large, dark cave. He had lost track of time, as the underworld sky made it difficult to gauge the passage of time. Ready to enter the cave, he ignited a small flame in the palm of his hand to light his way. Draig requested to speak first, and after Issei nodded in agreement, he began calling out to Tiamat. "Are you here?" Draig's voice echoed within the cave. A sudden gust of wind surged from the cave, nearly knocking our protagonist off his feet. "Draig! It's been a long time," Issei said, startled as a massive head appeared before him. Tiamat, a colossal navy blue western dragon nearly 50 meters tall, regarded Issei with a serious expression. It was the first time he had seen a security bearer who seemed fully aware and not in the trance of the Juggernaut drive. "I sense you have something to say," Draig communicated through the gauntlet, making the Dragon Queen uneasy. In a swift motion, Issei found himself captured in the grip of one of Tiamat's claws, which held him firmly. Noticing Issei's discomfort, the dragoness loosened her hold slightly. "Child, touch my head. I want to speak with Draig directly." Obeying without protest, Issei, still held by the dragon, placed his left hand gently above her eyes. In his subconscious, Issei marveled at the two dragons now present in his mind. If Tiamat's size amazed him, Draig's true form nearly took his breath away. The Red Emperor Dragon towered twice the height of the Dragon Queen before him. Soon, their bodies began to glow, and where there had once been two dragons, now stood two humans. One was a man with an X-shaped scar on his face, long red hair tied back, emerald eyes, dressed in a black coat adorned with gold trimmings, a simple white shirt, black pants, and black boots. The other was a beautiful woman with blue eyes and hair, her face marked by a scar over her right eye that nearly left her blind on that side, wearing a simple loose white dress without shoes. These were the human forms of Draig and Tiamat. Tiamat approached Draig without a word. The Emperor expected a violent reaction from his ex-wife, but to his surprise, she embraced him, and he soon felt her chest dampening as her power surged. They killed him, Draig. He had just hatched from his egg. And that bastard killed him, Tiamat whispered through tears, clinging tightly to Draig's garments. The bastard, god of angels, killed our son, Draig. And I couldn't protect him. Forgive me, Tiamat revealed, already reciprocated in the embrace. No, it was my fault. I shouldn't have left them. Our son, why him? With a sensitive expression, Draig shed tears alongside his wife. Unable to bear it any longer, Issei exited his subconscious. In reality, Issei opened his eyes to find an adult man dressed in shorts, sneakers, a sleeveless shirt, and a backward cap, along with a backpack and a pair of gloves. It was a ridiculous outfit for someone of his appearance. "What are you doing here?" "Someone came a week ago looking for a relative, and that happens every month." "Get out of here and register your turn," the man said, pulling out a notebook and pencil, ready to take notes. "Let's see. You can come back in 2 months. Now get lost," the arrogant man continued, not taking his eyes off Issei. "Do you think Queen Tiamat is just a relative?" Issei asked, not removing his left hand from the dragoness's head for fear of breaking the connection. A queen? No, she's just a little crying dragon who knows nothing but to weep." "That's not the attitude of a queen," he said, only to have to dodge a fireball courtesy of Issei. "I'm not going to let you mock her," Issei threatened, glaring seriously at the man. "If you kill me, you'll be in serious trouble with the Demon Kings," the man retorted, countering with another threat. "Go ahead and bring them. And I'll show you why demons avoid me," Issei replied, unleashing a portion of his dark dragon power. The man stepped back slightly at the threat, pondering whether Issei's words held any truth. "Fine. You asked for it." Ultimately, the man decided not to believe him and pulled out a pamphlet with a magical circle inscribed on it, attempting to summon one of the Demon Kings. Unfortunately for him, Issei summoned Ascalon and threw it, shattering the magical circle before it could activate. "Curse you!" the man shouted, glaring at Issei with fury. Issei was warned by Draig that he could now remove his hand from Tiamat's head. Upon doing so, Tiamat opened her eyes and lifted her head, looking disdainfully at the man who had tarnished her name. Drake had already informed her about the dragon faction, and she accepted it without hesitation. Listen here, you fool. You will beg for Queen Tiamat's forgiveness for your words, or you will perish. You have 10 seconds to decide, Issei declared, grabbing the man by his shirt and throwing him forcefully to the ground. 10, 8. Issei began counting, creating magical bonds to restrain the man and prevent his escape. 7, 6, 5. At first, the man thought it was mere bluster, but as Issei raised the sacred sword and felt its edge against his neck, he reconsidered whether this was just a threat. 4, 3, 2. Seeing the young man with brown hair lift the sword to the sky, devoid of any hint of doubt, chilled the man's soul. 1. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things, Queen Tiamat. I truly regret it, please don't kill me, the man pleaded, apologizing as he felt the edge of Ascalon graze his skin without drawing blood. Get out of my sight, Issei ordered, releasing the man from his grip. Once free, the man wasted no time fleeing as far away as he could. Thank you, Emperor, the dragoness said, bowing her head, surprising both Drake and Issei. The red dragon felt pained by her action. He remembered that his partner was the proudest and strongest of all dragons he had known, and seeing her like this hurt him deeply. I truly regret what happened to both of you, Issei replied, lowering his head as well. You should not lower your head, Emperor. True dragons do not do that, the dragoness scolded, lifting Issei's face with one of her claws, as if he were a small child. Then you must not do it again, Tiamat. You are a queen, the most powerful among dragons. You should not bow your head to someone like me, Issei responded, holding Tiamat's claw. It soon transformed into a human hand as Tiamat chose to take her human form while with Issei. Thank you, Issei. The way she addressed him made Issei smile. Let's go. It's time to prepare. Office-sama, please send us back. After these words, a dimensional rift opened beside them. It turned out that the infinite deity was indeed watching the brown-haired young man. Giant forest Issei's territory. Issei and Tiamat crossed through a crack to reach the spot where he had previously made a campfire to warm Yuma. Tiamat sat on the ground, observing Issei with curiosity. Approaching the pile of wood he had gathered earlier, Issei ignited the fire once more using his flames. Afterward, he settled a bit farther away from the queen, lost in thoughts about his family. Tiamat, with a hint of hesitation, inquired about how he had become a malevolent dragon. Issei shared that he had been unable to prevent the harm, torture, and death of his partner, which had dealt a heavy emotional blow. He also recalled memories from his past that had been sealed away for various reasons. Curious about the factors he mentioned, Tiamat pressed for more details. Issei revealed that he had been in a romantic relationship with Azazel's daughter, only to be killed by Kokobile in front of her. His memories had been altered at her request to protect him, leading him to believe for many months that Ryanair had betrayed him. The revelation that she had acted out of care, combined with the loss of his partner, had been overwhelming for him. Tiamat expressed her condolences, but Issei reassured her that it was unnecessary. He then shifted the topic, wondering when Fafnir and Tannen would arrive. Tiamat was surprised to learn that he had already contacted them, and Issei speculated that they were surveying their territories. Tiamat clarified that she had no desire to rule a territory, she simply wanted to spend time with her husband and catch up. She reached out her hand, asking to touch Issei's sacred gear, which he willingly offered. She whispered her longing to be with him, to talk as they once did. With a pleading look, she asked if she could be with him, to which Issei replied that he was in no position to refuse her request. Tiamat transformed into a mass of energy that flowed into his gauntlet. Issei pondered whether Ophis would agree with Tiamat's decision as he gazed into the fire, trying to find a comfortable position to rest for a moment. The next day, Tiamat expressed her regret for the previous day's events, and they discussed how Fafnir had found her. She learned that he did not like being called by that name and that Issei had been in a deal with Azazel, which had led to their meeting. As Issei awoke to the sound of voices, he opened his eyes to see Tiamat smiling down at him. Looking around, he noticed Tannen and Fafnir watching him seriously, though he still struggled to read their draconic expressions. He asked how long he had been asleep, and Tiamat informed him it had been almost 12 hours, with the sun having risen long ago, though the clouds and trees obscured it. Suddenly, a dimensional crack opened nearby, and out came Ophis, Red, Valle, 2 eastern dragons, and, to Issei's surprise, Saji. Upon seeing his companion, Saji rushed over, calling out to him. Issei questioned Ophis about Saji's presence, and she explained that he was the bearer of Vritra, the Dragon King of the prison, and one of the Dragon Kings. Ophis greeted the Dragon Kings with a slight smile, which astonished them further. Tannen expressed his happiness at seeing Ophis and Red again, while Fafnir remained in awe of his deity. Tiamat also welcomed them warmly, but Red offered his condolences for their loss, promising that it would never happen again, aware of the consequences of their inaction. Tiamat quietly echoed his sentiment. Saji, looking at Issei, remarked on the situation's craziness. Issei simply noted that it was a reunion of old acquaintances and inquired about their loved ones. Saji explained that everyone was a bit sad due to his absence but trusted they would see him again. He mentioned that the one most affected was their king, although she hid it well. Without Sarah's intervention, none of them would have realized the depth of her feelings. Saji then mentioned the upcoming meeting of the leaders of the three factions, which they were tasked with securing. Issei reacted with frustration, questioning the wisdom of placing the safety of the faction leaders in the hands of teenagers and a clan leader without backup. Saji noted that those were nearly the same words Sarah had used when they informed her, minus the insult. Red excitedly announced that the meeting would take place in 3 days, urging everyone to prepare for the moment they would reveal their faction's resurgence. He explained that the Dragon Kings would assist the Celestial Dragons in managing their territory, with the Celestial Dragons presenting themselves first, followed by the others. Ophis emphasized the importance of appearing in their true forms whenever possible, glancing at Tiamat with understanding. Red then asked Saji what he knew about the meeting of the leaders, causing Saji to become nervous. With Issei's reassuring grip on his shoulder, Saji began to share that the meeting would take place at midnight, where all the leaders from both factions would explain their involvement in the recent conflict. They wanted explanations for the deaths of Kokobeel, Metatron, and nearly all the demons from the Demon Council. They also wished to contact the Celestial Dragons to inquire about their stance on everything that had transpired, the Pawn Citri recounted, looking down as he tried to remember all the details his master's mother had explained to him, details he hadn't paid much attention to. Anything else? Ophis asked, her serious gaze fixed on Issei, who returned her look, silently pleading with her not to press his friend too hard. After all, this was completely new for Saji. No. I only know that everyone hopes for a peaceful resolution and to form an alliance to end the war once and for all, the blonde replied, feeling that something was slipping away from him. Very well. In 3 days at midnight we will come for you. As for you, Vritra, you will return to the human world and inform your leader of any changes or news. Vritra will represent the Dragon Kings on behalf of Albion, and Tiamat will do so for Draig, Red commanded, creating a magical circle in Saji's hand before opening a dimensional rift through which he planned to leave. Before you send him back to the human world, Valet, I want to speak with the true Vritra. So awaken his consciousness, Ophis stated, and with that, she and Red vanished, leaving the Dragon Kings and Celestials alone. Please stay here, Issei said, then followed Valet, who gestured for him to step away a bit. Once they were farther away, the silver-haired one cast a silence barrier. What do you want to talk about? The brown-haired one asked, standing close to Valet. How did you gather them so quickly? You had several days, yet they're all here, the bearer of Albion responded with another question. I just got lucky and had a bit of help from Ophis and Azazel. And you? How did you find them? Issei inquired, eager for his new companion's response. Red helped me by giving me their locations, but convincing them was my task. I had to fight with Midgardsormr due to a misunderstanding when awakening him. Yulong was working with a predecessor of a friend and would only follow me if I showed him there would be incredible battles. And well, Vritra was the least straightforward, Valet recounted, sighing with exhaustion. Saji? The most difficult? Issei asked, surprised by the words of the Hakui. No, Vritra. His soul was shattered centuries ago, and many sacred gears were created from it. The bearers of those sacred gears fought until the end. Their souls were corrupted by the evil of the original dragon. With Red's help, we managed to destroy the sacred gears I obtained that were heavily infected. We planned to cleanse them of that evil, but for that, we would have to erase part of the original Vritra's consciousness, and we didn't know how that would affect our attempts to awaken him, Valet explained, having considered trying to implement this with Issei but was stopped by Ophis, who explained the implications of attempting to eliminate that evil. I see. What will you do now? The brown-haired one asked, having seen a potential solution to his state as a malevolent dragon in Valet's words, but he did not want to lose his memories. Not again. I will return to my territory to catch up with the Dragon Kings and inform Ophis and Red. Along the way, I will try to convince them to train Vritra and help me test my power. But I suppose there will be time for that after the meeting. What will you do? Valley asked, observing as the clouds in the area began to darken. I will try to rest my mind and body. I still haven't fully recovered from absorbing the ability of your sacred gear. I also want to help Tiamat as much as I can. She hasn't been doing well, Issei replied, watching as she remained the most distant from the other Dragon Kings, alongside Saji, who felt intimidated by them. I know. Red told me all the details of what happened. I'm sorry, Drake, Valley said, looking at Issei's active sacred gear. I regret your loss, old friend. I didn't know. Albion expressed condolences from the wings of Valley's sacred gear. Thank you, Albion. Thank you, Drake responded, almost without enthusiasm. Don't be too hard on Saji, he's new to this. And sometimes he can be quite foolish in making decisions, the brown-haired one advised, glancing at the pawn Citri, who was already chatting with the Dragon Kings, though still nervous. Tannen invited him into the conversation. All right, take care, Valley said, raising his fist in front of Issei. Surprised by the gesture, the brown-haired one simply smiled and mirrored the silver-haired one's action. You take care too. Once their fists bumped, Valley dispelled the silence barrier and walked toward the Demon Kings. All right, it's time to go. There are things we need to discuss and prepare before invading that meeting, Valley shouted, summoning a magical circle that enveloped Midgardsormr, Yulong, and Saji before they immediately vanished. I see in everyone's expression some displeasure at how the Hakuryuku treated the other Dragon Kings, Issei said, sitting near the barely burning fire. But Valley fought against them, and I suppose he did well enough that they don't mind too much, Issei explained, using his magic to stoke the flames. Tell us, Issei, how did you become a malevolent dragon? Fafnir inquired, not having forgotten that topic. It's quite a long story. Ascalon, Graham, he said, naming the swords, which now floated near the fire in front of Issei. Their presence sent a chill down the spines of the dragons present. They were about to become hostile when suddenly, the swords illuminated, and instead of them, a pair of young women in armor appeared. One looked at them fiercely, almost hostile, while the other gazed seriously, allowing part of her aura to emanate. This was in response to the dragon's intentions. They are Akemi and Yami. They chose me as their bearer, and I present them now so there are no surprises later. And keep in mind, I am not doing this to threaten you. But to ensure there are as few secrets as possible between us, Issei explained before he could be questioned by Tannen and Fafnir, who were the most affected by the presence of the two girls. After the introduction, both girls shone again, this time wearing casual clothes and the coats given by Issei. Make yourselves comfortable. It will be a long story, Issei said, taking a deep breath to recount his story once more, remembering all he had lost, fully aware that he had given everything to protect his loved ones, but still feeling that she could have done more. Old building, hours later. The academy was completely empty, the students had left for home hours ago. Snow fell gently, observed by a solitary young woman with short black hair. She wore the academy uniform, topped with an oversized coat that seemed too big for her. Her violet eyes displayed profound sadness, though it was partially concealed by her red-framed glasses. The young woman hugged her legs while sitting on a chair that didn't belong to her, rubbing her bandaged hands. The bandages bore stains on the knuckles, hinting at recent struggles. This young woman was Sauna Citri. She had picked up a small habit from Issei. Whenever he felt overwhelmed or upset, he would strike trees with minimal force, seeking distraction through the pain. He would do this for hours, causing his fists to bleed, only to hit the tree harder without breaking it, releasing a great deal of stress in the process. The difference between them was Issei's healing sacred gear, which acted without him needing to summon it, almost as if it were a reflection of its previous bearer. Sauna was well aware of her partner's abilities, but this did not stop her from worrying about him. She had no idea if he was safe, and the news she heard, with the help of her family and her sister, about signs of a significant battle far from the demon territory only fueled her fears. To cope, she imitated Issei's bad habit, trying to push those troubling thoughts from her mind. She shook her head vigorously to dispel her worries, but as those thoughts faded momentarily, new concerns about the much-anticipated meeting of the faction leaders surfaced. Adding to her anxiety was the fact that Saji, her pawn, had disappeared nearly a day ago, and she couldn't locate him even with the pieces of the pawn. She feared that the surviving council members might have eliminated him as revenge against her. However, her troubling thoughts were interrupted when she heard a voice. Sauna. Saji said, surprised when he received an embrace from his master, unsure how to respond or if he could reciprocate the gesture. Where have you been? Sauna asked, pulling away from her pawn, showing a hint of annoyance. I had a feeling and went. I tried to find Issei, he replied. Did you find him? Were you able to talk to him? Seeing the glistening hope in her eyes, Saji nearly revealed everything he had been forbidden to discuss until a later time and confirmed what his other leader had confessed. Her king was in a relationship with her rival. It wasn't that he hadn't suspected certain details about the black-haired girl and the brown-haired boy, but confirming it hurt him, especially seeing the state of his king and being unable to ease her worries. No. I couldn't find him, he said with deep regret, having to lie to his king, who blinked a few times to regain her composure and return to her role. Alright, fine Momo. She will tell you how you can help, and don't leave like that again. It's an order. Saji raised his hand, wanting to stop his king, but it remained just that, an attempt. As you command, he whispered, closing the door and leaving his king alone once more. Sauna returned to Issei's chair and observed her surroundings for a moment, her gaze landing on a photo that Ruruko had given to Issei for helping her study. In it were her mother, Yura, Tsubaki herself, and in the middle of the last three stood Issei. Seeing herself smiling so happily filled her with nostalgia, reminding her of a time months ago when she rarely expressed any emotion at the academy. She didn't fully understand her emotional state. In the past, she could remain calm even when her servants fell in unofficial raiding games against Rias, but that changed with Issei's arrival. She began to connect better with her servants, no longer feeling like just their king but a friend who had the responsibility to protect them and ensure their safety at all costs. However, this perception shifted. She no longer viewed it as an obligation but as a priority. Sauna, how are you? Rias asked as she entered the room. She knew very well that her friend was not okay and needed to confide in someone. As her friend, she wouldn't allow anyone else to see her in such a vulnerable state. I'm fine, just reminiscing about the past. Have you prepared your bishop for the meeting? You know you need to start preparing him in advance, the young black-haired woman responded, advising her friend without revealing her emotions as she once did. Gasper is nervous. The only time he left his room was to deliver a note to Issei when we were prohibited from going to the human world some time ago, Rias commented, approaching and gently taking the same photo her friend had been looking at. In the end, I've decided he won't be part of the meeting, so I thought he could use this room to stay in during the entire meeting, Rias explained, carefully placing the photo back on the desk. Why not leave him in the underworld? Sauna asked, still reluctant to leave. It's not that I want to be a bad daughter, but I don't trust my parents as much anymore. They were present when the council soldiers tried to kidnap Grafia. Gasper has a very powerful and unstable sacred gear. If it falls into the wrong hands, I can't even imagine the damage they would cause, the red-haired girl replied, her tone shifting to serious when discussing her bishop. Is there any news about Saji? The Gremory heiress asked, sitting on the couch. Yes. He has returned. He told me he had a feeling and went somewhere hoping to find Issei. Unfortunately, he didn't find him. He should now be helping with the preparations for the meeting. Did they remain adamant about using the student council room? Sauna was somewhat annoyed by this, but she couldn't argue against that decision. Without saying a word, Sauna stood up from the chair and sat next to Rias. The latter took her friend's hand, and Sauna rested her head on Rias's shoulder. The red-haired girl remembered how Sarah's daughter would do this when scolded by her grandmother, one of the few members of the Demon Council who had managed to escape days ago. She recalled how she used to break down in tears, but now there was nothing but a long sigh that seemed to express sadness and nothing more. Thank you, Rias. Are we leaving? The young black-haired girl asked as she stood up from her seat, offering help to her friend, who gladly accepted. Co-Academy, days later. There are only a few hours until they arrive, dear. You should come with us, Sarah said, dressed in the traditional attire she wore as the director of the academy. Sauna also wore her academy uniform, complete with the same coat from a couple of days ago. Alright, I'll join you soon, Mom, Sauna replied, glancing out the window as a magical barrier rose over the academy grounds. This was a clear sign that a faction leader would soon arrive. It's time for me to go, Sauna stated, clearly intending to avoid the meeting, unaware that her mother had stayed behind to wait for her and had overheard her last comment. Will you not be part of the statements regarding what happened? Sarah asked, surprising her daughter, who had assumed she would be elsewhere. You already have enough witnesses to testify, Mom. Besides, you were there too. My presence isn't necessary, Sauna said calmly as she moved toward the door, nearly colliding with Rias's brother, Surzex Lucifer. Rias, accompanied by her entourage and Ravel, stood behind the demon leaders. "Are you leaving Air Citri?" the demon leader inquired, puzzled. "Yes. I'm not needed here. I also don't want to relive what happened," the young girl replied, surprising her sister, who stood behind the redhead. "Sona Citri. We would greatly appreciate it if you could participate in this meeting as one of the clan heirs involved in the recent conflict. While it may seem to you that there are too many witnesses for your testimony to be relevant, I kindly ask if you could stay to verify or refute certain events," Ajuka requested respectfully, entering after Serafal. The formal request from the king of Belphegor astonished Sauna. "All right," Sauna agreed to stay, positioning herself in a corner of the room while rubbing her bandaged hands, which had not yet fully healed. She refused to use healing magic or any phoenix tears. "I see that some are not pleased with this," Erica joked, noticing how her peer, Serafal, was letting some of her power manifest as the fallen angels appeared. At Erica's words, Serafal shot her a glare. "Do you have a problem with us, Serafal?" Azazel asked, making his presence known alongside Penemu and Rionair. Barakiel and Shemhaza stood behind them. "Rionair, why don't you keep Sona Citri company? Perhaps you could become friends," Azazel teased, giving his daughter a gentle nudge. "I'm not a child anymore, Dad," the young black-haired girl protested, embarrassed. "Ah, I know, but it's never too late to make friends. Don't you think, Surzex?" Azazel said, looking at the redhead, who simply smiled. "Revel Rias. You should also go socialize," Azazel instructed, and to avoid embarrassment, both young women complied without protest. "It's a shame none of us brought a young angel to socialize with as well," Michael remarked, accompanied by all his brothers, including Gabriel, who still bore bruises and scrapes on her beautiful face, remnants of her battle against Metratone. "It's a pleasure to see you again," Gabriel greeted as she approached Rias, Sauna, Ravel, and Rionair. Although she had not interacted much with Rionair, she was aware of the manipulation Rionair had suffered at the hands of her now-deceased brother. "Likewise, Lady Gabriel," Rias greeted formally, a gesture echoed by Ravel. "Hello, Aunt Gabriel," Rionair said. Their familial connection was evident, as Azazel was Gabriel's brother, and they still shared blood ties. "It's good to see you well and aware, Rionair," Gabriel replied warmly, embracing her niece. She was known in heaven for her ability to forgive quickly. The black-haired girl returned the hug affectionately. Sauna, on the other hand, did not greet Gabriel, not out of reluctance but because her mind was consumed with thoughts of the potential outcomes for her current partner. She was soon pulled from her thoughts by Rionair's gentle touch. "Sorry to bother you. I feel like something is troubling you," Azazel's daughter said. "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about someone who isn't here," Sauna responded, this time paying attention to her surroundings. The leaders were seated at a large triangular table, representing the three factions involved in the Great War that had caused them irreparable damage. Gabriel was no longer with them. She was now seated with her brothers, demonstrating her position as one of Heaven's leaders. Michael gazed at the table with a thoughtful expression. Sauna assumed he might be worried about the negotiations failing. Raphael looked at the demons and fallen angels with some hostility, but as none responded, he began to reconsider his older brother's idea. Uriel, meanwhile, innocently played with his light magic, forming small animals that interacted with one another. Azazel looked serious as he stared at his hands while his vice-governor, Shemhaza, whispered something in his ear. They must have been using some kind of magic, as even with his enhanced senses, he couldn't hear their conversation. Penemu, on the other hand, was reading a book that appeared to be a novel about legendary beasts and dragons. Barakiel occasionally glanced at Akino, his daughter, who avoided making eye contact. Sauna knew the story behind them thanks to Rias and partially understood the feelings of the Gremory Queen. Surzex was still not seated with the others. He was near the window, speaking with his wife about everything that had happened during the months they had been apart due to the Demon Council. The last time she had seen or heard from Issei was a week ago, and she couldn't imagine the feelings they both experienced from being apart for so long. Erica was nodding off in her seat, exhausted from the hard work she had done over the centuries. Rumors said she hadn't slept for nearly 10 centuries while fighting against the Angels and Fallen, during the Civil War, and later in her efforts to restore her faction, and now her body was paying the price for it. Ajuka was reading a report from his researchers about an experiment he had commissioned. Serafal, surprisingly to her sister, sat quietly playing with a pencil. Sauna was greatly surprised by her sister's calmness in such an important meeting, but she correctly attributed it to the fact that she couldn't show such a childish side in a gathering of this significance. Seeing the leaders so composed made Sauna question whether she had missed the entire debate while lost in her thoughts, but a glance at the wall clock dispelled that notion. This, along with the sight of the armies from the three factions outside while the barrier still concealed them, brought her back to the present. They were waiting for midnight, which arrived right on time. Surzex, now seated with his colleagues, signaled for Sarah to begin. As the clock struck 12 on December 24th, nearly a week after the incident that jeopardized the agreement between the factions, the leaders of the three factions, angels, fallen angels, and demons, gathered that night to discuss the measures they would take. They contemplated whether to return to war, uphold the agreement, or perhaps end the conflict once and for all. Sarah initiated the meeting by outlining the events leading up to the incident and everything that had transpired from the morning of December 15th to the dawn of December 17th. The first to speak would be the angels, who would explain the direct involvement of one of their leaders. After finishing her introduction, Sarah stepped back, allowing Michael to rise from his seat and address the assembly. They acknowledged the damage caused by their brother's actions in breaking the agreement and attacking both demons and fallen angels. Michael expressed regret for not having foreseen his brother's actions and admitted that he had chosen not to intervene, trusting him instead. He spoke of the use of fragments from the long-destroyed Excalibur to harm demons, the manipulation of Ryanair, daughter of Azazel and Penemu, and the direct involvement in the assassination attempt on the current Securitai, Hayate Issei. These were acts they could not overlook, and he apologized for allowing everything to unfold and for leaving the fate of their factions in the hands of Sarah Citri, her daughter Sona Citri, Rias Gremry, and the aforementioned Securitai. To Sauna's surprise, the leader of the angels was accepting part of the blame for the events that had transpired. Azazel then stood, acknowledging that their faction also bore responsibility for not stopping Kokabeel, who had initially controlled their daughter right after the assassination of Hayate Issei, leading to her transformation into a demon. He recognized that, while it was harsh to say, had those events not occurred, they might have found themselves in a cycle of violence again, losing another child. Penemu, seated and watching her daughter, expressed her wish that Issei were present to thank him once more for forgiving Ryanair, despite everything she had been forced to do. This prompted Surzex to inquire about how Azazel had found Ryanair, curious if the leader of the fallen angels knew anything about Issei's whereabouts. Azazel was about to respond with a lie to conceal the brown-haired boy's location, as he would not reveal it if Issei had not. Gabriel interjected, suggesting they focus on resolving their current matters before discussing the actions of the Securitai and the Hakuryuku in that battle, steering the conversation back on track and sparing Azazel further complications. Surzex agreed, expressing regret for not having dissolved the demonic council sooner. He believed that had they acted more decisively, the conflict might have been avoided altogether. With all parties having offered their apologies, he proposed they begin reviewing the events of that day. One by one, those present who had participated in the conflict contributed their insights to reconstruct the battle that had left the academy in ruins. However, one crucial factor was missing: the Securitai and his role in the fight. None of the attendees had kept a constant watch on Issei, so only he could provide a complete account of his involvement, and unfortunately, he was not there. After partially reconstructing the battle, Erica shifted the topic, suggesting they discuss their future. She questioned what actions they would take and whether they would uphold the agreement. Azazel responded, suggesting they look beyond the immediate conflict, highlighting that during the battle, angels, fallen angels, and demons had united to thwart the intentions of Metraton, Kokabeel, and the demonic council. Even humans and dragons had participated. Michael then asked if they could hear from the humans involved, specifically Griselda Corda, Irina Shidu, and Zenobia Corda. However, Sarah preemptively informed him that the mentioned individuals had made it clear they did not wish to participate, as their opinions had not been valued while they were still part of the faction. Michael lowered his head, disappointed by the past actions of his faction. Raphael then joined the conversation, asking how Ryanair had returned, noting that the Hakuryuku had taken her along with the Securitai. Azazel explained that the Hakuryuku had brought her back home, as he had raised Vala for much of his childhood. He added that when he saw her, she was not with the Securitai, sticking to the lie he had prepared. Surzex inquired if Azazel had any means of contacting Issei to discuss his neutral stance. Azazel admitted that Vale had not responded to his calls in a long time but agreed to try. To his surprise, Vale answered this time. "What do you want, Azazel?" came a voice from the magic circle Azazel had created. Vale, bored, decided to join the meeting, appearing almost immediately through a dimensional rift, something unusual but attributed to his travels. Azazel welcomed him, relieved to have him present. They didn't want to take up too much time, so they decided to ask about the reasons behind Vala's decision to help the Sekyutai by giving him an orb containing one of his abilities. When Shemhaza directly questioned him about it, Vala turned to Azazel and remarked that he never thought he would leave his boredom to attend a dull meeting. Azazel simply shrugged and smiled in response. Vala explained that he had given the orb to the Sekyutai so he could use it against his enemies, never expecting him to assimilate that power. He admitted it was impressive and added that he had done it because the Sekyutai had saved his current partner from an attack by a renegade demon. Sauna, standing in front of Vala with a fierce expression, demanded to know where Issei was and why he had taken him. Vala, ignoring her question, commented on how it seemed they had formed their alliance and were merely trying to tie up loose ends. Surzex then asked about the opinions and positions the celestial dragons would take regarding this alliance and whether Vala agreed with the peace. Vala distanced himself, stating that it wasn't his place to answer. Uriel, intrigued, pressed for who would be responsible for that answer. A deep, feminine voice echoed in the room, declaring that it was up to them. The leaders felt an unfamiliar sensation fear as a crack appeared behind Sauna, emanating a power that overshadowed their own. As Sauna stepped back, she saw claws gripping the edges of the crack. Suddenly, a man with red hair and eyes, a scar over his left eye, and dressed in white attire with a black cape emerged from the crack, smiling fiercely. Azazel stood defensively, recognizing him as Great Red. The dragon god confirmed Azazel's suspicion, and the atmosphere grew tense. A voice from behind the angels taunted them, revealing a woman with black hair, white skin, and violet eyes who looked at them with disdain. Gabriel murmured in surprise at the presence of Ophis Ouroboros. The leaders exchanged confused glances, realizing the arrival of these legendary deities was unexpected. Ajuka nervously inquired about their motives for being there. Great Red cheerfully announced that they had taken advantage of the gathering of the leaders of the supposed largest faction in the world to declare the resurgence of their own powerful faction. The leaders were shocked, having thought the dragon gods were merely legends. Great Red reassured them that they meant no harm to the competition at least for now and that they were merely following formalities for fun. Azazel quickly connected the dots, realizing Issei was seeking the ancient dragon kings to reunite them with his faction, indicating that he had a role in their resurrection. The thought of the Sekyutai and Hakuryuka working together again unsettled him, but he couldn't assume they sought revenge for the original dragon's fate. Great Red introduced their leaders, glancing at Vala, who stepped forward to formally present himself as the current Hakuryuku, bearer of Albion and one of the leaders of the dragon faction. The young demons were taken aback by this revelation. Rias wondered aloud how it was possible for a descendant of the original Lucifer to be a bearer of a celestial dragon. Vala proudly stated that he was the son of a human mother and a demon father, and being a bearer of one of the celestial dragons was nothing short of a miracle. Great Red continued, mentioning that under Vala's command were Midgardsormr, Yulong, and Vritra, with Saji stepping forward to indicate he was the current bearer of Vritra. Azazel realized that Vala's interest in sacred gear research was to understand the likelihood of the old evil Dragon King's resurgence. He couldn't help but smile, recognizing that in focusing on his daughter, he had overlooked the manipulation by his adoptive son and the boy he thought was merely a closet pervert. Ophis then introduced the current Sekyutai. A pillar of fire erupted before her, revealing Issei, accompanied by a woman, who looked seriously at the leaders, directing a glare at Michael. He held Michael responsible for what had happened to Asia, knowing he had the power of omnipresence and had witnessed her suffering without intervening. Issei introduced himself as the current bearer of Draig and one of the leaders of the dragon faction, stating that under his command were the Dragon Kings Tanin, the Meteor Dragon, Fafnir, the Golden Dragon, and Tiamat, the Queen Dragon of Chaotic Karma. The brown-haired individual introduced himself, eager to expedite the introductions but not wanting to overlook the Dragon Kings now under his command by Ophis's order. Sauna murmured Issei's name, attempting to place a hand on his shoulder, but Tiamat intervened, gently lowering her arm while shaking her head to indicate that it was not the right moment. Red's words abruptly halted as he wore a serious expression, gazing out the window. The leaders followed his gaze and saw their escorts, overwhelmed by some form of magic, being easily dispatched by the numerous sorcerers that had appeared outside the building. Looking around, the brown-haired individual noticed Ravel, Rionair, Rias, Sauna, and their servants, except for Suji, enveloped in a violet aura. He began to analyze the situation and concluded that they were frozen in time. He moved closer to Sauna and Rias, touching their shoulders to free them from the temporal paralysis. Once he finished, he stepped back without saying a word. The dragon god complained about the disgusting presence interrupting them, releasing a small amount of his power. Ophis ordered Issei to share his thoughts, having noticed the contemplative look on his face. This calmed Red slightly, much to Sarah's relief, as the aura surrounding him threatened to demolish the school building once more. Issei explained that the Gremory heiress had a servant with a mutated rook piece, possessing a sacred gear called Forbidden Baylor View. This sacred gear was made from the eyes of the ancient demon king Satan Baylor, who had been slain by the Christian god. He speculated that these invaders had likely captured him. His insight surprised everyone due to the wealth of information he possessed, which was no surprise to Issei, as he had known about Gasper since Calawarner had given him those documents nearly a year ago. Red praised the boy and commanded Hakuryuku and Vritra to demonstrate their faction's power by going out to defeat the enemies. Ophis instructed Issei to pacify the bearer of the sacred gear by any means necessary while Tiamat would stay behind to eliminate any invaders who dared to enter. The other leaders remained silent, knowing they could not contradict the dragon gods without risking their faction's existence. Ophis urged Issei to use everything he had learned, wanting the world to see that he was not the weakest Sekyutai in history, as the demons claimed, but one of the strongest. Rias pleaded with Issei not to harm her rook, hesitating to call him by name for fear it might offend the deities present. Without a word, Issei leaped through the window, landing in front of 4 sorcerers who were quickly dispatched by Valley, who was enjoying the chaos. Without wasting time, Issei made his way toward the old building. Erika, feeling anxious in the presence of such powerful beings, asked why they had chosen this moment to reveal themselves. Red explained that leaders from 3 factions had united to end a war that had consumed them for centuries, and they were being observed by various magical circles from Nordic, Greek, Hindu, Japanese, and other factions. All factions would know whom to fear and whom to respect. Ophis opened a dimensional rift, revealing Kaneko and Gasper immobilized against the wall by magical seals, surrounded by women in strange robes levitating above a magic circle. Kaneko had injuries and torn clothing, leaving her left side exposed, and was semi-conscious. Gasper appeared almost unscathed, with only minor scratches on his cheeks, his eyes vacant yet shining. One of the women remarked that they needed to push harder to affect the leaders and eliminate them without difficulty, possibly even impacting Hakuryuku. Red laughed at their absurd plan, stating that while they might affect the sorcerers, they would not affect him or his allies, and he would not protect them from humans if it came to that. Sauna, seeking clarification, asked Ophis if those beings were human. Ophis explained that they had been modified by demons to use magic, surprising Sauna, who did not expect such a response given Ophis's past with demons. As they focused on the rift, they saw Issei effortlessly choking a sorceress who struggled for breath. Without hesitation, he swiftly broke her neck, dropping her to the floor and astonishing his acquaintances, who could not believe he was capable of such an act so casually. Issei declared that the remaining sorceresses would not affect them, and he would handle it himself. One sorceress stepped back, trembling in fear, while another murmured about the Crimson Purgatory Dragon, retreating even further. Issei, realizing they had heard of him, proclaimed that they would all die today as flames enveloped his body. He charged at the first sorceress, piercing her torso with his gauntlet before summoning Graham to decapitate the nearest sorceress. A sorceress near the window ordered the others to attack and quickly unleashed a powerful magical bolt at Issei, which he absorbed and amplified with his sacred gear. Without wasting time, Issei positioned himself behind the last 2 sorceresses, touched their shoulders, and then stepped back, ready to snap his fingers. As the gesture formed, both sorceresses began to feel their bodies immobilized by a magical thread. One of the sorceresses, who had researched the past of Sekyutai, expressed her disgust at the situation, accusing him of being a pervert for using such a technique. He clarified that while the ability did exist, it was not what she thought. With a subtle snap of his fingers, their clothing was torn to shreds, leaving them exposed. However, he added that just as dragons evolve, so did his abilities. As he snapped his fingers, the sorceresses felt the thread begin to tear at their skin, causing them immense pain. They could not scream, as their throats were constricted in a way that silenced them. Observing the chaos he had caused, Issei critically assessed his actions, wishing he had been quicker and more efficient, noting that he hadn't even had to fully utilize his sacred gear. Kaneko, seeing her companion approach, whispered his name, relieved that he had come to rescue her. Her captors had vanished behind a magical barrier, and while she could hear signs of a struggle, she could see nothing. Issei reassured her that he would heal her soon as he broke her bindings and gently lowered her to the ground. Suddenly she warned him of a threat behind him, but it was too late. Issei was struck by a sword wielded by a desperate sorceress from the now-defunct occult research club. Despite the blade piercing his chest, he stood as if unfazed, which terrified the sorceress. He noted that it wasn't the first time he had been attacked in such a manner, and he was sure it wouldn't be the last. He acknowledged her bravery for attacking him from behind instead of fleeing. As a reward, he decided to show her a fraction of his power. Grabbing her by the neck with one hand, he conjured a spear of light with the other, slowly piercing her abdomen as she begged for mercy in vain. He released her, and she fell heavily to the ground, desperately trying to remove the spear that burned her, only to injure herself further. In the end, she succumbed, drowning in her own blood while Issei watched, unmoved by her pleas for a swift death. Kaneko called out to him, concerned as he continued to stare at a spot on the ground. After he had dealt with her attacker, he didn't want his former companions to witness his actions, so he kept Kaneko from seeing. He assured her that everything was fine and proceeded to remove the sword from his chest, healing rapidly as he broke the bindings of Gasper. The boy fell unconscious into his arms. Issei shifted Gasper onto his shoulder, carried Kaneko with his free arm, and teleported back to the leaders. Once there, he placed Kaneko and Gasper on the ground and began using his healing powers. Suddenly, Valle crashed through one of the walls, parts of his armor falling to the ground in pieces. He quickly rose, a serious expression on his face as he examined his chest, where a dark line was rapidly absorbing his power. The loud roar drew the attention of those present. When they turned to look, they saw a 10-meter-tall western dragon, completely black with purple accents. Issei, surprised, asked what had happened. Valle explained that one of the sorceresses had approached Vritra from behind and, using an unknown enchantment, had unleashed a black mace of pure power, transforming it into that monstrous form. He tore the line from his chest, but it had adhered so strongly that he even removed the orb from his armor that had been connected to it. Valle, furious at the surprise attack, declared that he would show who was in charge. Issei interrupted him, warning that if it was a control spell and the original body was protected by that mace, he would kill it before breaking the spell. He suggested that Valle keep it occupied while he searched for the creator of the enchantment. Valle agreed, regenerating his armor and leaving the area as everyone fell silent. Ophis commented on Issei's wisdom, questioning what made him think the spell wouldn't remain active once its conjurer was dead. Issei replied that if the spell persisted, he would also help to stop Vritra, no matter the cost. With that, he jumped through the window, gathering momentum for a powerful leap. Summoning Ascalon, he charged its blade with light magic and unleashed a slash that sent a powerful ring of light sweeping through the air, taking out most of the mages hovering nearby. Knowing they would soon regroup, Issei hurried toward those remaining on the ground. They looked at him in terror, unsure whether to attack or surrender, as rumors of his ruthlessness had spread. Their hesitation vanished when Issei landed, now wielding Graham. One of the women, positioned farther from Issei, ordered the others to attack. The remaining sorceresses exchanged doubtful glances, questioning whether to follow her command as they observed his blood-stained face, wondering if theirs would soon join it. The most vulnerable sorceress, overwhelmed, was the first to kneel, crawling to grasp and nearly kiss Issei's feet, pleading for mercy. The woman who had commanded the attack shouted betrayal, launching a magical bolt at the defenseless sorceress, but Issei deflected it with his sword, shocking the pleading woman. Ignoring her, he advanced toward the remaining sorcerers, who slowly knelt and bowed their heads as he passed, signaling their intention not to attack. The last standing sorceress declared that she would never kneel before a demon, trembling with fear. Issei responded that he never asked for such SBMson. They were not kneeling to a demon but to a celestial dragon. With that, he seized the woman by the neck, lifting her above his head. He demanded that she undo the spell if she wished to live, as his companions, now free, looked on, seeing him as someone transformed. The leaders were astonished by the strength, intelligence, and capabilities of what they had misjudged as the weakest bearer of the boosted gear. Red watched with satisfaction, knowing that he had made others kneel simply by his presence, and the one who dared to challenge him would likely perish in that moment. However, Ophis regarded him critically. He was using several of his abilities but had yet to employ the power that had helped him against the Council's assassins. He was not utilizing his balance break or his power as a malevolent dragon, and it was the latter that she was particularly interested in witnessing again. The woman, nearly out of breath, declared that he was on the side of the traitorous demons against the original lords. Issei firmly stated that he was not on their side and never would be. With that, he swiftly ended the woman's life, causing his companions to look at him with a mix of fear and concern. This declaration also troubled the demon leaders, who had begun to consider an alliance with the dragons. Valley landed beside Issei, exclaiming that his plan had failed as he struggled to regain energy from Vritra using his sacred gear. He expressed his frustration, realizing that he had underestimated Vritra, who had been draining his life force rather than just his power. Issei instructed Valley to handle the remaining mages while he took on Vritra himself, summoning the dividing gear, which he referred to as the White Gauntlet. Valley questioned whether Issei intended to keep all the fun for himself, filled with disdain for Vritra. Issei explained that he did not want Vritra to be killed, as losing his power would be detrimental. He could not yet unleash his balance break fully, so he needed to compensate with the dividing gear. Raising his right hand, he siphoned part of Vritra's power while simultaneously boosting his own. The sound of his abilities echoed in the area, and everyone watched in awe as the brown-haired boy repeatedly used these skills, significantly weakening Vritra while growing stronger himself. However, it was curious that with each use of the dividing gear, his hair began to show streaks of white. Red observed critically, noting that each time Issei used the Hakuryuku ability, it drastically reduced his lifespan, yet he continued to do so, perhaps unaware of the consequences. Ophis shared her concerns, indicating that Issei was pushing his body to its limits, and the white streaks in his hair were not merely a fashion choice. She wondered how much longer he could utilize Albion's ability without exhausting himself. Gabriel inquired about Ophis's meaning, and she explained that Issei's emotional turmoil stemmed from the actions of others. A fallen angel had killed his first partner, separating him from his humanity, and the angels had ignored a devoted follower of their beliefs, leading him to distance himself from his own faction. With no clear place in the world and severed ties, he had accepted their proposal to join their faction, which they had not planned but were grateful for. Now, Issei, in an incomplete form of his own balance break, prepared to confront Vritra's twisted form. Valley insisted that Vritra was his responsibility, but Issei countered that both celestial dragons were responsible for the Dragon Kings. He would not allow Saji to become like him or let Vritra be killed. Valley conceded, acknowledging that he owed Issei one and took to the skies to deal with the remaining mages. Meanwhile, more mages appeared to support the beast they had unleashed. Issei commanded the surrendering mages to leave, and they fled toward the nearby forest, where Seraphal and Gabriel would later capture and interrogate them. The Hakuryuku spread its wings in the sky, striking a majestic pose as it demonstrated its power. Valley, as the Hakuryu, drained the energy of everyone present except for Ophis, Red, Issei, and the leaders. Sarah, Graphia, Ravel, Sauna, Rias, and their respective followers were affected by the White Dragon Emperor's ability, as were the newly arrived mages and Vritra. The imperfect form of Vritra roared upon seeing the Hakuryuku in the sky, but this time it would not face Valley. It realized this when struck by a bolt of scarlet energy. Valley declared that he would remind them of their place, releasing a majestic roar as Albion's dragon form appeared behind him. Swift as lightning, Valley effortlessly dispatched the mages in the air. Rising from the impact, the black dragon turned its head toward Issei, who regarded it seriously. Without hesitation, Issei charged forward, ready to deliver a powerful kick to Vritra's face. The force of the dragon sent it tumbling backward as Issei continuously utilized his new sacred gear. Vritra managed to ensnare Valley once more with its tendrils, attempting to absorb his power. However, Valley, sensing this, grasped the tendrils and hurled Vritra into the sky, positioning himself above it and striking down on its head to bring it crashing back down. Seeing Vritra fall, Issei sprinted toward the anticipated point of impact, creating a small sphere of energy in his left hand. Using his newly acquired ability, the brown-haired boy joined Hakuryuku in the effort to diminish the mass of power surrounding Vritra. He concentrated both the energy he was siphoning and the energy from his sacred gear into his left hand, increasing the size of the sphere he was forming. Once in position for Vritra's landing, Issei struck upward with the sphere he had created. A powerful beam erupted from it, sending Vritra soaring back into the air while obliterating much of the mass of power that enveloped it. Rias watched her young pawn fight, admitting to herself that she had not expected such power. Kiba, astonished by his companion's potential, recalled how the last time Issei had used this technique in practice, it had left a massive crater in a mountain. Sauna added that she had witnessed him destroy the peak of a mountain just weeks prior. Sarah analyzed the situation, noting that the amount of power concentrated in that attack could have completely destroyed the mountain. What amazed her was that Issei appeared accustomed to wielding such energy, showing no signs of fatigue or strain. As the mass threatened to reform, Valley created a magic circle above Saji, unleashing a bolt of energy that sent him crashing to the ground. Issei rushed to his injured friend, who seemed unconscious. He knelt down, gripping Saji's shirt and lifting him into the air, staring intently at his friend's left eye, which had transformed. Instead of Saji's natural eye, a violet one with a golden slit iris now gazed back at Sekyutai. Issei acknowledged that Vritra was complete again but lacked a physical body. Saji Genshuru was now the vessel, representing the new Dragon King. He warned Saji not to confuse the situation or attempt to deceive him by claiming it was all the spell's fault, noting that the spell had dissipated when its caster had perished. This revelation surprised the young demons and some leaders, including Red, who realized that Issei was aware of the truth. Ophis had her own matters to discuss with Issei, but her calm demeanor and focus on the situation filled her with a sense of pride. Issei threatened that if Vritra ever attempted to rebel against them again, it would be as easy to eliminate him as it had been to bring him back. He observed as his friend's sacred gear faded, indicating that Vritra had returned to slumber, at least for now. As the blonde began to stir, Issei released him, allowing Saji to drop to his knees. This action jolted Saji awake, and he immediately felt overwhelming fatigue and pain from the injuries inflicted by both celestial dragons. Confused, Saji asked what had happened, noticing the remaining magicians dismantling the barrier that had prevented the leaders from retreating. However, this was futile, as they had not anticipated facing the combined strength of Sekyutai and Hakuryuku. Issei, after taking a moment to analyze everything that had transpired, teleported with Saji to where their gods were waiting. Ajuka inquired about Issei's thoughts on the situation, having a vague idea he wanted to compare with the analysis from the wielder of the boosted gear. To everyone's surprise, Issei completely ignored the Demon King Beelzebub. Red, teasing Ajuka, urged Issei to respond, suggesting that he needed some clarity. Issei explained that it was a desperate attack from the remaining members of the Demon Council, aiming to seize power by eliminating their leaders and possibly those of other factions as well. However, it was an incomplete attack. Something crucial was missing from their equation. Intrigued, Erika pressed for details about the missing factor. Issei glanced at Red, who silently nodded for him to continue. Issei revealed that someone had been observing their meeting and had retreated upon seeing them arrive. This explained the confusion of the attackers after abducting the Gremory Knight and utilizing his power. They had thought they could continue without realizing they would be left alone, leading them to take a gamble by trying to manipulate the Dragon King Vritra, known for his extreme violence and resentment. It seemed they had also been monitoring the meeting to stay a step ahead of them. After finishing his explanation, Issei's gaze fixed on a point in the room before he returned to normal. Red declared that after their fun and resolving a minor inconvenience, they would take their leave, opening a dimensional rift and stepping through it, followed by Tiamat, who was impressed by the abilities of her husband's wielder. Seraphal suggested they invite the others to join their alliance, assuming the three factions would inevitably become allies. Ophis dismissed the idea, stating that if it were up to her, she would erase their factions with a snap of her fingers for all the harm they had caused. She made it clear that she would never ally with them before departing through the same dimensional rift. Azazel approached his adopted son, looking serious as he remarked that Valley had become too complacent. Vala chuckled as Penemu, his second mother, approached to clean some dirt from his face. She reminded him not to worry you and to consider his state, surprising Valley, who thought that information was highly confidential. He laughed again, recalling his biological mother's words. The mothers know everything. As long as there are exciting battles for him and a place to care for his family, he is not against peace, but he will not be its direct ally. However, perhaps a discussion could be had. Vritra was instructed to stay behind and await further orders, forbidden to speak about their faction. In the end, only Issei remained, gazing out the window of the old building, recalling what he had done there. His eyes shifted to the battlefield where the bodies of the fallen magicians lay. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, the bodies he saw were in better condition than those in the old building. With a snap of his fingers, Issei set fire to the room, seeking to erase the traces of that massacre. Sauna was the first to approach him, taking his hand and prompting him to look at her. She urged him to go home, her tone almost pleading. Issei glanced at her for a moment before looking back at the dimensional rift that remained open, as if waiting for him. Michael, observing the scene, asked if Securitai was in favor of peace, only to receive a hostile glare from Issei. Issei questioned why Michael had left Asia to her fate, his eyes darkening slowly. The seraph lowered his head, a gesture that only fueled Issei's anger. He shouted at Michael, startling Sauna and her friends. The other leaders watched in surprise as Issei demanded to know what was so important that Michael had ignored the prayers, pleas, and tears of a 15-year-old girl. He pressed for answers about why Asia had been expelled from the church and left to fend for herself for 2 long years. Michael explained that he received a report a year later stating that Asia had healed a demon using her sacred gear. The higher-ups took charge, expelled her, and sent her to be hunted. When he attempted to intervene, she was already under the care of fallen angels, and he feared that his interference could reignite the war. Issei's words cut deep, criticizing Michael for being the only seraph with the power of his deceased father yet still being useless. Raphael was irritated by those words, but Uriel stopped him from taking action against Issei. Michael remained silent, unable to refute the truth in Issei's accusations. Issei continued, expressing how Asia had believed in Michael during her exile, praying for food and shelter for 2 years. She had thanked him whenever she found him, yet he had left her to her fate. He vowed not to repeat her mistake and turned his gaze to Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphal and Erika. Rumors in the underworld suggested that the current demon kings were more powerful than their predecessors. Issei questioned what they were thinking, noting that while their leaders might be strong, they were still bound by outdated customs created by deceased members of the Demon Council and the Great King's faction. Without those old members, they were still unable to make decisions without consulting their antiquated traditions, remaining puppets without a puppeteer. He looked at the fallen angels, who met his gaze in silence. For leaders had failed to notice the manipulation one of their own was suffering. Issei expressed his disappointment in their main leader, who prioritized his faction over his family until the very end. He turned away, looking through the dimensional rift at his territory, a sight only he could see while the others saw only emptiness. He declared that he would not be their ally now or ever. The only thing keeping them safe from him were the few bonds and memories he had with members of their factions. Out of respect for them, they were not his enemies, but he warned them not to be complacent. A single act could easily change his mind. Breaking free from Sauna's grip, Issei crossed the dimensional rift, which closed behind him, leaving the leaders with much to ponder. Sauna felt a deep sadness for what her partner had done, but she understood it was not out of indifference. He had to fulfill a deal, or so she chose to believe. Without saying a word or being stopped by anyone, Sauna left through a magic circle to her room. Azazel sighed, trying to lighten the mood with a joke, acknowledging that they had received the least of the troubles. Gabriel agreed, suggesting they needed to reflect on many things within their factions to move past the uncomfortable moment, at least for now. She noticed her brother clenching his fists, bothered by Issei's words, which held a painful truth. Surzex approached Azazel and Michael, agreeing that there were too many things that needed changing. He declared that from now on, their factions would be allies, and they would discuss terms that would benefit everyone. Michael smiled, though he could not shake off Issei's words from his mind. In the giant forest, the territory of Securitai, Ophis and Red watched Issei appear alone, expecting him to bring his partner. Valle, alongside his team and the Dragon Kings he was to lead, stood to the side, seemingly lost in thought. Red questioned why Issei had not brought the demon with him, to which Issei replied that it was because he was foolish. Ophis appeared suddenly before him, holding his face to look directly into his eyes, reminding him that their marital lives were not their concern. What truly mattered was obedience, and he had disobeyed her orders. Residencia Citri, 10 p.m., December 24th. Kyuko and Takeda were finishing the decorations in the grand hall that Sarah had prepared. They were excited to hear from Sona that her son would join them after a week of not seeing him. Zenobia and Irina had gone out to buy a few necessary items. Sarah, along with her daughter Tsubaki, Hikaru, and Griselda, were completing the dishes that would be served that night. Akane was playing with Akemi, Yami, and Yura, who had been invited since her family did not celebrate these festivities. The other servants of Sona were with their respective families. Even Ruruko had invited Jun-sensei and her friend Hanako to spend the holidays with her family. The same was true for Ravel, Rias and their entourage, who were now in Phoenix territory with their loved ones. Although humans still found it hard to believe that beings like them could celebrate the birth of their supposed sworn enemy, they explained that beyond celebrating the birth of the Son of God, they did not refer to it that way. In ancient times, demons gathered on these dates to commemorate the supposed birth of the Antichrist. But over time, that reason faded while the tradition remained. Grayfia had returned to the underworld with her family after being separated from her loved ones for a long time. She was eager to see her son, Milikas. She knew that at any moment she could feel weak from the lack of energy, but she was willing to take the risk. In the worst-case scenario, she would have to reach out to Sarah and her husband, believing she might not be able to contact Issei for a long time. Despite everyone being happy to see Issei again, a growing doubt lingered in the air each time they heard the ticking of the clock. Would he truly show up? Or was it just a lie to keep them calm? Had he broken his vow to fulfill all his promises? These questions began to trouble several of those present. They did not believe he would deceive them in vain, but the possibility lingered since he had not revealed the truth about the deal he made with the beings who saved him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance of the house, reminiscing about how joyful these celebrations used to be, recalling how Irina and he would run around causing mischief or trying to hide to catch a glimpse of Santa. Everyone turned to see the familiar figure they had missed. Issei was greeted with enthusiasm as Akane rushed toward him, and he crouched down to embrace her. He lifted her high above his head, expressing how much he had missed her. His parents were next, quickly wrapping him in their arms. His mother nearly knocked him off balance with her excitement, but he managed to steady himself. Setting Akane down and separating from his parents, Issei was suddenly tackled by Yura, who rushed to hug him without holding back. He stumbled back a couple of steps but regained his footing. Issei noticed Yura's small tremors as she buried her face in his chest, trying to hide her tears. He embraced her tightly, acknowledging how much he had missed her as well. When he looked up, he saw Tsubaki smiling at him with glistening eyes, expressing her happiness at his return. Soon, everyone gathered around him for hugs, leaving Sona for last. She approached him and took his face in her hands, whispering that she knew he would come back before embracing him. Issei promised he would not break his word, or at least he would do his best to keep it, and he returned her affection before moving on to help with the preparations. Hikaru, holding Akane in her arms, expressed her relief that Issei was back but mentioned that Irina and Zenobia were taking too long, which was starting to worry her. Issei agreed to go look for them, and despite the protests from Sona, Akemi, and Yami wanting to accompany him, Sarah insisted they stay to help with the decorations. As Issei left, Sona questioned why they couldn't join him. Sarah explained that everything began on Issei's birthday when they couldn't celebrate it, so she needed their help to finish the decorations. Sona quickly rallied her friends to assist her in setting up the remaining ornaments. Abandoned church. Zenobia complained about returning to the abandoned church, questioning if it was worth it. She rubbed her hands together to warm them, standing beside bags filled with the items they had come to retrieve. Irina, breaking the ice, excitedly found one of their battle outfits, kicking away the ice that had formed in the pond where they had once bathed. Curious about how it ended up there, Irina was thrilled to locate her own outfit as well. She was determined to use her skills as an exorcist to support Issei in the future, feeling guilty for not being of help in their last confrontation. She blamed herself for being distracted and easily attacked, which nearly cost her friend his life. Irina knelt on the ground, looking at Zenovia's outfit with frustration, questioning how they could have fought in such attire. She wondered how the church could have deemed those outfits suitable for battle. Zenobia reminisced about their first time wearing them, recalling how they believed they would protect them despite their fragile appearance. They almost found themselves fighting without any armor against that renegade demon. They had put on their outfits simply because it was the dress code. They didn't even have protective seals or the blessing of that old man. Zenobia reminded Irina of this as she approached her, recalling the Pope's last words. It had been a long time, but Ima was finally awake. She felt a mix of confusion and relief as she looked around, realizing it was darker than she remembered. Night had fallen in Issei's territory. Her senses were gradually returning after a long rest, starting with her sense of smell, then touch, and finally her vision. As a demon, her sight allowed her to see in the dim light, though it wasn't much help. She soon felt something warm and gentle in her hand. Turning her gaze, she saw the boy with brown hair who had saved her the day before, peacefully sleeping in a chair with his head resting against the bed. That gentle touch reminded her that everything she had endured was not just a dream. She had escaped her torment, and part of that was thanks to him. She recalled her dragon, Draig, mentioning some potential consequences of her escape, which she initially thought were just stories meant to keep her sane during her captivity. But soon, her thoughts shifted to the reason she had woken up. She was hungry. Not wanting to disturb Issei after all he had done for her, she gently released his hand and carefully got out of bed, mindful of her aching body and the need to keep him asleep. Successfully navigating her way, she headed towards the kitchen in search of something to quiet her growling stomach. In her mind, she asked Drake if everything was real, still feeling uncertain. After all, her captors had loved to play tricks on her, creating false scenarios to manipulate her. Drake reassured her, explaining that if this were an illusion, she wouldn't be able to communicate with him. He described the immense power of his counterpart in this realm, something she could feel even from a distance. It was a power that none of her captors could match. She wondered about Issei, questioning whether he could defeat the one who had tormented her. Drake's response was cautious, but he also conveyed confidence, suggesting that Issei could handle the threat with ease, perhaps even without Drake's assistance. Grateful for his words, Ima felt a strange sensation from the clothes she wore. While she had managed to maintain her composure, she was still unaccustomed to wearing garments after spending so long in her natural state. Looking into a decorative mirror, she examined her face, noticing a scar over her right eye and another that ran across her lips, remnants of her past. She felt a mix of horror and curiosity as she discovered more scars on her body, signs of the torment she had endured. Suddenly, memories of her captor's cruel words flooded her mind, causing her to hyperventilate. She instinctively covered herself with her hands and knelt on the floor, wishing it were all just a nightmare. Unbeknownst to her, a small amount of her power began to emanate, a sign of her distress. As she struggled with her memories, Issei woke up, alerted by Drake, who had been watching over her since she regained consciousness. He quickly understood that she was battling her inner demons and rushed to her side. Hearing Issei call her name snapped her back to reality, but the echoes of her captor's taunts still haunted her. She felt herself shrinking away, wishing to disappear into the ground, longing for the safety of sleep where she could escape her pain. Just then, the shadow of her tormentor loomed in her mind, ready to strike again. Although this was clearly a product of her imagination, she felt a surge of panic. She pushed the brown-haired boy away with all her strength, unaware of who he was. He tried to calm her down, assuring her that everything was okay, even as she struggled against him. Issei embraced her gently, feeling her resistance and the frantic attempts to free herself from his grasp. He spoke softly, reminding her that she was safe now and that she was no longer in that place. His soothing words, accompanied by a gentle pat on her back, helped Ima slowly emerge from her memories and return to the present, where she found solace in his embrace. He promised her that he would protect her, that nothing bad would happen, and that he was right there with her. Hearing those words eased her fears, and she tightened her grip on him, tears welling in her eyes as she feared that if she let go, he would vanish. Issei reciprocated her embrace, though she was too focused on regaining her composure to notice his last words. Suddenly, Ima's stomach growled, reminding her of why she had woken up and helping her to realize the chaos she had caused, knocking things over in the house, breaking a mirror, and even hurting Issei, which filled her with regret. She apologized, but he reassured her that it was fine and offered to get her something to eat. As he picked up her pajama shirt from the floor to cover her, he tried to stand, but her grip on him held him in place. She expressed her fear of losing him, of waking up alone in that dreadful place again. Issei understood her feelings, having experienced a fraction of that fear himself, and he welcomed her need for closeness. After Issei tidied up a bit, which was more challenging with Ima holding on to him, they sat together on the bed, gazing out at the stars in the night sky. Ima still believed they were in the human world. She thanked him, squeezing his arm tightly against her chest. Once she had satisfied her hunger and rehydrated, she asked him to continue his story, revealing that she had fallen asleep earlier. Issei inquired about what she remembered last, and Ima recalled that he had fought against a certain opponent twice. He confirmed her memory, taking a moment to gather his thoughts on how to continue. When she asked if he had won, he admitted that he had lost once and surrendered the other time. He felt her grip tighten at his words, sensing her distress. She questioned why he had given up, looking at him with disbelief and frustration. He explained that the opponent was not the same person she remembered, that the Reiser here would never harm anyone the way she had experienced. Issei shared his own battle for freedom in the raiding game, revealing that he had lost just like she had. He recounted how he had mistaken the kindness of his master, Rias Gremory, for love, a misunderstanding influenced by the loss of his previous partner. During the rematch, he realized that Rias's feelings were directed towards Reiser, who was trying to rise despite being injured. Issei had surrendered to ensure Rias's happiness, recalling how many events unfolded afterward, though it seemed Ima was more interested in his first partner. He mentioned Asia Argento and how he had met her shortly after becoming a demon. They had collided by chance, scattering her belongings, and their friendship blossomed despite the challenges of their different backgrounds. Their relationship was forbidden, yet it thrived, with Rias even supporting it. However, everything changed one night when they faced a group of renegade demons. Issei fought bravely but suffered a great loss, and when he woke up, he found Rias by his side, bandaged and smiling, relieved that he had finally awakened. She leaned more towards the first option. Ima felt a twinge of jealousy about the relationship Issei had with his friends and his guardian, but she was also saddened by what he had endured. Issei acknowledged her feelings, expressing that it had been tough for him, but he had managed to recover thanks to his companions. He couldn't imagine how things would have turned out without their support. He knew they hadn't helped her and had instead subjected her to suffering, but he vowed that he would never let anyone harm her again. The versions of those people from this world would never hurt her, and if they did, he would train her to defend herself. If it still proved too much, he reminded her that she could always count on him. Ima expressed her gratitude, resting her head on Issei's shoulder. She wasn't sure why, but being with him brought her a sense of calm. She would ask her Draig later about the reason for this feeling. Issei stood up and headed to the kitchen to prepare a quick meal for Ima, who remained seated at the kitchen table, wanting to stay close to him. As he made breakfast, Issei contemplated whether to share his decision with Ima. Ultimately, he decided it was best to tell her before serving the meal. He had been thinking about everything that had happened and believed she shouldn't return to her previous home. These words caught Ima's attention, and she paused before taking a sip of her tea. She didn't want to go back either, but she had doubts about whether she could stay here. Issei had considered the implications of her staying and how she should start anew in this place. He had made the decision for her to remain, but he didn't want to make arbitrary choices without her input. He asked her what she thought, watching as she froze in response to his words. She murmured the possibility of being accepted into his family, immediately thinking of the fate her biological parents had suffered. Issei confirmed her thought, and she joyfully exclaimed how much she would love that, embracing him tightly. She couldn't believe she would have a family again. She refused to accept that it wasn't real. Issei was pleased she liked the idea. Before heading home, he needed to retrieve something from his territory. As he attempted to rise, Ima held onto his arm tightly. Understanding that she might need more time to regain her confidence, Issei allowed her to stay close. To shield her from the cold, he offered her the coat that Azazel had gifted him. He mentioned that he would show her the territory on their way. When he opened the door, Ima saw the snowy forest beside the house and a large clearing that seemed to end abruptly at a distance. Curiously, she approached the edge of the clearing and observed much of Issei's territory in detail. They were on a high mountain where they could see the river and the lake at its base, which was lush with vegetation. What caught her attention the most was a floating island that appeared to move slowly around a small village. Issei explained he needed to find a book on that floating island and suggested they could greet the villagers afterward. Ima's face lit up with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting her worries. She expressed her excitement, and her Draig felt happy for her. With Issei by her side, she could finally relax and not be on constant alert for danger, though she felt a sense of inadequacy for not having been able to protect her during her struggles. Using a magical circle, Issei and Ima descended to the floating island. The island's inhabitants greeted Issei warmly, many noticing Ima's presence but refraining from asking questions as she shyly hid behind him. Issei greeted an elderly man with Nordic features, gray eyes, and glasses, whose beard and hair were adorned with braids. The man acknowledged Issei and commented on Ima's shyness. Ima nervously greeted the elder, who encouraged her to relax and assured her that he knew who she was. He expressed his sorrow for what she had endured, stating that it was now in the past and she was part of their community. He vowed that anyone who sought to harm her would become his enemy. It had been some time since Midgardsormr had begun to interact with others of his kind and the refugees from Issei's territory. Although he didn't like to admit it, being awake and socializing was much more enjoyable than waiting for a prophecy that might never come to pass. Ima, concerned that her past had become public knowledge, asked Issei if everyone knew. He reassured her that all the leaders were aware of her situation, as he had to inform them for their vote regarding her stay. He introduced Midgardsormr, the dragon of the End and one of the 6 dragon kings, who had voted in favor of her remaining. Midgardsormr handed Issei a book, explaining that it wouldn't contain more than what Ophis had told him but would delve deeper into certain topics. Issei thanked him and promised to return it the next day. The elder dragon advised Ima that if she ever needed a book or wanted to learn, she was welcome to visit any time. With a ghostly white fire, he vanished. Issei's method of appearing had become quite popular among the other kings. Even Vale had started using it. Ima, now aware of the powerful beings protecting her, expressed her gratitude. Issei asked if she wanted to greet the villagers, and she inquired about who lived in the village below. He explained that they were deserting demons who had left their clans for a greater good. They were fugitives from the demon world and under his protection, having harmed no one. He shared his motivations for helping them, and Ima felt glad for their situation, recognizing the gratitude they must feel towards Issei. Ima suggested that it would be best for them to go home, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement about meeting Issei's parents. Issei raised his hands slightly, and a pillar of fire enveloped them, transporting them to the human world. He quickly took Ima's hand and led her out of the men's restroom in the mall, using a bit of magic to ensure they weren't seen. He encouraged her to explore, pointing out various sights. Ima paused for a moment, taking in her surroundings, the people, the warm air, the pleasant coolness on her feet, and the delightful sense of the place. This was indeed the human world. With a bright smile, she clung to Issei's arm, gazing around with the wonder of a child. Issei noticed a store selling a wide variety of women's clothing and footwear and suggested that Ima check it out, wanting her to wear something more suitable since she was attracting attention. To help with this, he used magic to conceal her facial scars. After some time, with the assistance of a saleswoman, Ima selected several outfits and shoes while Issei occupied himself with a book, occasionally moving around to ensure Ima stayed close. She even peeked out from the changing room to confirm he was nearby. After waiting a bit longer and completing the purchase, much to Issei's surprise at the final price, he paid without complaint. Although he thought some of the items were a bit overpriced, he refrained from commenting since he knew little about clothing. Ima wore white sneakers, a black overall that covered her legs completely, and a white blouse. Despite the store employee's insistence on discarding her worn-out trench coat, Ima insisted it was important to her and managed to keep it, holding it in her arms since the weather wasn't suitable for wearing it. Unintentionally, she dressed in colors similar to Issei's outfit. Now at a hair salon by her own request, Ima wanted to look good next to her new brother. The experienced stylist cut her hair to just above her shoulders and applied makeup after noticing her scars, as Issei had forgotten to maintain the magic spell while engrossed in his book. The stylist inquired about her scars, glancing at Issei, who was absorbed in his reading. Ima explained that they were from a past relationship and that the boy with her was her brother, who had helped her escape that terrible situation and had confronted the one responsible for her scars. This story was quickly fabricated by Drake to protect Issei's image as her savior. Ima added that she was so focused on reading because she had an important exam coming up. The stylist complimented her, saying she looked beautiful, pleased to see the positive change in the girl before her and knowing she wasn't alone. Ima expressed her gratitude, feeling happy with her new look. Issei, paying for the haircut, gave the stylist a generous tip for her kindness in making Ima feel beautiful. The stylist tried to return the extra money, but Issei insisted, explaining that it was fair for the care she had shown Ima, making her feel comfortable and happy. After leaving the salon, Issei suggested they head home. Ima hugged the stylist before quickly returning to Issei's side. As they turned into an empty alley, a pillar of fire enveloped them, transporting them back home. In Kuo City, at the Citri residence, Tsubaki had shared what she had seen regarding Issei's relationships the previous night. After some discussion and a few hours of sleep, the other girls were debating in Sona's room about the girl with the many scars. None had eaten breakfast, too engrossed in their conversation. They knew that only Issei or the girl with him had the truth, but for now, they could only speculate. Ryanair was absent, feeling uncomfortable around those she had harmed, and Kuroka was also missing, which was unusual for her. Yura suggested that perhaps the girl was a demon being hunted by others, and Issei had intervened to save her. Sona quickly refuted this theory, stating that Issei had mentioned his territory was far from the demons and was concealed by a spell from the dragon gods. Yami joined in, agreeing that Yura's idea was absurd while braiding her sister's hair, as she was the only one with long hair. Akemi, feeling a bit shy, supported Yura's theory, saying it wasn't entirely impossible. Suddenly, they sensed Issei's aura approaching the house, accompanied by a similar presence. Without wasting any time, they jumped from the bed and the beanbags to greet their partner, who had been away for 6 days due to his training routine. Many times, she only returned to the human world when she had to present her final year projects from the academy. They didn't want to go down directly, so they simply peeked from the second floor to see the young woman sitting on the living room sofa, changing channels on the television until she stopped on a cartoon channel. Issei was beside her, apparently reading some documents that the girls couldn't see. Occasionally, both of them would chuckle at the jokes or scenes they encountered. Seeing Aima's appearance through a decorative mirror in the room made the young women feel a bit inferior and very envious. However, they quickly resolved to change that. With a knowing glance among them, all the girls rushed to the bathroom to make themselves as beautiful as possible for their partner. Aima placed a cup on the tea table in front of her before turning to glance at Issei's fiancés, feeling their gazes on her back, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. But when she turned her head, they were no longer there. It was evident that Issei was aware of where his partners were observing him from, but he chose not to say anything, hoping they would present themselves on their own. However, their sudden departure surprised him. He thought they would come down quickly to see the new guest. Griselda entered through the front door, accompanied by Hikaru and her mother, Kyuko, greeting Issei with enthusiasm. Issei quickly returned the greeting, and his mother embraced him, genuinely happy to see him after so long. Kyuko then turned to Aima, asking her name. Aima looked at her in astonishment, murmuring as tears formed in her eyes, slowly reaching out to Kyuko to ensure she wasn't dreaming. Feeling the softness of Kyuko's clothing, Aima buried her face in her stomach and hugged her tightly. Her body trembled, small spasms indicating that she was crying. Kyuko looked at Issei for an explanation while reciprocating the embrace of the young stranger, feeling a terrible anguish rise within her, reminiscent of when Issei cried as a child. Issei promised to explain everything but asked where his father was, rubbing Aima's back in an attempt to calm her. Aima sobbed, expressing how much she missed her mother. The similarities between her mother and Issei's were striking. The only differences were their names and stories, though she was unaware of the latter. Kyuko took on the protective mother role, embracing Aima tightly and reassuring her that everything would be alright, which only intensified Aima's crying, causing Kyuko to shed tears as well, as if she could feel the young woman's pain. Issei decided to fetch something for Aima to drink and asked her if she wanted anything specific. Aima, starting to calm down, requested chocolate, recalling that she hadn't finished her breakfast in the underworld and would never turn down delicious food. Issei went to the kitchen, where he found a curious scene. Aima was wiping her nose while her mother cleaned her smudged makeup. As Issei returned with the drink, he sat beside Aima again. Just then, they heard Takeda's voice asking Kyuko for help with something at the door. Issei was about to go, but Kyuko gestured for him to stay with Aima while she went to assist her husband. Aima, now recovered, asked if Kyuko was really her mother. Issei confirmed that they were siblings now, as she had said, and Aima inquired about her mother's name. Issei replied that Kyuko was her name, prompting Aima to recall her own mother, Miki, and how similar they looked. Issei then mentioned that their father was named Takeda, which made Aima smile, though her expression shifted as she realized they would have to share her past. She hesitated, not wanting to remember those dark moments but knowing she needed to explain her arrival. Issei assured her that it wasn't necessary to tell everyone, promising to keep her secret safe. Just then, Takeda entered, free of the bags he had been carrying, and greeted them warmly, asking who Aima was. She hugged him, managing to control her tears this time. Issei informed his father that they were waiting for Kyuko to share everything with them. Kyuko returned with chairs for everyone to sit, signaling that it was time for a serious conversation. Sarah arrived through a magical circle, holding a bag containing a rare type of meat she had gone to great lengths to obtain. Issei greeted her neutrally, acknowledging the mother of his main partner. She explained that she had to travel to another city to find it and handed the bag to Hikaru, who stood beside her. Kyuko noticed that only the two of them were present in the room and inquired about their daughters. Hikaru replied that they had played a video game nearly all night, which had seemed very fun, and that Akane wanted to sleep a little longer. She yawned softly, having enjoyed the game as much as Griselda did. Sarah then turned her attention to Issei, asking about the guest in the room. Issei introduced Aima, stating that she would be staying with them and that he and the other leaders would protect her while she was outside. He glanced at Griselda, who nodded in agreement. It was clear to Sarah that Issei was hiding something, prompting her to comment with irony about the information he had shared. Ignoring her remark, Issei asked his parents to sit down, indicating that they needed to talk. He created a barrier of silence to prevent the others from eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Hikaru, Griselda, and Sarah headed to the kitchen, eager to gossip or, as they preferred to call it, stay informed. Hikaru whispered her confusion about Issei's mysterious behavior, noting that it was unusual for him not to greet his partners upon returning. Griselda leaned closer to the door, trying to catch snippets of the conversation. Realizing that Issei had indeed placed a barrier, Sarah cast a spell that allowed them to read the lips of those in the room. They saw Ima beginning to speak about her past, and although they couldn't hear her words clearly, they gathered that she did not belong there. As Ima's speech grew more emotional, tears filled her eyes as she held Issei's hand tightly, raising alarms about a new interest in him that he was keeping secret. However, their concerns shifted to shock as they noticed the expressions of Kyuko and Takeda, which reflected horror. Sarah gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Ima. Hikaru, unable to read lips as well as her friends, asked what was happening. Turning to Griselda, she saw the same shocked expression mirrored on her friend's face, who whispered a word that left them all stunned. The gravity of the situation quickly dawned on Hikaru. Sarah, noticing the shattered coffee cup at her feet, realized she had dropped it in shock. She struggled to articulate her thoughts as Issei's intense gaze and serious expression warned her not to speak further about the matter. Hikaru pressed for answers, but Sarah could only shake her head, feeling the weight of the situation. She decided to retreat upstairs, pausing to reflect on her actions and clean up the mess she had made. Back with the Hayudu family, Ima was finishing her story. She recounted how she had crossed a rift and ended up in their world, detailing how Issei had helped her, defeated her captors, cared for her, and made her feel at home again. Issei declared that he had made his first decision as a leader. Ima would stay with them. He explained that only the gods and dragon kings were aware of her situation, and they had unanimously accepted his decision. He expressed his hope that she could become part of their family, acknowledging that she was 2 years older than him and would be like a sister to him. Ima, feeling anxious about their response, asked if they would accept her as part of their family. Kyuko assured her that they would never deny her and promised to protect her, embracing her as she cried. Ima returned the hug, feeling immense happiness. Takeda, struggling to speak about his late daughter, finally managed to express his commitment to ensuring that nothing like what Ima had endured would happen to her again. After hearing his heartfelt words, Ima released Issei to embrace her new parents. Kyuko looked at Issei, concerned about his distant expression. Issei shared his worries about how to explain Ima's presence to the others, unsure of how to respond to their questions. Takeda advised him to tell the truth but to omit certain details. He was still upset about what had happened with his now daughter. Kyuko suggested that they not say anything more and simply inform the others of their decision. She complimented Ima on her beauty and proposed they touch up her makeup. Ima agreed, and the two of them headed downstairs, leaving the 2 men of the family alone. Issei, still maintaining his silence, asked if he had a sister. Takeda responded, revealing that he actually had 2 siblings, which astonished the brown-haired boy even more. Akemi looked at the photo of the fallen and remarked that he seemed like a good person. Issei and Akemi nodded in agreement. Drake warned them that while Shemhaza might not be bad, they should not provoke him, as they would not want to see him angry. The young ones found it hard to believe that someone with such a kind gaze could be so fearsome when enraged, to the point that a dragon felt the need to issue a warning. Issei pondered the information, recalling the name Barakiel, the major general of the Fallen's army. He was the 5th strongest among the leaders of Grigori. Barakiel had a wife named Shuri Himejima, who had been tragically killed one night by members of her own clan. Issei's thoughts raced as he connected the surname Himejima to his clanmate, Akino Himejima. He questioned how Akino could be the daughter of Barakiel, an angel fallen, yet be associated with demons. Yami, intrigued by the mention of Akino, asked who she was. Issei explained that Akino was a member of their team and held the position of queen. He then examined a photo of a man in strange blue armor, adorned with purple and gold details. The man had a strict expression, a large beard, and curiously, his eyes were always closed. Akemi suggested that perhaps some questions would be answered in time and encouraged Issei to continue reading. He agreed and moved on to Penemu, a cadre of the fallen angels and the leader of Grigori's research and intelligence division. She was the 2nd strongest among Grigori's leaders and was married to Azazel, with whom she had a daughter. Issei described a photo of a woman with purple hair and violet eyes, dressed in a business suit with a lab coat over it. Yami commented on Penemu's attractiveness, which drew curious looks from Issei and Akemi, making her feel a bit uncomfortable and nervous. She quickly clarified that it was just a compliment and insisted that they had to admit it too. Akemi agreed, saying that Penemu was indeed lovely. Issei then hoped that Azazel had fallen in love with her personality rather than just her looks, a sentiment both girls shared. Lastly, Issei introduced Kokabil, the fourth strongest among the leaders of Grigori. He managed the troops alongside Barakil and had a notable record of having fought against God and survived. Issei described a photo of a man with long black hair, pale skin, pointed ears and red eyes, dressed in a peculiar black outfit. Ryuzo had been the first brother, a name given by Takeda. He had passed away due to a MSCRGE that his mother experienced, and they were never allowed to register him officially with that name. However, both Takeda and his wife would never forget him. Takeda continued, aware that he owed his son an explanation. Ima was the name given by his mother to his sister. An unfortunate accident occurred when an idiot in a vehicle collided with theirs on the way to a checkup. The impact injured his mother's abdomen, forcing her to give birth prematurely. Shortly after her birth, Takeda felt her breath cease in his hands, leaving him frozen, unsure of what to do. He felt a deep sense of frustration at himself for not reacting or seeking help, believing that perhaps if he had, Ima might have survived. This revelation made Issei reflect. Ima was not his counterpart from another dimension but rather the version of Draig and his host in another realm. This realization explained the absence of certain phenomena mentioned in the book he had been reading. In Ima's dimension, he either never existed or had died at birth. Somehow, this thought brought him comfort, as he no longer needed to take certain precautions. You were our last attempt. The doctors said you were a miracle child, and if your mother became pregnant again, either she or the baby would not survive. Kyuko lamented deeply for not being able to give you a brother or sister, but I convinced her that she would regret it more if she couldn't see you grow up, Takeda shared, feeling the weight of his words. Issei listened, knowing his father needed to express this. Did she really go through all that? Takeda asked, looking at his son, who he knew had the answer. Issei averted his gaze. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. I just regret not having acted sooner, Issei murmured, releasing a portion of his power, which cracked the barrier of silence and the ground beneath him. Takeda tried to calm himself to share that sense of tranquility with his son. You didn't know, son. Don't blame yourself, Takeda said. I don't blame myself. I just regret having shown mercy, Issei replied, glancing toward the first floor where Ima had put her makeup on again. Take good care of her. Today is my test, he stated dryly before vanishing in a pillar of fire. As Issei departed, Ima clung to her mother's arm. Test. Ima had caught that last part thanks to her demon senses and recognized the concern in Kyuko's expression. The leaders are evaluating him to check on his development. I hope he does well, Kyuko said, her worry evident. He will do well, my love. He will be fine, Takeda reassured, though he too felt anxious for their son. Both parents recalled a month ago when they had woken up to a horrifying scene. Issei lay unconscious in the middle of the room, covered in blood, with deep, severe wounds and some burns. How about we go out for breakfast? Kyuko suggested, looking at Takeda, who readily agreed. Sarah had explained to Hikaru what she managed to read, omitting the details that Ima had shared. Irina's mother realized they had made a terrible mistake by eavesdropping on that conversation. Griselda knew that her leader had never punished their leaders, but she believed that perhaps this time, she would be the first. The three women returned to the living room, attempting to speak with Kyuko about the matter, fully aware that it could expose them. However, they hoped that the mother of the Sekyutai could ease her son's distress. Do you know where Issei is? Sauna asked, elegantly dressed in a fitted navy blue dress that hugged her hips and flowed down to her knees. She wore a pair of red shoes that matched her crimson lipstick and the frame of her glasses. Saji had come to the house to deliver his weekly patrol report, and upon seeing her, he had been knocked out on the living room floor with a nosebleed that stained his report. He would have to redo it. Sona? Why are you dressed like that? Sarah stammered, astonished at how beautifully her daughter had come down the stairs. She quickly searched for her phone to capture the moment and send it to Serafall. HM? Just wanted to surprise Issei, Sauna replied, aware of what Tsubaki had done and feeling a surge of jealousy, though she wouldn't let it show. Issei just left. Today is test, Sarah said. Upon hearing this, Sauna's expression shifted to one of concern. She didn't want her beloved to end up hurt again like last time. Issei was mentioned by Sauna just before she was pushed aside by the girls who had come down from the first floor, arguing and fighting among themselves. Sarah questioned what was happening as she saw the four girls in a state of disarray, still partially dressed and bickering. Tsubaki struggled to find a credible excuse, her words failing her as she stood in only a bra and a towel. Sarah noticed that the others were similarly attired, with a few wearing skirts. Yura quickly exclaimed that they were determining who had the largest chest, her face slowly turning red as she spoke. Griselda and Hikaru stifled small laughs at Yura's response, causing the other girls to blush as well. Tsubaki, rising quickly, declared that she had won and that the blouse in question would be hers. She snatched the item that had sparked the argument and dashed toward the kitchen, momentarily distracting the other girls from the main topic. Yami shouted that she had won, even over Akemi, insisting that the blouse was rightfully hers. Tsubaki's sister complained about the declaration, reminding her that they were twins. Yura, not wanting to be left out, followed the group of girls into the kitchen, exclaiming that Issei had bought the blouse for her. The commotion woke those who were still asleep. Hikaru asked Sauna if she wouldn't join in, not realizing the obvious, which made Griselda laugh, only to be silenced by Sarah for her own good. Sauna replied that she was already dressed and would never be able to compete against them, her expression somber and distant. Sarah smiled and headed upstairs with her friends, knowing it likely wasn't the right time to cook. She remembered it was Kyuko's turn and hoped the girls had taken their fight outside, otherwise, Kyuko would be very upset. This thought sparked an idea in her to cook something nice, hoping to ease Kyuko's worries and perhaps win her favor. Kyuko rushed into the kitchen, murmuring that she had forgotten to leave the meat boiling. She had also overlooked her cooking duty. Upon entering, Kyuko saw Yami holding Tsubaki in a playful chokehold while Tsubaki pulled at her hair and Akemi's, who was being tickled by Yura, who had the blouse partially on and was laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, they all froze at the sight of Kyuko's cold and stern gaze. They turned their heads slowly, nervously meeting the empty yet smiling expression of Issei's mother. Kyuko inquired about the mess, her words causing fear among the girls, prompting them to cease their playful fighting. Tsubaki nervously offered to help clean and cook, starting to wash the dishes from the previous day. Yura joined in, sweeping the floor while Akemi and Yami organized the utensils they had knocked over during their antics. Kyuko thanked the girls for their kindness, choosing to overlook their earlier behavior. Sauna joined them, stifling her laughter at the sight of her friends' reactions to Kyuko's presence, trying not to attract any reprimands herself. A couple of hours later, Kyuko, Takeda, and Ima returned home for lunch after having breakfast with Ima again. Setting aside the past of their new daughter at her request, Kyuko and Takeda began to establish their first bonds with her. Despite knowing she was in good hands and surrounded by people ready to protect her at any moment, Ima still felt insecure and nervous without Issei by her side. Drake explained to her that this feeling might stem from witnessing Issei easily defeat what she considered the strongest being, leading her subconscious to recognize him as the most powerful entity, which in turn made her feel safe. Takeda's words were abruptly cut off as he noticed a large puddle in the middle of the living room, realizing that something troubling had occurred again. He suggested to Kyuko that she take Ima upstairs and show her pictures of Issei as a child, hoping she would enjoy them. Kyuko took Ima's hand and led her up the stairs toward her room. There was no need for words or to see the scene for Ima's mother to understand the situation. It was enough to see her husband's expression. He looked sad and wanted to see their son, but Ima had confessed that for her, no one was stronger than her brother, which made her anxious when he was away. They would not shatter that illusion. Without wasting any time, Takeda hurried down the stairs to the healing room. There, all of Issei's partners were waiting for him to recover while he lay unconscious, submerged up to his neck in the healing waters of the room. As Takeda approached them, he asked how they were doing. Among them were Ryunair and Kuroka, who was in her feline form, resting on Issei's head. All of them showed signs of extreme concern, and Takeda noticed that Yura appeared to have been crying recently. Sauna responded that Issei was doing okay, but he had arrived in worse condition than the last time. Takeda suggested that they could go upstairs if they wanted, assuring them that he would stay with Issei. He believed that Ima would appreciate having friends around. However, Sauna insisted that they wanted to stay with him, not wanting to leave her partner alone. Takeda agreed, not wanting to push further, and reminded them to take good care of him and to let him know if they needed anything. He was very aware that they were much more capable than he was at protecting his son. Akemi smiled as she noticed a small detail. Yami, curious and slightly annoyed by her sister's expression, asked what was going on. Akemi pointed out that Issei had endured longer than the last time, even if it was only by a few minutes. They all recognized that he was in worse shape than before, but it was also true that he had held on a bit longer. Ryunair murmured that Issei had done well, taking his hand and feeling him respond slightly to her gesture. The next day, Yura began to wake up, realizing that Issei was no longer in the room. Like the others, she was covered by a blanket that protected her from the chill of the room, a thoughtful gesture from her beloved. Wanting to spend some time alone with Issei, she decided not to wake the others and to leave as quietly as possible. As she climbed the stairs, she noticed that the sun had not yet risen and would not be up for a while. In the room, Issei was dressed and fully healed. Asia's sacred gear had restored him as soon as he regained some energy. He had returned to reading the book he had requested from Midgardsormr. This book was one of those written by the Dragon King about the knowledge Ophis and Red had regarding the behavior of other dimensions. He closed it with disappointment, having found nothing that indicated whether Ima's presence would disrupt the balance in his dimension. He was unsure if having 2 celestial red dragons could be problematic, but he did not want to leave anything to chance. He thanked Yura for taking care of him, turning to see her behind him, holding back tears. Yura was a strong girl, and her personality suited this well. Only Issei and her true friends knew about her sensitive side, with Issei being the only one to witness it. Yura asked why he allowed himself to be hurt so much, embracing him in a way that showed her concern. Issei explained that they were stronger than he was and that he felt he had no choice. They remained in silence for a while, the warmth he radiated comforting Yura, who slowly began to feel drowsy. Curious, Yura asked about the girl Issei had brought home. This question shook off her drowsiness, as she wanted an answer. Issei attempted to explain that Ima was complicated to describe, but the most important thing was that she was him, in a way. He struggled to clarify, only managing to confuse Yura further. He tried to explain that Ima was essentially him from another dimension, the bearer of a celestial dragon named Drake. She was the Sekiryutai of her dimension, and while they shared a similar story, there were many differences. He couldn't tell her everything about her history due to a promise he made, but what she needed to know was that Ima had suffered greatly and would not return home. He had made that decision, and the dragons accepted it. Now, she was part of his family and his older sister. Yura felt a mix of confusion and curiosity as she pondered the new dynamics in her life. She learned that she now had a sister-in-law, but there were boundaries to respect. Issei reassured her that he would introduce them later, but warned her not to pry into their pasts. With that, Yura embraced Issei, who settled comfortably on the couch with her nestled on top. They shared a long kiss, enjoying the peaceful silence together. Yet, in those blissful moments, Yura's memories began to haunt her. She turned to Issei, her voice trembling as she asked if he truly loved her. The echoes of Cage's hurtful words lingered in her mind, prompting her to seek reassurance. Issei, taken aback by her question, affirmed his love for her, but Yura dismissed her worries with a smile, trying to drift off to sleep. However, Issei sat up, placing Yura beside him and expressing his concern. He noticed her avoidance of eye contact and gently lifted her chin to meet his gaze. He insisted that she trust him and asked what was troubling her. Yura's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she voiced her insecurities. She questioned how he could love her when he had beautiful companions like Tsubaki and Sona, not to mention Akemi and Yami. She felt inadequate, comparing herself to them. Issei, recalling Cage's hurtful remarks, quickly reassured her that those words were untrue. He described her as beautiful, delicate, and sensitive, emphasizing that it hurt him to see her in pain from someone else's words. He held her face in his hands and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. Despite his comforting words, Yura expressed her lingering sadness. Issei acknowledged her pain but urged her to remember that she was perfect for him, no matter what. He promised to love her always, wrapping her in a warm embrace. In that moment, Yura felt Issei's words resonate louder than the negativity she had encountered. Grateful, she thanked him, and they settled into sleep for the remainder of the night. Their slumber was short-lived, as Issei's other partners soon arrived, interrupting the peaceful atmosphere. Kuroka was the first to land heavily on Issei, playfully smothering him. Yura was gently pushed aside by Issei to avoid being caught in the playful chaos. Kuroka whispered provocatively in Issei's ear, expressing her concern for him. As Issei struggled for breath, he instinctively reached for one of Kuroka's tails, knowing from past experiences that they were sensitive. Kuroka continued teasing him, but just as she was about to escalate the situation, Issei managed to grab her tail, sending a shiver through her and allowing him to regain control of the moment. Once he was composed, Issei greeted Kuroka with relief, happy to see her well. She teased him about his reluctance to start a family, but he reminded her that they had already discussed that topic. As the other girls made their way upstairs, they called out to Issei, leaping onto him. He had to separate from Yura once more to ensure she wouldn't get hurt in the playful frenzy. Issei reassured them that he was fine, and gradually, the girls moved aside to give him space. He sat on the floor, making room for them, while Yura quickly reclaimed her spot beside him, with Ryanair taking the other side. Kuroka, ever mischievous, settled onto Issei's lap, purring softly. She knew he was under a lot of stress, and this was her way of helping him relax. Akemi, Yami, and Sona observed the playful scene with serious expressions but chose not to intervene, opting instead to sit on the couch across from Issei. "How was your day?" Tsubaki asked as she wrapped her legs around Issei's head, the softness of her skin relaxing him in a way he couldn't hide in his expression. She did this because she thought it might please her beloved, especially after such a stressful experience. "Tsubaki," Sauna complained, not upset with her queen's actions but rather because she hadn't thought of it first. "Let her be, Sauna." "She won," Yami murmured, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "It's unusual to see you two not arguing so much." He felt he had done better this time. He sensed he could endure a bit longer than before, yet he still felt like an ant facing a mountain, with the mountain hiding all its power. He was aware he had made progress. He could confront Tannen, but not for long. It was an achievement for him. However, when facing Ophis, he had been knocked unconscious by a simple attack the first time. The next 4 trials were similar, but in the 5th he managed to dodge an attack. He had been improving with each encounter, and as of today, his record was 1 hour against Ophis, merely evading and enduring attacks. He had never managed to land a hit. He also knew that his record was fragile because Ophis had been holding back significantly. "Come on. At least you made progress, right?" Ryanair tried to comfort her partner, knowing each encounter with Ophis left him frustrated for being unable to do anything but dodge. "That's what I want to believe," he replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Oh, my little dragon, I know just how to lift your spirits." "They can help if you want," Kuroka said as she leaned closer to Issei, loosening her kimono despite the others being present. "Bad cat," Ryanair exclaimed, blushing at the implication, as she pulled out a spray bottle from who knows where and sprayed Kuroka with water. Like a real cat, Kuroka jumped off Issei and hissed at the fallen angel. "How about we go patrol? Maybe that will distract you," Akemi suggested, offering a different idea from the cat. "What time is it?" Issei asked, thinking it might be close to dawn. "It's 3 in the morning. What do you say?" Yami replied, supporting her sister's idea. "All right. Go change. I'll find something to eat," Issei said, and with that, the girls headed upstairs to change, leaving Issei alone with Kuroka. "How have you been, Kuroka?" Issei asked, trying to take his mind off his confrontation with Ophis. "But Kyuko-sama spends her time knitting for her granddaughter. Valley is running around worried about Yukio, who is days away from giving birth. Biko is training with his ancestor, and if he doesn't, he complains about being bothered. Arthur and Lu Fei are investigating something about their family. I think it's because Lu Fei was betrothed to some idiot. But you should know more about little Fei than I do. Didn't you read those dragon books together? Speaking of those siblings, Arthur wants to talk to you about something. He said to go as soon as possible, although he mentioned that last week," Kuroka summarized, contrasting what Valley had told him a few days ago. With that, Issei understood why he hadn't seen Lu Fei lately. She was a good friend after all. "Yes, Lu Fei has many interesting things to teach. It's a shame about her engagement. I hope they find a way to resolve that. Though it seems you've gotten into trouble too," Issei noted, seeing Kuroka had bandages on her abdomen and left arm. "That is well. There are certain foolish demons still after me. They ambushed me, but don't worry, I returned the favor 1,000 times over," Kuroka explained, feeling a comforting warmth as Issei had healed her. "Be more careful next time. I don't want you getting hurt," he said, and with that, they fell into silence for a while. As they spent time together, Issei began to reflect on his relationship with Kuroka while stroking her head, and she purred. After a relatively short time that felt much longer to him, he spoke. "Kuroka, do you truly love me, or are you just here because you want powerful children?" he asked, surprising the Nikomata. She paused, unsure of how to respond, even though she knew the answer. She just couldn't find the words. At first, she thought that having powerful children was all she wanted. However, witnessing his behavior with his partners, and the fact that she was inevitably included, left her feeling uncertain. She didn't want him to push her away or let the others gossip about her. With that thought, she glanced toward the stairs where the other fiancés were listening to the conversation. They would continue this discussion later, in a more private setting. Adopting her cat form, Kuroka climbed onto the brown-haired boy's head and settled in comfortably for the patrol. Issei smiled, feeling that perhaps his feelings were somewhat reciprocated, and that was enough for him. He stood up from the sofa and headed toward the exit, urging the others to follow. Sauna noted that the area of his territory was quite secure, thanks to his leaders, and wondered if it was even necessary to go. She then explained that her territory was being monitored by Saji and that they needed help. They were outside the city, to the north. In the middle of her explanation, she was interrupted by a magical communication circle. Issei took off running toward the location, wanting to stretch his muscles even though he could teleport there. He trusted Saji and Momo, he believed they would be okay. Sauna informed him that remnants of the Demonic Council's army were causing trouble. Issei's expression hardened at her words, recalling the methods they had tried to use against him. Concern for his friends grew, and he increased his speed, prompting his companions to do the same. Akemi and Yami knew what Issei wanted when he called their names, so they joined him without hesitation. In the forest outside the city, a soldier struck Saji hard, who was on his knees, bound by chains that were difficult to break. Momo was in a similar situation, but thanks to Saji's distraction, she had avoided serious injuries while communicating with Sauna. The soldier shouted at Saji to be quiet, gripping him by the neck. Saji quickly broke free and delivered a powerful headbutt, breaking the soldier's nose. He stood tall, evading the next attack and charging at the soldier, knocking him down. Saji declared that he was not just a pawn but a dragon king, aware that being bound limited his abilities. However, he knew his friends were nearby. The soldier threatened him, but his words were cut short as blood spilled from his mouth due to a sword piercing his abdomen. Issei had thrown Ascalon to break the barrier that concealed the soldiers. He landed in front of the demonic soldiers, who recoiled at his presence. His partners arrived behind him, ready to defeat their enemies swiftly. Before they could even move, the soldiers were swiftly dispatched, leaving a significant amount of blood and freeing Saji and Momo. The movement that eliminated the soldiers was so fast that none present could see it, except for Issei. Arthur emerged from the trees, sword in hand, its blade stained with blood while he remained completely clean. He sheathed his sword after a quick flourish. Issei and Arthur exchanged glances, the former surprised to see him while Arthur maintained a serious expression. They needed to talk, and when Arthur's expression solidified, Issei had an inkling of why he was there. It was about his sister. Arthur asked if they could speak in a more private location, glancing at Issei's partners, some of whom were helping Momo and Saji. Kuroka questioned the secrecy, knowing well why Arthur was there, as she had informed him where to find Issei. Arthur snapped at Kuroka, expressing frustration that he had asked her to speak with Issei a week ago. Issei noticed that Arthur's clothing bore signs of battle, with cuts on various parts of his limbs, and his breathing indicated he was on high alert. Issei closed his eyes to analyze the environment, detecting 5 human presences with glowing weapons nearby, surrounding them. Sensing they were ready to attack, he spoke up, alerting his companions to be on guard. He warned the humans that if they moved even a muscle, none of them would live to confirm their mission's failure. Arthur was startled to realize they had been followed. As he turned, he saw a glowing arrow just inches from his face, but Issei moved swiftly to intercept the attack with his boosted gear. He quickly captured the attacker by the neck, not intending to kill her but to render her unconscious. Arthur explained that the attackers were assassins sent by his grandfather and urged Issei to drive them away, mentioning that some of them were friends. With a calm demeanor, he asked Issei for help, knowing he would assist even without being asked. Issei commanded Asa to remove the intruders from his territory. With that, the 4 leaders of Issei appeared through a portal, ready to pursue the remaining 4 members who fled in terror. Their training had prepared them to deal with family members like Arthur, not demons. He instructed Griselda to take the captured attacker and interrogate her, suggesting she seek Tiamat's assistance if needed. As soon as Tiamat was mentioned, the former exorcist appeared through a magical circle. Issei had provided her with pamphlets similar to those he used when Rias was fully in control of the territory, making it easier for her to navigate. Turning to Arthur, Issei asked what had happened, ready to hear the full story. In the Citri residence's living room, Arthur pleaded for help regarding his sister. He explained his situation to Issei, desperately asking for assistance. Kuroka, who was aware of the situation but not its full gravity, questioned why Arthur hadn't confided in them earlier, knowing they would help. Arthur expressed frustration, lamenting that they had thought they would have more time. He pointed out that they wouldn't accept Kuroka, and with Valley with Yukio, he felt overwhelmed. He was clearly on edge, knowing Issei had to make a decision quickly. Kuroka pressed for details, questioning how Arthur's sister had become the main heir when he was the eldest. However, Arthur refused to answer, clearly agitated. He explained that he understood his request was a lot to ask and a significant disrespect to Issei's partners, but he felt he had no one else to turn to. He revealed that those he thought were childhood friends supported the opposing notion, and his anger flared as he recalled painful memories. He insisted that if his sister was truly engaged to someone, he would prefer it to be Issei. Arthur's emotions surged as he shouted about witnessing his sister being harmed, revealing the depth of his fury and concern for her well-being. He declared that no one could love a man like that, and he would not allow his sister to suffer at the hands of such a person. The source of Arthur's uncontrollable rage became clear. Arthur explained that he wouldn't ask for help if he had other options, but his grandfather had taken Caliban from him. As long as that man held it, no one from his family would dare oppose him. Issei felt the warmth of Asia's sacred gear emanating from his hands, and after a moment of reflection, he took it as a sign from his beloved to assist Arthur. Arthur had wanted Issei to provide the fragments of Excalibur, but Issei pointed out that he still needed ruler. Arthur expressed his frustration about having found ruler, but its power was nowhere near that of Caliban. He felt ruler's desire to be with Issei, not because the sword had chosen him naturally, but because Issei possessed Ascalon, Graham, and secretly, the spear of Longinus. This significantly influenced the sword fragment's choice. If you manage to unite its fragments back into a single sword, and help me, I am sure that the entire problem will come down to a confrontation between you and my grandfather, which I am confident you will win. Arthur realized that he no longer needed to plead so much, as he saw an expression on Issei's face that indicated he would help him despite any objections from his partners. This was confirmed when Issei took ruler and stored it in his sacred gear. The brown-haired boy then ordered the girls to show him. Knowing exactly what he meant, the girls stood up from their seats and revealed parts of their bodies that began to glow a bright scarlet red. This is the mark of the dragons. This way, by mutual agreement, the parties pledged their commitment to one another, the brown-haired boy explained as Arthur observed the girls. Kuroka had her mark on her right chest, shaped like a cat's paw, positioned close to her NPL but not too close to be inappropriate. Ryanair had hers on her left wrist, resembling a bracelet. Sauna had hers on her neck, shaped like a necklace. Yura had hers on her left ring finger, clearly in the form of a ring. Tsubaki also had hers on her neck, but in the shape of a heart. Akemi and Yami had theirs on their right and left hands, respectively, shaped like a sword. It was important to note that the mark was not always visible on the skin. It only became apparent when it illuminated. I modified the original mark, but considering that your family has had dealings with dragons from other times, I doubt they wouldn't recognize the distinctive essence of the mark, especially since placing the mark involves a kind of ritual. Are you sure about what you are asking me, Arthur? When I mark her as one of my partners, the mark will only disappear when you or she dies, I know, and we also understand what it means to bear the mark. It will keep members of the same or different species away from the opposite SEC. This effect is only present in females. Placing the mark should not be taken lightly, as the damage for males is irreparable. This phrase was a paraphrase from the book Issei had read months ago to place the mark on his partners. He now understood that both brothers had considered this for a long time. How long have you been planning this? Issei asked, looking seriously at Arthur. Not long, just a few weeks before my arrest order, the blonde confessed, knowing it would be pointless to hide the truth. I know I promised that all decisions regarding us would be made together, but I will help Arthur whether you accept it or not. I will not leave Lu Fei to her fate, the brown-haired boy apologized to his partners. After these words, there was a prolonged silence that lasted until Ryanair spoke. I can't speak for the others, but I don't oppose this. I still don't understand why so many protocols must be followed instead of simply rescuing Lu Fei. But promise me something, Arthur. Promise me that this is the only way to resolve things. If that's the case, I will not oppose it. The black-haired girl approached the blonde to look into his eyes as he responded. I promise. Upon hearing the response, Ryanair moved closer to Issei and embraced him. Be careful, okay? The brown-haired boy nodded, returning the embrace of his partner. Most of us do not agree with this, Issei. We feel that there is something Arthur is not telling us. But we will not delay any longer. However, we do warn you of something, Heir Pendragon. If Issei gets hurt in any way, I swear that none of us will rest until we return double what he has suffered. Sauna's words were heavily influenced by the state in which Issei had returned. They knew perfectly well what Issei was capable of, but they were unaware of the abilities Caliban might possess and what tricks that old man could use. If that is the case, I will not resist, I swear, Arthur declared, kneeling on his right knee like a knight before sauna. Be careful, Issei. With that said, a pillar of fire enveloped both men, reappearing in the forest, now with a light rain falling. Ryanair, Sauna, and the others are not the only ones who think there is another solution. Why are you so willing to follow your family's protocols? Issei questioned, materializing the fragments of Excalibur. Many times in our family, the leaders did not actively participate in duels for leadership. They often designated a champion. My uncle is my grandfather's champion and the one who killed my mother. And also one of my teachers. Challenging him goes against the laws of my family and would cause me to lose the favor of several members in my quest to reclaim my place as heir. That is why I trust you and need your help, the knight responded, watching Issei use holy magic to try to unite the fragments of Excalibur back into a single sword. It would not be permanent. He did not possess that type of magic yet, but he was practicing it thanks to Drake's advice on the potential uses of the fragments in the future. Arthur explained that he needed Issei to be his champion, emphasizing that his armor and speed would be crucial. The safety of Lu Fei was at stake, as well as the leadership of his family. With Issei as his champion, he could challenge his grandfather according to the rules and maintain the favor of his relatives. As Arthur spoke, he marveled at how the fragments of Excalibur came together, forming the legendary sword, identical to the portraits of the first king that adorned his family's history. Issei agreed to be Arthur's champion but set a serious condition. As a faction leader, he could not ignore the implications of supporting the future leader of a family. He insisted that once this was over, Arthur's family would provide unconditional support to his faction. Issei understood that many fruits and vegetables did not grow naturally in his territory due to the climate, and he believed this alliance could provide more food variety for his people. Arthur, however, saw this as a potential tool for whatever the dragon faction was planning. After some thought, he decided he would rather be a servant to the dragons than to his grandfather. Arthur accepted Issei's condition with a serious nod. With the sun about to rise, marking nearly 6 in the morning, Issei and Arthur were enveloped in a pillar of fire. In England, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Arthur and Issei materialized a few meters from the entrance of Cadbury Castle, the legendary home of King Arthur. Using magic, Issei camouflaged them, allowing them to move easily in the shadows without being detected. They successfully climbed to an open window that Arthur recognized well. Issei analyzed the room and asked where they were. Arthur whispered that it was the room of a maid named Elaine, aware that someone was inside. Before igniting fire in his fist, Issei closed the curtains to avoid drawing attention from outside. As light filled the room, Issei spotted a young woman with black hair dressed in traditional maid attire. Arthur approached her, expressing his concern for her safety and asking about his sister. He had been deeply worried about Elaine due to his previous conflict with his uncle in his desperate attempt to free his sister. Without Elaine's help, he might not have escaped. Elaine informed Arthur that Lu Fei was in her room and that no one could approach her. She had hidden to avoid harm. She warned Arthur that if he was seen, he would be killed. Arthur explained that he could not allow his grandfather to continue his tyrannical acts, but he could not challenge him directly, which was why he sought help. He turned to Issei, who had subdued a knight lurking in the room, waiting for the maid to reveal herself. The knight had fainted from a lack of air, thanks to Issei's spell. Arthur noted that the knight had been there all along, and Elaine was fortunate not to have been discovered. He gently laid the knight on the ground to avoid making noise and reinforced their secrecy with a silence barrier. Elaine, relieved that she had not been foolish enough to expose herself, inquired about the knight. Arthur introduced Issei as his champion, which caused concern to flicker across Elaine's face. She questioned whether Arthur was truly going to follow Issei's lead. Arthur explained that he had no other option if he wanted the support of the other family members, adding that Issei was the bearer of Excalibur. Elaine's expression shifted to one of disbelief and anger as she confronted Issei, questioning how he could claim such a thing when Excalibur had been shattered years ago. She accused him of trying to take advantage of Arthur and expressed her disbelief that Arthur could trust him. When Arthur urged her to look at Issei again, she noticed the golden-edged sword in Issei's right hand, its silver blade adorned with glowing red engravings due to Issei's magic. The sword's golden hilt featured a red gem and the Sekyutai symbol, signifying that it now belonged to Issei. Elaine murmured in astonishment, realizing that Excalibur had chosen Issei and that he had managed to reforge it. Arthur assured her that he could not think of anyone more capable of defeating his uncle or more trustworthy than Issei. It was a pleasure to meet her, Issei greeted with a slight smile, a gesture that managed to calm the maid. The maid reciprocated, expressing regret for having shouted. She intended to create a distraction to draw the soldiers guarding Miss Lu Fei away. Are they human? Issei interrupted Alexandra's words and actions. Yes. But why do you ask, Mr. Issei? The brown-haired maid was perceptive. She noticed the exchanged glances between Arthur and Elaine. He would not allow her to take such risks. He didn't know her well, but he didn't want her to be harmed or used against Arthur if she were captured. Draw them here. I will handle the rest. Elaine turned to Arthur, who nodded in confirmation. Conveniently, Lu Fei's room was located down the same hallway as theirs. She peeked through the door, glancing around and spotting the knights guarding Lu Fei's room, who were also looking her way. Without wasting time, they quickly approached the room, and Elaine slipped back inside, intentionally leaving the door ajar. The soldiers kicked the door open easily, more effortlessly than they had anticipated. Inside, there was nothing but darkness, not even moonlight filtered through the window. The soldiers exchanged glances and stepped into the room, one of them holding an oil lamp that illuminated the hallway, which strangely echoed more than usual. Come out, Westcott. Continuing to evade capture will only worsen your sentence, one of the knights warned seriously. Why do you say that? Have you softened after seeing how respect was shown to the little heiress? Mocked the soldier with the lamp. I swore to protect the heirs for life. First, what happened with young Arthur, and then witnessing that. As a knight, it makes my blood boil. You also swore loyalty. We vowed that anyone who harmed the heirs would be our enemies. Why did you do it? The remaining knight challenged. I swore loyalty to the head of the family. If that old man asked me not to intervene, it's better for me. It saves me work, and I might even earn a promotion for driving off that boy and stopping you, the knight continued, noticing something. They had walked quite a distance, considering they had entered a maid's room. Something feels off. And it's going to get worse. That voice emerged from the darkness, and without warning, a pair of claws seized the knight holding the lamp, plunging everything into darkness. The remaining knight could see nothing but heard the desperate screams of his companion, cries that lasted a long time before abruptly stopping. Is this God's punishment? But I did everything possible to honor my oath. Please God, have mercy. In a desperate act influenced by fear, the knight knelt to pray, not for his salvation, but for a quick death. Sir Drake, get up. Everything is fine. The voice of the former heir Pendragon made the knight lift his head. Young Arthur. Oh boy, what are you doing here? If your uncle sees you, he will kill you. Drake appeared relieved to see Arthur back, but was also very concerned for his safety. Calm down. I'm here to reclaim my place, and a friend is helping me. Arthur looked at Issei, who waved and smiled. The knight Issei had captured was unconscious, tied up and gagged in a corner of the room. Even if he woke up and caused a ruckus, the room had a silence seal that would prevent anyone from hearing them. There's much to explain, but it's better to do so with Lu Fei present, Arthur said, helping Drake to his feet. Oh young sir. I don't think she will like seeing her brother now. This made Arthur serious. What do you mean? See for yourself. With that, they quickly went to Lu Fei's room, abruptly opening the door to find two maids inside, along with Lu Fei, who was staring at a wall. What is this? Explain yourself, Sir Drake. Say Seoi. One of the maids ordered, cutting off her words upon recognizing Issei. After all, this maid was a demon hired to guard Lu Fei. Oh, you recognized me. Perfect. This will make things easier. Demon of the Agar's family. Kneel. The tone Issei used left no room for objection. The demon stepped back and complied. You are dismissed from your post. Send my regards to your king, and if he has any complaints, he knows where to find me. At least most of the time. This last part referred to his territory in the human world. With that, the demon vanished through a magic circle. It seemed that Issei was not the only one who thought to ask for help. He reassured the other maid, who was human, that as long as there were no high-class troublesome demons nearby, everything would be easy. However, upon noticing that the man had frightened the contracted demons simply with his presence and smile, she stepped back and lowered her head. Arthur's words were abruptly cut off when he saw his sister's expression. Lu Fei's face was swollen, her eyes were red, her lips cracked, and one cheek was bruised while the other was covered in makeup. She tried to defend herself, but the words came out jumbled as tears streamed down her face. She clutched the white dress she had been forced to wear tightly. Arthur, Elaine, and the night were frozen in place, unable to believe what they were seeing. Drake was aware that she had been hurt but did not grasp the severity of it. He could barely understand her words. Issei didn't know who had done this to Lu Fei, but he felt a surge of anger boiling within him. Unconsciously, he associated it with memories of Ima, and all the frustration and resentment he felt for having let the other Reiser escape flooded his mind, almost causing him to lose control. His eyes darkened, revealing his fury, but they quickly returned to normal. Issei was the first to move, embracing the young woman. This brought comfort to Ima, who thought it might work for Lu Fei as well, and she was right. The young witch was able to release some of her pent-up emotions. Soon, Elaine and Arthur joined in, wrapping their arms around her for a moment. Meanwhile, Drake stepped out of the room, keeping watch at the door to ensure no one entered. Arthur looked at his sister and said it was time. She nodded in response. Lu Fei knew what was coming next. Both siblings had devised this plan during the time Arthur had been away. She expressed her concern about the pain but also her determination to go through with it. Issei reassured her that once the ritual was complete, he would heal her. He asked where she wanted her mark of commitment. She turned and pointed to the area on her back beneath her neck. "Dragon's mark," she said, and as soon as she did, she felt a strange energy begin to flow into her body from that spot. Placing a mark on a partner was more complex than it seemed. During the formation process, both individuals experienced each other's memories, spanning their entire lives up to that moment. This occurred in mere seconds, making it a dangerous process for a human due to the immense mental burden it could impose if the dragon was too ancient. Once it was done, Issei whispered, trying to regain control of his anger, which had flared up again. The essence of Issei enveloped Lu Fei, evident in the wing-shaped mark now adorning her upper back. Lu Fei expressed her gratitude and apologized, aware from her readings that the ritual was extremely important for dragons and that it could have serious consequences if performed carelessly, as was the case this time. If discovered, it could jeopardize Issei's status as a celestial dragon. But there was more to consider. Arthur asked Issei to heal her, but Lu Fei shook her head. She had a plan that she had devised during her brother's absence. "No, if the family sees what he did to me." With that, she looked at Issei. From that day forward, they were officially husband and wife. She conveyed her plan through her weary gaze, asking if they could show it to the family. Issei decided to change their plans and took the time to explain to Arthur, Elaine, and Drake their roles while the ceremony proceeded as normal, detailing what they should do when the time came. Issei then asked how much time was left until the ceremony. The maid glanced at the wall clock while handing Excalibur to Arthur. Although Arthur could not wield the sword's full potential since it had not chosen him, Issei assured him that it would be sufficient for the small performance organized by Lu Fei. 10 minutes left. "Miss Lu Fei should already be downstairs," the maid replied, stealing a glance at Arthur as he admired the legendary sword of his family. Arthur finished preparing her makeup and commanded that she would be the one to carry it out. The maid, kneeling before him, nodded and quickly stood up, moving with agility. All the servants of the family were aware of the legend of Excalibur and the prophecy of destruction and blood upon its return, which filled them with fear. They hurriedly completed her makeup to conceal her wounds, and the thicker veil, for obvious reasons, would prevent the family from noticing her condition. Issei paused the girl's movement by calling her name, though he didn't dare to meet her gaze. She turned to look at him, feeling her lips heal enough to speak clearly. His concern for Lu Fei had grown due to the ritual. While it didn't affect the feelings of the marked couple, it did intensify the feelings of the dragon who marked her, as marking her as his partner greatly increased his emotions toward her. Arthur had condemned Issei to love his sister for eternity, despite her lack of reciprocation, a cruel fate for a being so long-lived, enamored with a race of short lives. In the Cadbury Castle's ceremonial garden, an elderly man dressed in the fineries of high society from centuries past sat on a stone throne, cushioned for comfort. This very throne was where Mordred, the son of King Arthur, had been slain by his own father, and in turn, the wounds inflicted had led to King Arthur's demise at the hands of his son, centuries ago, shattering Excalibur in the process and leaving only Caliban behind. The old man, named Thomas, held the sword in a gesture that symbolized the presence of the first king and his agreement with the impending commitment. Beside him stood Maximus, Arthur's uncle, scanning the area for any sign of his nephew, knowing he wouldn't remain idle. Before them stood a man named Henry, already of advanced age, with gray hair at the sides of his head but none in his imposing beard or on top. He was Lu Fei's fiancé, the one responsible for leaving the sorceress in her current state. One of the servants announced the arrival of Lu Fei Pendragon, the first heiress, as they opened the door for her. She walked toward the altar, characteristic of religious weddings, and fixed her gaze on her grandfather, not even glancing at her intended husband. The ceremony was about to begin when Lu Fei interrupted, demanding silence from the servant who had spoken. The servant, taken aback, fell silent without protest. Lu Fei confronted her grandfather, questioning when he had begun to see her as a mere bargaining chip, when he had stopped viewing her as family, and when he had plotted the murder of her mother and her own engagement. Her boldness drew the attention of family members, some in support, others shocked, and some furious at her defiance against the marriage. Thomas, furious at her insolence, shouted back, questioning her audacity to speak to him in such a manner. He reminded her that it was her father who had granted her privileges, now lost with his death, demanding her silence. Lu Fei retorted that she had never needed anyone's permission to speak. She accused him of imposing that rule when he allowed a mindless brute to strike her down, and then killed her father when he confronted him. In a moment of defiance, she ripped off her veil, revealing her swollen skin. Despite her pain, she quickly wiped away her makeup, leaving the family members in shock. Seeing this, Henry approached, attempting to intervene in what he perceived as a performance by his wife. Lu Fei warned him not to touch her again, her fury evident as she murmured under her breath that he would turn to ashes if he dared lay a finger on her once more. Henry glanced at Thomas, who received Caliban from Maximus, nodding in acknowledgement that he was exerting the sword's influence to prevent Lu Fei from using her magic. As Henry attempted to strike Lu Fei, he felt a searing pain in his arm, as if it were merely a piece of paper. A pillar of fire enveloped Lu Fei momentarily, her commitment mark glowing brightly. Henry writhed on the ground in agony, unable to do much else. "What have you done, girl?" Thomas exclaimed, surprised as he recognized the mark on Lu Fei's back. When she met his gaze again, both Maximus and Thomas witnessed her face slowly healing. "Me? Nothing. That was the work of my true husband." "The current Issei," the witch murmured, her fury evident as her eyes began to glow a fierce scarlet. With that, a pillar of fire erupted with such intensity that it could be seen from miles away. The heat was suffocating for everyone except Lu Fei, the bearer of the mark. The roar accompanying the emergence of the fire intensified as the pillar took the form of a dragon, roaring towards the sky. When the flames dispersed, Issei stood before Lu Fei, gazing seriously at the two men in front of him, who could not hide the fear beginning to rise within them. Arthur had told his father about his new friend, and before his death, he warned Thomas that his sons would not be without support, that they possessed the strength of a dragon. Now, he understood those words. "Sekyutai. Your legend does not do you justice," Maximus remarked, believing this was merely a show put on by his nephews to instill fear. However, the older members of the family recognized the commitment mark of the dragons. This was a true dragon. They would not interfere, not wanting to become targets of the wrath of such a legendary being. "The same can be said of you, Maximus Pendragon. How does it feel not to be able to wield Caliban to its fullest?" Issei teased, knowing from Arthur's uncle's reaction that he had struck a sensitive chord. Issei was using information that Asa had extracted from the captured assassin. It is rumored that Excalibur was tied to the Pendragon lineage, that only they could unlock its full potential. Though it could also choose its bearer. Caliban is nearly as powerful as Excalibur and shares similar traits. So, either it did not choose you, or you do not have the blood of the first king running through your veins. This was not entirely true. Both Caliban and Excalibur chose their bearers, but Maximus was unaware of this. He believed the legends that stated only the descendants of King Arthur could wield these swords to their maximum potential. For the first time in his life, because he was unable to utilize all the abilities his father had wielded with that sword, Maximus doubted his own blood for a moment, just long enough for Arthur to kick his grandfather's hand and snatch Caliban away. "Good move, grandson. I suppose this is over. Enough with the theatrics and exaggerations, we surrender," Thomas declared, knowing he could secure his release by leveraging some influence with certain family members. "No, you killed our father. You murdered our mother. You sent someone to assassinate me like a coward. And you allowed that fool to strike Lu Fei, and I'm sure you were involved too." Arthur shouted, feeling Caliban grant him more power. He closed his eyes for a moment to calm himself. In a moment of distraction, Maximus lost an arm while trying to attack Arthur. Dropping Caliban, he quickly drew Excalibur to defend himself, severing Maximus's arm in the process. The entire family gasped at the sight of the sword Arthur wielded. It was Excalibur, reunited once more. "Do you recognize this sword?" Grandfather? Arthur asked ironically, causing the old man to finally show a look of surprise. That is Excalibur, a relative of Arthur shouted, recognizing the sword. It has returned. It was reforged by the Sekirai, Arthur exclaimed, prompting the members of his family to immediately kneel in respect towards the new bearer and the restorer of Excalibur. They did not understand how Lu Fei's husband had managed to reforge such a family relic, but they were in no position to question it now. You have no idea how much I wish to make you pay for everything you did to my sister, but I am not the leader of the family, and it is no longer my place to act on Lu Fei's behalf. It is her husband who will decide her fate, Arthur said, knowing better than anyone that if Issei chose to kill them, he would be entirely justified. However, if he did it himself, he might not be accepted when it came time to take command of his family. Arthur turned to see Issei, whose eyes now glowed a deep violet, staring blankly at the men before him. The violet hue reflected his essence as a malevolent dragon, revealing the true extent of his power, even if he was unaware of it. The events of the past, his guilt for not eliminating the other Reiser, the frustration of his defeat without landing a single blow, and the sight of Lu Fei, his friend and now partner, caused Issei's negative emotions to overflow. They would pay, Issei thought as his body erupted into flames, taking the shape of a dragon that opened its mouth and engulfed Thomas, Maximus, and Henry. In the aftermath, Issei and the three responsible disappeared. No one moved, paralyzed by the scene they had witnessed. Seconds felt like minutes, and minutes felt like hours. Just 3 minutes later, Issei reappeared, still surrounded by flames, but this time he was alone. He realized he had lost control and was trying to regain awareness of his actions. Lu Fei called out to him, and he turned sharply to face her. She spoke gently, aware of Issei's state as a malevolent dragon. Her words aimed to soothe him, as she suspected there was more to his turmoil than just the sight of her. Gradually, Lu Fei's words calmed Issei, and the intense violet in his eyes faded to black before returning to their normal color. A pillar of fire enveloped the couple, and they vanished from the scene, leaving Arthur with Drake and Elaine. The latter grasped the young blonde's hand, frightened, as the gazes of their family were upon them. The most pressing issue had been resolved. Now it was his turn to deal with the punishment that awaited the family members who had sided with the traitors. At the Citri residence, a pillar of fire appeared in Sauna's room, where all the couples of Sekirutai were waiting for him. They turned their attention to the phenomenon, but when the flames subsided, only Lu Fei remained. Lu Fei, where is Issei? Sauna asked, looking seriously at the confused mage, who had thought he was with her until moments ago. Ryanair approached to help calm Sauna and prevent her from pressing too hard. He was with me, Lu Fei replied, feeling her mana flow freely again, as Caliban's influence had faded. It was fine, there was no major conflict, although, Yami pressed for her to finish her thought. Akemi intervened to remind her sister to lower her voice. Is everything over? Kuroka stepped closer to Lu Fei, noticing the deep sadness and frustration she had just experienced. Yes, it's all over. Can I use your bathroom? Lu Fei asked, wanting to remove and burn her dress. She stepped away from Kuroka, surprising the Nikomata, who had expected her to embrace her and cry as she had in the past. Yes, go ahead. We'll want to hear everything later, Kuroka approved, not wanting to push Lu Fei further. It's my house, you know? Sauna said, a bit annoyed at Kuroka's decision to offer her bathroom so freely. Would you have denied her, Pastel Girl? Kuroka teased, using a nickname that referenced Sauna's power. Sauna simply turned her gaze away. Meanwhile, Issei sat in a garden of fire flowers, a common sight in the Phoenix territory. Reiser had granted him permission to visit this place whenever he wished. Whenever he felt lost or believed he had made a wrong decision, he would come here or meditate during his walks in the winter forest of his territory. The gentle breeze swaying the flowers, the warmth of the earth, and the feeling of that same breeze moving through his hair reminded him of Asia and her dream of planting many flowers. This place helped him listen to what he believed would be her advice. On the other hand, the eternal winter forest helped him manage his internal demons, calming them. He questioned whether he had made the right choice in accepting Arthur and Lu Fei's plans. Why was the couple's ritual really necessary? Issei pondered silently, looking at his hands. Why did they decide that I should be the one to help them and not Valley? Why did I accept when my instincts screamed at me not to? He continued to think, recalling the objections of all his partners as more doubts arose in his mind. He lifted his gaze to look at the horizon once more. Issei pondered the weight of his decisions, reflecting on what his late wife might have wanted. He sensed Asia's sacred gear reacting, a sign that she would have jumped at the chance to help without hesitation, though he questioned the methods she would have chosen. He felt the mark of commitment on his body, a reminder of his connection with Lu Fei, which indicated that her feelings for him were not as deep as he had hoped. He wondered aloud if he had made the right choice, recalling how Rias had always given him sound advice and never hesitated to assist those in need. She often adjusted plans to ensure everything went smoothly. The flowers around him reminded him of fire, and the red hue made him think of his king, providing him with a sense of support and calm. Suddenly he heard someone call his name, prompting him to turn. Rias stood behind him, smiling with genuine happiness at seeing him again. Aquino was beside her, equally delighted to reunite with their companion. Issei rose to embrace them, and they welcomed him back warmly after a month apart. Once they separated, Rias looked at him with a smile, playfully scolding him for addressing her in a formal manner. He apologized, rubbing his cheeks where she had pinched him. Aquino teased Rias for her treatment of Issei after such a long time apart, causing Rias to pout slightly, feeling distanced from her servants by Aquino's playful tone. Issei inquired about how they had been, mentioning that the girls missed them during their movie nights and Rias's interesting trivia, as well as Aquino's talent for preparing snacks. He was curious about why Rias had returned to the underworld so suddenly, accompanied by her servants. Rias expressed her longing for the girls, reminiscing about the nights they had spent shopping for treats and drinks. Issei shared her fond memories, while Aquino laughed, proud of her culinary skills. Rias confided in Issei about her father's desire for a grandchild, revealing that she and Reiser were not ready for children yet. She felt overwhelmed by the responsibility and was eager to start university in 2 weeks, wanting to experience more before taking on the role of a parent. She quickly apologized for burdening him with her worries, aware that he likely had his own challenges to face. Aquino was surprised by how easily Rias shared her concerns with Issei but understood that her king needed a moment of relaxation. Perhaps Issei could provide that comfort. Aquino then mentioned her own willingness to bear the responsibility of providing an heir for the Gremory clan, noting that Rias's father only wanted a strong successor but refused to accept a mixed-blood heir. She set up a table and chairs, inviting Kaneko and Kiba to join them for a chat. Issei expressed his understanding of Rias's father's perspective, acknowledging the heavy responsibility of caring for a life and questioning why he felt the need to rush things. Rias agreed, recounting her frustration at her father's insistence, even mentioning her son, Milikas, as a potential leader. She was furious when her father had shouted at her, insisting that Milikas would inherit her brother's title as Demon King. Aquino recalled how Kiba had intervened, stating that the position of Demon King should not be determined by nepotism but rather by strength and capability. She remembered seeing Xiaticus so upset, which was unlike him. No one mistreats her servants in any way, not even her own father. After a heated exchange, she made it clear that if he continued to pressure or mistreat her servants, he would never see her again. He responded that it was impossible because she was well known throughout the demon world. To avoid hearing more, she left for Reiser's house. In fact, the two of them were arguing now in the mansion. The red-haired girl continued to express her frustrations while summoning a couple of drinks and snacks she had left in the kitchen. Rias glanced behind the brown-haired boy, prompting him to follow her gaze. In the distance, 3 figures approached: Kiba, Kaneko, and a boy with platinum blonde hair and red eyes wearing the female uniform of Kuo Academy. Even simple things like cooking and watching television were frowned upon by her father and the elders of the Gremory clan. It was absurd. Rias continued to vent while Issei listened attentively. It was a pleasure to see Issei again. Kiba greeted his companion. Kaneko, with a small smile on her face, greeted him as well, having truly missed her teammate. Although he had a familiar scent, she decided not to dwell on it. The main focus at that moment was their king. Kaneko exclaimed joyfully, recognizing Issei. He acknowledged the boy hiding behind Kiba, recalling that he was the one who had left him a letter from Grafia long ago. Rias introduced Gasper Vladi, her bishop and one of Issei's companions, encouraging him to greet Issei, teasing that Gasper didn't bite. Sometimes. At this remark, Gasper hid further behind Kiba. Issei reassured Gasper to take his time, smiling warmly to convey trust. Kaneko, sitting down and munching on a cookie, asked how Issei had known Gasper was a boy. Kiba explained that Gasper's attire often led other demons to mistake him for a girl. Issei added that it had to do with the sense of smell. Drake had mentioned that dragons could identify the gender of other species through scent. He recalled that Drake had refused to elaborate, and he preferred it that way. After a moment, Akino took it upon herself to share with the other servants what they had been discussing with Issei, inviting their opinions and perspectives. Returning to the topic, Rias expressed her belief that her king would never waver in his desires before those inept elders. It must have hurt her more that it was her own father who held such opinions. Rias nodded with her mouth full, admiring her pawn, and then smiled faintly, feeling proud of how much he had matured, though she disapproved of the method he had been subjected to. She revealed that she had considered doing the same as Issei, renouncing everything demonic and trying to live as humanly as possible before their supernatural nature caught up with them again. Reiser had taken her to dinner the night before to distract her, but it had been futile. He always returned to the topic. This revelation surprised Issei, indicating that many burdens weighed on her. After all, he remembered her declaring that she wanted to be the queen of the raiding games. She must have been under a lot of stress to contemplate such a solution. Suddenly, the room fell silent. No one knew what to say, as they all felt it was beyond their control, everyone except Issei. He commented that making such a decision was difficult. Unlike him, she would be leaving behind many people she loved. However, the solution she proposed was merely an escape from her problems, which would eventually catch up to her. Yet, it wasn't wrong to flee. If she chose that path, she needed to be aware that while the problems would find her, she would be prepared to face them by then. He encouraged her to take control of her life, to confront her father without asking for permission, and to tell him what she intended to do. Issei demonstrated that the inexperienced, clumsy, and somewhat awkward boy who had once stared at her had long since disappeared. Regardless of her decision to stay in the underworld or live as a human, Issei assured Rias that she would always have the support of her husband and her loyal servants. He reminded her that even though he was now a faction leader, he was still her friend and would always be there to help her. He would never forget his vow to protect his king and her dreams. Issei took on a knightly stance, which reminded Rias of the day they had officially introduced themselves as demons. The other members of the clan followed suit, demonstrating that Issei's words were well-founded. Rias felt a surge of emotion knowing she would always have the support of her servants. She expressed her gratitude to Issei and, interrupting his stance, embraced him affectionately, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Rias sensed that something was troubling Issei and asked him what was on his mind. Issei hesitated, feeling confused and reluctant to burden his king with his own problems. Rias encouraged him, reminding him that he had shared his troubles with her, and now it was his turn to do the same. She assured him that they would help him if they could, and if not, they would always be a refuge and offer him advice. After some time, Issei finally opened up about everything that had happened with Ima, carefully omitting details that his vow prevented him from sharing, including his trial against Ophis and the recent events with Lefay. Rias was not particularly surprised to learn about other dimensions, as she was aware of the existence of the dimensional rift. However, she was shocked and angered to discover that a version of her husband had made the Securitai in that dimension suffer greatly. Initially, she struggled to understand Issei's frustration during his trial until he explained how he felt, fighting against his god. The topic of the couple's ritual also troubled her. She questioned why there had not been another solution, asking Issei why he had accepted if his instincts had told him otherwise. Issei explained that Asia's sacred gear had activated slightly after hearing Arthur's explanations, and he had taken it as a sign to accept. Now, however, he wondered if it had been a sign to avoid it instead. Kiba speculated that the Pendragon family had chosen Issei to help resolve their conflicts as quickly as possible. He pointed out that Lefay had referred to him as "my husband," suggesting that they were trying to prevent a war over leadership within the clan. Rias agreed with Kiba's hypothesis, prompting Issei to reflect on the matter and conclude that she was right. Issei shared that he had heard whispers about Lefay's family, mentioning that her mother had been killed by her grandfather and that her father had died defending her while giving Arthur time to escape. He suggested that they wanted to honor their legacy. Rias was intrigued by this conclusion, and her excitement was infectious, lifting the spirits of everyone present. Suddenly, Rias noticed a magical communication circle and called out to Reiser. He appeared, relieved to see her well and expressing his concern for her. Rias reassured him that she was in the fire garden with Kiba, Akino, Kaneko, and Gasper, and she excitedly introduced Issei, who waved in greeting. Rias shared that they had been catching up and had solved a mystery that would remain a secret from him, which brought joy to Reiser. Since the issues with the Gremory clan had arisen, Rias had been worried and rarely displayed such explosive emotions and a bright smile. However, her happy expression quickly changed as she remembered the reason for Reiser's call. He appeared before her through a magical circle. Rias's father had come to find her, intending to annul their marriage. Reiser, the third heir of the clan, felt that such a serious matter should be addressed directly. He conveyed his concern, stating that he would respect whatever decision Rias made. The thought of canceling their marriage puzzled Rias, who questioned why it was happening so suddenly. Reiser explained that her father had learned she no longer wished to inherit the clan. He wanted a grandchild to secure an heir as soon as possible, believing that with the Phoenix's genetic history and the Gremmery's adaptability, they could achieve this quickly. Reiser spoke with a hint of anger, feeling that his partner had been insulted by those words. Issei, bewildered, asked if inheriting the clan was truly Rias's main concern. The other members shared his astonishment. Rias, with a pout, expressed her discontent with Reiser's revelation. Reiser regretted his carelessness in revealing such information, almost referring to Rias affectionately but stopping himself. He didn't want to influence her decision in any way. Issei, still incredulous, questioned whether Rias no longer wanted to be the queen of the raiding games. When he first met her, that ambition had been her greatest desire. Initially, Rias believed that inheriting the clan and excelling in the tournament would fulfill her. However, over time, she began to appreciate the smaller moments in life. Sharing experiences with Issei, Sona, and others made her realize that she didn't need so much to feel complete. As she gazed at the flowers swaying gently in the wind, she smiled, reflecting on her newfound perspective. Issei was taken aback. It was astonishing to hear that ambition had faded from Rias, especially since demons were typically driven by the 7 deadly sins. Rias shared that her father had always supported her decisions, but when she revealed her new outlook, he dismissed it as foolish. Using his authority as a father, he attempted to pressure her into providing a grandchild while he believed Rias was living a fantasy. Hurt by her father's words, she turned away, crossing her arms. She never imagined he would impose such a demand on her. Issei struggled to comprehend how Xiaticus, who had shown great affection for his daughter, could say something like that. Rias expressed her frustration, recalling all she had done to make her father happy. She had excelled in demon school, accomplished incredible feats at a young age, and even married young for his sake. While she didn't think Reiser was a bad person, she felt it was unreasonable to expect her to have a child at just 18 when she had centuries ahead of her to find a partner. For the first time, the pressure from her father overwhelmed her, and although she usually confided in Aquino, this feeling was stronger. Reiser listened to her outpouring of emotions, acknowledging the significant age difference between them. Issei approached Rias to comfort her, accessing her memories without permission and witnessing everything she had done at her father's request, including her return to the underworld and her marriage to Reiser. Xiaticus had ordered Rias to bring Issei to him, emphasizing his importance and the need for protection from other clans. Rias convinced herself that having Issei nearby would make it easier to protect him, leading her to accept her father's wishes. However, when Rias's king attempted to persuade her to return under his command, Xiaticus's harsh words echoed in her mind. He forbade her from caring for Issei, seeing him, or even contacting him. Issei witnessed the total abandonment order given by Xiaticus and how Rias refused to comply. Rias stood her ground, insisting that Issei was her servant and she would protect him. But Xiaticus's anger flared, warning her not to challenge him again and commanding her to leave and obey his orders. The tension in the air was palpable, igniting Issei's violet eyes once more. Slowly they separated. Issei avoided looking Rias in the eyes, while she couldn't help but gaze at him. Rias had also used a spell to uncover what troubled her pawn, something he was reluctant to share. In that regard, they were identical. Rias always knew what was happening with the most mysterious of her servants, even if she disapproved of the methods she employed. Rias stepped forward, her servant standing behind her, as Xiaticus appeared a short distance away, his expression far from friendly. He addressed her, demanding that everyone else leave. Rias stood her ground, asserting that her husband deserved to be present. Her feelings for Reiser were genuine, though their early marriage had been forced. Xiaticus, however, declared that she was no longer married to Reiser, calling her an ungrateful daughter and the foolish heir of the Gremmery clan. He ordered her to return home immediately. Reiser stepped in front of Rias, vowing to protect her from disrespect. Lady Phoenix, along with Ravel and her husband, arrived, explaining that Reiser's marriage to Rias had been annulled according to the laws of the ancient council. Reiser, realizing the gravity of the situation, stepped aside to avoid breaking demonic laws that could lead to war between their clans. He was uncertain if Rias loved him as deeply as he loved her. As Rias prepared to leave with Reiser through a magical circle, she placed a barrier between them, holding a sphere of destruction in her hand. Xioticus expressed disbelief at her defiance, quickly shifting to disdain. Rias declared that she would not go with him, insisting she was not a bargaining chip. Xioticus, sensing her hesitation, lunged at her, but swords erupted from the ground to halt his advance. Kiba confronted him, declaring that a knight's oath was to protect his companions and king. Xioticus retaliated by creating a sphere of power and launching it at Kiba, but Kaneko intercepted it with a punch, causing a significant portion of the fiery garden to be destroyed. Gasper hid behind Issei, who remained silent but serious as he faced Xioticus. Akino raised a barrier to defend her king, still in disbelief that Xioticus would attempt to harm one of his servants. Issei spoke up, drawing the attention of those present. He recalled a brief encounter with Xioticus in the mansion before the raiding game against Reiser Phoenix, during which Xioticus had imparted wisdom about a pawn's duty to fight for their king's happiness, regardless of the enemy. As Issei approached, his eyes shone with determination, and Xioticus, though trying to mask it, felt a sense of intimidation from the advancing pawn. Kaneko, Akino, Kiba, and even Gasper stood resolutely alongside Issei, their auras rising in tandem with his. Issei, filled with determination, faced the leader of the Gremory clan, locking eyes without any intention of backing down. He declared that he and his companions had decided that anyone who committed such acts, regardless of who they were, would become their enemies. With that, Issei raised his hand, positioning it in front of Rias's father, Xioticus, who was visibly shaken by the confrontation. Xioticus, feeling the tension, nervously questioned Issei's actions. In response, Issei affirmed his oath, vowing to protect his king and her dreams from any enemy that sought to harm them. He proclaimed this commitment boldly, declaring Xioticus an adversary in front of his king.